Chapter 481. The sky looks strange. Why is it a blood moon? Olaf realized only then that the full moon in the sky was actually a terrifying blood red. Damn it! Calm the soldiers. Everyone, form a circle. Apophis Brio's face changed drastically, as if remembering something, and he suddenly shouted, All knights, join the warriors. Switch to your lances. We might need longer arms to handle this incoming creature. Apophis Brio's forehead was covered with a few drops of cold sweat. What's the matter, sir? The great knight approached, sword in hand. Switch to your lances. Be careful, it might be a werewolf. Apophis Brio spat, silently cursing his bad luck. Werewolves? Shouldn't they be extinct? The great knight of Junling was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Dragon god. Dragon hawks have been extinct for ages, but the dwarves still have them? Apophis Bleer shrugged indifferently, clearly unsurprised by anything he saw now. Attention, all soldiers. Stay alert. This is hostile. Attack immediately if anything strikes. Apophis Bleer's eyes were filled with gravity. He could already smell the faint, fishy stench in the air. The full moon and the blood moon had combined. Apophis Bleer grinned self-deprecatingly. He was just so lucky, anything could happen to him. We don't have silver weapons. Olaf growled at Apophis Bleer. Their spears were made of star-silver steel. They lack mithril weapons. While the werewolves lack powerful ranged attacks, their 100% professional spawn rate, strong melee combat, and resilience were enough to crush them. I hope not too much. Apophis Brio's face darkened. He had hung the bottle of dragon's blood in the most convenient place. If he was truly cornered, he wouldn't mind spilling it on himself. Hoo. A group of people gathered in a circle around the campfire in the cold wind, warily watching the movements outside. The simple barricades, while unable to withstand an attack, still provided some comfort. Are we just going to stand there? After waiting for a long moment, Olaf looked up at the blood moon in the sky and said anxiously, Send 10 soldiers to pack up our camp. Apophis Brio ordered. Puff, puff. The horses snorted nervously, clearly alarmed by something. Looks like we won't get a good night's sleep, Apophis Brio frowned. With what looked like werewolves lurking outside, how could they possibly sleep? Sir, are you sure it's a werewolf? Olaf asked skeptically. After all, it could be some other beast. What if Apophis Brio was wrong? This forest is known for werewolf legends. It's not surprising there are werewolves. There aren't many creatures this active in this weather. Apophis Brio shook off the dozens of snowflakes that had fallen on him. No, it's still early for dawn. Everyone needs to rest, the knight whispered to Apophis Brio, looking worriedly at the tense soldiers. TSK? Apophis Brio frowned, about to say something. Ouch. Ouch. Fuck. Apophis Brio gritted his teeth, uttering the single word with difficulty. It was confirmed. He had indeed encountered a werewolf. Apophis Brio swore to himself that he would go to the casino to try his luck when he got back. So lucky. Werewolf. The soldiers looked around in panic, some even brandishing their spears in search of comfort. Quiet. You are the most elite warriors of the north. Are you frightened by a mere werewolf? Apophis Brio said with feigned composure. After a few glances, everyone calmed down after seeing Apophis Brio's calm face. After all, when the boss wasn't anxious, the soldiers themselves were more confident. Little did they know that Apophis Brio's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Sir, I suggest that we give some of the men a rest. If the night raid fails, the werewolves won't attack again in the same area, the great knight said, looking at the tired, yawning soldiers. But werewolves are the most patient. They chase their prey for ages. Apophis Brio said calmly. Let's leave some men on guard, or we be defeated during the day. The great knight advised. After all, they still had to be prepared for emergencies during the day, but these werewolves were indeed formidable. They inherited the patience of wolves, and they might track them to the edge of the dark forest. Divide everyone into 3 groups. 1 to sleep, 1 to rest by the fire and be ready to relieve the guards at any time, and 1 to remain on guard. Apophis Brio glanced at his troops. Okay. The great knight nodded in understanding. Soon, around 70 men, leaning against their horses or sleds, casually using tent cloth as cushions and blankets as blankets, fell asleep in the open air. Apophis Brio's eyes flashed with pity, his brow furrowed at the sight of the soldiers' difficult conditions. Finally, he could only sigh helplessly. Setting up tents was a waste of time, energy, and manpower, so they had to camp outdoors. At least a few campfires would help keep the cold and darkness at bay. Sir, why don't you rest for a while? Olaf asked, preparing to have his men prepare a simple shelter for Apophis Brio to rest. No, I stay with the others. Remember to call me to relieve you later. Apophis Brio patted Olaf and the knight and whispered. Then Apophis Brio lay down on a sled piled with several bundles of tent cloth and covered himself with a blanket, protecting himself from the chilly north wind. Your Highness, I'm back. Caslo leisurely returned to River Rapids, and then rushed to the Lord's castle to meet Roland. How's that kid? Roland asked with concern. After all, they were his people. There was no way hundreds of them would be left out there for no reason. It's not bad. Aside from a few dark spiders, there wasn't any danger. Caslo swiped a snack from Roland's table. Your Majesty's cooking is excellent. I hope my future wife will be as virtuous. Caslo gave Nyx a thumbs up and praised her. Guess I need to talk to Ajax. Roland rolled his eyes at Caslo, subtly threatening him. Stop it, or you be on your knees again when you get back. Caslo shook his head like a rattle. All right, enough teasing. I really can't help it. Since Apophis Brio isn't in any trouble, you can arrange your own time. Roland waved his hand. Caslo nodded and said goodbye to Roland. Unbeknownst to Caslo, if he had stayed another night, he would have discovered that Apophis Brio was in serious trouble. However, everything now depended on Apophis Brio's single-handed efforts. Chapter 482. The next morning, Caslo knocked on Roland's door. Dang, dang, dang. A dull knock echoed. Roland, who had just finished breakfast, was engrossed in a chivalric novel, The Lord of the Rings, Lords of Middle-earth. He was only using the fancy system rewards to pass the time. What's wrong? Come in, Roland whispered. Since Nyx was out, there was nothing to worry about. I found something. Your Highness, you might be interested. Caslo handed over a memory crystal. Let me see. Roland injected some battle energy into it, and the memory crystal instantly activated, projecting a picture recorded in it into the air. This is... Roland's face lit up. In the picture, a black torrent rushed across the pale snowfield. Where did these wildhorn bulls come from? Roland looked at Caslo in shock. This basic monster was one of the most useless, with almost no skills. Brute force and primal protection were its only two abilities. Besides the primal protection, which formed a shield, brute force was practically useless. It was powerful, but you had to be able to hit someone. The secret to the survival of this monster was relying on numbers. Compared to other monsters, their massive population base allowed them to thrive even at the bottom of the food chain. Furthermore, their numbers would increase dramatically if they found a suitable habitat. Roland thought that if this basic monster were ever to become extinct, the entire species would likely vanish. You didn't alarm them, did you? Roland suddenly looked at Caslo anxiously. How could that be? I recorded it in the sky. If they could detect me without unleashing my dragon might, how could they have been relegated to the bottom of the entire magical beast food chain? Caslo shook his head and laughed. Dragons that could detect hidden auras in the sky were exceptionally perceptive. If they truly possessed this ability, their early warning capabilities could have kept most predators at bay. Indeed. Roland nodded in understanding. Any ideas? Caslo smiled at Roland. You're asking even though you already know the answer, Roland said with a sidelong smile. Please call Lord Omsk. I need his help with this matter, Roland said to the guard. Yes, Your Highness. The guard nodded and turned to leave. You're looking for my lord? Hi. Good morning, Knight Caslo. Omsk greeted the two. Well, take a look at this. Roland didn't exchange pleasantries with Omsk, but instead showed him the memory crystal. Any ideas? Roland lazily leaned back. What ideas could I have? Just catch them. Omsk shrugged casually. The question now is how to catch them. I want the calf. Roland pointed meaningfully at the protected young wildhorn ox. After all, if snow-winged chickens could be disciplined, there was no reason wildhorn oxen couldn't be too. After all, chickens and cows were among the first domesticated animals. You want to get into farming? Omsk was stunned. Of course. It's better to teach a man how to fish than to give him fish. Why would I travel dozens of miles to hunt when I can raise my own? And wildhorn oxen taste pretty good too, Roland said matter-of-factly. After all, aren't animals like these, with their plentiful, delicious meat and easy breeding, the perfect choice for domestication? Ah! Little Dose's eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of meat. Meat, meat! Little Dose clung to Roland's shoulders and tossed it around excitedly. Wow! It can even talk! Omsk marveled. It hadn't been long since the golden holy dragon could speak. Truly worthy of being the pinnacle of the intelligent species, its intelligence and learning abilities were top-notch. That's a golden holy dragon, not a rat. Is it a problem if it can speak human language? Have you ever seen a dragon that can't? Even that mutant flying dragon Smog could say a few human words. Roland spread his hands. Haha, I never seen Smog, but that dragon was truly miserable. You guys skinned him, tore him apart, and chopped him into pieces. Omsk sighed. It can't be helped. He had the bad luck to get into my way. Roland began to show off. Alright, Your Highness, we're getting off topic. Now let's discuss how to take down these giants. Caslow spoke bluntly, forcibly interrupting the two men who were about to continue their boasting. Alright, you win. After exchanging glances with Caslow for a few seconds, Omsk threw up his hands in surrender. Alright, young man, tell us your suggestions. Roland quickly straightened his seat. I suggest we send the knights. They're both highly mobile and effective. Caslow shrugged, speaking rather demurely. We can kill the adults, and keep the young and juveniles for breeding. Omsk added. Winter is almost over, and the kingdom's reserves are running low. This beef can help alleviate the kingdom's food shortage. Alas, it's not good for us to constantly be exploiting the knights. Roland looked outside with a hint of pity. He somehow thought of a friend named Yunfeng. He wondered if he was doing well in his studio reviewing documents. People still missed him after he moved away for a few days. Think about how you order Lord Yunfeng around all day, and you feel better. Omsk teased with a playful smile. You're right. Stop talking. Roland scowled, telling Omsk to shut up. The feelings of gratitude and guilt he just felt for Yunfeng vanished in an instant. Let's go hunting. Roland stood up and stretched out his arms. He hadn't been outside for a long time. If he didn't get out and about, his bones would rust. Well, rust wouldn't happen, after all, being beaten by that old Manadile all day, dodging and blocking had become ingrained in Roland's DNA. Now, when Roland saw anything coming towards him, he instinctively wanted to block it. But when that girl Nyx lunged at him, Roland had the good fortune to draw his Dragon Slayer's sword and prepare for battle. Imagine the rest of the scene. According to the guards and maids outside the door, the great King Roland screamed all night long. What? Not training today? Omsk chuckled. He knew Roland was being beaten daily by old Manadile, and he never tired of it. Although Roland's fighting skills had improved significantly, Omsk couldn't help but grimace every time he thought of Roland's plight. After all, instead of enjoying the throne, he had to imitate other emperors and light up the title of Horseback Emperor. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Go away. Slacking off today. I'm not a masochist, Roland said angrily. He knew that every time he and Adile trained, Omsk would hide and watch. Okay, then I go gather the knights. Omsk nodded. As a qualified general, he was still very active. Okay, I call Ajax and the 2 dragon knights to drive off those wild horned bulls. If they scatter, it will be troublesome. Caslow also turned and left. Chapter 483. Omsk quickly assembled the Knights of the Order, a total of 110 vanguard knights from the Lagran Empire. The murderous aura of the knights drew the wintering commoners of the kingdom out of their homes. With nothing better to do, they decided to come out and see the excitement. What's going on? Who is the kingdom going to attack in the middle of winter? The uninformed citizens asked curiously. Hey! You don't know this, do you? His Majesty the King plans to restore the Empire's glory and embark on an eastern expedition. An old man said in a low, pretentiously mysterious voice. What? Really? Old Pike, don't lie. One of the citizens clearly didn't believe it. TSK? How could I lie? My neighbor's third uncle's second uncle's grandson is serving in the kingdom's army. He quietly told us that His Majesty will be returning to the old capital soon. Old Pike said solemnly. Really? So powerful? I knew His Highness was extraordinary. Who started this rumor? Omsk's mouth twitched. With his keen hearing, he could clearly hear the people's chatter. What's wrong? What happened in Omsk? Roland asked, noticing Omsk's odd expression. Well, it's like this. Caslow, without waiting for Omsk to speak, smiled and recounted what he had heard to Roland. What? Who's so dramatic? I'm just craving meat, and I'm out hunting, and I'm so full of myself I'm spreading rumors? Roland nearly fell off his horse. It's so easy to spread rumors, but it takes so much effort to dispel them. Roland was overwhelmed by the increasingly outrageous rumors. He clenched and unclenched his fists repeatedly. After a few repetitions, the great King Roland sighed, and could only helplessly let them go. Caslow, have the dwarves been making any moves lately? Roland asked Caslow. After all, the entire kingdom's northern gate was controlled by the dwarves of Lonely Mountain. If Thorin got drunk one day and let the orcs in, it would be a real mess. No, the dwarf garrison in the north remains vigilant. While there are still loopholes, they're doing their best to maintain border security throughout the north. At least, they can still provide early warning of approaching large-scale orc forces. Caslow was pessimistic about the lonely mountain dwarves' defenses. After all, the north was too vast. If they could truly hold out, Caslow and Ajax wouldn't have to fly around in the sky all day. No! Now there are 5 more of these unfortunate creatures blowing the cold wind. The current composition of the Lagran Kingdom's reconnaissance force is as follows. Ajax and Caslow, the 2 dragon riders, will patrol other dangerous areas outside the borders, while the griffin riders will patrol the kingdom's territory. After all, griffins are inferior to dragons in terms of endurance, speed, and stamina, and are considered short-legged among the mounts of the air knights. The entire kingdom's airspace is protected by these few men. The daily northwest wind nearly numbs the griffin riders. They weren't told they'd be dealing with it all day. But Caslow seemed to recall something and looked at Roland hesitantly, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. Don't be so fussy. Say what you want to say, Roland urged. A man like you, why are you being so fussy and hesitant? How can this be? The Iron Hills dwarves are fortifying the mountains and clearing rubble. Caslow had barely finished his words when he saw Roland awkwardly turning his head away. Roland said, I'm sorry I spoke too loudly just now. You better take that back. The mere mention of Dane's name now made Roland react like a mouse to a cat. After all, Roland had nearly torn down his house. While Roland had no intention of doing so, he had created the dragon, and he must be held accountable for his actions. Roland felt in his arms and realized that his inseparable companion had gone to stay by the fireplace, feeling the cold outside, and hadn't even left the house with him. Never mind. It's just a matter of a dragon flute, Roland consoled himself. I think we're here, Omsk said softly. Before Roland could react, Omsk raised his whip. Looking in the direction of the whip, Roland realized he had actually arrived beside the black torrent. The sight of the muscular, savage horned bulls made Roland's heart flutter. Roland gazed at the herd of monsters before him, his eyes already filled with the image of wealth. Look at the flowing black manes. Look at the sturdy limbs. Look at these behemoths, resembling rhinos from his past life, weighing between 1 and 2 tons, and his mouth watered. The massive horns on their heads gave them their name. They were truly so big they couldn't even fit in an iron pot. Looking at these behemoths, whose weight rivaled that of earth dragons, and who lived in a herd, Roland's legs unconsciously weakened. After all, the pressure they exerted was, to be honest, even greater than that of Smaug. Even if they were just leisurely digging through roots and dry grass in the snow to fill their stomachs, their sheer size still gave Roland the illusion of hundreds of main battle tanks. Go! Omsk ordered the knights in a deep voice. Excuse me, both of you. Please help gather them together, and don't let them get away. Omsk turned to Caslow and Ajax. Don't worry, General Omsk. We do our best. Before Caslow could even speak, Ajax's crisp voice rang out. Roland glanced at them. Who says women can't fight? Do you think Ajax can crush you? In terms of combat effectiveness, the combination of Ajax and the Scorching-Winged Fire Dragon Renoir is far superior to that of Caslow and the Storm Dragon Cardo. One is a natural dragon, the other an evolved one, so there's a difference in combat effectiveness. And compared to the calm and composed personality of Roland's loyal lackey, Caslow, the lively and emotional Ajax is more bellicose. That's just not the point, she's a real fighter. Like a hot pepper, Ajax is easily provoked. With the glory of the Empire in her heart, Ajax is a formidable figure. Hey girl, be quiet. Don't be so eager to take action. Roland glanced at Ajax's eager expression and felt something was wrong. It wasn't that he objected to Ajax taking action, but if she did, everyone would be eating barbecue every meal. All roasted by dragon flames. Roland felt he should have a background music for Ajax. I only made a slight move and realized the orc's limit to temperature tolerance. That year, I put my hands in my pockets, and the orcs were roasted so hard they dared not fight back. Oh! The excitement on Ajax's face visibly faded. If you don't let the baby breathe dragon breath, the baby will be unhappy. Keep the cubs alive. Whether you can eat meat every meal from now on is up to you. If you hurt the cubs, go clean the toilet. Omsk roared with full force, his voice reaching the ears of every member of the knights, and everyone smiled at each other. You know this brother won't be sleepy anymore. Shouldn't this be properly arranged? After all, as the kingdom inheriting the legacy of the Lagran Empire, these knights were once the standard knights of the Empire. Led by the Lagran Emperors, they were unrivaled throughout Middle-earth, considered the foremost among the Red Flower twins. Lagran Knights never cared about the number of their enemies, they simply needed to know where they were. Pah! Roland slapped himself helplessly in the face. How could he possibly handle this with Omsk's command? These professional, reckless men were expert at this task. By the time they got to work, all that was left would be corpses and youngsters. Ah! Roland helplessly lowered his bow and arrow as he watched the surrounding knights. Chapter 484. Go! Keep your distance. Omsk rushed forward, lance in hand. After all, he had no intention of using his skills against these weakling monsters. How could he possibly eat them if they were beaten to a pulp? Wouldn't it be better to just stab them to death? You too, be careful. If the herd scatters, you have to drive them back, Roland said to Ajax and Caslo. After all, the dragons might have an intimidating effect on beasts. Okay, the two nodded idly. It was just about holding the line, they knew the job. Watch your position. You have your battle chi to protect you, but your warhorses don't. These wildhorn bulls, no matter how weak they are still serious monsters. Don't let your guard down. Anyone who manages to cripple their horse will be left to gnaw wood. Omsk scolded with a smile. He hoped everyone would take this operation seriously. He didn't want to lose any men in a determined hunt. Puff! A knight quickly approached the herd and thrust his lance. The sharp lance pierced the wildhorn's eye socket, and before the wildhorn could react, its knees buckled and it rolled over, twitching on the ground. Moo! The frightened herd was clearly in a state of panic, but under the leadership of their leader, they continued to gallop southward, their resolve unwavering despite the constant loss of numbers along the way. What a large number! Roland conservatively estimated that they would harvest at least dozens of calves this time, enough for breeding. Furthermore, it was winter, and there were no unweaned calves left. They would be easy to feed. A little grass would keep them alive and well. Damn! A knight yanked his horse's reins, narrowly avoiding a charging wildhorn. He didn't want to test the full force of the charge. After all, a try would only lead to a loss. Die! Seeing the enraged bull about to charge again, the anxious knight abandoned all thought and, with his battle energy surging through his sword, slashed the mountain with one powerful blow. Blood and severed head swirled into the air. The poor wildhorn bull's body had been hurled a great distance, but its head remained in place. Moo! Moo! The rich smell of blood irritated each wildhorn bull's nerves. They roared wildly, trying to scare off the surrounding knights. But how could the Imperial Vanguard Knights, who had been killing fish at Artimart for 10 years, be intimidated? As expected, the night slaughter finally brought this herd of wildhorn bulls to an unparalleled state of fear, especially after Omsk's spear killed the herd leader, accelerating their collapse. As more and more adult bulls fell, the remaining bulls could no longer sit still. They scrambled in all directions like crazy, their movements so swift that even Ajax and Caslo had no time to react, and then the knight suffered. Knight after knight was impaled on the bull's horns, swaying like wind chimes. Roland's eyes twitched as he watched. Even Omsk slipped out from under the bull's belly without warning. Damn it! Omsk's eyes were filled with murderous intent and humiliation. You said your 6th level peers would just beat me up, but a mere piece of low-quality steak actually knocked me off my horse? How could this be tolerated? It was as if an apprentice-level professional had walked up to His Majesty Omsk and lashed him with 5 lashes. Afterward, they not only spat in his face, but also defecated. Omsk's face was now aching. King Roland was watching not far away. He had led his troops to this state for King Roland, and even put on a show for him. Thinking of his botched performance, Omsk wished he had never been in this world. Drive the beasts together. Roland was the first to notice that Omsk had messed up. Watching the kingdom's knights being carried flying by the long horns, Roland could only helplessly dispatch his own dragon riders to clean up Omsk's mess. Your Highness, what a bountiful harvest. Omsk ran up to Roland, his face beaming. You don't know, we hunted nearly 300 wildhorn bulls. And we captured over 40 young. Omsk exclaimed excitedly. That's enough meat to feed the entire city of Rapid City for a long time. Besides, he also caught dozens of live beef skewers. Not bad. Roland sat on his horse, looking quite commanding. What about our losses? Roland suddenly asked with a sullen face, as if remembering something. What's the matter? The Knights of the Holy Glory Knights are all so impressive, hanging on to the horns of bulls and traveling, practically giving the very name of the Knights a bad name. Ahem, quite a few people have sprained their muscles. Omsk glanced around guiltily. Haha, keep going. I see you all are enjoying being beaten up, aren't you? If I hadn't seen the truth today, I wouldn't have known you were all so brave. Roland squinted and smiled. So? Is this how you lead the knights for me? Do you have fun fighting a wild-horned bull? Did you defeat it? Roland smiled at Omsk, but how sincere his smile was unclear. Your Highness, you're joking, Omsk said, smiling and boasting to Roland. If he hadn't impulsively wrestled with the wild-horned bull, he wouldn't have been knocked off his horse. After all, he hadn't expected to come into such close contact with a road rage sufferer coming straight at him. Roland glanced deeply at the man who had just been telling the soldiers to stop drifting, then turned his head away. He really didn't want to stare at him any longer. It was too funny, especially after he removed his visor, revealing that Omsk's left cheek had noticeably gained weight. Clearly, in the duel between heaven and earth, Omsk had chosen heaven, even though heaven had never won. The most speechless person at the collision of sky and earth was probably Omsk himself. A lifetime of renown. He suffered a tragic Waterloo. Now even His Highness looked upon him with distrust. After all, a level 6 hero was toppled to the ground by a level 1 magical beast. One couldn't help but wonder if this was a bit of a rip-off. Omsk, you're getting carried away, Roland said slowly. Your Highness is teaching me that I was too arrogant and careless. I will pay attention and correct this in the future. Omsk, too, simply admitted defeat, acting like an obedient child. Inside, he was furious. It was the reverser that had overturned him, while he was still directing his soldiers to encircle the herd. Even Omsk's abyssal warhorse was nearly gored and thrown off by the enraged savage horns. Have the soldiers carve up and pack all the beef. Take the hides too, Roland casually ordered. All right, what's wrong with you all? You're like you lost a battle? On the way back, Roland looked at the dejected crowd and could only speak to cheer them up. This time, a few of them raised their heads, but they quickly dropped them again. It was obvious that being beaten by a bunch of trash monsters in front of the king was humiliating enough. Who could possibly laugh in this atmosphere? It's okay. I pretend I didn't see what just happened. Stand tall. You are upright citizens of the kingdom. I hope you will always live in the sunshine with confidence and high spirits. Can a small mistake bring you down? No, the knight shouted. That's right. All you can eat roast beef tonight. It's your well-deserved reward, Roland declared with a wave of his hand. Oh, long live His Highness. The knights beamed and exclaimed Roland's great name. They originally thought it was just a voluntary hunting trip with their boss, but upon their return, the boss waved his hand and ordered a table full of food, nearly leaving the meat-craving knights stunned. Roland, too, was calculating his own plans. Aside from Omsk's somewhat reckless early play, this operation had been fairly standard. Adding in the harvest, Roland had made a killing. Chapter 485. Huff, huff, huff. My lord. Let's rest. Olaf gasped, leaning on his spear. We've been running all day. Olaf panted. Fool, we haven't escaped the werewolves, Apophis Bleer said angrily. But the infantry can't keep up. Another infantry officer stepped forward. Yes, my lord. The soldier's strength has reached its limit. The captains of the fierce warriors gathered around and complained to Apophis Bleer. My lord, the infantry need to rest. They can't keep up with the cavalry. The Grand Knight shook his head at Apophis Bleer. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the chopping of wood. It was already mid-afternoon, and dark would be in a few hours. Instead of rushing now, it would be better to conserve our energy and set out early tomorrow. We estimate it will take about 2 months to reach our destination. The baggage and heavy infantry will greatly slow us down. So there's no point in rushing, the Grand Knight advised. Okay, we need to find some high ground to set up camp, Apophis Brio sighed. Though he was extremely anxious, the reality was this: the infantry's march was a snail's pace, and Apophis Brio had no group strengthening skills. He'd be better off expecting these pseudo-tin cans of the fierce warriors to stage a Middle-earth-style long march than to expect them all to be equipped with horses and used as mounted infantry. Make sure to set up camp. I have a feeling those werewolves are still tracking us, Apophis Brio said with a headache. Werewolves are known for their vengeance, and even more frightening, their patience. They will annihilate any outsider who invades their territory. There's nothing much to say about these chaotic evil creatures. Unlike nature druids and other professions who can transform through magic, werewolf transformation is innate in their bloodline. In essence, werewolves are also members of the orc race. Good. Olaf and the other infantry commanders nodded, dragging their exhausted bodies to direct the men as they set up camp. Apophis Bleer and the knights tethered all the horses and tended to their precious animal power. Apophis Bleer couldn't imagine that without the supplies these horses were pulling, they would struggle to even eat dirt after reaching Old Pass. After leaving Mirkwood, we need to head south along the Anduin River to find the Bjorn's territory. They say there's a town there that should be able to restock our supplies and baggage. Karlach. The knight pointed to the territory of the Bearskins. It was a city founded by the Bjorn, situated on the upper reaches of the Anduin River. Nature druids guarded the area. Powerful druids used spells and shape-shifting to keep the orcs at bay. In fact, it was one of the few safe havens in the entire north. It will take us a few days to reach there, but we have to find a way to escape the werewolves behind us. Apophis Bleer shook his head slightly. Werewolves are difficult to deal with. We have no air power, and it's difficult to locate them in the dense forest. Olaf shook his head. Then wait for them to come to us. Apophis Brio's eyes grew cold. Olaf and the other officers exchanged a glance before going down to prepare. That night, the entire camp was unusually quiet. Aside from the simple watchtower in the center, everyone else huddled in their tents to rest. Only the campfires at the outskirts illuminated the gloomy night, their flickering flames bringing a glimmer of light to the gloomy area. Crack. The sound of fine, crackling leaves echoed, unusually piercing in the still night. Yet, the entire camp remained silent, like a vast abyss devouring everything. Swish. Soft footsteps echoed around. Crack. A gentle movement failed to alert the werewolves. A gentle breeze swept through, dispersing the clouds and revealing the moon. The hideous wolf heads gaped open, their maws agape. Oh! A sudden, shrill cry echoed. Crash! A wooden plank suddenly flew from the ground. Before the werewolf in front could react, the sharp spear sank into his skull. Puff! As his throat was sliced open by the sword, the howling werewolf was instantly silenced, leaving only the heavy wheezing of his trachea and the snoring sound of blood soaking through his arteries. Kill! Apophis Brio lifted the cover of the underground tunnel and slashed with his sword, slicing off half of a wolf's mouth. The beakless werewolf twisted on the ground in agony. The warriors who caught up later swung their spears, but after a few strikes, the werewolf was immobilized. Kill! Torches were raised, and the warriors, led by the king's knights, suddenly attacked. The stunned werewolves had no time to react before the king's knights, like a whirlwind of fire, cut them to the ground. The warriors who followed them followed with a frenzied attack. Close your eyes when it's dark. Sleep when it's time, Apophis Brio said coldly, slicing a werewolf with his sword. You're making such a fuss all night long. Can't you let us sleep? Apophis Brio chopped off a head. Sir, you got a plan. Olaf gave a thumbs up. They spent the afternoon tossing dirt, playing groundhog, and the result was that everyone had hidden underground. They dug a trench, just wide enough for them to kneel down in it, roll up a piece of linen, and cover their heads with a wooden plank, and sleep. When the werewolves saw they were unguarded, and thought they'd let their guard down, they sneak in. The crunching sound of the planks covered with loose earth would reveal their movements, and the six, ready for battle, would burst out from underground, slashing the unsuspecting werewolves to pieces on the spot. In just a few minutes, the werewolves had left dozens of bodies behind. The remaining werewolves, terrified, fled in panic into the dark forest. Stop the pursuit! Apophis Brio roared. This was exactly what the saying "don't pursue a desperate enemy" meant. The complex darkness of night was fair to both sides. Humans could ambush in the camp, so there was no reason the werewolves wouldn't ambush in the forest. What bad luck. Check the damage. Apophis Brio kicked the corpse before him. A genuine werewolf. Here's the summary. Overall, there wasn't much damage, but the werewolves' hasty counterattack did result in some casualties. Many of our brothers were scratched by the werewolves, but they all been treated with medicine. As long as the inflammation isn't severe, they should be fine. A moment later, the Great Knight returned, sword in hand. Deal with those bodies. Don't pile them up in the camp. Wei Chong. Apophis Brio nodded. He actually been prepared for a reduction in numbers, but the fact that some of them were injured already made him feel lucky. After all, werewolves with full melee skills could easily injure ambushed humans. So you could imagine their true strength. Don't worry, I had them hung on the barricades outside to deter other rogues. Olaf gave Apophis Brio a thumbs up. Hanging a single werewolf corpse was a provocation to the werewolf colony, but hanging a group of them was a deterrent to other nearby groups with disloyal intentions. It was like telling others who wanted to come and cause trouble to check those bodies first, so they didn't end up with broken teeth. We're not to be trifled with. Chapter 486. Look at these guys. They're not human, and the wolves are not even wolves. A warrior prodded the werewolf corpse hanging outside with his spear. Roar! Unexpectedly, the werewolf corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and opened its bloody mouth, ready to bite. Fuck. Dragon God. The frightened warrior swung his spear and slashed at the struggling werewolf. You're home? You're home? You're home? The soldier roared in anger to dispel his fear, his hands increasing their speed as he chopped the werewolf. Blood mixed with the werewolf's shrill screams echoed in the night air. Scream! 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 In his terror, the soldier swung his spear, leaving a shadow. The poor werewolf had stopped struggling. Its body was covered with bloody holes from the blade, and half of its neck was cut open. The smell of blood instantly filled the air. What's going on? The great knight heard the noise first. He opened his eyes, grabbed his sword, and ran out. Sir, there's a werewolf corpse right here that's been resurrected. The bloodied warrior exclaimed, still in shock. Anyone who wasn't frightened to death by a resurrected corpse's close-range attacks would be lucky. It seems you didn't finish off enough. The Grand Knight surveyed the corpses and ruled out high-level mages and shamans. After all, how could a resurrection spellcaster waste mana resurrecting such a thing? As for necromancers, that was even more unlikely. I never seen a corpse revived by a necromancer still dripping with blood. Order the night watchman to chop off the heads of the werewolf corpses. Remember to use your spears, and don't get too close, the Grand Knight instructed. To prevent any werewolves from dying completely, the Grand Knight activated the Raglan Barbarian's innate skill. Rashikai, one sword to the chest, one sword to the head, even the gods would shake their heads. This refers to splitting the chest and chopping off the head with one sword. Unless a resurrection spellcaster or even a necromancer were to be brought to tears, after all, such a mutilated corpse, when revived, might not even be half as effective as it was in life. As expected, after this Rashikai, the night fell peacefully. Everyone slept soundly. Just look at the werewolves hanging on the chevaux de frise and fences. They slept so soundly they didn't even move, not even realizing their heads had fallen off. Look how tired the children must have been from staying up all night. Ah! Apophis Brio stretched. He had spent a truly comfortable night without anyone bothering him. He slept through the morning without a single sound. Good morning, sir. Olaf, who had just woken up, staggered out, carrying his spear and helmet. What's wrong with you? Apophis Brio stared at the dejected Olaf in surprise. The spirited young man had a scraggly beard, a swollen face, and a deep purple bruise on his left eye. I fell down last night. Olaf shook his head. He had rushed outside after hearing the noise, and nearly crashed his head to the ground. Your Excellency, there are 34 werewolves in total, the soldier reported to Apophis Brio. There shouldn't be any werewolves around here. Apophis Brio grimaced as he looked at the werewolves, their heads and bodies severed. How can this thing be so ugly? It's half human, half wolf? Olaf kicked the werewolf's corpse. The werewolves of Middle-earth were very different from the legendary werewolves of Earth. At least Earth's werewolves looked human when they weren't transformed, but this one had a wolf's head and a human's body, even uglier than the Earth werewolves after transformation. As for what it looks like after the transformation, Olaf said it's just a standing wolf. You haven't seen anything like it. Apophis Brio smiled. I'm not as knowledgeable as you, sir. Olaf shrugged. I haven't seen anything like it either. Apophis Brio glanced at Olaf and said he only heard of it, but it was his first time seeing these ugly creatures. Alas, we're so unlucky. We've seen all sorts of weird things along the way. Apophis Brio smiled wryly and shook his head. Why would werewolves attack us if they had nothing better to do? Olaf was puzzled. He knew werewolves would attack humans, but they wouldn't usually attack fully armed human soldiers. Look at the weather for yourself. Apophis Brio said nothing, pointing to the treetops. Olaf looked in the direction of Apophis Brio's finger, and saw nothing but snow on the treetops. Are they starving in this weather? Apophis Brio sighed helplessly at Olaf's bewildered expression. Werewolves aren't turtles who can eat for half a year on one meal. Where can they find food in the dead of winter? Is there anyone fatter than them in the entire Mirkwood? Oh! Olaf understood immediately. So the rest of the journey will be much safer. The Great Knight approached and smiled at Olaf. As long as we don't encounter other magical beasts. Apophis Brio shook his head, with a slight headache. Although most magical beasts hibernate in winter, this was one of the reasons why Apophis Brio set out in winter. How could he miss this opportunity to avoid most predators? But while most warcraft hibernate, not all do. Some prefer to emerge during the winter. Those that emerge are either incredibly weak or incredibly powerful. Encountering a high-level warcraft is a real bummer. I don't think our luck is that bad. We encountered spiders, werewolves, and now a high-level. Woo-woo. Olaf was barely finished when the officer beside him covered his mouth. Stop your badmouthing. If you encounter anything else again, I chop you up and use it as a sacrifice. Apophis Bleo glared at Olaf. Goodbye. Olaf waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. Our soldiers are very skilled. Apophis Bleo pointed to the werewolf remains chopped off by the Rashiki II. Long live His Highness. Long live. At this moment, the city of Rapids was engulfed in joy. The reason, of course, was that the great King Legrand Roland had brought back over 300 wild-horned bulls from outside. While they were only low-ranking magical beasts, they were a rarity for the common people. After all, how could common people ever taste magical beast meat? That was a delicacy enjoyed only by the nobles. But upon his return, the great King Roland distributed these behemoths to the entire city. Despite their impressive size, for a city of over 20,000 people, they would only last a few days. It just so happened that Rapids' reserves of dried meat and other items were almost depleted, and fresh meat would help maintain morale and the people's sense of well-being. Chapter 487. Compared to the monster meat King Roland distributed, the common people preferred the 40 or so wild-horned calves. When they learned that King Roland had allowed everyone to adopt these calves, the entire city of Rapid City erupted in excitement. Never mind whether these things were monsters or not, for the common people of Legrand, who also had a talent for farming, the word cow at the end was enough to make them a thing of the past. Who cared less about the rest? Just like that, the fresh meat they had just acquired was no longer appealing. Everyone on the street registered and quickly divided up the calves. King Roland, who had been thinking about how to encourage everyone to raise livestock, was speechless. When he finally had a chance to speak, he realized the calves were gone. Spring plowing is about to begin, and the kingdom is short on both animal and human power. It's hard on the people. Yun Feng walked over and shook his head at Roland. Yes. Roland nodded in understanding. Indeed, in this underdeveloped magical world, livestock were equivalent to the labor of several people for the common people. It was no wonder that the common people rushed over, grabbing the reins and running away as if they had pink eye. Tap, tap! The dull sound of cattle hooves echoed from the cobblestone road. Ah! Roland turned his head and saw a crowd of common people returning with calves. My people, do you think raising a superpowered magical beast is a burden to you? It's okay. Roland hurried over to try to persuade the people. After all, the royal family was broke, so how could they afford to run a ranch to feed these future behemoths? Just a joke, Yun Feng was now working part-time as the director of a chicken farm. Well, Your Highness, please make way. An old man bowed to Roland. Eh? Roland stepped aside, puzzled, staring at the old man curiously. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's dusty. Never mind. I wash it, and it be clean again. It won't make you sick if it's dirty. Under Roland's abstract gaze, the old man lifted several strips of cut adult wildhorn beef from the ground and slowly tossed them onto the calf's back. The wildhorn calf. It tastes like its mother. Your Highness, I wish you good health. The old man bowed again, leading the steer with the meat hanging on it, and slowly departing. We've taken all the neighbors' food. Let's go home. Thank you, Your Highness. Everyone passed by Roland, picked up a few strips of meat from the ground, and then slowly departed. Thank you. Roland's eyes twitched wildly. After all, no one had come to return the goods, but to pick them up. In his rush to take the steer back, he'd forgotten to take the beef. The people love you very much, Your Highness. Nyx quietly approached from behind, and put her arms around Roland's waist. Roland stood by the window, quietly gazing at his own kingdom. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. Roland said quietly, watching the thief feast on the meat, but not the thief being beaten. The current glory was earned with blood and sweat. If Roland had not chosen to join the dwarves in the expedition to the Lonely Mountain, but had allowed history to unfold, the kingdom of Raglan would probably not exist now. The situation in the north would likely have been as devastating as it was in the past, and Dane and King Brand would have died on the Lonely Mountain in the end. But how many kings can truly achieve this? Nyx sighed. Kings like to consider themselves sages, but how many can truly reach that level? I don't think I can do it. Roland smiled and shook his head. If he were to write his own posthumous biography, it would probably go something like this. I was once a rogue on Blue Star. Those without land are called rogues, those without houses are called drifters. Fortunately, I was favored by the system. Heaven has bestowed upon me a great mission, and I will certainly endure hardships. Ugh. I gotten off topic. I spent my entire life in the military, roaming Middle-earth for the restoration of the Empire, and later earned the supreme title of Horseback Emperor. Roland embraced Nyx and smiled fondly. In truth, Roland didn't have any lofty ideals. He was just an ordinary student, with at best petty bourgeois ideas. He simply wanted a better life for himself, Nyx, and his subordinates. It was the times, and the people who pushed Roland forward. I'm not content with my own life, yet I still can't bear to see the suffering of others. Roland gave a wry smile. Wasn't this the perfect reflection of himself? Logically, the lives of the people in Middle-earth weren't particularly fulfilling. Only the nobles could live lavishly, while the rest of humanity barely scraped by. Even if Roland could only manage to keep his subjects from starving, the commoners would be grateful. The Lagrang people were actually quite content. A meal and a shelter would make these refugees, having lost the Empire's protection, happy, as the game actually shows. But when Roland saw those pairs of hopeful eyes, perhaps it was a mission. At that moment, Roland's heart was touched. They were all living people, loyal subjects, serving under the same banner as those brave and selfless soldiers. Because I am King Lagrang, destined to be the man of the Lagrang Emperor. Roland smiled softly, gazing at the horizon and hugging Nyx. Well, you're the greatest king. Nyx's eyes grew shimmering as she gazed at her beloved, and she leaned sweetly against Roland's chest. TSK. System, oh system, brother Tongzi, it seems like it's been ages since I refreshed my troops. Roland muttered disapprovingly, as he boredly fiddled with the system panel visible only to him. He mainly wanted to check on Apophis Brio and his companions. Roland had no idea how these loyal and brave Lagrangians were faring in a place beyond the reach of the kingdom, but the system panel gave him a rough idea of their situation, though it was useless. They seemed to be in trouble. Roland rubbed his brow in a headache. They were fine when Caslo left, but how long had he been gone? So many of the fierce warriors were already injured. However, the king's knights were intact. They must have encountered some unexpected situation, but they were fully capable of handling it. Many Finwë soldiers have lost nearly a third of their health. I hope they're not seriously injured. Roland could only pray. Although there hadn't been any casualties yet, with so many wounded, how many would still be able to fight when the time came? Roland couldn't help but wonder. Alas, novels are harmful. If I ever get the chance to return to Earth, if anyone talks about how blissful it is to be an emperor or king, I give them a smack in the face with my dragon-slaying sword. A smack that blow their head off. Roland thought viciously. Just now, he calmed down and thought, since becoming the king of Lazi, he hadn't lived a so-called happy life. He had great power, but he was exhausted as a dog. It's true, power and responsibility go hand in hand. The only people who enjoy this mindlessly are either tyrants or the last king. Chapter 488. System. I'm in awe of you, you idiot. Roland's lips twitched helplessly. Today's good fortune is a small group of refugees? Roland smiled bitterly and shook his head. The kingdom of Lagran has now reached a bottleneck. If the system doesn't give Roland a boost, relying on natural development will be very slow. It's estimated that by the time Roland dies, his kingdom will not even reach 1/10 of the Empire's territory. Check the territory panel. Roland shook his head. Territory, 1, Rapid City, area, 1 kilometer radius. Buildings, 1 ordinary lord's castle, 600 ordinary townhouses, intermediate magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple, advanced arrow tower, knight's temple, warrior's temple, inactive, tavern. Generals, Caslo, level 5, Renault, level 4, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, Omsk, level 6, Lavian, level 4, Holland, level 2, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax Antonius, level 5, Lafitte Antonius, level 3. Vassal, Apophis Brio, level 3. Special Personnel, Ivy, level 3, Grand Duke Nyx, Nyx, level 2, Nina Bond, level 2, Rule, level 2. City Defense Officer, Marcus, level 4, Administrative Officer, Lance, level 2, Troops, 3,443. Holy Glory Knights, 110 level 2 Lagran Empire Vanguard Knights. Lagran City Guards, 100 level 2 Warriors. Bedanian Archers, 800 level 2 Archers. Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 level 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 100 tier 2 Rangers. Lordaeron Rangers, 50 tier 2 Rangers. Raglan Royal Guards, 200 tier 3 Rangers. Floodwind Legion, 1,500 Floodwind Infantrymen. Conscripted Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Lagran Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 level 2 Priests. Mages, 1 level 2 fire mage. Crusaders, 100 lancers. Crusaders, 300 archers. Crusaders, 20 heavy shieldmen. Cross Bohemia Knights, 15, level 2, Duchy Light Cavalry, 26. Woodland Riders, 10 level 2 warriors. Griffin Knights, 4, level 2, population, 26,751, trainable civilians, 9,179, review, the Lonely King led his remaining subjects back to their homeland and established this towering walled city. With the influx of new residents, the city has become more vibrant and lively. Everything is progressing well. The city's military is strong, with a wealth of qualified recruits. The city can fully defend itself even against a large-scale attack. With its own affiliated territories, the city appears to be thriving. Note: soldier training is lacking, and the ability to awaken and train professional players is limited. Abilities: 1. As the only city in the Kingdom of Lagrang in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Lagrang. The system will direct a group of wandering Lagrang civilians to this location daily, hoping the Lord will properly accommodate them. 2. Allows the recruitment of local civilians to train flood infantry. 3. As the ruling center of the Kingdom of Lagrang, the people of Lagrang will receive a faith bonus while in the city. 2. Tupit territory, village buildings, well wall, Lord's Hall, 20 houses. Lord Baron Balder. Subjects, 349. Comment: one of the few remaining centaurs in Middle-earth, they serve King Roland of Logrand out of gratitude for his kindness. Note: while these centaurs are capable, their small population makes them ineffective in large-scale battles. 3. Lulong Fortress. Area, 1 kilometer in radius. Buildings, 8 dragon-killing towers, 100 heavy crossbow towers, super magic rune walls, war inscriptions. Comment: this is the last remaining proof of the Empire's existence. Beneath the towering Lulong Fortress lie the remains of orcs, the bones of black knights piled high. Evil spirits swear their vengeance here, darkness rests here. The dark walls are stained with the blood of the Dark Alliance, and the entire fortress rests on a mountain of corpses. 4th, Delvin Town, area, 500 meters in radius. Buildings, wooden and stone walls, basic arrow towers, ordinary houses, a well, a tavern. Population, 1,463, 465 civilians can be trained. Comment: this agricultural town is brimming with vitality and vigor, with burgeoning commerce revived here. The neighboring Tupit territory can provide excellent support. 5. Julin Family Fiefdom, Old Pass, unfinished. Knights of the Landing, 16, 1 level 3, 15 level 2, warriors, common soldiers 200. Overall assessment: a thriving kingdom. Despite the turbulent times, the resilient people of Raglan stubbornly defend this ancient land, and their king continues to protect the remaining territory. Despite the need for reconstruction, the king has dispatched an expeditionary force to expand the kingdom. Suggestion: the kingdom urgently needs more land and population to revive. The Easterlings in the east occupy Dorwinion, and the orcs in the south occupy Dol Guldur. The ruins of Raglan still await the king's recovery. TSK. It's true. Rubbish. Roland covered his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Apart from the increase in population, there was basically no change. It wasn't that Roland looked down on the Swiftstream infantry, but he really didn't want to waste human lives. The tenacity and bravery of the Swiftstream infantry during the Battle of Lonely Mountain had intimidated Roland. A victory built with blood and lives was not worth celebrating. If the desired goal could be achieved at the lowest cost, who would go to the trouble of doing something thankless? Just like the 14-year war of resistance against Japanese aggression on Blue Star, did they want to turn those brave sons and daughters of heroes into names engraved on the wall? Were they willing to sing the praises of the people who sacrificed? When the power was unequal, sacrifice became the only way out. A victory built on lives isn't worth celebrating or emulating. I crushed them with my army of professionals. The Lagrangians aren't orcs. Human life is precious. Roland sighed softly. Reality isn't a game, and soldiers aren't just statistics. Every soldier is a living, breathing being. Roland doesn't want to consider the Eastern expedition for now. It's simply unrealistic. Roland, still struggling to complete the main quest for the Emperor's birth, was inconsolable. A 100-kilometer radius was easy to control, but those 10 towns were practically killing him. Without Riverstorm City filling up, Roland couldn't forcefully divert the population away. But Roland turned around and glanced at the rewards for the main quest. Holy crap! Awesome! Roland said he wasn't after the 300 Royal Guards, the Junior Mage Tower, or the random spellcaster inheritance system. He simply enjoyed the thrill of completing quests. Ahem. Your Highness? A head poked through the door. Reverend Ivy, is there something wrong? Roland asked, sitting upright. After all, he was a man with a family. To maintain harmony in his harem that night, he said he would keep his distance from other members of the opposite sex to avoid any misunderstandings from his wife. Your Highness, there seems to be a plague in the city. Ivy's eyes were filled with fear. What? Roland stood up in shock, not even noticing that his chair had been knocked over. Chapter 489. What? Say it again. Roland, no longer bothering to maintain distance, pounced on Ivy, grabbed her shoulders, and stared intently into her eyes, trembling. Your Highness. Your Highness, it looks like a plague. Ivy was startled by Roland's expression, tears welling in his eyes. Roland! What are you doing? Nyx's sudden cry interrupted the suffocating atmosphere. Nyx, clutching a jar of honey water, had just reached the door when she saw Roland eagerly lunging at Pastor Ivy. This nearly made Nyx shatter the jar in her hands, but she couldn't help but cry out. Girl, something's wrong. There might be a plague in the city. I have to find your phone. Ivy, come with me. Roland pushed past Nyx without hesitation, now oblivious to her temper. Plague? Nyx's mind went blank, still unable to register what the word meant, and then her face paled. King Roland. You better say plague. Yun Feng, puffing out a puff of black smoke and sporting an afro, emerged from a portal. Upon receiving the news, Yun Feng immediately halted his alchemical experiments, not even caring if he exploded, and directly opened a portal. Looking at Yun Feng's expression, one could tell how furious the child was, but it shouldn't be a big deal, since he still looked alive. If you try to trick me, you're dead. Yun Feng's eyes flashed with anger. Even a clay figure has its own character, let alone Yun Feng, a dignified 6th-level sage. Roland teasing him normally would be fine, but if this happened again... Yun Feng's fists itched. Put away your dead eyes. The real boss is here. Roland glanced at Yun Feng, ignoring him and pointing directly at Ivy. Oh! Pastor Ivy, can you tell me the details? As expected, Yun Feng was a bit of a jerk. Upon seeing Ivy, his expression instantly changed. He spoke to her gently, without a trace of the sharp exchange he had with Roland. Omsk, privately, I call these two idiots the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. TSK. Double standards. Seeing Yun Feng's sudden change of tone, Roland curled his lips in disdain, muttering to himself. Humph. Bitch. As if sensing Roland's displeasure, Yun Feng didn't tolerate Roland's glare and responded with a glare roll, silently cursing his bad luck. Omsk opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. We're in such a serious meeting, and you two are just glaring at each other? Can you be more serious? Have a sense of crisis. Look, there's a lot of headaches and fevers in the city today. Our priests have performed multiple cleansing spells, but we discovered the number of infected people is still increasing. Ivy said anxiously after calming herself down. Given the medieval context, this kind of widespread infectious disease is undoubtedly a plague. After all, a single flu spell in the Middle Ages was enough to wipe out an entire nation. Roland should be thankful that Middle-earth is a mid-magic world, and that he still has some priests under his command. Dispel and cleansing spells have minimized the impact. It's definitely a plague. Yun Feng shook his head slightly after hearing Ivy's words. Your Highness, we need to think of a solution, or this city will suffer heavy casualties. Yun Feng frowned and looked at Roland. Clearly, he wasn't in the mood to play around with him anymore. The plague was like a giant hammer falling from the sky, leaving everyone dizzy. Damn! Just a little flu. No! That shouldn't be the case. How could a plague possibly breed? Roland was puzzled. He had been in charge of sanitation for a long time. Human and animal feces were collected, the city was kept clean, and there were people to pick up the trash. Logically, there shouldn't be a breeding ground for plague. Your Highness, with all due respect, plague doesn't just arise on its own. Omsk frowned at Roland. You bastard. Someone poisoned. Roland roared in shock and anger. When the environment alone wasn't enough to breed a plague, poisoning was the only option. And just in case, there were people who were skilled at it. The White Council disbanded? Roland couldn't help but ponder the timeline in his mind. In 2941 of the Third Era, the Battle of Lonely Mountain ended, and the Kingdom of Lagrang was established. In 2942 of the Third Age, the Moria expedition was successful, Moria was liberated, and Balan became King of Moria, so it should be 2943 now. Saruman the Elder should have betrayed the revolution in 2953, becoming a traitor, and establishing his own regime in Isengard. He dabbled in genetic engineering, and plague was something the great biologist Saruman excelled at. It's worth noting that King Theoden of Rohan, yes, the one who was crushed to death by a horse, was born in 2948 of the Third Age. Roland realized after some calculations, wow, how old am I? By the time the War of the Ring began in 3018 of the Third Age, Roland counted on his fingers. Wow! He was 93 years old. Well, considering the 300-plus lifespans of the Lager Lang, he was still quite young, in the prime of his life. That shouldn't be. Roland's eyes twitched. Could it be the Witch King of Ammar? That didn't make sense. After all, judging by the inherited virtues of Morgoth and Sauron, who were either torturing the world or on their way to torturing it, they shouldn't be so bored. If they really fought, they would just win. After all, both of them were very confident in themselves. Urga 2, Urga 3, Why do I feel like someone's pointing a finger at me? Who has nothing better to do than to spread the plague on me? Don't let me catch him. Or I peel off his ribs and try to find a loot. Roland couldn't help but curse. Sending a plague curse on someone else's house is like a toad crawling on your feet. If it doesn't bite, it's disgusting. It's like a young woman's crotch. Is there a conspiracy? Can Yifeng find the source? Roland asked, turning his head. Do I look like a wizard to you? Yifeng spread his hands. I don't really. I look like a fool, Roland said with certainty after examining it seriously for a few minutes. Yunfeng grinned. Well, that's just my king style. You're as good at teasing me, eating, sleeping, and even sleeping. This is boring. Just hurting each other. I can't do anything about it. Seeing the two men's eyes turned on him, Omsk quickly held up his hand to dissuade them. Are you kidding me? You can ask me to chop people with a knife, but you want me to deal with the plague? You might as well let me get infected. Then we have to resort to the crude method. Roland shook his head. Since there was no radical solution, let's just fight head-on. Yunfeng, ensure the supply of quicklime. Sprinkle it on the ground every few days. Tell the people not to drink the raw water. I repeat, no drinking of raw water. Roland said to Yunfeng. Okay. Yunfeng made a decisive gesture. It seemed that King Roland was determined to fight this plague for a long time. Ivy, thank you for your hard work. If you encounter an infected person, immediately deploy the 3-piece set of Dispel, Purify, and Heal. Roland's lips twisted into a smile reminiscent of the Dragon King, Shura, God of War, King, and Emperor. Come on, I don't believe it. Whose plague curse is this good? With the 3-piece set, Roland will do a handstand and eat shit. Chapter 490. The commotion in the city alarmed Queen Nyx. After inquiring with the guards, she learned everything that had happened. She hurriedly lifted her skirt to look for Roland. Roland! What's going on? Nyx rushed into the meeting hall. Good day, Your Majesty. Omsk and Yifeng quickly stood and bowed. Even Caslo, who was watching the excitement nearby, stood up and saluted. Are you here? Sit down. Roland said nothing, but waved her hand, motioning for Nyx to sit down. Nyx obediently sat down beside Roland, tilting her head and gazing at the crowd. So 2 days have passed. And we still haven't found the source? Roland sighed, clutching her head. A headache. The number of people sick in the city is increasing. Even some ordinary soldiers have fallen ill. Omsk frowned. Who's the city defense officer now? Roland frowned. After all, Baron Lance and Baron Marcus were constantly rotating between Rapid City and Delvin Town. It's Baron Lance, but he's also collapsed, Yunfeng said awkwardly, rubbing his brow. Roland's mouth twitched. Great. The city defense officer is down, what the hell? If I remember correctly, the ordinary soldiers are mostly in Lulong Fortress. Roland asked doubtfully. Actually, we implemented a rotation system. Since the orcs haven't been able to cause trouble lately, we plan to rotate the soldiers out for rest and vacation. Well, the returning rapid infantrymen are mostly in bed. Omsk was at a loss for words. Now they were on sick leave, all at once. Bang! Roland angrily slammed his fist down on the huge long table, and everyone else could feel it bouncing. The table is very expensive. Yunfeng mumbled. Roland's eyes twitched a few times, and he clenched and unclenched his fists. Okay, let's find a way to resolve this. Seeing that Wulong Roland and Feng Chu Yunfeng were about to fight again, Omsk, knowing full well that he couldn't add fuel to the fire, quickly changed the subject. Wait! Nyx held out her hands, calming everyone down. So, can you tell me the specifics of the situation? Nyx said slowly, still confused. Okay, Your Majesty, the situation is this. Omsk quickly gave Nix the general idea. So you think it was poisoning and a curse? Nix asked. Of course, after all, we don't have the conditions for a plague outbreak here. Roland shook his head. There were no battlefields, no natural disasters, no corpses, and no filthy environment. There was no breeding ground for a plague. Dragon God, I'm starting to miss the priests of the royal clergy. A group of priests would go over and cast a purifying spell, and any plague would vanish without a trace. Omsk reminisced. The Dark Faction's plague curses in the Lord of the Rings games were appallingly disgusting. Besides a few light mages, only priests could deal with these nasty things. Don't reminisce. The truth is, we only have a few second-tier priests left besides a third-tier temple cleric. They're struggling to even deal with the infected. Yun Feng ruthlessly laid bare the reality. Can't we just reminisce a little? Roland pouted. He, too, missed the royal clergy in the games. In the Lord of the Rings games, whenever a plague broke out on imperial territory, the royal clergy would undoubtedly rush over and cast a purifying spell to cover it. Not only would the plague, but even the dust would be swept away. Is the title of Evil Slayer earned for nothing? Under the light, evil retreat. Of course, it would be even better if we could replace them with the Royal Holy Knights. Omsk fantasized. Stop fantasizing. Roland grinned, his words becoming increasingly exaggerated. The paladins were as rare as the dragon knights. If there were a paladins, why would I still be searching for the source of the plague? I'd just launch a counterattack on Mordor. Any clues? Nix ignored the fantasies and got straight to the point. No, Ivy was the first to notice something was amiss. The large number of people sick caught the attention of Ivy's priests, Roland said to Nix. This is troublesome. Nix shook her head in frustration. The priests had discovered the problem first, not the first patient. This meant that the person who had actually come into contact with the source might have already disappeared into the crowd. Ivy, do you remember the first patient you came into contact with? Nix asked. In fact, there have been a constant stream of people suffering from typhoid fever coming here for treatment recently. Ivy's facial muscles twitched. Although she was wearing the mask Roland had ordered, the helpless expression on her face was still visible. Ahem. Your Highness, I suggest you don't come here. It's not safe here, a weak voice said. Sir Lance. Nix looked over and saw Lance lying half dead on the bed. Your Highness. Ivy cast a purification spell on Nix and sent her out. We are short-staffed at the moment, and many people's conditions are worsening. If you have nothing else to do, please don't come and cause trouble. Ivy and the other priest's mana bars were almost depleted. She glanced at Nix and said weakly, Roland, I think we should ask for help from other kingdoms. Nix hurriedly found Roland, but before he could finish his words, Roland pulled out a letter and threw it at him. Take a look for yourself. Roland rubbed his hair with both hands. Ah! Nix took a quick look and screamed in shock. Well, the Northern Kingdom is now in ruins, and people are already dying in Dale. The dwarves are more resistant to the power of darkness, as evidenced by the fact that the Ring of One Rings has less erosion on the Dwarf King than on humans, so the infected are only suffering from a loss of strength and discomfort. The elves and the plague are equally matched, neither able to do anything to the other. The plague has no effect on the elves, and the elves, who believe in the power of nature, are directly using their natural forces to fight the plague. I guess Thranduil is having a lot of fun with it. Forget it. I don't think anyone can help. Roland shrugged. No one has died in River Rapids yet. There were a bunch of half-dead people, even Lance among them. Roland couldn't help but pout. The court nobles were indeed physically weak. After all, professionals were certainly more resistant to the plague than ordinary people. Well, except for Lance. Thank goodness there weren't any casualties. Roland shook his head. Spring is almost here. Even if there weren't any casualties, these infected people are just exhausted. Not only can they not cultivate the land or hunt, but we have to divert manpower to care for them. If this continues, the kingdom will be doomed. Renaud, who had hurried back, rushed in from outside after hearing Roland's words. Your Highness, we can't delay any longer. Spring plowing can't be wasted. We have tens of thousands of people who need to eat. Even if the plague doesn't kill them, a number will starve to death if this continues. Renaud saw the conspiracy behind this at a glance. Chapter 491. I understand. But the problem now is that we can't find the source of this thing. How can I solve a plague without a source? Roland felt a headache. No source? That's impossible. Renaud shook his head decisively. Without a source, there would be no plague. Plagues and curses require a source to work. If the source is solved, The rest will be rootless and easy to eliminate. The truth is, we can't find it. Roland shook his head and sighed, waving his hands. Have you mobilized people to look for it? Renaud asked. Do you think we have the manpower? Roland's eyes widened. How could someone with a 37-degree mouth say such cold words? Finding the thing doesn't require manpower? Not only does it require manpower, but it also requires a specific class to sense it. In all of Streamwind, only spellcasters, dragon knights, and paladins could probably sense it. The question is, if Roland had that many manpower, would he still have to worry? Even if he couldn't find the source, a sufficient number of priests could purify and heal all the infected. They could hold out until the power of the plague or curse dissipated, and then brute force their way through it. Renaud's nose twitched. He simply glanced at Roland without saying anything. I go take a look. Renaud sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness. With his divine attributes, he could certainly search for the source of the plague. After all, divine power was naturally sensitive to that thing. Your Majesty, what do you think? Renaud asked, finding Omsk after meeting Roland. The situation is not good. In fact, the two dragon riders have searched repeatedly many times. But even with the powerful mental power of the dragon, they can't find it. Omsk shook his head pessimistically. So concealed? A solemn look crossed Rainer's eyes. Yes, we can confirm it's a plague. No, we can't even be sure if it's a plague or a curse, Omsk said, feeling both amused and annoyed. I'm already suspecting it's a permanent plague or a forbidden spell. Rainer's brows were twisted into knots. Even with such a troublesome plague, Rainer suspected it was a forbidden spell concocted by those necromancers. A forbidden spell? No, the ripples of a forbidden spell are obvious. Omsk shook his head. As a 6th-level hero, he could easily sense the terrifying ripples of a forbidden spell. Even if it's a curse, it can't be. The causal ripples of a forbidden spell are very obvious in space, like dropping a stone into a calm pond. Even if I didn't sense Yunfeng, I would have noticed. Omsk patted Rainer's shoulder. Relax, Knight. The situation isn't that bad, Omsk said soothingly. The situation is actually very dire. I think King Roland is about to burst into tears. Rainer gave a wry smile. He was already so worried, and Roland must be even more anxious. After all, as a king, he was under far more pressure than they were. King Roland's situation isn't our responsibility. His Highness Nyx will help him. Now we need to find a way to control the situation in the city, Omsk said worriedly. Can we borrow the elves' help? Rainer began tentatively. Forget it. Dale will become a den of evil if we don't intervene. I think Thranduil will lead his forces to Dale himself. Omsk shook his head. Compared to River Rapids, Dale was the real trouble. People were already dying. Wait, what about the kingdom of Agvia across the way? The White Winged King. Rainer then remembered that no one seemed to have mentioned the White Winged King. They're in a better situation. After all, they have fewer people, and they have shamans, specialized personnel. Omsk said to Rainer. How many people are there in the kingdom of Agvia now? Rainer's heart skipped a beat. He spent his days at Lulong Fortress, so he didn't know much about his neighbors. About 4,000 or 5,000. I have to say those men from the north are truly formidable. They trekked across mountains and rivers, deep into the north, seeking out the scattered tribes and incorporating them into the kingdom of Agvia. I think it's better to call it a tribal alliance than a kingdom. Omsk curled his lips. After all, every tribe has a king, so the kingdom of Agvia has roughly a dozen kings, large and small. However, due to the White Winged King's strength, the chieftains who were incorporated into the kingdom of Agvia didn't do anything out of the ordinary. That's perfectly normal. They only just now transformed from tribes into a kingdom. It takes time. Isn't the game between the king and the nobles just beginning? They don't even understand the rules of the game between the nobles. Renaud smiled nonchalantly. Those pale, paper-white tribal leaders should be thankful they're not under the rule of the kingdom of Lagrang. Otherwise, the nobles would sell them out and have them help count the money. Yes. Omsk nodded with deep understanding. After all, the Lagrang people would certainly look down on such primitive tribal alliances. After all, they were just leftovers. Wouldn't it be nice to be granted a duchy by the Empire? Wouldn't it be nice to follow the Emperor and his men out to rob for money, food, and territory? What's Clash of Clans 1.0? After all, Lagrang was once the son of Clash of Clans 3.0. We strayed off topic. Is it possible for the kingdom of Akovia to come and help? Rainer asked hopefully. The situation there isn't serious. The shamans have it under control easily. But I'm afraid they won't be able to help us, as we're a slow process here. Omsk shrugged. In reality, Someone in Rapid City is constantly being healed, and then someone else is infected. The priest's mana bar has been depleted countless times. This is the first time I realized that having too many people can be a problem. Rainer's eye twitched. System. Stop pretending to be dead. If you keep pretending to be dead, the kingdom of Lagrain will be destroyed. I need to find a way. Damn it. Why didn't I get the priest inheritance system in the first place? Roland was now regretting it bitterly. The knight inheritance was all show and no use. The entire kingdom couldn't mobilize more than a few knights. If it were the priest inheritance system, Roland would have trained at least 100 priests by now. After all, the barrier to entry for priests is very low, at least lower than that for knights. After all, how much value can a single nurse have? Host, please resolve this yourself. The system didn't pretend to be dead this time, but Roland wished he had continued to do so. I'm not going to resolve it. I'm going to risk my life to resolve it? Roland almost laughed out loud. I'm going to resolve everything myself? Don't I, the system's chosen child of destiny, have any respect for myself? System, ha! Shameless. Do you want to spend 1 million wealth points to purchase the forbidden divine spell? Holy Dawn Cleansing? This time, the system actually popped up a window. Ugh! Roland took one look and thought, holy crap! A forbidden spell of purification and healing. A second look and thought, holy crap! So expensive. A third look and thought, holy crap! I only have 500,000 wealth points. Sorry to bother you, bye. Host, please work hard to earn money, and quickly restore the glory of the Lagran Empire. The system said, then shut down the microphone. Roland stared at the glaring row of zeros and fell silent. He finally understood why the armor-piercing bow was called the Last Whisper. It was truly silent and defense-breaking. Chapter 492. In the city of Rapids, the priests were frantically busy, frantically crisscrossing the city, their spells never pausing. Meanwhile, Yifeng, Caslo, Ajax, and Nyx were searching the city for the source of the infection. Yifeng was a 6th-level spellcaster with formidable mental power. Ajax and Caslo's dragons also possessed powerful mental power. As for Nyx, she was clutching that blue elf thing. While the elven dragon's melee ability was disappointing, the title of Dragon Mage wasn't earned for nothing. Her mental power was far greater than that of the two young dragons. Something's wrong. We must have missed something, Renaud said regretfully, slamming his fist. What's wrong? Omsk asked quickly. Perhaps we missed the real clue. Don't forget the vast extent of this plague. Renaud's eyes flashed. What's wrong? Have you discovered anything? Omsk asked quickly. What level do you think a plague would have to cover all the kingdoms in the north? Rainer asked instead of answering Omsk. At least it would have to be a forbidden spell. Omsk said pertinently. What's the power of a forbidden spell? That's it? Rainer asked, spreading his hands. So? Omsk looked at Rainer in confusion, not understanding what he was trying to say. First of all, we can be sure that a spell covering such a large area must be a forbidden spell, right? Rainer waved his hand, signaling Omsk to listen. That's right. Omsk nodded. To achieve such an effect, it would have to be at least a forbidden spell. But what about the power of the forbidden spell? The reason why the forbidden spell is called a forbidden spell must be that it has its reasons, such as permanent destruction or large-scale destructive power. But obviously, Renaud shook his head. Although this plague has caused chaos in the entire north, except for the people of the Valley State, who had already been ravaged by the war and suffered heavy casualties, other kingdoms barely resisted, and not even a single person died. This is obviously not the power that a forbidden spell should have. Huh? That doesn't make sense. Omsk also understood the anomaly. This was the range of the forbidden spell, the power of the common flu. How could they look down on forbidden spells when they were so weak? Then I don't understand. What does this have to do with us not being able to find the source? Omsk still didn't understand. Renaud glanced at Omsk. Never mind. He'd been a reckless warrior all his life. A decent general, not a great commander. Since it's not a forbidden spell, have you ever thought about why its range is so wide? How did it spread? And not only can we not find the source, but even other kingdoms can't find it either, Renaud pointed out. You really can't see such a blatant contradiction? Renaud was speechless. After all, a non-forbidden spell couldn't have such a large range, and a forbidden spell couldn't be so weak. There had to be something wrong. And considering the locations of all the kingdoms affected by the plague, even a simpleton with just a glance at the map could understand. A medium. A medium? There's a medium spreading the plague. Wait! A map! Omsk casually called out to the soldiers, urging them to search for a map. Something's wrong, something's wrong. Omsk's eyes grew brighter, his gaze fixed on the map. Finally, he jerked his head up and met Rainer's gaze. It's here. Omsk and Rainer pointed at the same spot. Greetings, guests from afar. I am Lord Bjorn. Your kingdom of Raglan should be familiar to us. Welcome back to the territory of the Bjorn clan. The burly Bjorn smiled friendly. Greetings, Your Excellency Bjorn. I am Apophis Brio, Grand Duke of the Kingdom of Raglan. I'm delighted to meet you. Apophis Brio smiled, the Raglan dragon banner, and the wandering lion banner fluttering in the wind behind him. Oh! Your Highness, I'm sorry for my impoliteness. Bjorn was visibly taken aback, then quickly saluted. After all, this was the law of this world. Even if they didn't share allegiance with the same kingdom, lower-ranking nobles would still bow to show respect when meeting higher-ranking nobles. It was obvious that even Lord Bjorn, who ruled a region independently, would bow to a true Grand Duke. Their respect wasn't for the Grand Duke of Raglan, but for the rules of the world's nobility. Your Excellency is polite, Apophis Brio returned the greeting with a smile. He didn't want to offend someone who smiled. Besides, his own Grand Duke's strength. Ahem, better not to mention it. What are your needs on this trip? Bjorn asked Apophis Brio over drinks. He could guess roughly, after all, the King of Raglan, his caravan, and the dwarves had all passed through his territory, and the Bjorn, responsible for bridging the gap between east and west, could offer little more than a few assistance. Cross the river. We need to cross to the other side. And restock some supplies. Apophis Brio glanced at Olaf, who was making gestures to him about eating, then smiled and shook his head. It's easy. You're not many, so the cost won't be high, Bjorn said to Apophis Brio after silently calculating the bill. The cost isn't important. We're pressed for time. After a night's rest, we set out tomorrow morning, Apophis Brio stated his request to Bjorn. No problem, but you need to be careful after crossing the river. Your Highness made quite a commotion last time, and the scoundrels were alerted. Now the entire Misty Mountains are unsafe. Orcs are everywhere, giant trolls are everywhere, and there's also the fleeing orcs that the dwarves scattered. Bjorn explained with a wry smile. Apophis Brio listened to Bjorn's words, with a mixture of laughter and tears, and couldn't help but want to cry. Roland just patted his butt after the fight, and the dwarves were the type who killed without burying him. Now that the orcs have escaped, we're likely to have a lot of trouble along the way. It's truly the king's fault. After thanking Bjorn, Apophis Brio ordered Olaf and the officers to procure supplies and arrange for the soldiers to rest, while he busied himself calculating his route. After all, after crossing the Anduin, there would be no more allies or help, unless Apophis Brio transformed himself into Wolf Slayer and cleared the way to Rivendell. But if he had that kind of power, he wouldn't need allies. What? You mean you found the source of this plague? Roland stood up unconsciously, staring at the two men in front of him in shock. He had never expected that the first person to find a clue wouldn't be the Dragon Rider, or even Yunfeng. Instead, it would be two knights considered reckless. To be precise, it was Lord Renaud who found it. Omsk made way for Renaud and pushed him to the front. Chapter 493. Your Highness, if I'm not mistaken, it should be in the Long Lake. Renaud came up and said briefly. Long Lake? How is that possible? Roland's first reaction was disbelief. After all, the Long Lake was quite far away from here. I thought it was impossible, but the facts prove that this is the most likely possibility. Otherwise, there's no way to explain this forbidden spell-like range of influence. Only the Long Lake can radiate to all the surrounding kingdoms. More importantly, it's spread through water. Renaud said solemnly. Hiss! Roland gasped. He had contributed to global warming. He had to admit that Renaud's words made sense. It was entirely possible for the plague to spread through water, and the Long Lake happened to connect several kingdoms. Does that mean my people are drinking poisoned water every day? Roland's eyes almost popped out. In a sense, that's true. Renaud shrugged. No, we must quickly find the source and purify it. If this continues, I don't know if the other kingdoms will be in danger, but La Grande is definitely doomed. Roland anxiously scooped Dose from under the table and prepared to rush out. Wait! Your Highness, calm down. Renaud, Omsk, Caslo, and others tried to persuade Roland. A gentleman doesn't stand under a precarious wall. This time, we should go. Caslo whispered. I'm the king. I have an obligation and I should go. Roland shook his head. The kingdom still has no heir. Omsk came over and shook King Roland's shoulder firmly to calm him. You can't get hurt. Without you. Even if we successfully defeat the plague, what will happen? Renaud said solemnly. Don't worry, we all go together. There won't be any mistakes. Even if the ring wraiths come, we have to avoid them. Omsk smiled mysteriously. Well, alright then. Roland thought for a moment, and finally compromised. After all, since becoming king, he could no longer act as willfully as before. Now he represented the interests of a group, and even if he remained indifferent, others would still push him along. Omsk, after leaving, acted immediately. He issued a military order summoning Yifeng to join him. He also had Caslo gather all the knights. The knights were included to protect the spellcasters in the event of an encounter with orcs or other dark forces, and priests. Ajax was left behind to guard the home, while Raynor joined them heading north. Feeling unsafe, Omsk immediately arrested Adile and Rattle. Thus, a massive army of pure professionals assembled in the north. While their numbers might not be impressive, their quality was certainly sufficient. How formidable could a knightly order led by 2 heroes and a 4th-rank paladin be? Not to mention that Caslo had summoned all the air knights to aid them. With their demeanor, anyone would believe they were going to destroy a nation. Girl, you say they're like this? Roland looked at Nyx, hesitant to speak. Don't worry, they be fine. Even if something goes wrong. I'm afraid they cause an accident. Nyx looked at Roland, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Could this be the proverbial concern leads to confusion? My dear Roland, do you want to hear what you have to say? A dragon knight, 3 6th-rank paladins, a 100-man knight order, a few air knights, and a handful of nurses. Soren shook his head at this lineup. Well, they should be worried about the psychological trauma of the enemy. That makes sense, but I'm still a little worried. After all, whoever could unleash such a plague is no small matter. Should we send the royal guards out to help them? Roland rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Nyx's eye twitched. Why don't we mobilize our forces to attack Gambata Fortress? It would be a shame to mobilize so many people if we don't do anything with your troops. Reno, are you sure? What if this thing isn't in the Long Lake? Yunfeng frowned. Very well, then I choose to wait for death. Reno rolled his eyes in annoyance. After all, everyone had searched River Rapids for cover and still couldn't find anything unusual. If it wasn't in the Long Lake? Reno shuddered. That would mean they were truly helpless and could only fight on. Stop talking nonsense. Omsk patted Yunfeng's shoulder and shook his head. Ah, getting old is becoming increasingly useless. Adile coughed a few times and sighed. The Long Lake is so vast. Old later stroked his long beard, lost in thought. Even if it's really in the Long Lake, it's hard for us to find it. Later sighed. We need help, Caslo said, understandingly. But River Rapids can't offer us anything anymore, Dragon God. You don't want those tin cans royal guards coming, do you? With all due respect, they'd be useless except sinking to the bottom. Later waved his hand at Caslo, saying that if help was available, they would have brought it over long ago. Everyone who could help was already here. No. And the elves? Caslo said excitedly, his eyes fixed. Well, those woodland elves are still lying in wait, waiting to die. Since the plague can't kill them, they just treat it like a cold. Yunfeng shrugged. Who said they're the only elves? Caslo shook his head with a laugh. It seemed a certain tribe of elves spent their days burrowing underground, playing invisible, staying indoors, and oblivious to worldly affairs, leading everyone to subconsciously ignore them. Go to Delvin to find His Highness Verve? Omsk was stunned, then reacted. Puff! Renaud nearly choked on his own saliva. Just like the grassland elves, how many legions does the grassland elf king have? It must be the star elves of Singer. Yunfeng guessed. After all, besides Thranduil's woodland kingdom, the only 2 elven tribes were Verve and Iovia. Clearly, the grassland elves were so pitiful. Even though there was a lucky 6th-level Verve to support them, it was clearly of little use. Don't forget, Iovia is a 6th-level stalker, and Peter Grow is a star dragon rider. These 2 can be helpful. At least they both have formidable mental power. Caslo also realized. After all, the mental power of a space-attributed and dragon rider is stronger than that of a fire-attributed Verve. They can be a perfect backup. The question is, how do we find them? Omsk spread his hands. Everyone's eyes turned to Omsk, then to Caslo. Sorry. Omsk shrugged apologetically. You understand nonsense literature. Renaud said earnestly, patting the man's shoulder armor. He had never noticed the man's unique way of thinking. Then I go find them now. It'd take a while to fly over. We meet by the Long Lake. Caslo waved his hand, summoning his dragon to fly south, while the others continued north. Chapter 494. Caslo quickly arrived outside the Star Elves barrier. Having forgotten where the main gate was, Caslo circled it, unable to find the entrance. However, This wasn't a problem for a dragon rider. After all, the saying, "If I can't find them, let them find me," had become clear to Caslow. Boom! The shadowy dragon claw in the void slammed down hard on the barrier, and the barrier formed by the star dragon's dragon power shook violently. It had been indestructible before, but now that we were all dragon riders, we were all equally matched. Boom! A blinding starlight pierced from below. Caslow pulled the reins and dodged the attack. "Peter Grow, stop!" Caslow shouted. He was here to stop, not to fight. "Caslow? What are you doing?" Peter Grow's first words were a friendly greeting to Caslow. What respectable person would go and smash someone's skylight for no reason? Peter Grow asked, riding the star dragon sky. "Let's get down to business. This time, I'm looking for you and King Iovia about something important," Caslow said quickly. "Tell me. Let me hear what's going on that requires you to smash my skylight." Peter Grow clutched his chest, his expression unbearable. The dark faction has taken action, and a plague has broken out across the north. Caslow's first words shocked Peter Grow. "What? Wait. Come with me. I take you to see King Iovia." Peter Grow broke out in a cold sweat, his earlier playfulness gone. "Damn it. I have to admit, you really should have come knocking on my window," Peter Grow grumbled as he flew. "Guests?" Iovia raised a brow and gestured for the servant to bring tea. "What the hell? Your Highness is in serious trouble." Peter Grow pushed aside the elf servant and rushed to Iovia. "Oh, Lord Caslow, welcome to Sinjeri." Iovia didn't look at Peter Grow, but gave Caslow a friendly smile. "Peter, I'm not saying anything bad. There are guests here, so be calm." Iovia took a sip from his teacup. The fragrant tea made Iovia's eyes narrow. He raised his cup and gestured for Peter Grow to have a cup of tea to calm his nerves. "Still drinking. If you keep drinking, the people of the north will die." Peter Grow raised his hand and slapped the cup out of Iovia's hand. Puff! Iovia snorted, shocked by both Peter Grow's actions and his words. "King Iovia, the north is now facing its most difficult time. I don't know when they unleash the curse, unleashing a plague that's ravaged the north. Dale has collapsed, and the kingdoms of Aquavia and Lagran are struggling to survive. We need our friends' help," Caslow said sincerely. "Has the source of the curse been resolved?" Iovia got straight to the point. "That's exactly why I'm here," Caslow said, rubbing his chest. "Finding the source of the curse isn't something knights and rangers are good at. We don't have the same sharp mental powers as spellcasters." Iovia smiled wryly and shook her head. "Do you have a target?" Iovia asked again. "We speculate it's in the Long Lake, but the Long Lake is so vast." Caslow looked at Iovia and stopped talking. "I understand. Let's set off now." Iovia waved her hand, no longer in the mood to sip her tea. If she continued, all her allies would be dead. "Tell me about the other elves?" Iovia asked as she hurried out. "Do you think the woodland elves, nourished by the magic well, would fear the plague?" Caslow turned back and asked incredulously. "Well, aside from the wandering steppe elves, it's true that elves, nourished by the magic well, aren't afraid of the negative effects of the plague." As an elf, Iovia naturally understood this. Dwarves have a higher resistance than elves. Caslow interrupted the spell before Iovia could continue. "So, only you northern humans suffered heavy losses in this war?" Iovia asked tentatively. Caslow wanted to say, "Although everything you said is true, there's no need to say it out loud. It's awkward. Peter, it's time to go." With alacrity, Iovia leaped away from Sinjeri. Behind him, Caslow envied Iovia's mastery of spatial power. After all, even many 6th level cultivators have only just begun to grasp the power of spatial attributes. "Where should I look?" Old Man Rattle asked, pounding his aching leg. The vast expanse of the lake had just begun to reveal its winter veil, and Rattle was completely overwhelmed by the vastness of the area. "Then search along the riverbank." Ons pointed out a route on the map for Rattle. "Okay." Rattle remembered the route after just a few glances and rushed out. "Spellcasters, this is going to trouble you," Onsk said to Ivy and the others, pointing to a stretch of water. "Shall we swim?" Ivy's face showed a look of resistance. "Row." Yunfeng laughed in anger, covering his eyes with his hands as his mouth twitched. Yunfeng dared to bet his life that the most stingy and niggardly lord in all of Middle-earth, Roland, wouldn't let his subjects swim in the lake in early spring. "All right." Ivy stuck out her tongue playfully, looked at the several small wooden boats parked at the lake's edge, waved to the others, and then beckoned the priests aboard. Why isn't it moving?" Ivy tilted her head and asked Yunfeng on the shore, while at the same time, With an innocent look, she gestured to Yunfeng to look at the small wooden boat that was still spinning beneath her. Come on, some of you, go help them. Yunfeng watched as the priests, rowing with such frantic effort, were nearly defeated. He had no choice but to send a few knights as ferrymen. Otherwise, they might still be performing windmilling on the lake once everyone in the kingdom was dead. Sure enough, once the knights took control, the boat sped briskly forward, disappearing from Yunfeng and the other sight. Alright, Omsk, you take the knights and watch them. I searched the far north. Yunfeng nodded to Omsk, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. What about us? Seeing that most of the people had left, old man Attila, who had been just watching over the crowd, couldn't help but ask. We just watch. Omsk grumbled, clutching his chest. What a ridiculous topic. Even if a level 6 hero could temporarily hover and fly with the battle chief flame, it wouldn't be much use. After all, their mental power wasn't exceptional in such a vast lake. Aside from escorting the knights, there seemed to be nothing else to do. In fact, if the heroes truly forced their sea of consciousness to explode and forcibly unleash their mental power, they could achieve a similar range of search power as a spellcaster. However, that wouldn't last long and would greatly impact their potential. For the knight class, their mental power was primarily focused on the immediate surroundings. Within a certain range, a knight's mental perception was even stronger than that of most spellcasters. However, Omsk stated that the range was only a 2 or 3 meter radius. Forget it, we wouldn't come out and embarrass ourselves. Chapter 495. Knight's perception is more useful in predicting and calculating the trajectory of enemy weapons during close combat, rather than scattering across vast distances like spellcasters to search for the enemy. Therefore, while some heroes possess powerful psychic powers, spellcasters can never match their psychic detection abilities. The difference in psychic power between the two is like that between a rifle and a cannon, one for ranged attacks, the other for close-range attacks. Boom! Kaslo descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Omsk. How's it going? Omsk asked, looking at Kaslo. Look! Isn't that behind us? Kaslo pointed to the horizon. Omsk raised his hand, creating a canopy above his head, and looked in the direction Kaslo pointed. Sure enough, a figure flew swiftly towards him from the sky. Swish! Before the star dragon could descend, a figure tumbled down, tumbling several times in midair before landing on one knee. The entire movement was so graceful and impressive that Omsk grinned. He had to admit, you fooled me. How's it going now? Haven't you found it yet? Iovia stood up and patted Omsk's shoulder. Hey! Your Highness! I haven't landed yet. Be careful, Peter Grow shouted. It doesn't matter. That altitude won't hold me back. Iovia waved her hand nonchalantly. Peter Grow pursed his lips. Hello, Your Highness Omsk. Peter Grow greeted Omsk politely. Hello, respected Star Dragon Knight. Omsk also smiled kindly. The situation is unclear right now. We don't know if they found it yet, Omsk explained to Peter Grow and Iovia with a shrug. It's a bit difficult for the hero's psychic power to find this thing. The spellcasters have dispersed. If they have any news, they use magic flares to notify us. Omsk said. Yunfeng had distributed a lot of flares before the operation, so communication was easy. Well, alright, let's begin. Your Majesty, please do as you please. Iovia glanced at Omsk. Indeed, rangers, who were also warriors, had a wider range of psychic power than knights. This was a tragic situation. Well, I can actually explore by boat. Omsk touched his nose awkwardly. Although he couldn't detect it in detail, he could still sense it for several thousand meters. Forget it, there's no need for that. Curses are usually hidden very deeply, and that level of exploration won't reveal them. Iovia shook her head. In fact, he was only slightly better than Omsk. His only usefulness was finding curses hidden in the cracks of space. Although not many people could hide the source of curses in these cracks, there were wizards who could do it. Your Highness, Kaslo and I will begin. Peter Grow nodded to Iovia, then ascended into the air with Kaslo. As the dragon's powerful spiritual power erupted, countless people looked up. Even Yunfeng, in the distance, glanced up in surprise. After all, even he could feel the terrifying pressure of that spiritual power. Fuck! I'm going to beat the shit out of that wizard who cast the spell. Yunfeng roared, sweeping his spiritual power across the water. The occasional aquatic monsters trembled under his spiritual power, their bodies nowhere to hide. Chenghu Lake was struck by a disaster today. There wasn't such a grand spectacle in the past. Several powerful mental forces were sweeping through the lake like a net, periodically sweeping across it, frightening the newly intelligent monsters so much that they lay motionless at the bottom of the water. Those who didn't know better would have thought they had violated the laws of heaven. Yun Feng's subconscious mental sweep suddenly faltered. He suddenly felt an unprecedented dampening sensation as his mental power passed through. Although it disappeared instantly, it still caught Yun Feng's attention. Break. Yun Feng's eyes glared, their pupils blazing white. A surge of mental power radiated from his brain, instantly lifting Yun Feng into the air. Hiss. Crack. A fine tearing sound, caused by the instability of space, echoed. Got it. Yun Feng smiled. Get out. Get out. Run away? Yun Feng's eyes widened. He was out of luck. This curse also allows displacement? Yun Feng's facial muscles twitched, a look of extreme anger evident. Pop! A crimson magic flare rose high into the sky, exploding with a unique magical signal before slowly dissipating. Something's happening. Iovia glanced up, then sprinted across the water towards Yun Feng. Wow, who's so lucky to have found it so quickly? Caslo also turned his dragon's head and flew over. Found it over there. Let's go! Ivy panted, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Did we find it? Let's go check it out. Peter Grove patted the dragon beneath his saddle and said leisurely. What's going on, Lord Yun Feng? Caslo asked, hovering beside Yun Feng. It's the source of the spatial movement curse. Someone's invested a fortune in it. A low pressure settled around Yun Feng. After all, a dignified sixth-rank sage, renowned for his vast knowledge, would be in a good mood if someone tricked him. Is it that difficult? Caslo was taken aback. After all, anything involving the word space wasn't simple. Well, wait until everyone arrives. Iovia might have a solution. I can't find the spatial anchor point it's moving to, so I lost its location. Yun Feng shook his head. Spatial movement would leave traces of spatial anchor points, and professionals familiar with spatial knowledge could identify them to obtain location information. That's the only way. Caslo nodded. After all, he could handle simple spatial manipulations, but something involving so much spatial knowledge was beyond his comprehension. Huh? The source of the spatial movement curse? Iovia's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Have you provoked the gods? Such a huge expense? Iovia asked in astonishment. He now suspected someone had defecated on a statue in some temple. Who would go to such great lengths to cast a plague curse? Stop joking. Let's find it first. Yun Feng pursed his lips helplessly, his eyes filled with anger. A mere curse dared to play tricks on him. Split your thoughts. Yun Feng growled. His powerful mental force instantly sliced through the spatial barrier like a knife. A sound like cutting glass echoed as Yun Feng, furious, used his mental force to directly slice through space. Find it. Your Highness Iovia. Yun Feng said to Iovia, holding onto the spatial rift. Good. Iovia nodded dully. Are spellcasters these days so powerful? They pry open someone's head at the slightest disagreement? Iovia's scalp tingled. Chapter 496. Tear. The sound of space being torn apart stung everyone's eardrums. Iovia plunged the scimitar he had inherited from his father into the void. With a flick of his wrist, the blade swung, and the previously closing space suddenly collapsed into an avalanche. The entire space instantly collapsed, creating a 100 square meter spatial rift. Iovia smiled, twirled the scimitar twice in her hand, and stepped inside. Her battle aura instantly coated her body, unfazed by the turbulent spatial currents. Yun Feng gritted his teeth, raised his shield, and bravely walked in. However, he was in a much more awkward position. The intense tearing sensation in space constantly pulled at him. He drew his staff, and stumbled to Iovia's side. Looks like this is it. Iovia nodded. Can you sense the spatial anchor point? Yun Feng asked, resisting the repulsive force of space. I look. Iovia placed a hand on Yun Feng's shoulder, and stellar battle energy flowed down his arm, spreading throughout Yun Feng's body. Yun Feng looked at Iovia with gratitude. With the help of Iovia's spatial battle energy, Yun Feng could navigate the dimensional gaps with ease. What's going on, Your Majesties? Caslo arrived first, but Cardo paused outside the spatial rift. Go in. Why are you standing outside? Caslo patted his companion. Are you going to be shredded by the spatial turbulence? Are you sure you can get through this thing? Cardo raised his huge head, his dragon eyes filled with disbelief and disbelief. Was his knight so brave? Did he really think his dragon knight's body was as strong as a dragon's? Don't come in. Dragons can come in, but you can't. Yun Feng waved his hand. A giant dragon could withstand the spatial turbulence with its physical body, but Caslow, who had no spatial attributes and wasn't level 6, was fine. If he got in, he'd be dead. Oh! Caslow stood obediently outside, staring at the spatial crack, exclaiming in amazement. Space was a magical thing. They were inside, he was outside. He watched them constantly moving, yet it felt like the distance between them didn't change at all, as if he could reach out and touch them. TSK, if I were you, I wouldn't even think of touching that thing. Peter Gross suddenly appeared behind Caslow, patting him and pointing at the spatial crack created by Yunfeng and Iovia. Is this thing powerful? Caslow asked curiously. After all, knowledge of the hidden attribute of space was unknown to most people, except those with spatial attributes. After all, space was the most mysterious attribute. At least it only take you 2 or 3 minutes inside. Peter Gross smiled, his white teeth gleaming, but it sent a chill down Caslow's spine. The battle energy consumed resisting spatial turbulence is staggering, unless you're level 6 and have spatial attributes. After all, level 6s have already touched the threshold of spatial rules, Peter Grow explained, then stepped inside. Huh? Caslow stared at Peter Grow in shock. You're a space-attributed dragon knight, and you're being so rude. Sky! Come in and help! Peter Grow called. Roar! Sky, the star dragon, roared and dove in. Caldo, do you want to go in and help? Caslow asked, turning around. And then, oh my god, that massive creature was actually lying on the lake, fiddling with the fish. No need. I can go in, but you're asking the wind dragon to do the star dragon's job? Caslow looked at me, as if to say, are you kidding me? Okay then. Caslow gave up in frustration. Where are they? Omsk waded into the lake, leaving the rest of the knights on shore. After all, the knights couldn't carry themselves with the same radiant fighting spirit as they did. Look! Inside. Caslow sat on the dragon's back, legs crossed, leisurely fishing. He casually pointed to a rift in space not far away. From his vantage point, he could just see the 3 men and the dragon diligently searching for something. I go check it out. You forget it, don't go. Omsk opened his mouth, then waved his hand, and slipped inside. Sizzle! As Omsk took his first step, a sharp surge of spatial turbulence swept past him, instantly dimming the protective battle chi flame shield. Omsk quickly mobilized his battle chi to refill it, then slowly walked towards the group. Damn it! Omsk crossed his hands in front of his face, slowly moving against the immense pressure of space. Navigating the dimensional space was no easy task. Those spatial travel skills relied on spatial anchors to protect them from the void's turbulence, but shattering spatial barriers to navigate the dimensional space offered no anchors, forcing him to rely on his own strength. It seems you need help. Guys had arrived beside Omsk at some point, a massive surge of star dragon power emanating from him, forming a thick shield over Omsk's battle chi flame shield. Thank you. Omsk nodded gratefully. The dragon race was truly formidable. Are the void blood pump and void blue bar a joke? Yufeng, have you found it? Omsk approached the group. That thing has a spatial anchor. It's hidden in this void. Peter Gross spoke first. I also sense the location of the anchor, but it's constantly shifting, often appearing and disappearing in a flash. Sky's voice boomed. Think of a way to deal with it. Can we extract it by force? Omsk asked tentatively. Are you crazy? Several people turned to look at him. This space was already shattered by your wise men, and the structure is already unstable. Iovia was at a loss for words. I'm trying my best to hold this space together and prevent it from collapsing. If there's too much noise, I'm not sure I can protect you all. Sky stared at Omsk, practically pointing at him and telling him to stop. If you do this, I'm sure Soren will be delighted. You successfully slain most of the North's top fighters in this nameless void. Yunfeng's eyes twitched. Calm down, buddy. It's just a spatially shifting curse source. It won't be that serious. Peter Grow was sweating coldly. After all, a level 6 professional might not necessarily repair space, but they could certainly break it. He was truly worried that Omsk would just unleash whatever he had in mind on everyone. Boom! Suddenly, spatial fragments shattered, their sharp shards practically ignoring defenses. Everyone's protective battle chi and magic shields were instantly shattered to shreds. Fortunately, a thick dragon power shield quietly enveloped everyone. Don't stand there, this place is about to collapse. I found the source. Sky roared, glancing at the crowd still horrified by the terrifying power of the spatial fragments. Chapter 497. Omsk said nothing, simply turning and sprinting towards the dimensional rift. Let's go! Yunfeng grabbed Iovia, who was still struggling to maintain the stability of the space, and rushed away. Only Sky glanced at Peter Grolong, who was still as bewildered as a wooden man, and his mouth twitched. "Let's go!" Star Dragon, holding his knight in one hand, and the source of the evil curse in the other, finally slipped out before the crumbling dimensional rift collapsed. Hiss. After the Star Dragon pulled Peter Grow out, the unmaintained spatial rift immediately collapsed. Following a series of delicate tearing sounds, perhaps 1,000 square meters of space collapsed together. Instantly, a terrifying suction force was felt. This was the terrifying attraction generated by the spatial rift before it collapsed and repaired. The entire space was like a piece of shattered glass, densely packed with cracks. Soon, these cracks slowly merged and repaired, until, under the gaze of the crowd, it was smooth again. Several people, and the two dragons quickly reached the shore. They gazed at the gradually healing spatial rift with amazement. After all, such a vibrant spatial rift is rare. In most cases, space is incredibly stable. Only under rare natural circumstances will it rupture on its own, while the majority are caused by human intervention. Oh my! Are spatial rifts so terrifying? Caslo was shocked. He had just seen even a powerful dragon being sucked to a standstill, pinned to the spot for a moment. There's a great terror in space. Be careful. Yun Feng patted Caslo's shoulder and said meaningfully, "Young warriors are always curious about the mysteries of space, but the terrifying space will devour those who despise and play with it. As the old saying goes, if you play with time, time will play with you. If you play with space, space will bury you. I'm not the least bit curious about the mysterious realm of space." Caslo quickly waved his hand. He still had Ajax waiting for him to return home. How could exploring a mysterious space be as fun as exploring Ajax's? "No, I'm just suggesting you don't even think about venturing into the void before you reach level 6. Yun Feng shook his head. Spatial skills are one thing, but whether it's teleportation, flash, shuttle, or space jump, they're all protected by spatial anchors and won't be affected by spatial turbulence. But physically traversing space is truly amazing. If you're lucky, you might even get some of your limbs out when someone opens a space portal. Don't worry, I won't even think about wandering inside after I reach level 6. Caslo said guiltily, wiping a non-existent sweat from his face. By the way, aren't any of you paying attention to this thing? The Star Dragon spread out its claws, revealing a ball of dark energy tumbling in Sky's hands. Occasionally, it extended its black tentacles to test the trapped Star Dragon force, but was quickly suppressed. Is this the culprit? Caslo tried to poke it with his dragon-patterned sword. The Star Dragon rolled his eyes at him, then closed its claws to cover it. If you run away again, catch it yourself. I hope your dragon can catch it in midair. The pride in his tone was palpable. As expected of a dragon, his innate arrogance permeated everything. He even ignored the dragon rider, sounding like a cynic from the moment he spoke. Roar! You want to fight? Before Caslo could even open his mouth, Cardo, who had been slacking off in the background, erupted in anger. Dragons are incredibly proud and protective creatures. The word double standard perfectly describes them. You can use any compliment for a dragon, if you're friends with one. You can also use all sorts of derogatory, contemptuous, and insulting words against them, because you're not their friend. Hearing the Star Dragon's sarcastic taunts, Cardo immediately took offense. What's wrong with the Wind Dragon? It's perfectly fine for the Wind Dragon to slap you two in the face, and prevent you from fighting back. Following the principle of taking a step back and getting angrier, Cardo grew increasingly furious, his eyes bloodshot. The unbridled, ruthless violence inherent in dragon nature was vividly displayed. Dragons are creatures prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Their position at the top of the natural food chain meant they often faced their own kind, so dragons generally avoided verbal arguments. Wind Dragon? A puff of white smoke emanated from the Star Dragon's thick nostrils. The disdain in his tone was palpable even from the distant river rapids, let alone from Cardo, who was facing him. Bang! Cardo took a step forward, his terrifying claws slamming into the ground with unparalleled force. Mud and gravel flew as he thrust his dragon's head against the Star Dragon's head, his eyes flashing with a piercing coldness. As a renowned social terror among dragons, the Wind Dragon's reputation rivals that of the Fire Dragon, the Black Dragon, and the Evil Dragon. Coming in 4th place on the social terror list, with its melee prowess rivaling that of the other dragon species, it has successfully earned the reputation of Wind Brother on Dragon Street, its aura soaring. Ahem. Well, I think we need to calm down. Peter Grow hurriedly intervened. He was genuinely afraid of a slap from Cardo. How could Star Dragon, a dragon mage, withstand the loving blows of a wind dragon? Was he planning to give Star Dragon a full childhood? As his knight, Peter Grow naturally had to intervene to protect his friend. Well, a guest is a guest. Cardo, that's enough. Don't be impulsive. Castle also urged. He wasn't worried about Cardo being hurt, but rather that his own dragon might lose control and injure him. Look at Cardo's bulging muscles, they're bursting with beauty. Meanwhile, Peter Grow's Star Dragon, with its thin arms and legs, compared to the Wind Dragon, clearly can't withstand a few blows. Enough of the bullfighting. Come and see how to break the curse. Yunfeng and Iovia said in unison, then exchanged a glance and smiled. The two dragons' childlike sulking left the leaders of the two kingdoms feeling frustrated. After all, dragons, when they're mentally disturbed, can do anything. They both declared that if they encountered a dragon in a bad mood, at any time or place, they would immediately and unconditionally give way to it. Huh? What are they doing? Ivy, panting, ran over with the priest. Drenched in sweat, Ivy immediately spotted the two dragons still arguing. More accurately, they were staring at each other. Neither wanted to be the first to fire, nor the first to leave. After all, the threats had already been made, and leaving without taking any action would seem like a sign of weakness. So, the two dragons were still glaring at each other. Caslow and Peter Grow exchanged glances, their mouths open, unsure how to respond. After all, this situation was truly like a child without a mother. It was a long story. Chapter 498. Alright, forget about them. Let's take a look at this thing first. Yunfeng calmly pulled Ivy over, and walked around to Sky's side. Hey! Buddy, show her what you got. Yunfeng patted Star Dragon's claws. Roar! Star Dragon, who had been glaring at Cardo, suddenly relaxed, his ferocious expression gone. Upon hearing this, Star Dragon innocently spread his hands. Within the massive dragon's claws, the Cursource, attempting to escape, continuously twisted and assaulted the dragon power that imprisoned it. The Star Dragon's dragon power was of the spatial nature, perfectly countered by this foolish Cursource. What magic could possibly challenge a lineage of giant dragons with maxed out magic comprehension and magic resistance? Even pure-blooded dragons would struggle against a divinely forbidden spell, let alone a mere Cursource. Is a mere grasp of the laws of space considered such a feat? Do they truly believe that a dragon race capable of physically traversing the void possesses a superficial understanding of space? So disgusting, so evil. Ivy felt her scalp tingle as she gazed at the pitch-black tentacles emerging from the Cursource. This was the kind of thing that made her feel uneasy. The last time Ivy had seen it was the last time. Is there any solution? Yunfeng asked. If all else fails, cremate it with dragon flame. Caslow poked his head out. Alas, my knight. Let's not embarrass ourselves here anymore. The source of the spatial curse cannot be completely destroyed by dragon flame. In essence, it is a group of rules that emit the source of the plague. It has a higher order level than dragon flame. Dragon flame is one of the highest levels of energy. But it is still a little bit insufficient to fight against the rules, especially the attribute rules that have no restraint relationship. Cardo shook his head helplessly. To disintegrate the power of the rules, one must have power of the same level or power that can restrain it, such as light magic, holy magic, or fighting spirit. As for divine power, Renault excels. Didn't that guy follow us? Has anyone seen where General Renault went? Caslow turned and asked. How fast do you think a guy on 4 legs can run? Omsk snorted, clutching his chest. Renault couldn't fly, so he must have been traveling on horseback like everyone else. After a long while, when everyone had finally gathered, Caslow finally found General Renault, sweating profusely, in the crowd. I heard someone was looking for me. Renault asked, pushing through the crowd. Look at this. A treasure freshly pulled from the void. Caslow pointed to the Cursource held in the Star Dragon's hand. Let me take a look. Renault leaned forward curiously. Holy shit! What the hell is this ugly thing? Raynor was nearly sent flying by the frightening tentacles. Although those tentacles were composed of rule runes and energy, to a paladin, the most holy of holies, they were the most filthy thing in the world. It was as if a load of shit had been forced into Raynor's mouth. The source of the curse, hidden in the void, is the culprit of this great plague. It contaminates the water source, and drinking it spreads the plague into the water, infecting you, the Star Dragon explained, shaking its tail. Swish. Raynor instantly drew his sword, and with a surge of fighting spirit, he was about to strike. Wait! Yunfeng stopped him. You're useless. Cardo, unable to bear it any longer, warned. You two are not in the same dimension now. The only chance you have of severing a dragon's claw with your sword is to rip it off, Cardo said casually. Peter Grow and Caslo exchanged a glance. Are the dragons so hostile? Sure enough, dragons are all petty. Yun Feng's first reaction upon seeing this thing was that it was a pity Roland hadn't come. Otherwise, Roland's golden holy dragon would have been much more useful. He didn't need anything more than a breath of dragon's breath. What should I do? Raynor asked. I guess I have to wait. Iovia and Yun Feng exchanged glances, rubbing their chins in thought. Take the I guess out of the I guess, the two dragons said in unison. Get all the priests here. Iovia shook her head. Okay. Ivy nodded and turned to gather the priests. Well, friends, today is a great moment. We are about to end the plague sweeping the north, and it will be you who will end it. Iovia gave a speech to the priests. However, aside from Ivy, the other priests remained somewhat bewildered, their eyes tinged with panic. How did they get themselves into trouble, as if they were about to save the world? Were they about to sacrifice themselves to the gods? It seemed like even Lagren didn't have such a tradition. All right, gentlemen. Don't be stingy with your mana. Please use your purification spells with all your might. Yun Feng pointed at the star dragon's outstretched palm. That looks like the source of the curse, right? Oh my god. That's disgusting. I feel blasphemed. Oh my god. Dragon god. I will purify it on behalf of the world. Damn it. I will purify it on behalf of my eyes. The priests glanced at each other in disdain, and then looked away. The purification spells were hurled at them like a tide, as if even a second's delay were a blasphemy against the priestly profession. The effect isn't ideal. Oms pouted as he stepped forward. Light power surged through his body, suddenly engulfing the imprisoned curse source. From a distance, the star dragon looked like he was holding a small sun, the brilliant light power nearly filling half the sky. Still not enough. Too slow. Iovia shook her head. Just then, the surface of the curse source showed signs of dissolving. General Renault. Yun Feng nodded. Yes. Renault turned his sword and knelt on one knee. The sword sank halfway into the ground with the effortless ease of cutting tofu. Holy sword. Judgment. Raynor launched with the paladin's most powerful move. This holy sword judgment is a basic skill every paladin possesses, and it's also their most powerful. Its power increases exponentially as the paladin's strength increases. A hexagram appeared in the sky, and a massive golden sword descended with lightning speed, slamming fiercely into the curse source. Several fine cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the previously stubborn curse source, and soft holy light seeped through the cracks. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A low, growling, vaporizing sound emanated from the source of the curse. Segments of cursed runes, condensed from the power of the rules, transformed into black smoke that drifted into the sky and was blown away by the wind. It worked! Everyone exclaimed excitedly. Sure enough, fighting evil still depended on divine power. Holy sword judgment! Holy sword judgment! Holy sword judgment! Renault unleashed his skills like a maniac, holy swords falling from the sky one after another. Soon, the last wisp of black smoke in Star Dragon's hand dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Purified. Star Dragon shook his head, signaling everyone to stop. Oh! We won! The knights observing the battle from the outside were the first to raise their weapons and shout excitedly. Oomsk! Omsk excitedly jumped up and punched the air. Thank God. Dragon God bless you. Yun Feng, instead, touched his chest and prayed to the Dragon God. Damn it. No one cares about the heroes. Renault, exhausted and collapsed on the ground, looked at the people around him, who were reveling in joy, his heart filled with sorrow. It's true that everyone's joys and sorrows are different. Chapter 499. While Yun Feng and his companions were worrying about purifying the source of the plague, Apophis Brio and his companions were nearing their destination, Old Pass. Old Pass, also known as High Pass, is one of the few passes through the Misty Mountains, located east of Rivendell. Its western boundary ends at Rivendell, from where the east road winds upward into the mountains, passing through a goblin town. There are actually two passages across the mountain, but the lower one is blocked by orcs and goblins, and most travelers only use the higher one during the brief period when the orcs were pacified. Damn it! I hate floating on water, Apophis Brio said grimly. Even after being out of the water for so long, he still hated the feeling. My lord, we've been off the boat for ages, Olaf reminded, scratching his head. After all, the after effects were quite a while ago. It's nothing, I just hate that swaying feeling. It's never as good as having your feet firmly planted on a warhorse, Apophis Bleer grumbled with a pout. Olaf's eye twitched. Good fellow, do you want to hear what you're talking about? What do you mean by having your feet firmly planted on a warhorse? You mean riding a horse is no more rocky than riding on water? Ah! Let's all find shelter from the rain and set up camp. Tomorrow we march to the misty mountains. Apophis Bleer waved his fist at the distance. It was as if he had already grasped the vast land, restored the glory and splendor of his family, and become the all-powerful Grand Duke of the North. Oh! Observing Apophis Bleer lost in thought, Olaf and the other officers shook their heads imperceptibly and went off to make arrangements, leaving Apophis Bleer alone, gazing at the towering misty mountains, lost in thoughtless melancholy. Hey! What's wrong with the boss? Look at that longing look on his face. The young wife from the next street has the same expression every day, longing for her husband to come home. A centurion quietly nudged the person next to him. I don't know. But I know the boss has been very emotional these past few days, said another centurion. Hey. Gossiping behind people's backs is fun. Hurry up and get to work. The soldiers are busy setting up camp, and the officers are chatting away. Are you behaving properly? Olaf frowned and came over to pat the chattering officers. Centurion. Hello, sir. The officers quickly stood up and saluted. The group, who had just been gossiping about their lord, Apophis Bleer, now behaved like quails, respectfully listening to Olaf's lecture. What's wrong with Olaf? Another centurion looked over. It's okay. Olaf waved his hand, providing cover for the others. Hurry up and help. Olaf kicked his feet angrily. Several centurions immediately ran off laughing. Olaf shook his head helplessly. The journey had been fraught with inclement weather, constant harassment, meager food, drafty tents, and the harsh conditions that had weighed heavily on everyone. Olaf could clearly sense the strain on their bodies, but to achieve their stated goal, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and press forward. Therefore, along the way, both Apophis Bleer and the other officers were very tolerant of the soldiers. Alas! Olaf sighed and decided to ask the Grand Knight. The soldiers are stretched too thin. They're about to break. Olaf shook his head. He was pessimistic about the current situation. Not only the soldiers, but even the officers were demoralized. A sense of restlessness permeated the entire expeditionary force. I understand, but we must persevere. Once this battle is over, and we established a firm foothold, everything will be different. Apophis Bleer had appeared behind Olaf at some point, patting him on the shoulder and speaking gravely. We need a stable foothold now to support our operations and development. If we can't take the old pass. The Grand Knight of King's Landing shook his head. This expedition will be a failure. Apophis Bleer took over. Not only are the soldiers anxious, but I am anxious too. All the hopes for the King's Landing family's revival rest on that place. King Roland won't give me a second chance, and I don't have a second chance. Apophis Bleer's gaze grew firmer, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. He knew that if he failed this time, King Roland would certainly not give him a second chance to recruit soldiers. His recruiting of private soldiers had already displeased King Roland. After all, every soldier recruited meant one less able-bodied adult man under his rule. Don't worry, we will succeed. The warriors will risk their lives to repay the King's Landing for its protection. Olaf pounded his chest. The Knights of King's Landing will forever serve the King's Landing family, and remain loyal to the name of Bleer. The Grand Knight declared firmly. It's crucial for everyone to work together. But we can't afford to be careless in our strategy. Our margin for error is too low. Apophis Bleer, lost in thought, oblivious to the busy soldiers outside, stopped talking. Olaf, the other centurion, and the Grand Knight exchanged glances and nodded. Their limited numbers meant they had no option for a forceful assault. They had to either outmaneuver or launch a surprise attack, though a surprise attack seemed more likely to succeed. Outmaneuvering. The orcs weren't very intelligent. But all this presupposes we reach the old pass without the orcs noticing. Apophis Bleer pointed to the old pass's location on the map. Don't forget, Apophis Bleer has an imperial outpost. It's a miniature fortress, a youthful version of a castle. Built in the mountains, where heavy siege equipment can't be deployed, it's a single man standing against 1,000. But the main problem now was how to capture the old pass without alerting the orcs. As for who would be in the way after they took it, it was hard to say. Apophis Bleer didn't believe a small fortress perched atop a mountain could be breached by those filthy creeping things. It looks like we're running out of time, another centurion said solemnly. Every second they stayed there was a second more likely to be discovered by the orcs. Even so, we can only set off tomorrow morning. Otherwise, the soldiers can't bear it. Apophis Brio shook his head. Hunger and cold have oppressed the nerves of every soldier. Even the most basic rest is. Apophis Brio is afraid that the soldiers will harm the officers during the battle. Chapter 500. Even before the dawn had brightened the sky, smoke from cooking fires began to rise from the camp. In groups of 3 or 5, warriors, knives raised, toasted their bread. Ready to depart. Apophis Brio mumbled to several senior officers, chewing on crispy toast. Yes, the soldiers are eating. We leave after dinner. Olaf exchanged a glance with the other centurion. The knights are ready to depart. The knight's expression was so stern, so expressionless, that it made Olaf want to punch him. After exchanging a glance with the other centurion, Olaf pursed his lips in frustration. These knights were like a herd of large animals, incredibly durable. Sometimes Olaf wondered if there were enough knights, there wouldn't be any need for these infantrymen. After all, a group of knights would only be there for a few days. Why bother with all this trouble? Marching like a tortoise all day. Well, feed the soldiers. We won't have a chance to stop for food along the way. Apophis Brio nodded. In fact, we already given the order. Olaf and the other centurion said sternly. After all, they were officers, so they wouldn't be so blind. The fierce battle ahead was bound to leave them with little time for rest, so this meal would likely be the last breakfast for many. Brothers, our target is just ahead. Seize it. Our territory will be based here. The glory of the King's Landing family will live forever. Apophis Brio growled. Move. Apophis Brio commanded. He also ordered the soldiers to bury all non-essential supplies. All the Shar horses were unhooked from their sleds and loaded with armor or arrows. This lightened the soldiers' loads and sped up the march. Apophis Brio turned his head to take a deep look at the locked camp, then, without looking back, followed the troops. He knew that if they won this battle, they would have a chance to return and retrieve the supplies. If they failed, then these supplies would be useless. Success or death? Apophis Brio's eyes flashed with an unprecedented fierceness. Just as Roland longed for the revival of the Empire, Apophis Brio also eagerly longed for the revival of his family, willing to sacrifice everything for it. Huff, huff, huff. Apophis Brio panted, gazing at the winding mountain road and the pass hidden among the peaks. What Apophis Brio didn't know was that if they didn't capture this ancient pass now, the expanding Bjorn would also occupy it in a few years. It was only after the Bjorn occupied this area that the pass became unobstructed. After the first battle of Azanalbizir, this place was briefly safe, but then the orcs returned. The second battle of Azanalbizir didn't affect this area, but the garrison here will probably be relocated. Apophis Brio pointed at the map and said to the others, the garrison won't be increased. The knight said with a scowl. Thank you. Olaf's face darkened. He was truly not afraid of bad luck. It shouldn't be. Your Highness told me that the Lonely Mountain Fellowship passed through here. They killed most of the orc garrison. Apophis Brio shook his head. Orcs usually live in tribes. It's only been a little over a year. Even if they were born in the year of the pig, there's no way they could have spawned thousands of them. Olaf shook his head. Barring any unexpected events, the orcs here would likely still be the same tribe as before, and a crippled one at that. Then could we attempt a frontal assault? The great knight drew his sharp sword. Yes, I hope you can withstand the boulders. Olaf gestured in invitation. Although he looked down on the orcs, they did have some basic defensive equipment, not to mention the immensely powerful trolls. The orcs' boulders and the humans were two completely different beasts. A single hit from a human boulders might still be enough to collect your body, but if the orcs' boulders hit you solidly, you have to wait until after the battle to scoop you up in a wooden basin. The Knights of King's Landing surveyed the steep mountain and swallowed. After all, knights were reckless, not fools. Those who courted their own deaths would be the victims of a dragon's tread. Everyone's right about the art of war. Apophis Brio nodded solemnly, and everyone immediately burst into laughter, easing the tense atmosphere a bit. Okay, let's get back to the point. We can't just charge blindly. The orcs will wake up laughing. Apophis Brio said sternly. Knights, dismount and fight on foot. Knights in front. Soldiers behind. No matter what happens. Don't stop. Even if I'm killed. Do you understand? Apophis Brio stared at them intently. Their throats rolled a few times, but they opened their mouths but said nothing. Do you understand? Apophis Brio growled. Understood. Everyone, startled by Apophis Brio's shout, nodded in agreement. We're locked in the fray up ahead, and can't predict our lord's arrival. Keep an eye on him. The great knight quietly pulled Olaf over and whispered, "Don't worry, our lord will be fine. Unless he steps over my body." Olaf nodded firmly. "We attack before dusk. We must capture the main structure at Old Pass before nightfall. Otherwise, darkness will be the orcs' perfect cover," Apophis Brio commanded. "Okay." Everyone nodded silently. "Tell the soldiers to leave no one alive, young or old. Kill anyone breathing except us." Apophis Brio radiated murderous intent. These orcs don't deserve any sympathy. They occupied this place for ages, and who knows how many travelers they killed. Kill them all. Don't feel guilty about it, Olaf added. Fearing that everyone might be uncomfortable with killing orcs, young and old, he went out of his way to explain. But everyone looked at him strangely. Did I say something wrong? Olaf mumbled. No, it's a good point. But perhaps you don't need to emphasize it. Look at the looks in the soldiers' eyes? Apophis Bleer shrugged and nodded at Olaf. I'm more worried they'd be so enraged they won't even find anyone alive to question. Apophis Bleer said sheepishly. That's fantastic. Oh no, what a shame. Olaf tried to feign sadness. Did anyone tell you it was fake? Apophis Bleer's mouth twitched. Chapter 501. Keep your voice down. The great knight said softly, then gently pressed his hand downward. A group of armored knights behind him immediately stopped, their gazes fixed on the pass ahead. Sir! They don't seem to be defending themselves? The sovereign knight, crossbow drawn, whispered to the great knight. I noticed. The pass has been in disrepair for ages. Understaffed. There haven't been even a single sentry in such a long time. The great knight asked, puzzled. Oh my god! What's going on? Have they abandoned this place? Apophis Bleo had approached without anyone noticing. Sir, you're too reckless. Olaf anxiously pursued them, but because he was in stealth and couldn't speak, he tiptoed and muttered in a low voice. I saw nothing moving up ahead, so I came to check. Apophis Bleo explained softly. I'm also curious. Why is this pass so dead? A puzzled look crossed the great knight's eyes. Strange. It's been so long, and there hasn't even been a single mobile sentry? Olaf glanced at the sky. The sun was almost setting, and not a single orc had been heard from the pass ahead. What should we do? We can't just leave the entire army here. The great knight said solemnly, looking at Apophis Brio. We have to take this place before sunset. Apophis Brio pondered for a moment. No time to wait. Attack! Apophis Brio abruptly stood up and drew his sword. Kill! Charge! The knights led the charge, a wave of battle aura emanating from their bodies, enveloping them. With the added power of battle aura, their speed suddenly increased. Forward! As they neared the wall of the pass, the knights suddenly leaped to their feet, instantly landing on top. Swish! Several flaming blades of battle energy streaked through the air, instantly sealing off the entire perimeter of the wall. A dozen knights launched their attack before even reaching the wall. Huh? Once a few knights scaled the wall, they discovered the entire pass was deserted. The empty wall seemed to mock them, leaving the knights frozen in place, unsure what to do. The great knight had already gathered his battle energy, ready to unleash a mighty slaughter, but upon discovering the deserted pass, he felt like punching cotton. What's going on? Attack! Advance! Olaf panted as he climbed up, spear in hand. Just as he was about to engage in a bloody battle, he saw the empty pass. Ah! A raven flew overhead, mocking their incompetence and their intelligence. I should have known those damned orcs wouldn't stay in this cold. Apophis Brio sullenly said. Fuck. Olaf, his eyes etched with anger, rolled down the pass and flung the wooden gate open from the inside. Someone help me open the gate. Olaf waved to the other soldiers. Hey! Olaf unbolted the door, preparing to let the soldiers in. Bang! As Olaf reached out, the dilapidated gate, seemingly losing its support or something, collapsed with a crash. Apophis Brio and the knights on the pass wall all looked down. Olaf raised his head with difficulty, his expression grim. Then, they all stared at each other in silence. So where are the enemies, my lord? A warrior nudged Olaf. I want to know where they are, too. Olaf grumbled unhappily. Ah! Orcs! A warrior on patrol wailed as he fled from the pass fortress, a broken spear lodged in his chest. The frightened soldier had even lost his war spear and stumbled out, clutching the broken spear in a state of panic. Damn it! Look out for them down there. Apophis Brio's pupil shrank. Help! Olaf rushed forward and laid the wounded man flat on the ground. Calm down. Olaf untied his mail and anxiously examined his wound. Ah! With a scream from the wounded man, Olaf yanked the spear from his chest. All right, stop howling. Get up. Go and kill those bastards, who only know how to hide in the gutter, and attack. Olaf put his armor on him with discontent, then pressed his war spear into his hand. Go, soldier. A little more play, and the wound will scab over. Olaf shook his head. The horrific wound was actually just an optical illusion. The spearhead, deeply embedded in the mail, had long since decayed from age. After piercing the mail, it couldn't even penetrate the leather armor underneath. The pain he felt was simply the pain from the impact. Kill! The soldiers, finding an outlet for their anger, swarmed into the pass, indiscriminately hacking away at every living being they saw. A few minutes later, with the last scream, the entire pass fell silent. TSK! Apophis Brio smacked his lips, circling the body that had been dragged out, a hint of confusion. The numbers don't make sense. Only so few people at such an important pass? Apophis Brio asked, wondering if some bodies hadn't been removed. That's all, my lord. 27 orc corpses in total. Olaf shrugged. Apophis Brio turned his gaze to the knights, who also shrugged. That shouldn't be the case. This pass is as large as river rapids. How could there be only 27 people? Have you checked the other passages? Apophis Brio asked hurriedly. After all, the high pass had 2 passages. They were attacking the uppermost one, and there was another below. In fact, these bodies are all orc soldiers from the lower passage. There's no one up there. Olaf sighed, patting the weathered stone wall. We're lucky, your highness. The great knight knelt respectfully. It seems you're about to restore the glory of House King's Landing. We completely taken this place. The orc tribe occupying this pass has likely retreated into the mountains to escape the harsh winter, and they won't return until the weather warms. That's why there are only a few sentries stationed here, the great knight congratulated. That should be the case. Besides that, I can't understand why there aren't any guards. Apophis Brio nodded in agreement. Look at how leaky this place is, and you understand why there aren't any orcs here. The stronghold below is better. Olaf pointed to the stronghold buildings surrounding the upper passage. Now, the most urgent task is to build fortifications. They undoubtedly return in spring, and a fierce battle is inevitable. Olaf said sternly. They won't attack us, protected by the fortress, will they? The great knight pondered. Are orcs normal creatures? They don't even know what intelligence is. And you call this thing a fortress? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about fortresses? Haven't you seen what Lulong Fortress looks like? Olaf's eyes widened. Chapter 502. Very well, you make a lot of sense. I'm speechless. The great knight shrugged. This location is excellent. Although badly weathered, it only needs a little repair and can be used. And the orcs haven't even tried to expand it. I see plenty of areas that could be dug deeper. Apophis Brio lamented. The orcs were indeed a race known in Middle-earth for their willingness to beg for gold. The old pass was a good location, but the orcs had no intention of utilizing or defending it. If they renovated it and turned it into a fortress, and then thrown 1,000 men in it, Apophis Brio would have been vomiting blood by now. I just checked. The orcs haven't repaired the surface structures of the pass, but the underground tunnels, bunkers, and secret passages have been meticulously reinforced and repaired. Most impressively, they connected almost every tunnel, creating a vast underground network. Olaf grinned. The orcs still had their merits, at least when it came to digging. They were on par with the dwarves. The underground has been meticulously renovated? Apophis Brio was taken aback, then frowned, as if remembering something. Your Highness. Apophis Brio looked respectfully at the man sitting before him. Roland rested his head on one hand, gazing casually at the blue sky outside the window. Apophis, do you know anything about the history of the old pass? Well, I heard a little bit about it. Your Highness, please explain. Apophis Brio said respectfully. Watch out for those rats underground. Don't let the soldiers pay for the commander's carelessness. Roland knocked lightly on the table, and the crisp sound seemed to knock on Apophis Brio's heart. Rats? Apophis Brio frowned. Well, after the Battle of Azanalbazar, the orcs that had been purged returned there by digging holes. So you need to be wary of orcs attacking from underground. Roland glanced at Apophis Brio. Apophis Brio suddenly burst out laughing. Am I being funny? Roland's face was filled with confusion. No. I was just thinking of the 2 rats you described, battling wits and courage beneath the misty mountains. Apophis Brio said with a chuckle. Roland held his forehead, speechless. Not good. Have our men immediately investigate the underground situation and search for the secret passage. Apophis Brio quickly regained consciousness and gave the order. Orcs are just as adept at digging holes as dwarves, and Roland once said these orcs return through underground tunnels. Apophis Brio immediately became extremely vigilant. He didn't want to fall asleep and never wake up. Your Highness, I think you should use that Imperial outpost. After a moment, Olaf, sweating profusely, and another centurion emerged from the stone steps below. What do you mean? Apophis Brio stared at them. I suggest you go down and see for yourself. Olaf shrugged, his voice weak. Apophis Brio gave the two of them a deep look, then, holding a torch, he entered. After entering the pass, Apophis Brio clearly smelled a rotten and moldy smell, but when he thought about the fact that this was the habitat of the orcs, Apophis Brio instantly felt at ease. It would be impossible for the place where the orcs lived to be clean. Puff! Apophis Brio stomped down, and a strange sound echoed, followed by a foul odor that reached the crown of the great Duke of Junling's head. You? Apophis Brio couldn't help but vomit after seeing his feet clearly. After all, few people could remain calm as they stepped into orc excrement up to their ankles. I'm going to kill these bastards. Apophis Brio fought back the nausea and pulled his foot out of the puddle. Fortunately, his high-top steel boots covered almost his entire calf, otherwise he would have had to amputate it right there. My lord, be careful. The two men, who had just realized what was happening, rushed over to support Apophis Brio. Huh? In the torchlight, Apophis Brio got a clear look at his surroundings. This was a stone chamber, clearly integrated with the outer pass, both carved into the mountainside. Although the orcs didn't pay much attention to environmental protection, they did maintain the underground structures very well, if you could ignore the moldy walls. Dark, damp environments are the most conducive to the breeding of evil spirits. The Lord sighed, shaking his head. It took several hours, but Apophis Brio finally completed his tour of the entire above-ground and underground sections of the old pass. Now he finally understood why Olaf had asked him to use the Imperial outpost. The once clearly defined structures of the pass had been largely destroyed by the orcs, and the largest bunker had completely lost its original purpose of garrisoning troops. After all, have you ever seen a fortress with dozens of entrances and exits for garrisoning troops? Even more outrageous, several of the entrances led outside the pass. How long will it take to repair and clean these? Apophis Brio asked with a sullen face. I tell you something you won't like. The old pass has essentially lost its primary function as a pass. Several officers exchanged glances. Apophis Brio gnashed his teeth, wishing he could tear those orcs apart. After all, only orcs could destroy a perfectly good pass. Are both the upper and lower passes ruined? Apophis Brio asked, still determined. It makes no difference. The pass's basic defensive capabilities have already been greatly compromised, but the lower pass is more severely damaged. It's like a sieve now, and we don't know where many of the passages lead to. The knight fretted. What should we do tonight? Apophis Brio asked, soliciting everyone's advice. We have no choice. The open space inside High Pass is quite large, so we have no choice but to establish a permanent camp there. And most importantly, the open space is surrounded by the pass walls. Because it's the highest point in the pass, there's no access to the mountain interior. We won't be backstabbed by orcs if we hold on there. Olaf pointed to the platform above. And there's a mountain spring there, the source of water for the entire pass. The knight added. Most importantly, it's large enough. It's a platform, but it could actually be called a small city. And with the surrounding walls, we only need to seal the stone staircase, and it'd be a solid fortress. The other centurion nodded happily. Then gather the soldiers. We go up and set up camp. Apophis Brio gave the order without hesitation. Tell the soldiers to work hard. We have to set up camp in the dark, otherwise we all be out in the northwest wind. Apophis Brio said sincerely, looking at the completely dark sky. Chapter 503. Night fell. Apophis Brio and several other officers sat wrapped in thick blankets around the fire. Due to limited supplies, they couldn't set up tents, having left their belongings at the foot of the mountain. Olaf had suggested that each soldier carry a roll of blankets. Send someone down tomorrow to bring back our supplies. We be stationed here permanently. Apophis Brio, shivering with cold, couldn't hide his joy. Sir, please get that outpost out quickly. We can't sleep in the open all day. Olaf glanced at the sky. Dragon God, it wasn't raining today. This must have been a training ground, right? Bored, Apophis Brio decided to chat with everyone to while away the cold night. I don't know. It's really strange to have such a large platform on the mountaintop with no buildings. The knight shrugged. After all, This platform was a very inconspicuous presence at the old pass. Only a winding stone staircase connected it to the pass below. Obviously, the pass below couldn't be garrisoned anytime soon. Apophis Brio wouldn't dare deploy his troops into this leaky building without a long period of clearing and repairs. It looks like it's used to assemble the army. The knight fanned the campfire a little. Who cares? We occupied it now, so how we use it is up to us. Apophis Brio smiled. He retrieved the Imperial outpost Roland had given him, before leaving from his storage space, and fondly stroked the alchemy flask, sensing the traces of time. Imperial outpost, 100-meter radius. Constructed of high-grade magic pattern stone bricks, it features a magic array for durability, self-healing, shock absorption, and magic resistance. There are 4 subforts and 1 main fort. The subforts are 2 stories, 10 meters high, with an arrow tower on the second floor terrace. The main fort is 5 stories, 25 meters high, and features ample storage, living, and garrison space. The entire outpost can accommodate 500 troops. In front of the main fort lies a 20-meter-long and 20-meter-wide courtyard for troop concentration. Soldiers in the courtyard can scale the 5-meter-high walls for combat or cross the walls to provide support for the subforts. Apophis Brio gazed at the outpost sealed in the alchemical flask in his hand. Honestly, it was undoubtedly worthy of being called the cradle of an imperial barony. Its 100-meter-wide area was, to be honest, more imposing than many noble castles of the period. Its 5-story main keep, coupled with the already narrow passageways, allowed the garrison to withstand a far greater number of enemies with minimal numbers. Furthermore, the outpost had 2 underground storage levels, and the structure was constructed entirely of magic stone bricks. Even more terrifying, some unscrupulous lords would equip it with magic shields. This meant that with sufficient supplies and a full garrison, it could withstand dozens of times as many enemies. Sir, is this the legendary Imperial outpost? Olaf leaned in, examining the miniature outpost sealed in the alchemical flask with admiration. It's hard to imagine that the outposts on the Imperial border back then were as magnificent as castles, Olaf said in awe, his eyes gleaming with longing. Well, according to family records, during the most prosperous period of the Empire, a border baron's castle was almost as big as the rapids. Apophis Brio said lightly. Puff! Olaf spit out a mouthful of ale, pouring it onto the bonfire, making it burn brighter. Be excited? So be it. Don't waste the ale. Another centurion snatched the flagon from Olaf's hand with a distressed look. Rest early. We be busy tomorrow. Apophis Brio glanced at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. The bright moonlight revealed the entire old pass. Apophis Brio couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This would be his future territory. He would once again fly the banner of the King's Landing family. The wandering lion would terrorize the entire mountain range. Go early, return early. Apophis Brio patted the knights on the shoulders and warned them. The knights were formidable. Although they were outnumbered, they should be able to handle the orc army as long as they didn't encounter it. Well, your highness, be careful. We're going down the mountain. We never know if any wild beasts will break into our camp overnight. The great knight tightened his armor and turned to leave. I don't think so. We spread plenty of dragon dung. No wild beasts or monsters should dare approach. Apophis Brio shouted from afar to the retreating knights. The knights waved goodbye without looking back, and Apophis Brio watched them pass through the old pass and down the winding mountain road. Come on! Apophis Brio watched the knights leave, then pulled out the alchemy bottle that sealed the outpost. Where do you plan to set it up? Olaf looked at Apophis Brio curiously. The vast platform was simply covered with a few stone walls, severely weathered. The only hint of life on the empty platform was the bubbling spring pool. Of course, it's in the spring. That way, we won't have to worry about running out of water, Apophis Brio said matter-of-factly. Olaf immediately led Apophis Brio around the soldiers' shelters, propped up with blankets and weapons, and to the spring. Oh my god! Apophis Brio nearly choked. The spring before him truly astonished him. It wasn't a spring, but it was a small pool, 10 feet square. The overflow flowed down the low-lying side into a crack in the wall, then flowed down the mountaintop through the crack. Is it that small? Apophis Brio stared at Olaf, his eyes widening. How big did you think it was? Olaf spread his hands. He hadn't been able to see clearly last night, but this morning he saw it. Wow! It's so small. That's good. It's small enough to fit right in the center of the outpost courtyard. Apophis Brio shook his head and immediately unsealed it. A halo of light exploded before the two men, and the shadowy silhouette of a towering castle appeared before them. Huh? A halo? Olaf scratched his head, looking at Apophis Brio in shock, his face practically spelling out, "Boss, you bought a fake." Wait a minute. Apophis Brio's eye twitched. Release would take some time. Crack. With the cracking of the underground stone, the castle's 2 lower floors materialized first. Soon, the upper floors also gradually solidified. Finally, as the halo dissipated, a gray castle stood abruptly on the mountaintop. Bang! Olaf reached out and knocked on the wall. The solid touch was reassuring. How is it? Our future home. Apophis Brio pursed his lips, gazing at the open gate of the outpost. Chapter 504. It's beautiful. But we can't keep calling it the Imperial Outpost, can we? Olaf scratched his head and looked at Apophis Bleer. Apophis Bleer was startled, then suddenly realized that Olaf was absolutely right. Everyone's castle has a catchy name. While this outpost is a bit small for a castle during the Empire's heyday, it's still a decent castle in Middle-earth's current environment. Furthermore, as the cornerstone of the barony's castle, the Imperial Outpost set the tone for the castle from the very beginning. It could be considered a bankrupt version of the Imperial Baron's castle. What's a good name? Apophis Bleer gazed at his first castle, overcome with emotion. He rubbed his hands, tears welling in his eyes. Let's call it Lion Castle. I hope it stands guard here like a lion, protecting our territory. Apophis Bleer was filled with anticipation and hope for this castle. Whoosh! In the biting cold wind, a lion banner of House King's Landing fluttered above the main castle, spontaneously raised by the soldiers who had just surrounded it. Apophis Brio shuddered, tears welling in his eyes. After so many years, the great House King's Landing once again let its banner fly over this land. The Lion of House King's Landing had returned. Ahem. Olaf opened the castle's narrow wooden window to let in the outside air, stirring up dust and causing him to cough violently. Dragon God. Apophis Brio sighed, gazing at the dusty castle and smacking his lips. Get some rags, get some water, and wipe the castle clean. Apophis Brio ordered, looking at the dust that threatened to bury everyone. Swish. Apophis Brio unfolded a yellowed sheet of paper. It contained a detailed map of the castle. He found a window and, despite the biting wind, began studying it in the light. My lord, Olaf said, entering from outside, carrying a large bag. He looked up to see Apophis Brio, who looked like a thief. I'm studying the map of this castle. Apophis Brio said without looking up. This place can accommodate 500 soldiers. I'm wondering how to accommodate them. Apophis Brio asked, examining the map. Let me see. Olaf leaned forward to examine the map. That must be the secondary fort. Such obvious barracks. Olaf glanced at the map and rolled his eyes at Apophis Brio. The castle's design was obvious enough. The 4 20-meter square secondary forts were 2 stories high. The first floor was all functional rooms, uninhabitable, but the second floor had been divided into 10 rooms. While the space was a bit cramped, each room could accommodate 10 soldiers. The secondary forts alone could house 400 soldiers. Not to mention the 5-story main fort, which would be more than enough to house the lord's family and his 100-man guard. The problem was that Apophis's current population of around 200 couldn't even fill the secondary forts, let alone the main fort. Olaf didn't have much to figure out. There wasn't much room anyway, so he could squeeze in whatever he had. We have 200 armored men now, and each of the sub-forts has 50 men on average. The knights will follow you to the main castle, and that's it, isn't it? Olaf spread his hands. Someone who didn't know would have thought you, the Grand Duke of King's Landing, commanded tens of thousands of men. You're worried about where to live, and you end up with only 200 or so? Well, that's right, that makes sense. Apophis Bleer's mouth twitched slightly. At noon, the knights returned, laden with bags and small bags, leading a team of horses. The first sight of the castle brought the knights with them, their words incoherent, and their hands dancing with joy. When they saw the banner of the King's Landing family flying over the main castle, they burst into tears. If the orcs saw them, they'd probably think Roland was dead. Otherwise, wouldn't these knights be so heartbroken? Don't stand there. Welcome home. Bring your horses in. Apophis Bleer waved to the knights. The knights, having wiped their tears, immediately recovered, and several of them joined Sharma in groups as he ascended. Your Highness, the ground here is a bit higher, and the horses can't pull the sled up. Looking at the stone steps, the great knight had no choice but to have everyone untie the sled and pull the horses up first. Wait, I go get help. Another centurion glanced at the sleds piled with bundles, and turned to run towards the Lion Castle, which was still being cleaned. Wait, brothers are coming. Olaf beckoned the soldiers to help, and everyone carried the bundles into the lion castle. Thank God. I can sleep peacefully tonight. Olaf smiled as he looked at the bundled sleeping bags. Dragon God, if I can just stay out of the wind, I'd be satisfied. The great knight laughed and shook his head. Although our homeland needs a lot of work, everything will be fine. Apophis Brio cheered everyone on. Instead of spouting inspirational advice, why not think of ways to fill the gaps in the territory? Olaf grumbled, looking at Apophis Brio, who was giving orders. Well, our first priority right now is beds. Nothing boosts morale like a good night's sleep on a soft bed. If there's one, then add a beautiful woman to it. The knight nodded in understanding. I agree. My back is breaking. Another centurion raised his hand. It seems everyone's demands are simple. Apophis Brio smiled. Hundreds of beds is a lot of work. Don't forget, there's no wood on the mountaintops here. The knight reminded. Yes, tell everyone to make do for now. Take down the tents. The canvas can be used as mats on the ground. Spreading blankets on them won't be as comfortable as beds, but it's still better than sleeping on the hard ground. Apophis Brio thought of a compromise. Let's go up and take a look. Apophis Brio excitedly invited the others. Several people climbed the spiral staircase and finally reached the top of the main fort. Looking down, everyone felt a sense of commanding the surrounding mountains. To accommodate the water source, Lion Fort was located near the edge of the mountain, with a cliff beside it. Aside from the weathered walls of varying heights, the bare peak held only Lion Fort proudly, its flag, the threatening wandering lion, fluttering atop the mountains. It feels so empty. Apophis Brio said somewhat disapprovingly. Don't worry, we just expand later. This area is more than enough for us to build a mountain city. Olaf was cheerful. Very well said. I will make this the largest mountain city in the empire. Apophis Brio's eyes gleamed with ambition and passion. Chapter 505. Your Highness, we received a communication. Yun Feng excitedly pushed the door open. What? Roland, crossing his legs and leisurely sipping his tea, looked confused. The communication array in the castle received a communication message, and I assume Lulong Fortress received it too. Yun Feng explained. Roland immediately sat up and looked at Yun Feng seriously. Did that kid Apophis Brio use the Imperial Outpost? Roland asked. After all, the magic communication arrays in Rapid City and Lulong Fortress were just decorations. In the past, there were only 2 communication points. With this sudden addition, it was undoubtedly the Imperial Outpost. Guess why it's called the Imperial Outpost? Only Imperial Outposts would be equipped with a standard communication array. Yes! They successfully captured the old pass. Yun Feng excitedly pumped his fist. How many casualties have they suffered? Do they need reinforcements? Roland frowned. Although the high pass was dilapidated and the orcs stationed there were weak, it was still a strategic pass, and the orcs defending it would certainly pose an obstacle. They didn't suffer any casualties. If you must say, one soldier sprained his ankle. Yun Feng's mouth twitched. What? Orcs are made of paper? When did the orcs in High Pass become so weak? During the Lonely Mountain expedition. Roland was speechless. According to them, there are basically no orcs stationed in High Pass. There are only a few troops stationed there, and they haven't encountered any obstacles so far. Yun Feng shook his head. Perhaps the orc garrison was drawn away during the Second Battle of Azanalbazar, or perhaps they haven't returned to the old pass yet, Caslo said from the side. It's possible, but I think they need to be wary of an orc counterattack, Roland said gravely, his eyes fixed. Spring is coming soon, and the orcs will return from underground to the mountains. They'd be very dangerous. Yun Feng rubbed his chin. Contact them later, and ask if they need the kingdom's assistance. Forget it, there's no need to ask. Caslo. Roland raised his head. Your Highness, I'm here. Caslo patted his chest and bowed his head. Bring 100,000 arrows to support them. Oh, and 300 crossbows. After all, we still have to consider losses. Roland knocked on the table. And food, Yun Feng reminded him. Roland frowned, thinking for a moment. Bring them some dried meat and fish. The kingdom isn't wealthy, and we're in dire need of food. Roland sighed. Okay. Caslo nodded. Your Majesty Yun Feng, Roland suddenly spoke. I'm here, Your Highness. Yun Feng responded quickly. Prepare for the relocation of the people. Ask who wants to follow the Duke of Junlin. The Junlin family did have quite a few followers back then, Roland instructed Yun Feng. No. Your Highness, are you really planning to release them? We can just... Yun Feng nodded, but then reacted a split second later and looked up at Roland in shock. He knew the kingdom was desperate for manpower. Follow the order and issue the notice. Roland waved his hand nonchalantly. Okay. Yun Feng gave Roland a deep look and nodded. At this moment, Roland opened the territory panel. Previously, there was only one territory, Tupit, in the vassal panel, but this time, a new territory panel lit up. Lion Castle. The line of King's Landing? It looks like Apophis Brio is really planning to take root in the old pass. Roland nodded in understanding. Although the place was located atop the mountains, its easily defendable and difficult to attack location was a plus. Besides, Roland was happy to see someone being taken advantage of and curbing the orcs' progress. After all, the old pass led directly to Rivendell, controlling the road to the west. Controlled by the kingdom's nobles was undoubtedly 1,000 times better than the orcs themselves. Huh? They're not stationed directly inside the old pass? What happened? Roland was stunned by the incomplete control indicator for the old pass on the dashboard. It seemed his Duke of King's Landing had run into some trouble. I wonder what King Roland would think if he knew the old pass, so dear to him, had been reduced to a rat hole by the orcs. By the way, summon His Majesty Omsk for me, Roland whispered to the guards. Sit down, Roland said, glancing at Omsk. Got the details? Roland knew Omsk knew everything, seeing him hesitate. Of course, I'm excited. Legrand has once again extended his influence. Omsk stood up excitedly. For a reckless man and warmongerer, what could be more exciting than expanding territory? If anything, it would be for the Emperor and the title. Don't be too excited. The situation is unclear right now. I need you to call a meeting of the top generals to see if we need to send reinforcements. Roland shook his head. Huh? Omsk looked at Roland with a strange expression, his eyes vague and hesitant. Who do you take me for? Am I just a fruit picker? I have my dignity. I understand. Since the land has been granted to him, as long as his Brio family doesn't rebel, it will be theirs forever. Roland was stunned for a moment before instantly understanding Omsk's intentions. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was inconsiderate. Omsk quickly stood up and bowed apologetically. Forget it. Let's discuss this with everyone. The orcs are likely to counterattack. After all, the old pass was captured by surprise. The fighting was small scale, and the orcs offered almost no effective resistance. I don't believe they will remain indifferent, Roland said solemnly. In fact, I don't believe it either. Omsk shook his head slowly. It's a pass. It's a different status. No orc would want humans to be stuck there. It's like a nail in the orcs' back. Once they realize it, the orcs will definitely take action. Let's study it. The kingdom will send troops to support them if necessary, Roland said solemnly, gazing at Omsk. Didn't you say you wouldn't support us? Omsk was stunned. Damn it! To hell with those words. You can think I was talking nonsense. The Empire won't abandon any of its people. Neither will the kingdom. Roland's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If those orcs persist, I don't mind mobilizing my army to fight them in the Misty Mountains. Roland radiated terrifying murderous intent. The terrain of the old pass was perfectly suited for the kingdom's current deployment, which was why Roland was willing to fight the orcs to the death in the Misty Mountains. If it were anywhere else. Never mind, my dear Duke, the kingdom will remember your efforts and sacrifices. Chapter 506. Your Highness, who are you going to fight again? Nyx gazed at the army gathering below the castle, a hint of pleading in her eyes. She was terrified of her newlywed husband entering the battlefield. Don't worry, it'd be fine. Roland patted her head soothingly. Nyx nodded reluctantly, but the deep distrust in her eyes made Roland smile bitterly. It seemed the little girl didn't trust him. Apophis Brio successfully captured the old pass, and the orcs didn't defend it, giving him a good advantage. But spring is coming, and the orcs will surely return when the weather warms up. Roland glanced at Nyx and stopped talking. After all, at this point, if Nyx didn't understand, she would be a fool. Then you want? Nyx said timidly, pinching the corner of her clothes. The king won't leave his queen. Roland smiled, reassuring Nyx. Although Apophis Brio was his vassal, his land held little relevance to his lordship, and Roland wouldn't risk his life for him. Simply supporting him was good enough. Compared to the shady ways many kings resorted to prevent powerful nobles from becoming too powerful, Roland was considered a wise ruler. Sigh. Roland sighed. The system was practically dead now. Besides giving him some garbage every day, it was practically useless. Furthermore, completing the main quests was now extremely difficult. The territory within a radius of 100 miles was still manageable, But those 10 towns were almost the end of Roland's life. Currently, the towns under Roland's rule were Swiftstream City, Delvin Town, Tupia County, Lulong Fortress, and a makeshift Lion Castle. He was still 5 towns short of the first task. Moreover, the system's requirements were already very loose. Even Tupia County, which was even shabbier than a village, was included in the towns. King Roland was so sensible that he felt sorry for it. Don't worry, the Empire's nobles won't fall like this. The Dragon God will protect us. Nyx, assuming Roland was worried about Apophis Brio, offered comfort. Yes, Roland said perfunctorily before bidding Nyx farewell. All right, my general, tell me how many men you can provide. Roland said calmly, gazing at Omsk standing before him. All right, your highness. We currently have 110 Lagran Empire Vanguard Knights, 200 Lagran City Guards, 800 Badanian Archers, 100 Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 El Nino Rangers, 50 Lordaeron Rangers, 200 Lagran Royal Guards, 1,500 Flood Infantry, 200 Levies Light Infantry, 100 Lagran Heavy Cavalry, 8 Priests, 1 Fire Mage, 100 Crusader Lancers, 300 Crusader Archers, 20 Crusader Heavy Shield Men, 15 Crossbow Knights, 26 Duchy Light Cavalry, 10 Woodland Knights, and 5 Griffin Knights, for a total of 3,845 men. The Crusaders can be withdrawn. After all, the soldiers of the Grand Duchy of Nyx don't quite fit in with our current system. Omsk shook his head. The light infantry is useless. Yun Feng has practically turned them into peasants. If we want to minimize their influence, we can only withdraw the Crusaders, Omsk analyzed. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? After all, there are only so many people left in the Principality of Nyx. Roland's face changed. He had to consider Nyx's feelings. After all, what difference would this make from weakening the Queen's family power? Although the Crusaders were loyal to him, they were essentially Nyx's private army. This was clearly evident in Knight Commander Lavian. He always felt a sense of alienation towards Roland, and he had never sworn allegiance to Roland. This made Roland resentful, but helpless. TSK? Omsk was stunned for a moment, then his face changed drastically. Oh! How could he have forgotten this? Could the people of the Queen's party be used so arbitrarily? Roland reminded Omsk, and he instantly understood. In the current context of Middle-earth, doing so was simply courting death. Depleting the private soldiers of a noble family was no different from digging up their ancestral graves. When the cunning rabbit dies, the running dog is cooked was a nice thing to say. It was even reasonable for a hot-tempered noble to rebel on the spot. Oh no! Omsk covered his face. This was trouble. With an army of nearly 4,000 men, he couldn't spare any manpower. Don't even think about the Crusades. That's all Nyx's family has. Roland said with a hint of heartache. He still had a soft spot for his woman, and he didn't want Nyx to sacrifice so blindly. For a noble, their respect was tied to their wealth and power, even for the Queen. A queen without a husband was even more ridiculous. We can't just let the Flood Legion go. Your Highness, you know, the Flood Legion's battlefield isn't in the mountains. Omsk was almost overwhelmed. What kind of military formation could you possibly have in the mountains? The undulating hills were enough to make the once impenetrable phalanx become as porous as a sieve. Think of another way. Keeping the Crusaders at Lulong Fortress is already the biggest concession we made. Sending them any further wouldn't be appropriate. They're the Queen's family soldiers. Omsk, you must understand the implications of this. Roland warned gravely. From the beginning to the end, Roland had never considered using Nyx's private soldiers. Even after Nyx had entrusted everything to him, Roland had never considered using them in battle. This was his respect for his queen and his adherence to and maintenance of aristocratic rules. If the soldiers weren't truly short-handed, this army should have been stationed in Flood City, at the disposal of Lord Nyx. After all, Lagran had always been a dual monarchy, but his dual monarchy didn't refer to 2 emperors, but rather to the emperor and empress being equal in ruling status. Throughout the history of the Lord of the Rings game, there are countless instances where the queen's power surpassed that of the king. Many queens commanded armies even more elite than the emperor, and for long periods, the royal dragon riders even served the queen alone. After all, it's not just the emperor who can initiate a national war in Raglan. For the current kingdom of Raglan, Nyx legally possesses an army loyal to the queen, and she enjoys all of Roland's rights. As long as she doesn't betray her country and her husband, Nyx even has the right to renege on the Lonely Mountain Alliance agreement. Therefore, Roland decided to preserve this remnant of the army, the only one loyal to Nyx. After all, Nyx, currently relegated to the Inner Palace, would be unable to raise an army for a long time. I understand. Omsk rubbed his brow in a headache, 1,000 hoods racing through his mind. He calculated everything, but he hadn't considered politics. Omsk glanced helplessly at the ceiling. As expected, his master was right. We reckless men can only fight and kill, while those who play politics are filthy-minded. Chapter 507. Where is His Majesty Yunfeng? Should we seek his advice? Omsk grinned. After all, Roland had forbidden the use of the Crusaders, and the troops loyal to him were essentially pinned down within the kingdom's territory. Omsk was now in a state of panic. Him? He's out of town, tinkering with his treasures. Roland thought for a moment, and told Omsk Yunfeng's whereabouts. After all, for an alchemist thirsting for knowledge, a quick visit to his alchemy workshop offered a high probability of catching a wild alchemist. After all, the only industry outside the city worthy of a wise man's stay was the magic plantation. As one of the few places in the north where magical plants could be cultivated, the magic plantation granted by the system was a paradise for alchemists. Okay, I go talk to him and ask for his advice. Omsk nodded, then hurried away. TSK, Yunfeng has so many clever ideas, so there must be a solution, right? Roland thought to himself. Calm down, calm down. The sky isn't falling yet. Yunfeng whispered without moving. A mental barrier instantly appeared, preventing Omsk from advancing. The defenseless Omsk, like being struck by a roaring train, was instantly embedded in the air. Yunfeng held the beaker in one hand and carved magic with the other. With a puff of green smoke, the potion in the beaker gradually changed color as it sublimated and evaporated. A satisfied smile crossed Yunfeng's face. He steadily poured the potion into the bottle, not a drop spilled, then casually wrote a label and affixed it. Then he turned to look at Omsk. What's wrong? What happened to make you, who's usually so calm, so anxious? That's not in line with your character. Yunfeng frowned. A cup of fragrant black tea, please. It calmed his nerves. Yunfeng waved his hand, directing the hands of several mages to grab 2 cups. Then a delicate teapot floated over, and a thin stream of tea slowly fell into the cups. Please! Yunfeng held up the cups. Gudong. Omsk, who had just come over thirsty, was not polite either. Looking at Omsk guzzling like a brute, Yunfeng shook his head and laughed. Now, tell me what happened. Yunfeng rested his elbows on the table with his hands crossed, a look of curiosity on his face. After all, as far as he knew, nothing major had happened in the kingdom yet. The only variable was the isolated army at the old pass, but that wouldn't affect the kingdom's direct territories. Your Highness wants to send troops to support the Duke of Junling. Omsk took a breath. Huh? Yunfeng was puzzled. Why did His Highness suddenly demand the kingdom's involvement? Perhaps His Highness is worried about Apophis Brio and the others. Omsk shrugged. After all, he was just an employee, and King Roland's word was his. Well, if he wants to send troops, what's the problem? Yunfeng's eye twitched. Although the kingdom was struggling, it could still easily support an expeditionary force, so Yunfeng couldn't imagine any difficulty that would cause Omsk such a headache. Queen Nix's soldiers are forbidden by Her Highness, and the kingdom simply can't spare any suitable soldiers from its own ranks, Omsk said distressfully. I'd like to hear more about it. Yunfeng nodded. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about military matters, but he did agree with the rules of the nobility. Our military system has too few professionals. Guarding the royal frame and the fortress is already a struggle, and we simply can't muster any spare professional troops right now. As for the flood infantry, I doubt anyone wants to use them in the mountains. Omsk thought of the flood infantry's 5-meter-long chevaux de frise. The thought of those chevaux de frises, placed nowhere in the mountains, was enough to raise one's blood pressure. Although I don't know much about military branches, the flood infantry simply can't be deployed in the mountains. Yunfeng nodded in understanding. Mountain terrain was enough to cripple their vaunted lance formations. Could anyone expect the flood infantry, carrying large shields and wielding one-handed swords, to fight orcs? The cost-effectiveness would be so great that anyone who dared to try would be left with nothing. So for now, the Crusaders are the only option. After all, they have a mix of ranged and short-range units. Omsk shrugged helplessly. Your Highness means sending troops to support the Duke of King's Landing, right? Yunfeng suddenly remembered Roland's request to organize the migration of the people not long ago. Yes, after all, if the orcs truly approach in force, even if they hunker down in the castle, they won't be able to hold out. Omsk nodded. As the old saying goes, a long defense will inevitably lead to a loss. Besides, they only have the advantage of location, timing, and people. Is there a possibility that we don't need to mobilize the kingdom's soldiers? Yunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. What? Omsk was stunned by Yun Feng's outlandish idea. Wouldn't the kingdom send troops to wait for the heroic spirits of the past King's Landing families to awaken and rescue them? They probably wouldn't be able to wait until they became heroic spirits. Don't open your mouth so wide. Who are you yelling about eating? Do you have a map? Yun Feng rolled his eyes at the inexplicably curious Omsk. Of course. Omsk always carries a map with him, as he never knows when it might be needed. Take a look here. Yun Feng tapped the map and said to Omsk. Karl Rock Ferry? Omsk immediately understood Yun Feng's idea. Oh my! Why didn't we think of the Bjorn's territory right next door? We could borrow troops from them to help the King's Landing defend the city. That's not right. After his excitement, Omsk frowned again. This is only a temporary solution. They can't stay in the old pass permanently to fight the orcs to the death. Besides, the Bjorn have no obligation to assist us. Omsk frowned and thought. Let's talk about the first question first. We don't need the Bjorn to stay permanently. At least they should help Apophis Breer and his men withstand the orcs' first counterattack. Don't forget. With so many residents around River Rapids, they can definitely raise an infantry. Have you forgotten? The King's Landing can train warriors. Give them time, hee. Yun Feng said quietly. Omsk fell silent instantly, like a chicken with its neck stuck. Second question. Yun Feng raised an eyebrow. We eat the king's food and are loyal to him. Proposing a plan is already the most we can do. How to convince the Bjorn is his own business. If he can't even do that, what's the point of being a Grand Duke? How can he restore the family's glory? Yun Feng spread his hands, a scoundrel's expression on his face. This is your own business, the Duke of Junlin. It's a trivial matter between nobles. Helping is a favor, not helping is a duty. Moreover, the king's willingness to lend a hand to a powerful border noble rather than playing tricks on you is already a favor from the dragon god. TSK. You're really smart. Sure enough, you scheming people are all filthy. Omsk said sincerely with a grin. Chapter 508. As expected, after hearing Yun Feng's plan, Roland nodded repeatedly. He thought being king would be too boring if he had to worry about everything himself. He was King Legrand, not the nobles' nanny. At least the powerful nobles had to learn to be self-reliant and not rely on the king's favor. Use magic communication to tell him to have Apophis Brio send his own recruits. The kingdom can't do everything itself. Roland shook his head. After all, no one had ever heard of a king filling a void for the nobles, and Roland didn't want to waste his troops fighting orcs in the distant Misty Mountains. If Roland hadn't been attracted by the system reward of the Dragon Rider during the Moria expedition, he wouldn't have. Wait! System. Why didn't you issue a mission this time? Is it because I'm the Duke of King's Landing unworthy? Or did you embezzle my reward? Roland finally realized that the system had always given a small reward for such events, but this time it had embezzled it all. Host, please respect yourself. No missions are activated this time. Please complete the main quest as soon as possible. The system's cold, mechanical voice sounded. Roland couldn't complain. Are the main quests really that easy? After arguing with the system to no avail, Roland laid down helplessly. Whatever, no reward, no reward. After all, it would just delay Roland from earning the supreme title of Emperor. Perhaps you should take a look at this. Olaf handed a scroll of parchment to Apophis Brio. Is this true? Apophis Brio looked at the contents in surprise. It was Roland's decision. Unbeknownst to Roland, this decision had already earned Apophis Brio's gratitude. Yes, your highness has allowed us to recruit and train soldiers. This is a great thing. Those civilians who were loyal to the family back then will probably continue to follow you. The great knight pondered. Your highness has no limit on the number of people? Apophis Bleer said, overwhelmed by the surprise. What, my lord? You plan to recruit tens of thousands of people? Olaf glared at Apophis Bleer. With our limited resources, does the king need to impose restrictions? Don't you have any idea how many phalanxes you can support? Apophis Bleer, as if catching Olaf's strange and disdainful look, immediately rubbed the back of his head and chuckled. By the way, I sense quite a dark aura along the way. Caslo said worriedly, patting his dragon mount. Those are the descendants of Ungoliant. Those giant spiders and demon spiders. Cardo puffed white mist from his nostrils, but his voice echoed in Caslo's mind. They'd be a hindrance to the kingdom. The old forest road is unusable. We have to find a way to get rid of them. Caslo frowned, thinking about how to quickly exterminate the insects. You're overthinking it. That's something the Empire should consider. The current kingdom of Legrand isn't worthy of touching this decaying forest. Cardo said calmly, looking at the spiders crawling below. Yes, I was too impatient. The kingdom's tentacles truly can't reach here now. Caslo dejectedly. Although this was once the core area of the Empire's territory, even the kingdom of Lomanian, from whom Roland's lineage stemmed, was founded here. But you could consider having King Roland plant a few nails to make it easier to enter this area in the future. Cardo's voice was flat and distant. I consider advising your highness. Caslo's heart stirred, but he forcibly suppressed his wandering thoughts. After all, the kingdom's current situation didn't allow him to divide his forces and attack this place. If Roland knew what the dragon riders were thinking, he'd be moved to tears. Would he dare to move? He didn't dare. Roland's only concern now was restoring the royal family to the old capital. The charioteers roaming the east were already enough of a headache for Roland, a poor king whose army consisted mostly of infantry. Then conquer the dark forest in the west? What? A Middle-earth version of the Three Kingdoms? The last failed art student who did that was buried alive. Fighting on two fronts was like drinking a nutritional fast. Roland said he couldn't afford to offend them. Rather than playing hide-and-seek with spiders the size of cars in the forest, he'd rather have the torrent infantry form a square formation to counter the chariots. Herod. In the stables on the first floor of the Lion Castle's secondary keep, dozens of warhorses trembled restlessly, tossing their heads and tails. What's going on? I never seen anything like this before. The knight, who had been feeding his horse, was momentarily stunned when, as if suddenly realizing something, his pupil shrank. He dropped the soybeans in his hand and took off running. Monster invasion. Monsters are attacking. The knight, throwing off his armor, stumbled towards the alarm bell in the courtyard and rang it. The clanging sound echoed throughout the small castle. Enemy attack? Apophis Brio quickly pushed aside those blocking his path and rushed outside. Fuck, herb. Olaf gritted his teeth, grabbed his sword, and gave chase. Return to the city. Return to the city. The soldiers stationed outside rushed towards the Lion Castle. Close the gate. Close the gate, roared the centurion guarding the city. Our brothers are still down there. The soldiers at the gate were stunned. Close the gate. Close the gate. Follow orders. The centurion roared. Amid the centurion's roar, the gate was pushed shut. As the heavy bolts were lifted, iron bars were lowered from the gate opening, providing a double layer of security. Quick! Throw down the ropes. Retrieve our men. The centurion hurriedly threw down a bundle of ropes. He wasn't about to leave the soldiers outside to fend for themselves. He didn't want the gate to be lost because of a few soldiers outside. After all, Lion Castle only had one gate. What's going on? Apophis Blue rushed out, grabbing the soldier who was sounding the alarm. The horses are all agitated. All the horses in the stable are agitated. In this situation, I can only... The knight, frightened by Apophis Blue's predatory behavior, spoke tremblingly. You saw it when you encountered the dragon in River Rapids, didn't you? Apophis Brio said gravely, his gaze sweeping upwards. Lion Castle lacked high-ranking professionals, and their perception of the pressure from top-tier monsters was weak, far less sensitive than the livestock at the bottom of the food chain. So the warhorses must have sensed the distant might of a dragon or some other top-tier monster. Keep quiet. Don't make any noise. Olaf tackled the knight, who was about to hit the alarm bell. Having just understood the whole situation, he immediately stopped the knight's suicidal act. Damn it! A top-tier monster is coming? Apophis Brio gritted his teeth. Facing such a being, they could only wait for death. No! They still had a chance. Apophis Brio gritted his teeth, pulling out an ancient scroll from his interspatial ring, ready to tear it open. Let's hope it's just a top-tier monster passing by, Your Highness. The Great Knight, noticing Apophis Brio's movements, offered solace. Chapter 509. Dragon. A giant blue dragon. A knight roared shrilly from the arrow tower. He roared at the crowd at the top of his lungs, and a giant blue dragon twisted and tumbled in the gray clouds. Damn it! How could there be a dragon here? Olaf exclaimed in frustration. Raise the shield. Activate the shield. Activate the shield immediately. The Great Knight stumbled towards the castle's main keep. Because the castle's magic shield required mana or magic crystals to activate, it had to be activated manually. Soldiers, hold your weapons. Not all dragons are as easy to talk to as that giant blue reptile in River Rapids. The Great Knight slapped a long spear against Olaf's chest. It's coming for us. Dragon God. When I joined the army, they didn't tell my mother I'd be fighting dragons. I always thought my opponents were orcs. Where's the Lord? We need his orders. Calm down. Apophis Brio suddenly roared, his voice, infused with battle energy, instantly drowning out the others. Hang! Amidst everyone's panicked gazes, the cyan figure landed outside Lion Castle. Holy crap! Your Majesty, Caslo! Thank God! The kingdom's dragon rider. Mom! I'm alive! Can anyone explain what happened? Caslo shrugged, looking at the crowd, their faces trembling with fear. They mistook you for a wild dragon passing by. Apophis Brio jumped down from the top of the city wall and shrugged helplessly. If he hadn't noticed that the dragon was wearing dragon armor, after all, only domesticated dragons have dragon armor, while dragons don't have that thing, Apophis Brio himself would probably have ordered an attack. Caslo glanced at the Lion Castle, which was bracing for a formidable attack, and his eyes twitched involuntarily. What if? If it was a wild dragon that just came? You wouldn't really rely on this thing to defend against a dragon attack? Caslo stared in shock at the swaying and rising magic shield. Then hexagonal matrices emerged, forming a hemisphere that engulfed the entire Lion Castle. Of course. A man from the Junlin family won't back down, Apophis Brio said proudly. Well, can you break this thing, Cardo? Caslo asked, half doubt and half helplessness. You should ask how many seconds it can last in my hands. My knight. A visible embarrassment crossed Cardo's ferocious dragon face. Caslo gave a wry smile, looking at the Imperial outpost still struggling to release its shield. This stronghold has a basic magic shield. It's only 2 levels behind the advanced magic shield in River Rapids, but the difference is worlds apart. Cardo whispered, looking at Apophis Brio. River Rapids has a magic shield? Apophis Brio and Caslo exclaimed in unison, both faces filled with questions. Yes, but King Roland hasn't repaired it yet, Cardo said calmly. After all, the River Rapids system had originally given them a city in ruins, with nothing but a low wall. I always thought River Rapids didn't have a magic shield. Apophis Brio was stunned. He'd been in River Rapids for quite some time, but he had never known they had a shield. He always thought they were naked. Of course. Isn't a magic shield standard for imperial cities? Every imperial castle must have one, Cardo said, shaking his head. By the way, have your men disable the shield. Don't magic crystals cost money? Cardo tapped the thin shield, sending ripples of magic energy cascading down. After all, the Junlin family currently lacked mages, so the only way to maintain the magic shield was with expensive magic crystals. Olaf! Disable the shield. Apophis Brio shouted inside. Yes, sir. Olaf glanced down from the city wall and waved. Rip! Cardo flicked his claws lightly. Apophis Brio and Caslo clearly saw a surge of dragon power envelop the wind dragon's sharp claws, then plunge into the shield like a hot knife through butter. Bang! Before Olaf could cut off the magic power supply to the main castle's magic circle, the shield shattered under the dragon's tearing attack. See, that's it, Cardo said triumphantly, wagging his tail. This is too painful, isn't it? Apophis Brio's eyes widened. The magic shield he placed such high hopes on was shattered by a single dragon claw. He knew it was unrealistic to rely on a basic magic shield to stop a dragon, but he hadn't expected it to be so abstract. Just a single claw. Isn't it strange? A basic magic shield is only equivalent to the strength of a magic apprentice's shield. It's impressive that it can withstand a single claw, Cardo exclaimed. Truly a masterpiece worthy of the Empire's products. This thing was originally granted to barons, right? I bet none of the Empire's human emperors would have imagined that one day this thing would be used by a duke. Caslo facepalmed. A barony required a lot of defense. It was definitely several notches lower than a duchy. Indeed. Apophis Brio nodded, agreeing with Caslo. This thing hadn't been designed with the duke in mind, so he was the first to do so. Not bad. While it's better than nothing, it's enough to fend off half-armed orcs and common monsters. Apophis Brio was optimistic. As long as he couldn't penetrate the orcs, he'd figure out the rest later. Apophis Brio didn't believe he'd be so unlucky as to face an attack from a high-level monster on his territory. By the way, Your Majesty, what are you doing here? Apophis Brio looked at Caslo in confusion. After all, a dragon rider running over without a word would surely raise Apophis Brio's eyebrows. Your Highness misses you. I brought you arrows and 300 crossbows. Caslo unloaded a pile of arrows and dozens of large boxes from his storage compartment. Thank you, Your Majesty. You're so kind to come here in person. Apophis Brio bowed respectfully. Beware of orc counterattacks. If there are any targets you need to destroy, I can help you do so. Caslo asked. After all, since he was already here, he wouldn't feel comfortable returning to Riverstorm without helping his little brother slaughter some orcs. They're still hiding deep in the mountains, but I'd like you to bring Olaf back with you on your return. Apophis Brio said seriously. Oh! Caslo looked at him puzzled. Your Highness has allowed me to recruit soldiers to defend my fiefdom. I want to recruit a group of strong men and train them as soon as possible, and also recruit civilians to cultivate the land. Apophis Brio told Caslo. Okay. I take him with me on my return. Caslo nodded, agreeing to Apophis Brio's request. Chapter 510. Pack your things, we're leaving. Caslo patted Olaf's shoulder, urging him not to be afraid. I don't have much to pack. Olaf nervously tugged at the bag behind him. He wasn't a professional, so he couldn't use storage items. Storage items that ordinary people could use without battle chi weren't accessible to ordinary people. Those custom-made items were generally reserved for nobles, who didn't have the talent to become professionals. But do I really have to ride this thing back? Olaf swallowed and stared at Caslo in disbelief. Of course. Even though it looks like it's about to fall apart, it's much sturdier than you think. Caslo praised, stroking the intricate magical patterns on it. Is this cage really going to fall apart while flying in the sky? Olaf was incredibly resistant to the cage he was about to ride. Because dragons won't let anyone other than their knights step on their backs, and since there's no room for a second person on the saddle, dragons usually carry people in a large cage slung from their limbs. The dragon then flies, holding the person inside. The cage Caslo pulled out was woven from finger-thick vines, making Olaf's scalp tingle. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to soar into the air. Your Majesty Yunfeng's reinforced cage is safe to use. If it disintegrates or falls apart, you can file a complaint with His Highness. Don't worry, there haven't been any negative reviews since I used it. Caslo said seriously. You're carrying my urn? Olaf's face darkened. What complaint? Bad review? You have to be alive to give that. Finally, despite his immense reluctance, Olaf obediently entered under the intimidating gazes of Caslo and Apophis Brio. Your Majesty, please fly slower. My life and property are in your hands. Olaf muttered to Caslo the entire way, his devotion even more devout than that of Tang monk chanting his sutras. Caslo and Cardo exchanged glances, their fear of death evident. Your Highness, the shadows in the sky above the gray mountains are appearing more and more frequently. Huolin knocked on the door and entered. Those phantoms? You mean those high-speed flying griffins? Roland looked up. He knew there were a herd of wild griffins in the gray mountains. Griffins flying at high speeds were indeed like fleeting shadows in the sky. In the autumn, Roland had his dragon riders monitor the griffins daily. After all, as top predators, it would be unreasonable not to pay attention to them. Roland didn't want to wake up one day and find his people being carried off by griffins. He would probably become a laughing stock among the Logron emperors. Yes, spring is coming soon. The snow is melting, and everything is reviving. The griffins have woken up from hibernation. Wild griffins hibernate in cold regions, and we need to be prepared to face them. Huolin said solemnly. It was only after he became a griffin knight that he understood griffins. Although they lack the might of dragons, the ferocity of flying dragons, or the majesty of giant eagles, they are still the top predators in the food chain. All creatures will tremble under their wings that cover the sky. Even dragons are unwilling to confront a group of griffins head-on. Don't worry, relax. Griffins are intelligent too. The older ones are as intelligent as humans. Yunfeng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. These griffins have only recently migrated here, so they won't make enemies around their habitat. Don't underestimate their intelligence. As long as we don't cross their boundaries, even passing near their lair won't be a problem. Yunfeng smiled and shook his head, signaling that Huolin was worrying too much. Top-tier Warcraft griffins are highly intelligent, and they wouldn't easily provoke the kingdom of Lagrang, which boasts 2 enormous dragons. What? The Golden Holy Dragon Dose? That's just a cub. Is there a chance we can use these griffins for our own benefit? Roland wondered. It was Verway who had originally targeted these griffins, and nearly made Roland draw a line and distance himself from them. But Roland couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. Those griffins look truly fragrant. That depends on how well both sides cultivate a bond, but before that, we need an opportunity. Yunfeng shrugged. Supporting a tribe wasn't uncommon. Past empires, not to mention supporting a tribe, even raised numerous magical beast tribes. There were flocks of dragons, griffins, and Pegasus. Yunfeng was optimistic about whether he could support this tribe, but establishing an initial bond with the griffins was a major challenge. Without a middleman, Misunderstandings were likely to arise. Roland couldn't just run over to the head of the human family and say, "I think you're incredibly talented, and you become something great in the future. Join me." Griffins would likely blow Roland's mind. He still had to find the right one. They should have a chance to talk. Only with frequent interactions can relationships deepen, and Roland can then easily deceive them. No! He's helping the Griffins find a warm home. Roland is still counting on these Griffins to form their own Air Knight unit. He can't rely on the Dragon Riders for everything, right? They're the nation's top fighters. Now, they're being rushed by delivery men like delivery boys. Don't the Dragon Riders have any respect for their reputation? Instead of those vague ideas, let's think about expanding the villages and towns in the spring. The kingdom has taken in thousands of refugees over the winter. River Rapids City is definitely overwhelmed, and we have to build several new villages and towns. Yun Feng said calmly, tapping the table. Any recommendations? Roland asked seriously. After all, compared to those Griffins in YY, the newly arrived refugees living in River Rapids were the most urgent priority. And if they weren't handled properly, they could starve to death. Or guess why they're called refugees? They can't even afford 2 pounds of rice. If Roland dares to cut off their food supply, they die in front of you. No, but I suggest developing southward, where the climate is milder. Yun Feng shook his head. It was just a village, so the location wasn't crucial, proximity to farmland was enough. Okay, you guys make the arrangements. When you made a decision, you can ask me or Nix to review it. Roland nodded. Well, right now, we should hurry and get Apophis Brio firmly established. I think Caslo should be back soon. Roland muttered, glancing at the sky. Yes, we have some work to do now. There are many people loyal to the King's Landing family, and they need to prepare a lot for this trip. Yun Feng shook his head, a headache. Chapter 511. Not to mention the headaches his men were wrestling with regarding Apophis Brio's mess, Roland was now quite relaxed. He leisurely swayed his bamboo fishing rod as he headed for the swift river to fish. The snow had begun to melt, and the ice on the river surface was breaking up. A large number of fish emerged from the water to breathe in the fresh air. Spring has arrived. Roland reached out and caught a snowflake that had fallen from the treetops. A vine quietly sprouted a new bud from the recesses of the trunk. Alas! Roland gazed at the floating object in the water, his thoughts racing. He shouldered the kingdom's affairs single-handedly, and the continuous battles had left him somewhat exhausted. TSK. Li Lao Air and Zhu Lao Sea. You two are truly amazing. You even maxed out the shabby title of Horseback Emperor. I'm impressed. Roland gazed dimly at the swift river flowing eastward. Seal the Wolf's Lair. Roland's eyes flickered. After all, there had only been one champion throughout history. While achieving the title on Earth was incredibly difficult, it wasn't necessarily the same in Middle-earth. So, what did it take to achieve it in Middle-earth? It simply meant leading Roland's current minions southward to first destroy the fortress of Dol Guldur and capture the Ringwraith Kamul alive. Then, he marched southward to Mordor and decapitate Sauron. Finally, he dismantled Gumbald and decapitate the Witch King of Onmar, then used the Northern Wastes as the kingdom's racetrack. And ideally, all this should be accomplished before turning 21. It didn't sound that difficult. But what the heck, Roland blushed at the thought. The champion had joined the army at 18 and sealed the Wolf's Lair at 21, while at 18, he was still ignoring the risks and continuing the installation. 2 years. 18 already? Time flies. But considering the War of the Ring is still a long way off. Roland sighed, shaking his head. Huh? Roland stared at a twisted, dead tree, examining it closely. He seemed to recall something familiar. Why do I say so? It's this thing that's to blame. Roland angrily dropped his fishing rod and turned to head back to his tethered warhorse, apparently heading back to River Rapids. Your Highness. The guard swiftly cleaned up the mess Roland had left behind and hurried off to chase the fleeing Roland. I found the culprit. Yun Feng, come out. Find a way to wipe out their ashes for me. Roland shouted impatiently upon entering the government hall. Silence. My king, what's wrong with you? If you're sick, go see Pastor Ivy. I don't have time for you to play house. Yun Feng waved his hand away, like he was shooing away a fly. I'm talking business. Roland felt as if he'd been slapped in the face by Yun Feng's nonchalant, unconcealed attitude. Your Highness, I'm very busy here. We can't just let you be hands off. Yun Feng raised his head and glanced at Roland calmly. Still alive? That's fine. I know who's responsible for the plague. Roland revealed a huge secret. Oh, I'd love to hear more. Yun Feng, intrigued, put down his quill, as if to listen to your story. Barrow Whites, Roland said, each word clearly. So it's them. That makes sense. They're the only ones in the dark camp who are so good at playing plague. No wonder they're so quiet. They must have already slipped away. Yun Feng muttered to himself, and it had to be said that his guess was pretty close. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Although we know they're the culprits, we're powerless to stop them. So many days have passed, and those Barrow Whites have long since fled. What's the point of knowing now? Yun Feng spread his hands, his meaning clear. He wanted to retaliate, but couldn't even find them. So you're going to risk your life to retaliate? Roland stared at the sand table for a long time, saying nothing. He simply clenched his fists and leapt. Alas, you're still not composed enough. Impulsiveness, arrogance, and ignorance are the greatest enemies of a king. A king must maintain a calm mindset. Yun Feng laughed and shook his head. At that moment, Roland was like a child who had been bullied outside, and finally found the culprit, running home to his parents to ask them to take action. Barrow Whites. Omsk smacked his lips. Well, I think what Your Highness said today makes a lot of sense. I'd like to know if there's anything we can do to deal with them. Yun Feng's eyes gleamed with wisdom. The world is like a game of chess, and every move counts. Preparing for a rainy day is something everyone should consider, and Yun Feng was no exception. Although he'd been tricked by the dark faction this time, fortunately, no major problems had arisen. He could just consider it a lesson learned. Are you talking about the Barrow corpses? Omsk asked doubtfully. Yun Feng nodded. After all, light-based professionals certainly had more experience dealing with these creatures than he did. All sacred arts can inflict fatal damage on them. But not many of us can cast sacred arts. Omsk began to explain. Yun Feng's eyes twitched. You may not understand what I mean. What I need is how to find them. Yun Feng grinned helplessly. After all, how to deal with the ancient tomb corpses? That's too simple. Just go over and smash them with heavy infantry. The disgusting thing is the plague and virus they release. As for their combat effectiveness, Yun Feng said that's not a problem. After all, a Barrow White is nothing more than a large skeleton, its body draped in strips of rotting cloth and flesh, an impossibly tough fusion of dead wood and steel-hard bones. Overgrown with moss and swamp algae, it exudes a putrid stench. It's known for spreading viral plagues and unleashing plague curses. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. The Long Lake and other water sources are too vast for us to monitor. Omsk shook his head. You're kidding. Finding them would be a life-threatening sacrifice. Well, I was impatient. Yun Feng shook his head, not blaming Omsk. He could only silently apologize to King Roland. It might take some time to make the culprits pay and vent your anger. But we can inform the other kingdoms. Perhaps many of them don't even know what a Barrow White is. Omsk pondered. That way, the other kingdoms will be on the lookout for these uninvited guests, making it difficult for them to poison them. Omsk couldn't help but praise his own cleverness. That's a good idea. Here are some portraits. Please have your knights pass them on. Yun Feng deftly handed Omsk a portrait of a Barrow White. Just looking at the portrait, one could sense the dark terror of these undead creatures. Yun Feng snapped his fingers, and a copy spell was cast. Instantly, the portrait transformed into dozens of chapters, neatly stacked on the table. Chapter 512. What a stunt these creatures have done. Thorin examined the hideously ugly portrait of a Barrow White for a moment before spitting bitterly. Uncle, let me see. Keely, standing nearby, eagerly grabbed it. Oh! Durin! Were they struck by a tower shield when they were born? Philly, also curiously approached. Is it possible they were already dead? Thorin rubbed his brow in pain. What if his two nephews were sometimes out of their minds? Waiting online, it's urgent. Minions of the Witch King of Onmar. They should have been sleeping in the Barrow Downs of the fallen kingdom of Cardolan. How could they have come all the way to the north? Keely's lover, the woodland elf Toriel, stared at the portrait of the Barrow White in shock. Yes. How did they get here? Thorin sat in a chair, his hands on his knees, his head propped up by his thumbs, feeling the rub of his beard as he spoke slowly. We need to take action. King under the mountain, you must mobilize your army. Toriel said anxiously, rubbing her chest. She had a feeling the Barrow White's actions weren't isolated incidents. The dark forces would undoubtedly have more plans after the Great Plague ended. Let our people be vigilant. Spring is here, and it seems those bastards won't let us rest in peace. Thorin pounded the table, his eyes filled with the authority and anger of a king. I must return to the Woodland Kingdom. Toriel said goodbye to the dwarves. She needed to seek out King Thranduil for more information. Me too, Keeley said quickly, his eyes filled with admiration and concern. Father, perhaps you should take a look at these culprits? King Bard's son, Bane, held up the portrait of the Barrow-wight sent by the kingdom of Lagran. My dear son, Dad is busy. There are many things to attend to in the city. If you have nothing to do, why not learn swordsmanship from the guards? Bard dismissed his son with a gentle voice. He then glanced at the Barrow-wight portrait on the table and shook his head. The foundation of Dale was too weak. Bard had no means of caring for these distant culprits. He was more concerned with how to accommodate the victims of the plague and ensure a better life for the residents under his rule. Believing that there would always be someone taller to help him, Bard simply glanced at it and paid no further attention. But the dwarves and the kingdom of Acadia were furious. The kingdom, which had suffered little loss, was now confronted by the indignant King Roland. What good could Roland, Whitewing, and Thorin, 3 warmongers, do together? Thus, the Dwarven Mountain Sheep Riders, Acadia's nomadic light cavalry, and Lagran's vanguard knights began to appear frequently throughout the north. With a steadfast determination, the soldiers of the 3 families faithfully carried out their lord's orders. If the Barrow-wights escaped, everyone would suffer a loss. If they didn't, Roland's exact words were, "If we find those bastards, if they want respect, then give them respect. After all, they were human in life. If they don't, then give them respect." King Roland, speaking these words, was filled with murderous rage. Some might have thought the Barrow-wights had overturned his ancestral tomb. Thus, the northern wastes were filled with these idle slippers. I didn't know whether the Barrow-wights had found Roland, but I could still vividly remember the system dashboard constantly notifying me of how many orcs had been slain. Spring had arrived, the season of renewal, of rebirth. After a busy day, the orcs happily emerged from the dungeons, hoping to find something to eat at dusk, a reward for a winter of starvation. And then, nothing happened. A large group of dwarven cavalry spotted these wild cuties, and immediately showed their delighted prey. It's well known that dwarves are known for their joyful ritual of hearing a good head. A dwarf used his war hammer to hammer down the dazed orc's skull, and with a crisp click, the dwarven cavalryman beamed with satisfaction. Sounded good? Sounded good, that's a good head. The dwarven cavalry were in a frenzy of head cleaning, a stress-relieving experience no less intense than trimming donkey hooves and washing carpets. Due to their height, dwarves could penetrate the crypts much deeper than humans. Each dwarf entering the crypts was like a gold miner, hammering down everything they saw, determined to shake even the egg yolks of the orc tribe apart. Happy times are always short-lived. After slaying a dozen orc tribes, the 3 kingdoms' cavalrymen suddenly found themselves with nothing to do. How could this be? Eastern expedition, Eastern expedition, Northern expedition, Northern expedition. It's been proven that unchained cavalry, with sufficient supplies, are no less capable than your own loose husky. Roland and his men probably never imagined that their cavalry would become a scourge in the north. They were as despised as pigs and dogs, committing the most wicked deeds in the wasteland, such as digging up orc graves, kicking down hibernating widows, and beating up mute warcraft men. With one combo, the entire northern kingdom's vicinity was completely cleared. Fuck. These beasts have finally attacked the north. Roland glanced at the system's battle report coordinates, and sat down on the throne with a sense of helplessness. His knights and other cavalry had already formed a group, bypassing the Grey Mountains and heading further north to the northern wastelands. Roland silently prayed for those innocent orc tribes, hoping they would soon encounter his men, help them transcend, and relieve their suffering. Where is this? The Knight Centurion pulled out a map. As Grand Master, Roland naturally couldn't accompany the knights on such a mission. Vice Masters Omsk and Raynor also had their own priorities, leaving the knights fourth in command, the sole Centurion, to lead the sweep. We'd bypassed the Grey Mountains. The Iron Hills lie directly south of us. A Lagran Vanguard Knight pointed out the location for the Centurion. Haven't the Dwarven Mountain Goat Cavalry arrived yet? The Centurion frowned. The dwarves, with their rugged nature, sometimes had a loose sense of time, just as Balin had in the past. They arrived. They're currently cruising within about 10 miles of our right flank. A scout reported. Thank God. Dragon God. The dwarves have finally proven reliable for once. The Centurion sighed, shaking his head. What about the kingdom of Ecovia? The Centurion glanced towards his left flank. They rendezvous with us shortly. Their Grand Knight, Maple Leaf Purple, is leading over 100 men on their way. The scout said. All right, let's wait for them. Let's all rest a bit. The Centurion glanced at the sky, pulled out a piece of dry rations, and began to nibble. None of the northern cavalry noticed the ground quietly cracking not far away. Looking further afield, more cracks were quietly appearing. Chapter 513. Crack. A pale bone arm emerged from the earth. As the soil cracked, a skull blazing with a faint blue sulfire emerged. Ha! A low voice echoed through the earth. Following a series of low screams, pale skeletons emerged from the earth. They wandered around aimlessly at first, then a thick, inky black arm emerged. Ah! A terrifying wail echoed across the wasteland. What's going on? The vanguard knights of the Holy Glory Knights looked around in confusion. Their intuition told them something was wrong, but they couldn't find the source. They could only mount their horses and remain alert. What was that wailing just now? Count the bodies. The centurion frowned, his entire body enveloped in war flames. Glory. Activate. The knights also activated their glory skills, their various war flames connecting seamlessly into one, enveloping each person. Everyone's flames connected as one, the entire order blazing like a single, blazing flame, emitting flames of varying colors. Thump, thump, thump! The warhorses, urged on by the knights, broke into a canter. After all, speed was the foundation of the order. Without it, the order was no different from infantry. The fundamental reason the order could roam Middle-earth was their ability to swiftly dismantle the enemy without sustaining any damage, protected by their glory skills. Dragon God. The knights' faces paled as they rounded a mound. After all, the sight of a sea of white skeletons would send shudders down their spines. Damn it! Undead. It's the undead. Let's retreat. Get out of here. The centurion's face changed drastically. If it were an army of tens of thousands of orcs, he wouldn't have acted like this. But the terrifying army of the undead could force the knights, who roamed the continent, to retreat. These undead were a scourge to the knights. The death energy carried by their death force would quickly sap the knights' fighting spirit. A knight group thrust into the sea of the dead would soon find themselves depleted of their fighting spirit and their glorious end. Damn it! We need to stay away from them. These creatures can wear us down. The knights' pupils shrank. Although this was their first direct encounter with the undead, their mentors had already taught them this knowledge when they became knights. Oh no! We need to tell the dwarves and the others to evacuate. The centurion's face darkened, as if he had forgotten something, his allies. Even more tragic, the Actia cavalry were still closing in, rushing towards the flames. Dragon God. What's that? One knight spotted a cluster of black figures amidst the pale sea of bones. It's the abomination. As the figures emerged from the ground and stretched out their massive bodies clad in thick chains suddenly made everyone's heart tighten. Bang! A thick iron chain, carrying a meat hook the size of a round shield, swung towards them. Ding! A crisp sound shook the surrounding knights' eardrums, but fortunately, the hook was blocked by 3 lances extended from different directions. Hey hey! It's blocked! A knight thrust his right arm and violently pulled back the entangled lance, intending to drag the abomination over 3 meters tall free. Let go! The centurion was suddenly shocked after seeing the scene. You know, glory protects the knights and shares the damage of the attack, but it does not protect the knights from being dragged out. Whoosh! The 3 knights instinctively obeyed the order and let go of their lances. Sure enough, the next second, the uncontrollable lances were pulled back at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The sound of the piercing air made their faces change drastically. They all understood the consequences of not letting go. Glory could not protect them from being dragged out of the knights. Bang! Clang! Boom! One abomination after another swung the chains on their arms, repeatedly catching the lances of the passively defending knights and forcing them to let go, only to watch helplessly as they were disarmed. No time to lose. We must leave here. Sir! If this continues, we have to fight the undead with our fists. A knight captain rode up to the centurion. Already 1/3 of the knights in the order had been disarmed. Those strange chains often entangled and locked the knights' lances, putting the vanguard knights in a difficult position. Let's charge. Seeing more and more skeletons surrounding them, the centurion led his men and found a gap where the undead were less numerous and charged through. Crack! Crack! It was undeniable that these ordinary skeletons dared to use their frail skeletons to block the knights' charge. As the warhorses accelerated, these top-tier Middle-earth tin cans slammed into the fragile skeletons, like a moving wall. The undead even gave the knights the impression of being a scammer, shattering to pieces at the first contact. It was hard to imagine how fast these tin cans, riding their primary warcraft swift horses, covered in star-silver steel plate armor, could move with the combined power of their own charge and the speed of their warhorses. If Roland had seen it, he would have definitely described it as a high-speed train crashing directly into the undead's hearts. Have we escaped them? The centurion turned to look. Yes, sir. Those skeletons can't catch us. Not to mention the abominations. Everyone was clearly relieved after escaping danger, but they all tacitly maintained a state of honor. After all, who knew what might come next? Why are the undead here? This isn't an ancient battlefield. The centurion looked back in confusion. Sir, I have a feeling there's a conspiracy. The undead wouldn't just appear here for no reason. Could it be? A knight captain hesitated. It must be. It's not the work of the ringwraiths or the minions of darkness. I show you how to eat shit. The centurion snorted. Only the forces of darkness would play with corpses and desecrate the souls of the dead. Who would play with corpses? We can't go any deeper. I think a necromancer is out to block us. We've been too conspicuous along the way. The centurion thought for a moment and shook his head at the others. I can't draw conclusions on this matter, nor can I take responsibility. So let the general and the king handle it. The centurion said simply. So what do we do next? The knight captains looked at him. Why? Of course we're going to find our allies and run away with them. Are we just going to let them add to the undead army? The centurion stared at his men in surprise, his lips twitching. No way. No way. Are they really planning to abandon their teammates and run away? Then let's split up and search. Pa! The centurion slapped the knight's head before he could finish his words. Even through his helmet, his head was ringing. Don't you think you're not dying fast enough, or that your brothers aren't dying early enough? Are you leaving the state of glory so that everyone can serve the dragon god sooner? The centurion said angrily. Wouldn't splitting up the troops in this situation be suicidal? Chapter 514. Go find the Actia cavalry first. They're all humans. They're no more resistant to the encroachments of darkness than the dwarves. The centurion commanded directly. Following his command, the entire knight group formed a large circle and galloped westward. General, we seem to be surrounded. An Actia knight, carrying a skull devoid of its soul flame, ran towards Maple Leaf Purple. I'm not blind. Maple Leaf Purple narrowed his eyes. Their cavalry consisted of only a small squadron of 10 knights, the rest being light cavalry and iron cavalry. Clearly, facing the undead soldiers, fearless of casualties, fearless of death, and with their ever-high morale, these human knights were helpless. The undead's wound-for-wound attack method made all the cavalry feel uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the shark-clawed skeletons hidden among the skeletons continuously attacked the careless cavalry. Cavalrymen kept retreating from the front, clutching their bleeding wounds. Their pale faces made Maple Leaf Purple secretly anxious. The corpse poison might not kill them in the short term, but it would be enough to cripple them. Whether they could hold out until treatment was uncertain. Find a way to evacuate. Maple Leaf Purple roared, looking at the sparse undead around them. Although the undead were currently few in number, and the situation was under control, Maple Leaf Purple had witnessed with her own eyes that a steady stream of undead were still emerging from the ground. Damn it! We can't just sit there and wait for death. Knights, move closer to me. Maple Leaf Purple drew his sword and activated his glory skill. Boom! 11 streams of war energy, each colored in its own right, suddenly shot skyward. While not as powerful as the knights, they were terrifying enough to cause even the soul fire in the eyes of the undead to flicker. While it couldn't quite replicate the damage-sharing effect of the Knight's Order's glory, the boost it provided to all knights was enough to transform this knight squad. Kill! For the kingdom! For His Highness! For our families! Charge! Let's go home! Maple Leaf Purple roared. Though they consisted of only 11 knights and nearly 100 cavalrymen, driven by their instinct for survival, they charged through the terrifying might of the vast army. Fortunately, no high-level undead had spawned here, only a few skeletons and their advanced forms. As Maple Leaf Purple swung his sword, pale bones scattering everywhere, and dozens of skeletons blocking the path were instantly reduced to smithereens beneath his iron hooves. Go! Seeing the breach open, Maple Leaf Purple's eyes lit up with joy, and he led the cavalry through the gap. Bang! Seeing the cold light flash, Maple Leaf Purple didn't have time to think. Instinctively, a great knight with rich combat experience, he raised his sword to block. Puff! A powerful force sent Maple Leaf Purple flying backwards from his horse, a mouthful of blood spurting into the air as the long sword in his hand buckled at the center. Plop! Maple Leaf Purple, tumbling to the ground, heedless of his broken ribs, scrambled to his feet and dodged the roaring hooves behind him. Scatter! He roared at the top of his lungs. Clang! The sound of chains tightening filled his ears, and his pupils constricted as the knights ahead were flung back. What the hell is this? The cavalry, unfamiliar with the abomination, shuddered as they gazed at the mountain of flesh that blocked their escape route like a small hill. Crack! Seeing their path blocked, the last remaining cavalrymen turned helplessly and engaged the pursuing skeletons. Fight to the death. Every last one who escapes must flee. Maple Leaf Purple strode towards the abomination, dragging her bent long sword. Knights, listen! Dismount and fight on foot! For the glory of the knights! Maple Leaf Purple, shield raised, charged at the abomination. Bang! A massive sword beam, composed of battle energy and flames, fiercely slashed at the abomination, whose body was shrouded in death energy. The fire-based battle energy caused the death energy to shrink, melting like ice in sunlight. However, a surge of death energy soon surged out again, covering it, as if the previous attack had no effect at all. Dang! Dang! All the knights surrounded him, brandishing their weapons frantically, their various skills unleashing. Soon, the abomination began to weaken. Suddenly, the death energy within him suddenly contracted. Maple Leaf Purple's pupils constricted, and she was about to speak when a violent explosion echoed. Caught off guard, Maple Leaf Purple and the other knights could only raise their battle energy shields to resist, but they were still blown away. Ouch! The abomination pulled a hideous bone blade from its shattered body. Maple Leaf Purple's first reaction was to wonder how it had been hidden there. Get out of the way! Maple Leaf Purple kicked the knight propped up on the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. Damn it! Maple Leaf Purple blocked with her sword, but the knight's sword, bearing a weight beyond its own capacity, actually broke in half. Get out! Seeing Maple Leaf Purple staring blankly at the broken sword, a knight hefted his shield, summoning his fighting spirit and charging forward. A dazzling burst of fighting spirit erupted, sending the massive abomination back a few steps, but that was all. This thing's skin is too thick. We can't break it. Its strength should be at peak level 3. A knight panted as he approached. Go, General. Someone threw a steel spear to Maple Leaf Purple, but Maple Leaf Purple didn't pay any attention. He casually swung it and charged at the abomination. Kill it! Kill it! Hurry! The cavalry can't hold on. A knight turned to look at the cavalry, most of whom were teetering on their horses, then gritted his teeth and charged at the abomination. Dragon God! They're surrounded! A Lagran Vanguard Knight exclaimed in shock as he looked at the Akia cavalry trapped by the undead. Why aren't they breaking out, sir? A captain asked, looking at the centurion in confusion. If we don't deal with that abomination, their knights will be held back forever, unable to break free from the undead encirclement. The centurion rolled his eyes at the knight captain. Did he really think Aquavia was a knight order like Lagran? Prepare the arrow array. We must rescue them. If we delay any longer, lives will be lost. No more deaths in the north. The centurion said slowly. For glory. For Lagran. Imperial Knights charge. The centurion led the charge, activating the skills of glory, mercy, and justice, and like a wave, the knights crashed down upon the undead army below. Swish! The centurion's flaming spear, condensed from the entire knight order's battle spirit, instantly ripped the abomination that had just suppressed the Aquavia knights apart. The scattered death energy quickly dissipated into the air. Go! Ride your warhorses. Leave this place. We can't delay. The dwarves may also be in danger. The Vanguard Knight Centurion did not stop charging, leaving only the voice dissipating in the air. With the charge of the Lagran Holy Glory Knights, the undead army that seemed so huge was torn into pieces in an instant. Chapter 515. The Knights of Raglan had just rescued the poor Aquian cavalry and were preparing to head for the dwarven territory, but the situation there wasn't any better. Dwalin! What's that? Philly, riding on the back of a mountain goat, swung his axe and shattered the skeletons before him. Because Keely and his girlfriend had gone to meet Thranduil, Philly and Dwalin were tasked with the attack, but the situation was now beyond Philly's comprehension. It's the undead. They're coming. The devils are coming. Meet them. Meet them. Dwalin roared, his powerful dwarven fighting spirit radiating from his body and attaching to his axe. The axe swung with a huge crescent-shaped blade, fiercely slicing through several nearby skeletons. Undead. Undead army. Fight. Children of Durin. Form a formation. Form a formation. Faced with the oncoming might of the undead, the dwarves displayed an unusually resolute spirit, as expected of the flat-headed warriors of Middle-earth. Soon, the dwarves dismounted, raising their shields, spears, axes, and other weapons to form a shield wall. Though they numbered only 100 or so, the dwarf soldiers were clearly of higher quality. This purely warrior army, when deployed in formation, was clearly more formidable than the sparsely sparse undead horde. For a moment, it was unclear who was ambushing whom. After all, the scene looked like a tragic and heroic undead assault on the dwarves. It wasn't clear whether the dwarves were in harm's way, but the undead army clearly looked to be in trouble. The sight, reminiscent of harvesting wheat, was enough to send shivers down their spines. Fight! Descendants of Turin! Eliminate darkness and evil! Defend light! Billy shouted slogans that shook the heavens. The encouragement from the royal family obviously boosted the morale of the dwarves. These dwarf cans were already extremely fanatical before they even activated their frenzy skills. Abomination! Dwalin shouted. An abomination swung its hooked chain toward the dwarven shield wall. It quickly latched onto a large dwarven shield. The abomination screamed, yanking with both arms. And then, it was sent flying backwards. The sharp dwarven battle axe easily severed the rotten, lifeless chain. The abomination climbed to its feet, shook its head, and raised its hands in bewilderment. Where's my chain? The scene was strangely amusing and heartbreaking. Soon, perhaps finally seeing the scattered fragments on the ground, the abomination's rotting brain remembered the tragic loss of its chain. With a roar, it crashed into the dwarves like a speeding tank. Swish! A terrifying flame of battle energy shot up into the sky, and an axe condensed with battle energy suddenly chopped down. The abomination, which had been charging headfirst, continued to charge at the dwarf, only now it had been split in two. Kill! Dwalin snorted coldly, ignoring the now split abomination and continuing to play Candy Crush with the small skeleton soldiers. Commander Dwalin. You seem to be close to breaking through to Ward General, right? Philly stared at Dwalin in shock. They were all the same level 3 berserker, but you had secretly involuntarily become a level 4 commander, and now you're heading straight for level 5? When did it become so easy to break through to the professional level? Just a lucky break. Dwalin smiled innocently. As two of the dwarf expedition's strongest fighters, Dwalin and Thorin were the backbone of the expedition. Such a rapid breakthrough was acceptable. As time passed, the originally linear dwarven shield wall was compressed into a circular one by the undead. Though outnumbered, the dwarves in the circle were not at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. However, as more and more skeletons emerged from the ground, some undead would eventually break through the shield wall. Ah! A dwarf screamed and retreated, the undead death energy burning and corroding his wounds. A dwarf quickly filled the gap, and he was pulled to the center of the circle by his comrades. Hey! Brother, are you all right? Philly anxiously glanced at the injured dwarf. Of course. I can still fight. The injured dwarf had finally recovered. While the death aura of the undead possessed terrifying corrosive power. How could a dwarf, who couldn't even fully control the ring, fear it? The irascible old man bandaged his wounds, and once again took up his warhammer to bash heads. We can't keep fighting like this. Dwalin! We have to find a way to leave, Philly said anxiously. As the saying goes, your dwarven brothers will eventually run out, but my undead cannon fodder is endless. Only a fool would trade with the undead. There's definitely a necromancer among us. Find it. Kill it. Otherwise, the undead will just keep coming. Dwalin clearly understood better. The best way to put an end to these undead was to destroy the spell that summoned them. Do you think we ever find him? Philly complained loudly. After all, they weren't even as tall as those skeletons. The sea of bones directly blocked their already limited vision. This time, their height was a major disadvantage. Break. Break. We can't fight any longer. Philly roared at the increasing number of wounded dwarves. However, compared to the humans, who looked like muggles after being scratched by the undead, these stout dwarves were furious. Each one charged at the undead horde with a frenzy of blood, and finally, they managed to break through the undead encirclement. Hush! The dwarves whistled, and upon hearing the whistles, mountain goats came running from a distance, smashing through a few wandering skeletons blocking their way before arriving in front of the dwarves. Let's go! Dwalin and the others didn't hesitate. They took advantage and left, leaving behind a pile of broken bones that silently condemned the dwarves' recent atrocities. Crack! 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 The undead made a clacking sound, trying to stop the dwarves, but the two skeletons were too slow and soon they were reduced to dust. Are you all okay? Philly turned and asked. No one said anything. After all, how could they be okay with wounds inflicted by the undead? Look, the death energy clinging to the wounds hasn't dissipated yet. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The idle dwarves mobilized their battle chi and began to expel the death energy that had invaded their bodies. Wisps of death energy escaped from their wounds and dissipated in the wind. I think I see human cavalry. Is that flag Raglan? Dwalin suddenly asked. Dwalin! Your Highness Philly. Thank God you're all okay. It seems you also encountered those things. The Raglan Knights, leading the Agvayan cavalry, quickly reunited with the dwarves. Oh! By the grace of Turin. Were you ambushed too? Dwalin said in shock, looking at Maple Purple, whose face had turned pale as he carried the banner of the Kingdom of Arkovia, and then at his slightly dented breastplate. Of course. Our men were badly wounded. It seems you're quite resistant to that stuff? The Centurion said truthfully. But looking at the equally bedraggled dwarves, each in high spirits, he knew the undead's deathly aura couldn't seriously affect them. Chapter 516. By the beard. I guarantee we tear those bastards apart if we keep fighting, Dwalin said proudly, his beard raised high. Well, of course, if you're willing to suffer heavy casualties. The Centurion shrugged noncommittally. Dwarves are indeed naturally vulnerable to these dark forces. The evil energies that are fatal to humans and elves are largely harmless to dwarves. Perhaps because they spend all their time burrowing in caves, dwarves have a high resistance to such strange things. But quantity always changes quality. Facts have proven that even a group of skeletons, given enough numbers, can kill even the bravest dwarf. Something's not right here. I suggest we leave quickly, Maple Leaf Purple said grimly. Although his soldiers were mostly fine after simple treatment, he still wanted to take them back to the kingdom's wizards for a quick check. After all, no one knew if the power of death would leave any lasting effects on them. Of course. Dwalin shook his head, his beard twitching, clearly agreeing to leave this troubled place. Then let's leave quickly before we suffer any losses. Centurion Lagran nodded. But I'm afraid we have to slow down. Maple Leaf Purple's expression remained grim. Everyone looked over, and saw that the steeds of the unfortunate Aquitian cavalrymen and knights were covered in gray wounds on their legs. Their shaky condition made the others worry whether they could continue to run. Damn it! These bastards are infecting the horses with death. Centurion Lagran's pupil shrank. As a knight, he knew his second life was the steed he considered his companion. Knights always had a special affection for horses, so the sight of these horses infected by death aura instantly filled him with rage. Damn it! Anyone got any fire, water, or light war chi? Come down and help! The Centurion shouted. Though the hope was slim, it was better than nothing. Use the war chi to comb through their bodies, and force out the death chi, the Centurion commanded. Soon, more than a dozen knights dismounted, extending their hands to channel the war chi into the injured war horses. What a pity! These fine northern horses. Alas! Everyone sighed. After a long day of hard work, the team stopped and started along the way, and in the end, dozens of northern horses perished. The grief-stricken people had no choice but to burn them, otherwise they would be transformed into skeletons. In just a short period of time, the Achaea Kingdom's cavalry was decimated, with most of the cavalry reduced to infantry. Thankfully, the Lagran Kingdom's knights' war horses were all warcraft horses, highly resistant to death chi. For a short period, they could even carry 2 people per horse. These wind chasers were still able to carry more than enough weight. We need to get out of here quickly. We've been wasting too long, Dwalin said worriedly, glancing at the darkening sky. It's well known that darkness is the best camouflage for evil. Perhaps we need reinforcements. The Knight Centurion nodded firmly. The current situation had escalated beyond their control. Previously, the situation was manageable. After all, everyone was moving on all fours. Now, their marching speed had slowed significantly, and they couldn't tell if they were out of trouble. Reinforcement? Where can we get reinforcements? Maple Leaf Purple's face darkened. He wanted reinforcements. He wanted to tell Fei Bai right then and there that your cavalry was almost wiped out. The horses were almost wiped out, but cavalry without horses was no different from being dead. Knights without horses were still invincible in foot combat. What was the difference between cavalry without horses and light infantry? Sir Dwalin, where are your Dragon Eagle Knights now? The Knight Centurion ignored Maple Leaf Purple's questioning and turned to Dwalin. Well, maybe they should be resting in Erebor. Dwalin scratched his head, finally uttering a sentence. You didn't even deploy your knights to scout the area around your territory? The Centurion's eyes widened. Could anyone tell him if dwarves were always so careless? Well, Dwalin hesitated. Forget it. Let's wait for the kingdom's Griffin Knights. The Centurion sighed, deciding not to count on the dwarves. Perhaps the Air Knights of the Kingdom of Lagran were the only active air force in the north. Hey! Why are you all gathered together? A puzzled voice echoed with the sound of griffin wings flapping. It was Holland. He happened to be patrolling this area. He had followed the firelight to the group's campsite, but today the campsite was several times larger than usual, with more bonfires. Holland easily noticed the increase in numbers. Sir Holland, we're in trouble. The centurion hurried over. Oh! Tell me, are there any formidable orc tribes? Do you need my air support? Holland said nonchalantly, as he fed his griffin some dried meat. Just a few orcs, easy to take down. It's worse than that. We need instructions from His Highness or the generals. The centurion paused, glancing north. We encountered an army of undead. They ambushed us along the way. Look out for us. All 3 cavalry lines were ambushed. The people of the Kingdom of Acadia almost joined them. The centurion waved his arms and legs dramatically, revealing his shock and fear. Undead. You must be responsible for what you say. Are you truly one of those things that desecrates the dead? And not some destitute half-orc so black he can't even recognize you? Huolin was clearly knowledgeable. He understood the significance of the word undead. Huolin stared at the centurion for a long time. Seeing the centurion staring at him with unwavering steadiness, Huolin realized this wasn't April Fool's Day. The undead were out. Hey! Brother, bring everyone back. Try to get closer to the kingdom. Please hold on. The kingdom won't abandon its people. Huolin hurriedly climbed onto the griffin's saddle, not even bothering to feed it. He ignored its displeasure and soared into the sky, heading in the direction they came from. Things are about to change in the north. The undead have revived since the plague, and even more ridiculously, they're actually heading south. King Roland, who's now contemplating a peaceful spring, must be deeply surprised. This year is destined to be extraordinary for the north. Go back and tell His Highness. Tell His Highness the damn news of those bastards heading south. Give him a headache. Ajax rubbed his face and said bitterly. What about you? Asked Holland, who met Ajax along the way. I'm going to help those poor knights. The kingdom can't afford to lose them. Ajax sighed. She was truly busy day after day. Before, it was Caslo who ran alone, but now even she had to run. Chapter 517. Ajax immediately took off, flying in the direction from which Holland had come. The scorching wing fire dragon Renoir cast a massive shadow on the ground. The dragon is coming. North of the Grey Mountains, there used to be a widespread population of northerners. However, with the encroaching darkness and the migration of some elite northerners south to establish Gondor, the human population of the entire north has become increasingly degraded with each passing year. The northern wastelands, once sheltered under the wings of dragon riders. Ajax frowned as he gazed at the desolate north. The vast, uninhabited wasteland stretched for thousands of miles. It seemed that only a few human tribes remained north of the Grey Mountains. Ah! A resounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens and earth. Ajax had never attempted to conceal her whereabouts. As a dragon rider, Ajax had her own pride. She disdained sneak attacks and preferred those lurking rats to come out and fight her squarely. Renoir, have you seen them? Right there. The camp, with its bonfire, stood out against the already shrouded black sky. Of course, my knight. Renoir's voice came in a muffled voice. Dragon's breath. Ajax patted Renoir's back, and Renoir immediately understood and swooped down. With a clear and passionate dragon roar, his fiery red figure magnified in the eyes of everyone. Oh! Is that a dragon? A dwarf looked nervously at his companion. Shit! Get out of the way! Everyone looked at the dragon in the sky with its bloody mouth wide open. A crimson energy twisted and brewed, and everyone ran away. Even the bravest Imperial Knights felt weak in the knees. However, the Knights still maintained their professionalism. They launched glory, and tried to form a group to resist the dragon. Calm down. Don't panic. This is one of us. It's His Highness Ajax. The centurion looked at the panicked crowd, his face in tatters. How could he possibly be so frightened by his own dragon knight that he was running for his life? Dwalin! This is an ally. Shit! The centurion struggled to run towards Dwalin, but was knocked to the ground by someone, and countless large feet trampled on the centurion's body. Boom! The blazing dragon's breath circled around them, and flames powerful enough to incinerate mountains and split rocks illuminated the terrified faces of the crowd. The crowd trapped by the dragon's flames commotion, and in the midst of the chaos, Ajax tumbled off the dragon's back, his boots on. What happened? Did the camp collapse? Who is the commander of the kingdom's knights? Tell him to come see me, Ajax asked, clearing his throat. Your Majesty. I'm here. As everyone looked at each other in confusion, a deep voice boomed from the foot of the crowd. Ajax and Renoir exchanged glances, their eyes twitching as they watched the limping centurion rise from the ground. Your Majesty, I'm... Leaning on a spear he found somewhere, the centurion limped over to Ajax. Are you okay? Ajax pursed his lips. It's okay, Your Majesty. The centurion straightened up, wiped the dirt from his face, and smiled. Well, tell me what happened. I need to know the details. Ajax, though skeptical of his condition, didn't ask any further questions. Okay. Here's what happened. The centurion composed himself and slowly began to explain. Friend, won't this dragon fire go out? Dwalin poked Maple Purple's arm. He wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but his height was too limited. Ancestor, are you kidding? This is the dragon fire of a pure-blooded fire dragon. It won't go out unless the dragon power within it is completely consumed. Maple Purple looked at Dwalin with a look of contempt. Is that so? Dwalin rubbed his nose awkwardly. The most authentic dragon he ever seen was Smog, but Smog's dragon fire and Renoir's were two completely different beasts. This stuff will burn you to charcoal if you touch it, Maple Purple said to Dwalin solemnly. This circle of dragon fire around them would allow them to sleep soundly tonight without fear of the undead. This terrifying dragon fire would be their best defense. Is that so? Ajax muttered to herself, extending her soft hand to touch Renoir's solid scales. So, you leave them to rest here for one night, and return south tomorrow. Don't worry about your safety, Dragon Flame will protect you. But be careful of airstrikes. Ajax softly instructed the centurion, lips slightly parted. As you command, General. But with all due respect, are you planning to head north to investigate? The centurion asked, somewhat flustered. Yes, I must see for myself. Without Caslo, I'm the only one left to investigate. After all, this concerns the survival of everyone in the north. Ajax shook his head. But, the centurion opened his mouth, wanting to dissuade Ajax from taking such a risk alone. After all, they didn't know the details of these undead. Don't worry about my safety. I'm a dragon rider. They can't hold me back. Ajax, usually so delicate, was now unusually domineering, her disdain for these humble folk written plainly on her face. Then be careful. The centurion could only bow his head and touch his chest in a salute. Seeing that Ajax was determined to set off overnight, he could only offer his blessing. I will. By the way, there may be Griffin Knights along the way to meet you. Watch out for them. Ajax smiled, then turned and slung his slung over the dragon's back. Your Majesty, be careful. The centurion couldn't help but warn again as he watched Ajax charging into the night. Oh my goodness! Please don't get hurt. Otherwise, His Majesty Caslo will come back and tear me to pieces. The centurion muttered to himself. Renault! Add to the fire. Make it burn brighter. Ajax patted the dragon's back. Renoir immediately understood and exhaled another breath of dragon's breath. He circled their camp again with dragon flames before turning and leaving with Ajax. My knight, I advise us to be careful. Renault's voice echoed in Ajax's mind. Of course, I will be careful, Ajax said soothingly. I'm afraid it's the scourge. That's trouble. Maybe there will be death knights and bone dragons. We be in trouble. Renoir's voice was tinged with worry. Then burn them all. Send them back to where they belong. Send those necromancers who desecrated corpses to hell. Ajax's eyes flashed coldly as he gripped the dragon spear. Those who desecrated corpses didn't deserve to remain in Middle-earth. Is it possible? The Empire also had many necromancers in its service back then? I remember even necromancer sages. Renoir's voice was a little awkward. After all, dragons have inherited memories. Through the memories passed down by their ancestors, he had glimpsed that the Lagrid Empire was once also a master of the scourge. After all, it was just a persistent forbidden spell. Chapter 518. Dragon God. Renoir muttered. The scene below made even a dragon like him shudder. A vast sea of skeletons surged towards the south like a sea of bones. Damn it! There are tens of thousands of undead. Ajax frowned, clearly furious at these undead, who were desecrating corpses. High-ranking undead are leading the charge. Be careful. Ajax spotted a death knight hidden among the undead. Let's take care of them. Otherwise, the southern kingdom will be doomed. Renoir roared as he swooped down. Dragon's wrath. Renoir's chest suddenly expanded, and then a fiery breath swept across 1,000 meters. Countless undead were reduced to ash in the dragon's flames, their ashes flying in the breeze. Roar! The high-ranking undead raised their heads and roared heavenward, their attacks brimming with deathly energy lashing the sky. Dodge! Ajax pulled the reins, narrowly helping Rinwar dodge the black arrows from below. Pull up. Don't fight. These guys have black arrows. Ajax's head was pounding. She just wanted to grab Thorin by the neck and ask him how many dragon-slaying black arrows you little dwarfs had lost. Why did the undead awakened from the underground have black arrows? Not a big deal. Rinwar used a blast of dragon magic to destroy the soaring black arrows. It was thrown from above. Luckily, they don't have heavy crossbows. Rinwar turned and dived again, this time landing directly on the ground. Carrying immense force, he used his sharp dragon claws to easily crush a large number of undead. As dragon power infused his wings, he suddenly closed them to wrap around himself and spun wildly. Dragon magic. Dragon flame vortex. A crimson tornado soared into the sky. A true tornado, composed of pure fire dragon power, melted everything caught within it with its scorching energy. The undead wailed, shattered into ash, and even a death knight, who hadn't managed to dodge, was devoured by the dragon's flames after a few seconds of resistance. Ah! As the vortex of dragon fire dissipated, Rinwar, roaring to the heavens, stood upon the ashes, stepping on the last ray of light. Behind him lay endless darkness, but he illuminated a glimmer of light. Sin! Punish! Ajax leaped from the dragon's back, tumbling in the air before drawing his sword and slashing down with both hands. Crack! As the soul fire dancing in the pupils of the last struggling death knight died, all the undead, save those who had escaped, were left there. TSK! Grabbing a handful of still warm ashes, Ajax's eyes flashed with solemnity. There were 3 death knights among the undead just now. Though they were newly born death knights of low rank, their growth ceiling made Ajax extremely worried. After all, 1 death knight had slipped away. There's no point in worrying. Ringwraiths aren't born so easily, otherwise there wouldn't have been only 9 in all these years. Rinwar shook his massive head. I'm more concerned about their numbers than that. There are only 3 death knights among so few undead. If this were a true scourge. A flicker of fear flashed in Ajax's eyes. Be content. There's still a chance of an undead lord emerging among tens of thousands of undead. Rinwar was a bit amused. A death knight, barely starting at level 3, had already broken Ajax's defense. Wouldn't she be terrified if a level 6 undead lord emerged? We dealt with this group of undead, and we assessed the situation. We can't stay here any longer. We should leave. Rinwar urged Ajax to mount his dragon saddle. Shouldn't we continue north? Ajax hesitated. If you really want to add a bone dragon and a high-level death knight, I don't mind continuing north. Rinwar's dragon face was almost twitching. After all, what kind of serious knight would contribute to the opposing undead army? And it's a buy one get one free deal. Looking at this situation, if they really encounter the main force of the undead scourge, they probably have more bone dragons. Honestly, I refuse to appear in a place with meteoric crossbows and black arrows. And any dragon would probably refuse. Rinwar was very reluctant. After all, the meteoric crossbow was the only defensive device in the Imperial Meteoric Dragon Tower. No one else in Raglan's possession seems to have it yet, but the civilian dragon-slaying artifact. The Black Arrow. Almost everyone in Middle-earth has one now. Ajax's mouth twitched. After all, if she wasn't to blame, it would be the dwarves. When the dragons ravaged Middle-earth, the dwarves forged vast quantities of black arrows. Black arrow production ceased only after the various races signed a peace treaty, and the dragons retreated to Dragon Island. How many black arrows were sold by the dwarves during that time, and how many still exist, is something only the dragon god knows. Apparently, Rinwar was still a young man, and didn't want to meet the dragon god yet. Alright. Let's go back. Ajax nodded. A cautious dragon mount often avoids most traps, but of course, it also misses many opportunities to advance. Not every dragon is as stubborn as a certain Komodo. If it were just that, the hot-tempered duo would probably wipe out all the undead along the way. Your Majesty, our vanguard has been annihilated. A lich knelt respectfully on one knee before a figure shrouded in black robes. The scourge of the undead has arrived, and they will eventually perish. You all know Lord Angmar's orders. To maintain the forbidden spell, we still need a large number of soldiers. A hoarse voice rang out. Behind him, a vast teleportation array appeared. Undead, including death knights and other high-ranking undead, crawled out one after another. It's almost there. It's almost there. Soon all of Middle-earth will bow down before you. Lord Sauron will return. The surging undead will devour all life. Ha ha ha. A devilish, piercing laugh echoed. Ah! A decayed, majestic roar echoed from the teleportation array, accompanied by a massive skeleton. Reinforce the gaps. The outer walls need reinforcement. Apophis Brio was directing the construction of the fortifications around Lion Castle, working day and night. Because there was only one path leading to the mountaintop platform, Apophis Brio planned to build a pass where the path and the platform met. This would better protect Lion Castle and provide it with a greater strategic buffer, preventing the orcs from directly reaching Lion Castle if the old pass were lost. Although Apophis Brio had never intended to defend the old pass as a barrier. Give me some mud. Block this place. I need bricks. Send me some wood and mud. Hurry! It's drying. Watching the slowly taking shape of the wood and stone deconstructed pass base, Apophis Brio felt immense joy. For the first time, he felt a sense of belonging here. This was his territory. It was the fiefdom of the reigning lion family. He was supreme here. Chapter 519. Here's my boy. Caslo leaped off the dragon's back and shook his head at the dazed Olaf. The physical fitness of this batch of soldiers was truly poor, a far cry from the heavy infantry regiments that the Empire used to be able to parachute with dragon riders. Ugh. Thank you. Ugh. Your Majesty. Olaf lay on the ground, retching bile. All right, go and take care of yourself. I'm going to report to the king. Caslo glanced at Olaf, believing he was simply dizzy. He waved his hand and went off to find Roland. Ugh. A world was created where only Olaf was injured. What? Undead? Caslo and Roland exchanged a look, both shocked. Wait. I must have opened it the wrong way. Roland slapped his head. Oh no, it was going crazy. I could actually hear the undead resurrecting. No. Where's Ajax? Roland and Caslo explained in unison. The Griffin Knight had returned. Had the Dragon Rider been left outside? Her Majesty Ajax is going north to investigate the situation, ideally to find the source. Holland steeled himself and stared at the two men who were about to eat him. Arrogant! Caslo and Roland roared again. Is she crazy? Doesn't she know how cunning the necromancers are? Caslo grabbed Holland's shoulders and angrily said. Who does she think she is? Single-handedly wielding the scourge? Oh no, we're not even sure it's the scourge. Roland was still trying to think positively. Your Highness, Your Majesty, you should tell Her Majesty Ajax about this instead of holding me here. Holland pointed weakly at Caslo's hand that was gripping his collar. Ahem, sorry, I got too excited. Caslo naturally let go of his hand and helped Hwilin smooth out the wrinkles on his collar. Hwilin, you're quite nice. Caslo. I go find her. Before Roland could finish his words, Caslo rushed out impatiently. TSK, TSK, TSK. When did the Wind Dragon Knight flash? Roland exclaimed in amazement. Oh right. I don't know when Apophis Brio's men will arrive. Spring's already here, and if he doesn't reinforce them. Roland thought worriedly, looking west. Pop! Olaf was posting a notice on the bulletin board at the city gate. His actions quickly attracted the attention of patrolmen. After all, a bulletin board isn't a newsstand, anyone can post information. And since they didn't recognize Olaf, they quickly surrounded him with sullen faces. Stop! Who are you? How dare you post notices without permission? The patrol was a squadron of Raglan city guards, each igniting their fighting spirit to warn Olaf to stay put. Ha, gentlemen, please be flexible. Olaf chuckled dryly, as he pulled out the crest of the Duke of King's Landing from his bosom and showed them. His Highness's men? Excuse me, but this isn't the Duke of King's Landing's fiefdom. The royal throne is currently here, and it's the kingdom's secondary capital. You can't post notices on the notice board without royal permission. The city guards patiently explained to Olaf. You misunderstood. His Highness the King has also agreed. His Highness has permitted His Highness the Duke to recruit men within the King's domain to fill the gap in his population, to develop his fiefdom, and to better protect his western defense. Olaf finished his tongue-twister-like words in one breath. The city guards, their faces darkening, pondered for a long time before finally sorting out the relationship. Wait, I have to ask His Highness. Although he largely believed it, the captain of the city guard decided to consult King Roland out of duty. Okay. Olaf nodded. A man of integrity feared no accusations, so he didn't mind. Caslo brought the other person back with him? Roland thought about it and understood. After all, it was normal for a dragon rider to bring someone back. Let him do it. As long as he doesn't violate the laws of the kingdom, there's no need to stop him. Roland waved his hand to the reporting city guard. As you command, Your Highness. Okay. Get back to work. We're going on patrol too. The captain returned, patting Olaf on the shoulder and sighing, signaling that Olaf could now recruit as many people as he needed. Thank you. Olaf bowed. Hiss. Pour. Olaf shook the bag in his hand, weighing it. It looked like it contained about 100 gold coins, and he had 5 such bags. Apophis Blear's conditions for Olaf were to recruit as many civilians as possible, with each family receiving a gold coin as a resettlement allowance. Upon arrival, they would be allocated free land and farm tools, among other things. While the conditions weren't particularly appealing, they were still enough to attract some civilians, such as the loyal refugees who had originally followed Apophis Blear. After posting notices on the bulletin boards in all 4 directions, Olaf hoisted the banner of the reigning lion and found a conspicuous intersection where they sat down together, quietly waiting for their destined companion. Old Tom, are there new notices here? What's going on? A sturdy man asked curiously. Ahem. The Duke of King's Landing is here to recruit loyal subjects to his fiefdom. And there are some compensation conditions. The man known as Old Tom, clearly a man of some cultural background, began to explain. Oh! The Duke of King's Landing. I see. Everyone nodded. Did they tell me where to sign up? Someone suddenly asked. Little White. Where are you going? Everyone clearly knew this man. Well, our family has always been loyal to the Grand Duke. While we are loyal to our country, I prefer to follow the banner of the Lion of King's Landing. He nodded. Oh! Not really, but you should be able to find him in the city. He should be waiting somewhere conspicuous. Old Tom examined the notice carefully. How could a notice written by Apophis Brio himself mention where Olaf was recruiting? Everyone expressed understanding of his perspective. After all, loyalty to the Lord was something worthy of respect and praise in this era, and even if the king ranked after the Lord, people would consider it natural. I go look. Little White nodded, saying goodbye to the others and beginning his search through the city. The news of House King's Landing recruiting quickly spread to everyone in Riverstorm. For most, it was just a topic of conversation, but for the few who had once been loyal to the House King's Landing, the news was nothing less than a bombshell. Soon, these loyalists began searching for Olaf's recruitment point. Fortunately, although Olaf, huddled in a ball, looked a bit disheveled, the fluttering lion banner was truly beautiful. They easily found him. Chapter 520. Hello? Are you recruiting here? A voice like heavenly music interrupted Olaf's doze, instantly perking him up and opening his eyes. Do you want to sign up? Olaf looked at the sturdy man before him. He was sure to be a skilled soldier or farmer. The settlement fee is 1 gold coin, and land and farm tools will be distributed free of charge. Olaf added. That's all right, I sign up. The man patted his chest and smiled. What's your name then? By the way, are you alone? Olaf asked, pulling out a charcoal pencil and a pad of straw paper. Little White, of course not. My family will come too. Their names are. Little White rambled on. My family has followed the House of King's Landing for generations. Little White continued, clearly one of the refugees. Welcome home then. Olaf extended his hand in greeting. Soon, more and more people arrived to sign up, and within a single day, Olaf had gathered over 200 households, nearly 1,000 people. Watching the sunset, Olaf stretched lazily, carefully folded up the Lion of King's Landing banner, and headed towards the castle of Riverstorm. Your Highness, an envoy from the Duke of King's Landing requests an audience. The guard whispered to Roland. Let him in. Roland said casually, nibbling on dry bread, spat out the crumbs. As you command? The guard nodded and quietly departed. Your Highness, Roland, may you be in good health. On behalf of His Highness, the Duke of King's Landing, I pledge my loyalty. Olaf knelt on one knee, touching his chest. Hey! It's you, Olaf. Stand up, stand up. Is the Duke of King's Landing all right? Roland asked. It's not so bad, Olaf said truthfully after a moment's thought. Come here to recruit? Roland asked, looking at Olaf. Well, after hearing about your decision, Your Highness is very grateful. Since we're limited by the season, you sent me here immediately to recruit people and prepare for the migration. Olaf nodded. After all, spring plowing takes time. It's only early spring now, so you still have time. Roland thought, thinking a month would be enough for them to get their families across. Well, we also like to hire your caravan as an escort. Olaf made a request. After all, it wouldn't be easy for the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children to make the journey. The guards of the Royal Raglan caravan were quite good. Well, the caravan consists of 10 mercenary knights, 50 mercenary guards, and 200 servants. It's truly the perfect escort. So how much is Apophis Brio willing to pay? Roland nodded. Brothers should settle accounts. Help is fine, but it can't be free. Moreover, 200 caravan men armed would be qualified light infantry. His Highness Apophis Bleer is willing to use a forbidden guardian spell as payment, Olaf said respectfully. This was Apophis Bleer's prior instructions. The King's Landing family lacked wealth, but they lacked men. Okay, it's settled. You can go find Rule yourself, he cooperated. Roland tossed him a token engraved with a dragon pattern. Your Highness. The reward may only be redeemed after Lord Rule arrives. After all, I don't have it with me, Olaf said somewhat awkwardly. It doesn't matter. Roland waved his hand. It was just Apophis Bleer's clever trick to avoid criticism. After all, plundering the nobles was no less tantamount to severing their roots, let alone undermining the king's power. But Roland wasn't so naive. He had decided to help the King's Landing family restore its glory. As long as the King's Landing family remained loyal, the royal family would not betray their loyal nobles. Thank you for your generosity. I take my leave. Olaf bowed respectfully and left. Yun Feng. Check how many of my people he's poached today, Roland asked lazily. The air beside him rippled. It turned out that Yun Feng had been sitting there, hidden behind a magical veil. Almost 1,000 people, over 200 households registered. Yun Feng waved his hand. Not many. Roland was surprised. He had thought the reputation of the King's Landing family would attract at least a few thousand people. After all, those loyal to the Duke of King's Landing are few. I estimate that at most 2,000 would be considered a good number. Yun Feng shook his head. The King's Landing family currently had nothing to attract the people. Besides loyalty, they had no other advantages. However, those loyal to the royal family ultimately held an absolute advantage. Let them be. They're all one after all. Roland smiled. There was no need to engage in excessive intrigue with the nobles who were loyal to him. Appropriate pressure and coaxing were fine, but excessive harshness would only drive them apart. At this moment, Roland was completely relaxed. Recruit whatever you want. I'm giving you the opportunity to recruit civilians en masse, but only once. From now on, if you need more population, it depends on whether the people are willing to migrate. I'm more worried about the safety of the undead and Ajax than anything else. Roland frowned. You underestimate the dragon rider. Yun Feng shook his head meaningfully at Roland. Although Roland was now a legitimate dragon rider, a certain dragon was all about eating and sleeping. Roland hadn't had the chance to mount a dragon's back much. What made Roland even more absurd was that Doss didn't like to assume the size of a mount. He preferred to shrink to the size of a house cat and curl up on Roland's head. This made Roland feel like he wasn't a dragon rider, but rather the one being ridden. The day is almost over. Roland's anxiety grew as he watched the sky darken. Calm down, Roland. Nyx walked over and rubbed Roland's shoulders. Roland, enjoying defending himself, still had a hint of worry in his eyes. Don't worry about them. They're adults, they have their own judgment. Nyx soothed. Sir! I'm back. Suddenly, Caslow pushed the door open and burst in with a commanding presence. Holy crap! Roland jumped up in shock. To the unsuspecting, one would think someone was up to something bad. Can't you knock? Roland asked, still apprehensive. Anyone who suddenly appeared before you, caught off guard, would be terrified. That's not the point. Ding ding ding. Caslow, as if to claim credit, pulled out an iron box and placed it in front of Roland. So? Roland tilted his head in confusion. Holy crap. Lich phylactery. Where did you get that? This time, it was Yun Feng's turn to jump. A lich's phylactery is incredibly precious. It's the container that holds the lich's soul. An undead lich dies if it destroys its phylactery, so this lich is still alive. Shouldn't all liches hide their phylacteries? How did you find them? Yun Feng knew liches well, he was a wise man after all. Ajax and I teamed up to annihilate an entire undead army. The commanding lich was annihilated on the spot, leaving only this. Caslow pointed at the phylactery. Fool. Yun Feng's mouth twitched. It was rare to find a lich that didn't hide its phylactery well. After all, without it, it couldn't be resurrected. Chapter 521. That means we completely slain one of Sauron's liches. Yun Feng said solemnly. Shouldn't this be cause for celebration? Roland tilted his head, puzzled. Haha, we're now on the Demon Lord's radar. Yun Feng gave a wry smile. Now he was about to be targeted by the dark forces again. It doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, we fight them. If the water comes, we block it with earth. Killing a 5th level lich is a win. Castle laughed heartily. What a trash lich. It's just the ashes of dragon breath. Kill as many as you can. You're asking for trouble in front of the Dragon Knight, the most reckless man in the world. Sorry, just charge in and it's over. Kill it then. It just provide you with alchemical materials. Roland handed Yun Feng the phylactery covered with fine magic patterns. This was a rare alchemical material. Roland could clearly sense the cold aura within the phylactery. Well, but we have to be even more careful down here. The undead army won't let us go. Yun Feng nodded. It went without saying that they would become a thorn in the undead side. By the way, speaking of the undead, shouldn't we show some respect to the current undead army in the north? Ajax, following behind, said helplessly as the conversation veered off track. They were clearly ignoring the approaching undead horde. What can those skeletons and ghosts do? Roland's face was filled with questioning, his disdain practically written all over his face. You know the saying that ants can kill elephants. Besides, there are even high-level undead among them who hate death knights. Ajax was so angry that he almost fainted. Is there really anyone who doesn't take the undead scourge seriously? Roland's face faltered. After playing games so much, he really become indifferent to this stuff. After all, no one would care about the weakest forbidden spell, right? In the game, the scourge was just a target for the knights to mow down. But judging by Ajax's reaction, the real scourge must be something more serious. Yes, Ms. Ajax has reminded us. We should be on the lookout for the undead heading south. While we can't be sure they're the scourge, we still can't let our guard down. Yun Feng nodded in agreement. What should we do? Roland shifted the blame. After all, if he figured things out on his own when he had no advisors, and if he still figured things out now that he had them, then his reign would be meaningless. Gather the kings of the north. We need to meet and discuss this. Yun Feng pondered. After all, this was a major matter concerning the north. No one could make the final decision. The kings needed to discuss it themselves. Well, as the initiators, should we hold the meeting in River Rapids? Roland asked. No, the castle in River Rapids is too small. Erebor is more suitable. Yun Feng suggested. Although dwarves can be stubborn and harsh, their grounds are vast and spacious. That makes sense. Roland nodded seriously, expressing his approval. After all, River Rapids Castle was adequate for one's own use, but it would be a bit shabby for entertaining other kings. After all, no one had ever seen anyone entertain foreign guests with a pigeon cage, let alone a whole group at once. Time is tight. Your Highness, I suggest that Caslo and Ajax go together to notify the other countries separately. Yun Feng calculated the time. Okay. You write the invitation, and I stamp it for you. Roland pulled out the royal seal of Raglan, a ring with a seal on the face, very popular among Western nobles. Roland tossed the ring in his hand. Although it was just a simple emblem, it represented the legal validity of King Roland. Once stamped, it signified the kingdom of Raglan's approval. Okay. Yun Feng took out his quill and began writing rapidly. After all, it was best to be formal about such matters. I guess we won't be able to recruit anyone. Olaf munched on bread and dried meat, huddled under the banner of the King's Landing. His mind had already drifted back to the Lion Castle. 3 days had passed, and the people willing to return to the Lion Castle with him had already signed up. The rest probably wouldn't go with him either. So why not set off early? Please inform the guards that Olaf, the retainer of the Grand Duke of King's Landing, is here to bid farewell to King Roland. Olaf said to the guards. No need. Roland, dressed in military uniform, appeared behind Olaf. Your Highness. Olaf, reacting quickly, saluted. All right, get out of here. RUL has already started gathering the people for you. Get out of here. The faster the better. Roland urged. What happened, Your Highness? Olaf's keen sense of the situation suggested something unusual. King Roland was in full armor, and was ordering them to leave River Rapids quickly. Olaf's eyes flickered, and he had already guessed most of the situation. Don't overthink it. River Rapids is fine, but if you wander around the wasteland, that's a big deal. Roland saw Olaf's hesitant expression, and knew he was mistaken. River Rapids wasn't something a bunch of shredded undead could shake. The undead army is coming from the north. You better leave quickly, or we'd be in trouble if we're blocked. Roland explained. The quicker the better. We may not be able to stop all the undead. If you don't want the people under the Duke of King's Landing to suffer heavy casualties in the future, it's best not to linger too long, Roland warned. What about you? Olaf stared at Roland in amazement. I'm leading the army north. Being surrounded in a city isn't the style of knight Lagran. It's up to them. I can go too. A cold glint flickered in Roland's eyes. He didn't know when he had transformed from the hesitant and confused newcomer to the resolute and courageous he was now. Good luck. Olaf could only bow his head and wish Roland well. He suddenly felt a pang of sadness as he watched Roland mount his warhorse and lead the knights out of the city. Roland's back had taken on a bleak air. Yes. That's the situation. Your Highness Apophis Brio, I'm afraid you have to deliver the forbidden spell you promised His Majesty the King first. Yun Feng spoke face-to-face with Apophis Brio via the magic communication array. Of course, I'm ready and can deliver it at any time. Apophis Brio pointed to the carefully wrapped forbidden spell scroll beside him. Spring Domain of Despair. A domain protective forbidden spell. It provides protection and partial healing. Although I can't personally follow the king into battle, the loyalty of the king's family will always be by his side. Apophis Brio said solemnly. I hope so. Lord Castle will go and fetch it in person. By the way, His Highness has arranged for Rule's caravan to escort the civilians here. After all, with the undead army coming, no one can escape. Yun Feng said to Apophis Brio. Thank you and your Highness for your help. Well, may the roar of the reigning lion resound throughout the misty mountains. I must accompany your Highness to meet the other kings. Take care. Yun Feng saluted Apophis Brio and closed the communication. Chapter 522. Upon receiving news of the undead army's arrival, even the most exclusive and introverted woodland elves rushed over. Soon, nearly all the kings of the former Lonely Mountain Alliance appeared in Erebor's reception hall. For a moment, the hall was filled with the sound of toasts and a lively atmosphere. Why do I feel like someone's missing? Verway, who had accompanied Roland, said after glancing around. At this moment, seated in the dwarf reception hall were Verway, king of the grasslands elves, currently still a wild king, Roland, king of Lagran, Thorin, king of the mountain, Bard, king of Dale, Whitewing, king of Aquavia, and Thranduil, king of the woodlands. Haven't Eovia and Dane arrived yet? Thranduil frowned, sipping his wine. Thingri and the Iron Hills are too far away. Please be patient, your Highness Thranduil. Roland waved his hand, signaling Thranduil to remain calm. All right, let's not wait for them. Let's get started. Thorin was impatient, and he selectively ignored his brothers and the Star Elves. Well, all right. Roland glanced at the kings around him, and when they all agreed, he nodded. The kings have gathered here to discuss the northern undead army's march south. Roland spoke first. What? No one told me about the undead army. Vervid jumped up at this. This was outrageous. When did the undead army arrive? He hadn't even heard a word. Thorin, Whitewing, and Roland first looked at Vervid with scrutiny. Then Thorin and Whitewing cast questioning glances at Roland. Why are you looking at me? That guy hangs out with the centaurs all day. I never see him. Roland jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. Huh? Thorin and Whitewing turned their gazes to Verve. Ahem. Our topic this time is the undead army, right? Ahem. Let's get on with it. Verve quickly changed the subject. Roland, you didn't tell me we were here to discuss undead matters. Verve stomped on Roland's foot under the table and growled. He had just jumped up like a fool, thinking he could have just clawed a fortress with his feet. You didn't even ask, Roland said innocently. Who could have known this kid was so out of touch with the times? Wait. It seemed like no one had actually told him this. As he thought about this, Roland glanced at Verway with an apologetic look. The wild king of the grasslands was now gnawing awkwardly at his nails under Thranduil's teasing gaze, embarrassing himself in front of his fellow villager. Okay, let's get back to the point. Our dwarfs, along with the combined cavalry of the kingdoms of Aquavia and Raglan, have already engaged the undead army north of the Grey Mountains. Thorin said sternly, tapping the table. What was the result? Thranduil raised his head and met Thorin's eyes. It's hard to describe, Whitewing said with a scowl before Thorin could say anything. If it weren't for the righteousness of Roland's soldiers, few of his cavalry would have been able to retreat. That's for the human cavalry. Those undead aren't very lethal to the dwarves, but they're formidable. Plus, there are just too many of them. Thorin rubbed his beard. Double the damage. Then Erway suddenly said without thinking. Everyone except Thranduil and Roland turned to look at Verve. Roland recalled the setting of Middle-earth. When the elves, who believed in the power of nature, faced the undead and the dead, they harmed each other. Compared to other enemies, the damage they inflicted was doubled. Every blow was enough to draw blood. Are you afraid? It's okay. Verve, realizing his words were out of place, quickly waved his hand. It seems we need to form an alliance to fight those demons. Thorin was surprised to see the usually xenophobic and introverted woodland elves taking the initiative to propose an alliance. But Roland wasn't surprised. After all, elves have always been less resistant to dark forces and evil than other races. While they can inflict the greatest damage to the dark races, they can also be suppressed by them. Therefore, the elves need other races to serve as a front line to share the pressure. Forming an alliance with dwarves and humans is a very good option. Ha ha! Dear brother, Reverend King under the mountain, Lord of the Iron Hills, Dane, greets you. The door suddenly flung open, and Dane, his beard twitching and a beaming smile, entered. Oh! My brother! Welcome to Erebor. Thorin immediately stood to greet him. Greetings, King Roland. Greetings, King Bard. Dane greeted each one in turn. They nodded in greeting. It's a good thing Dane's here too, only Aldia is missing. Whitewing smiled. What happened this time? Dane turned to look at the group. The army of the undead is marching south from the north, Thorin said, holding his shoulder after arranging a seat for him. Ah! For the love of Turin. You're in big trouble. Dane reacted immediately. The lands surrounding Lonely Mountain were all flat, making them a prime target for the undead army. Dane's expression was grave. Why else would everyone be sitting here? Roland said helplessly, covering his face. Your Iron Hills haven't been affected much, Roland said, changing the subject to praise. The Iron Hills had been developed for so long, their ecosystem functioning well, and their own system was far superior to the recently reclaimed territory of the Lonely Mountain Kingdom. Furthermore, hidden deep in the mountains, the undead army would surely be unable to find the Iron Hills if they closed their gates. Meanwhile, Erebor. That gate was even more conspicuous than River Rapids. Even more ridiculous, the gates were damaged twice during the Battle of the Lonely Mountain and the War of Smog, resulting in Erebor's gates still being repaired. It's fine, but we were attacked by something a while ago. Part of the mountain was blown apart, and half the top of the mountain was lifted off. We've been repairing it. Dane muttered. Ahem. Roland coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. After all, the culprit was sleeping soundly in his arms. Dane of the Iron Hills is here. What's going on in Eolia? Thingri should have reached the Lonely Mountain faster than Dane. Thranduil was a little worried. After all, Thingri was isolated in Mirkwood and had little access to information. Don't worry, I sent the Dragon Rider to inform him long ago. We have news soon, Roland said calmly. He had asked Akia to inform Singer, but Roland was also a little worried. Both sides were flying and traveling quickly. They should have returned this morning, but it was almost afternoon. Wait a minute. There's no rush anyway. Once King Iovia arrives, we can discuss the number of allied forces. After all, those undead need to be dealt with. If they get through, it'd be a big problem, Bard interjected. Chapter 523. Everyone chatted about strange anecdotes while watching the hourglass tick by. As the night deepened, everyone grew increasingly restless. Bang! Roland stood up and accidentally knocked over the silver cup in front of him. He quickly reached out to steady it. Everyone, wait a moment while I go out and take a look, Roland said after glancing around. Roland was feeling a bit anxious. After all, this had dragged on for so long. He couldn't help but want to ask Caslo to go look for him. After comforting the disturbed golden holy dragon Doss, who had been slumbering in his arms, Roland headed straight for the hall where Caslo and the others were resting. Bang! At the corner of a staircase, Roland was hit head-on. Judging by the result, he almost flew backwards. Roland hadn't gained any advantage at all. Caslo? Your Highness? I was just about to look for you. X2. I. The two spoke simultaneously. Your Highness, you go first. Caslo, displaying his chivalrous spirit to the fullest. There's still no news from Ajax. I was planning to send you. Roland's eyes were filled with undisguised anxiety. That's exactly why I came. This is serious. A hint of solemnity flashed in Caslo's eyes. Roland already had a bad feeling. Ajax has been held up there. She's now trapped on the southern front and can't return. The orcs from Dol Guldur are out in full force. The Star Elves have held them back in the dark forest, and Ajax is now supporting them, Caslo said helplessly. Roland just wanted to go it alone. He had originally planned to withdraw troops from Lulong Fortress, but now it seems that's all for nothing. It's a shame if it doesn't even cost him money. Just thinking about this makes me angry. The system is like dead now. No quests. No shipments even when you sign in. It's a complete 3-no product. Ding dong. Side quest released. A two-front war. The Shaky Kingdom faces its most powerful enemy yet. The surging undead army from the north and the orc army from the south are pressing towards the northern border. Strive to survive. Quest reward. Declare war on both enemies and instantly receive a varying number of random troops. Defeat the northern undead army and receive 500 Lagran guards. Completely annihilate the northern undead army and receive a random level 6 professional. Defeat the southern Dol Guldur orc army and receive 500 Bedanian archers. Completely annihilate the southern Dol Guldur orcs and receive a random level 6 professional. The Godo orc army rewards a random 6th level professional. Puff. Roland nearly spat out blood. The idiotic system finally came to life. Could it be that he had a second cheat code? Whatever he wanted, he could just make it happen. Fuck. Stupid system, you don't need to issue the next 2 quests. Roland was envious. 2 6th level quests. And then he looked at the prerequisites? Well, it was alright. He was reckless, not stupid. Annihilate both armies? Which was easier to defeat, the undead or the orcs? Let's go! Let's meet the kings. Roland grabbed Caslow and ran without saying anything. Bang! Roland slammed the door open, making everyone's eyelids jump. Even Thorin almost thought Roland was about to stage a cup-smashing spectacle in his own capital, with swordsmen and axemen unleashed. Everyone! It's over! Roland's words caught everyone's attention. What happened, King Roland? Thorin, impatient, couldn't help but ask. Take a breath and speak slowly. Don't be impatient, King Roland. Calm down. Thranduil slowly poured Roland a glass of fruit wine and handed it to him. The Dol Guldur army has struck. The Yovian army has been dragged into Mirkwood. Roland began, and Thranduil's hands couldn't help but tremble. Plop! The silver cup of fruit wine tinkled on the ground. What? How could it be? They can't recover so quickly. Thranduil and Thorin shook their heads in unison, staring at Roland in disbelief. Impossible. The coalition has already slaughtered them. Their population isn't enough to sustain them. Thorin stood up, his eyes red. He couldn't believe how quickly the orcs had healed their wounds. I'm afraid they weren't orcs from Dol Guldur, Dane said bitterly. Mordor. Bard murmured softly. Falway narrowed his eyes. Although the steppe elves were nomadic, they still had their own history and detailed records of Mordor. It seems the Mordor caves are supporting them. Alas! Whitewing's eyes flickered, clearly wavering. What should we do? Whitewing's face grimaced. If it were just the undead in the north, he could still face it with a smile. After all, there were several kingdoms ahead, and beside him, there was the thriving kingdom of Raglan. But now, the Dol Guldur orcs from the south were stabbing him in the back. Whitewing could only say that this blow had struck him squarely in the aorta. The orcs needed to cross the swift river to defeat King Roland, but defeating him would be a piece of cake. Even though the Star Elves and the orcs were already locked in a fierce battle, what if even the usually calm Whitewing was panicking and Bard, who was the worst off, was even more panicked? King Roland, can you hold the southern gate of the north? You're sure you can? Bard looked at Roland eagerly. Roland pursed his lips. What could he say? Can't hold it? Are you kidding? If he can't hold it, where are you going? Sleep on the street? Don't worry. As long as all of Lagran's men are alive, the orcs won't be able to get past Lolon Pass. With the situation at this point, Roland could only grit his teeth and speak. What a shame! Roland cursed inwardly. I thought I was playing Candy Crush with a skeleton, but now it's turned into a blackhead removal simulator with a dark skin. What a disparity. Family. Who understands? It's only been a glass of wine, and my enemies have gone from undead to orcs and undead? Super double? Double happiness? Damn it! Lagran won't surrender. Roland, furious, stomped his foot on the table, drew his Dragon Slayer sword, and roared. The steppe elves will fight evil to the bitter end. Inspired by Roland, Verve kicked over a chair and unsheathed his manicotti. For our homeland. Bard roared angrily, drawing his long sword. For our people. Thranduil drew his scimitar, his eyes gleaming coldly, as wind elementals swirled around him at high speed. Dwarves will never be slaves. Thorin slowly drew his oar crest, his eyes as calm as a long lake concealing a chill as cold as the snow on Raven Ridge. Children of Durin. Forward. Seeing everyone draw their weapons and utter threats, Dane, belatedly realizing the situation, blushed from his excessive drinking. He glanced around but couldn't find his bloody battle axe. He drew his dagger, overturned a chair, and climbed onto the long table, howling. Roland's lips and eyelids twitched wildly as he fought back a surge of laughter. He was a professional and generally didn't laugh unless... Puff! Roland quickly turned his head. Fortunately, the crowd was so excited that no one noticed Roland's unusual noise or movement. Chapter 524. Then let's count the troops. Thranduil hit the nail on the head. If it were just the undead, he wouldn't be in a hurry. After all, the forest would thin out the undead army. But the undead and orcs coming together? Ha ha. Geneva. Give me back. My army will attack on all fronts. But I only have around 4,000. Roland shook his head. Counting the number of troops was meaningless to Legrand. The kingdom currently had 3,443 available soldiers. Including the rewards from this war declaration, that number was probably only around 4,000. That was far too much for Roland. Damn it! Why do I miss that kid Apophis Brio? Roland certainly wouldn't admit that he missed the hundreds of men under Apophis Brio. I can provide 4,000 elven rangers and spearmen. Thranduil gritted his teeth. It wasn't easy for the woodland elves to amass their wealth. These 2,000 or 4,000 men were the largest number of soldiers he could muster after taking care of his homeland. It was likely they hadn't been so generous since the Battle of the Black Gate. The dwarves can muster a 5,000-man coalition. Thorin and Dane muttered for a moment before remarking aloud. Judging by Dane's pained expression, it seemed these 5,000 men would drain the coffers of Erebor and the Iron Hills. 500 men from Dale. Bard had been busy these days, recruiting large numbers of idle humans from the north, and even luring back many bankrupt humans from the south. It wasn't surprising he could muster 500 armored soldiers. The kingdom of Acvia can also muster 500 men, but we can only defend the south, Whitewing said to the kings in advance. After all, their family's financial resources were limited, so they could only focus on the front and not the back. As for whether they would be stabbed in the ass by the undead, that depended on the strength of the dwarf army from Lonely Mountain. Well, I can only take care of the north. Bard belatedly realized that, like Whitewing, he seemed to be only able to focus on the front and not the back. I just go on the field myself, Verway said simply. If the grassland elves continued to fight, they would be completely wiped out. Verway had planned to search for scattered grassland elf tribes on the grasslands this summer. It seems the south will still be left to you. Thranduil looked at Roland and nodded. Bard and the others had calmed down by now. The Northern Coalition had nearly 10,000 soldiers. This unprecedented sense of security made the Northern kings relax their brows. Even if the undead army wanted to pass this level, they would have to leave behind the soul fire. Moreover, this army's coverage rate of professionals was over 90%. Ah. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, the orcs can't get past Lulung Fortress, Roland said with a wry smile. While the orcs could bypass Lulung, they probably wouldn't dare to do so. After all, with a well-defended war fortress right behind them, who would dare to act rashly? Just ask Sauron, would he dare to advance without clearing out a single war fortress? I do my best. Well, Whitewing opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. After all, he was outnumbered, and the kingdom of Aquavia was also teetering on the brink of disaster. He simply hoped to hold on to the royal city. Don't worry, the orcs' attention is entirely on me. Roland smiled bitterly. As the focal point of the last war, Lulung Fortress had once again become the orcs' grinding wheel. And the kingdom of Lagrang, considered a thorn in their side, would undoubtedly be the first target. I'm sorry, King Roland. Whitewing had originally wanted to help Roland, but after careful consideration, he realized there wasn't much he could do to help him. He was probably in a difficult position. He couldn't even save himself. It's okay. I'd be thankful if you don't lend me your Sky Knights to put out the fire. Roland smiled, covering his face. Helping him? He didn't even have to lend him a hand. It was a testament to the bravery of the men of the kingdom of Acvia. I try. Whitewing's face flushed. If he really needed troops. The kingdom of Raglan, just across the river, would be even better equipped for support. Attackers could be there with just a few flaps of the Sky Knight's wings. It's okay. There's no shame in calling for help when you can't win. Roland, noticing Whitewing's distress, patted his shoulder and offered comfort. After all, when it came to calling for help, who could compare to Sauron? Orcs, Wainriders, Ringwraiths, and so on. He already brought out all sorts of people. Now his business had been upgraded. Even the dead wouldn't be spared. He resurrected corpses, and these pale skeletons would come running. Now that it's settled, let's prepare for battle. Roland took a deep breath, knowing that from now on, the entire north was in turmoil. Then the kings withdrew, and those farther away had already returned to prepare their armies. Do you think we can win? Thorin said in a low voice, finding Roland still gazing at the stars on the terrace. He took a sip from his glass and said, of course. Didn't we just get here? Roland asked, then raised his glass and addressed him. Back then, the dwarves' expedition to Lonely Mountain was much more difficult than it is now. They still managed to recapture it, not to mention the even greater coalition forces now. Are they all gone? Roland said to Thorin, gazing at the dim candlelight at the banquet. Well, they're all going back to prepare their armies. Aren't you going back now? Thorin asked in a low voice, observing the still indifferent Roland. It's all right. Caslo has already gone ahead. My army will soon march south to Lulum Fortress. The north depends on you. Roland forced a smile, walked over, and patted Thorin's arm. Ha ha ha. Friend. Come back alive. Thorin raised his glass to Roland and gulped it down. Come back alive. Roland also smiled, and clinked his glass with his. Uncle, they all left. Keely said, as he directed his attendants to clean up the banquet, and approached Thorin. Well, order all soldiers to get a good night's rest tonight. No drinking from now on, go to bed early. We begin assembling the troops tomorrow afternoon. Thorin stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Okay. But when will King Dane's army arrive? Keely scratched his head. Don't worry, silly boy. My brother is always punctual. Always punctual. Thorin smiled and patted Keely's face. You two brothers, stay behind this time. The Durin bloodline can't end here. Thorin waved at Keely and left to rest. Back? How's it going? Yunfeng hadn't slept either, but quietly waited by the light for Roland's return. Have something to eat. We've been waiting all day. Nyx lovingly brought Roland a plate of reheated sandwiches. Love you. Roland patted Nyx's head. Not to mention the night's journey, he was a little hungry. What are your plans? Omsk asked, folding his arms. If you don't mind, these old bones, will shine for you once more, your majesty. Old Adilai called out this long-lost title. Your majesty. Such an old title. Roland sighed with nostalgia. Now isn't the time to discuss this. Seeing that everyone was about to drift off to dreams of the Empire, Yunfeng quickly spoke up to bring everyone back to their senses. Chapter 525. What do you want us to do? Even Knight Commander Radian, who usually treated Roland with a stern face, looked at him respectfully. What? What can we do? Roland's mouth twitched, and he spread his hands. There's no other solution except war. Old Master Rattle said calmly, stroking his beard, his wise eyes flickering on his aged face. It wants war. Then we give them war. Adilai's eyes gleamed with bloodthirstiness, as if the former Blood Hand hero had returned. Yes, since they want to fight, the Knights of Lagran will never retreat, declared fellow hero Omsk. As one of the most prominent figures in the kingdom's knights, Omsk's words carried weight. Yes. Roland nodded. The army's morale was high, at least there was no sign of fear. But how could these warmongers possibly be afraid of a fight? The most insignificant knight commander, Knight Ladian, had led the Crusades. Lance was an imperial noble. Marcus was the former commander of the Lagran defenses. The rest were either rank 6 or 5. Reno, who commanded the Lulung Fortress, was a ruthless figure. In the game's history, he was the only one to lead an ordinary army to the gates of Lagran. When this group of daring individuals gathered together, their sole topic of discussion was how to deal with those lovable enemies. For these Lagran brutes, the very thought of retreat was disrespectful to their bloodline, and cowardice was even more disrespectful to the dragon god's will. Smashing their skulls with lances was the proper course of action for a proper brute. All right, everyone, calm down. Yes. I'm talking to you, Omsk. Don't act like a warmonger. We're on the defensive this time. If you want to charge out, you can discuss this with Renault yourself. Roland elegantly raised his glass and took a sip of water. Forget it. Omsk shook his head obediently. Although Raynor wasn't there, he could already predict Raynor's reaction. After all, any suggestion of an offensive would surely be met with a barrage of criticism from Raynor. Roland didn't take it seriously. After all, he could tell Omsk was just talking nonsense. But he certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to tease him. Sir Yunfeng, declare war on them in my name, Roland suddenly said. After all, writing a manifesto to attack them was possible. While it wouldn't do much for those shameless black and green people, it would still significantly boost morale and public opinion. Okay. Yunfeng nodded. The manifesto was primarily for his own people. After all, even if the kingdom of Lagran declared war, they wouldn't know. Besides, whether or not they did, everyone would ultimately have to rely on their fists. After all, Middle-earth had no United Nations or International Court of Justice. So, which forces are you declaring war on? Yunfeng asked. Although their target here was the army of Dol Guldur, a manifesto needed to sound brilliant and heroic to fool people. No! To inspire the people. Declare war on all of them. Dol Guldur. Gumalad. Mordor. Dorwinion. Every last one. Declare war on all of them. Today, I will declare war on all evil. Roland sneered. After all, who among those who play Mount and Blade or Middle-earth or other war strategy games hasn't been King Xian of Qi and declared war on everyone? Regardless of whether they can win or not, declare war first. Roland didn't believe Sauron would just bring his troops online to attack him just for a few words of advice. As you wish, Yunfeng said respectfully, patting his chest. Now, not only the common people, but even Yunfeng and the others saw the divine glow on Roland's face. He was going to fight darkness with the power of an entire nation. He was comparable to the sage of Lagran. Roland waved his hand dismissively. This guy's pretense was alright. He even impressed his own people. But Roland was also a man of his own, and he knew his own business. He had to have a reason for being so high profile. After all, no one was capable of such an act normally. But at the moment, the Wainriders were still hunkered down in the east. The Gumbator fortress and the undead were guarded by elves and dwarves. Sauron was gathering strength to return to Middle-earth, and had no time to care for anyone else. Only the Dol Guldur orcs, currently engaged in a war with the Star Elves, were like a group of sworn enemies. Not only were they constantly attacked by the Star Elves, but they also had to face the targeting of the Kingdom of Raglan. Roland quickly indicated that Yunfeng's drafted manifesto was complete. After glancing at it to make sure it was correct, Roland had orders to post the notices. The castle guards were rushed out in the middle of the night to do the posting. Awesome. After a series of operations, Roland realized that his current hostile combat situation was at its peak. Every orc clan was hostile to him, while the Wainriders and Dol Guldur were at enmity. Roland didn't care. He was already King Xian of Qi, and still afraid of them? You have to know that the highest level of King Xian of Qi was to be an enemy of the entire world. But Roland had never seen such a stubborn King Xian of Qi in the Lord of the Rings games. If he really wanted to trace his ancestry back to the old Witch of Tartar Qing in the real world, after all, the one who declared war on all the Western powers was the only one in time. That was the real King Xian of Qi. Mission declared war accomplished. The host successfully declared war on both enemies. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 guards from the city of Lagran. The system's long-awaited reward sounded. System, if you hadn't said anything today, I would have thought you were dead. Roland was furious. After all, other systems give the protagonist an invincible template, while his own system can only be said to have a template with one person. Squeak. The system's emotionless squeak made Roland's mouth twitch. Dear, if we really want to fight, Lulong Fortress needs more manpower. After all, we can't rely on the flood troopers. Nick suddenly said. After all, as the queen, she was well aware of the kingdom's financial resources, which was why she said this. Looks like we need to reinforce Lulong Fortress. Roland's smile faded. Without this great battle, Lulong's current strength would undoubtedly be a formidable obstacle for the former Dol Guldur orcs. But now that the orc army was approaching, Roland naturally didn't dare to be complacent. Even if Luke and Merc worked themselves to death, and Renault played his cards right, the entire fortress would likely be destroyed. Farway was now in a state of panic. After all, the centaurs they were staying with were loyal to King Roland. If Roland really recruited soldiers, the position of the grassland elves would be in jeopardy. In a sense, then we should be loyal to the kingdom at this point. After all, he was on the kingdom's land. Farway was still worried that Roland would recruit the elven people into the war, and become cannon fodder. Just as dawn had broken over there, Renault received the proclamation issued by Roland, King Xian of Qi. Renault smiled helplessly at the proclamation. What's wrong, General? Luke and Merc asked tentatively, looking at Raynor's wry smile. It's nothing, just bluffing. Raynor shook his head. He had already gleaned a lot of useful information from the manifesto. Knowing the situation in Middle-earth, Raynor knew this declaration of war was just a show. Chapter 526. Prepare for war. Renault patted the two men on the shoulders and handed them the manifesto. Publish it to everyone. At least tell the soldiers what they're facing. Regardless of their reactions, Renault walked away, shaking his head. After all, to him, it made no difference whether it was announced or not, they were going to clash with the orc army anyway. Swish! Renaud drew his sword and swung it in a flourish. He stared at the figure reflected on the blade. The young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes now had a hint of worry and vicissitudes in his eyes. "For his highness," he whispered. "Alas! How do we mobilize the troops?" Roland tilted his head, chewing on his quill pen, and pondered as he gazed at the system in the void. Currently, Roland's troops directly under his command in the entire kingdom of Lag Lang number 3,543. Among them are 110 level 2 Lag Lang Empire Vanguard Knights of the Holy Glory Knights, and 200 level 2 Lag Lang City Guards. Bedanian Archers, 800 Tier 2 Archers. Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen, 100 Tier 2 Swordsmen. El Nino Rangers, 100 Tier 2 Rangers. Lordaeron Rangers, 50 Tier 2 Rangers. Raglan Royal Guards, 200 Tier 3 Floodwind Legion, 1,500 Floodwind Infantry. Levy's Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantry. Raglan Heavy Cavalry, 100 Heavy Cavalry. Priests, 8 Tier 2 Priests. Mage, 1 Tier 2 Fire Mage. Crusader Spearmen, 100. Crusader Archers, 300. Crusader Heavy Shield Men, 20. Cross Bohemian Knights, 15 Tier 2. Duchy Light Cavalry, 26. Woodland Knights, 10 Tier 2 Warriors. Griffin Knights, 4, second level. Although it seems like a large number of troops, it is undoubtedly insufficient for a kingdom as big as this one. The cavalry must be deployed. After all, we need mobile forces to act as firefighters. 110 Lagran Vanguard Knights, 100 Heavy Cavalry, 26 Light Cavalry, 5 Griffin Knights, 2 Dragon Riders. Roland picked up his pen and began to write, his brow furrowing. It's true that one only regrets having too few soldiers when they're needed. Lulong cannot be lost. We need the strongest forces there. Roland thought for a moment and wrote decisively. Stand at Lulong Fortress. All the Flood Infantry. 200 Lagran City Guards should also be stationed there. All 800 Bedanian Archers should be stationed there. Dorwinian Heavy Swordsmen should also stay there. Iron cans are what the fortress needs most. El Nino Ranger. Forget it, let them stay at Lulong Fortress. Their falling dragon arrows are a natural enemy of dragon-blooded creatures. God knows if Sauron has equipped those ringwraiths with demonic flying dragons. Roland muttered to himself, drawing a circle around El Nino Ranger, reaffirming their decision to station at Lulong. Now Lulong has an army of 700. TSK. More than the capital has now. These men should be enough to keep Lulong Fortress running. The remaining Crusaders and others should return to defend Riverstorm. For priests should go, and that fire mage should go as well. Roland hummed a song while writing and drawing. Ah! Are you crazy, your highness? Don't you want to go home? Omsk's eyes nearly popped out as he held the order. The damn evil one actually disguised himself as my lord? Hey! Look at the sword. Such nonsense. Hurry and mobilize the troops. I want everyone back before the orc army arrives. Roland angrily kicked Omsk, who had been tampering with him, and said with a gloomy face. He, the upright king of Lagrang, had no interest in male and female relationships. No! You're abandoning River Rapids? Omsk's eyes widened. Could it be that his highness wasn't comfortable in this shabby little city, and was planning to move the capital? Roland looked at him like he was an idiot. Omsk, as if he understood Roland's thoughts, waved the transfer order and shouted excitedly, "What's the difference between transferring these troops and abandoning River Rapids? Marcus is going to defend the city with young and strong infantry, and these ragtag crusaders?" At this moment, Knight Lavian, who happened to be passing by, twitched his ears. "Mm." He felt offended. "Let me see." Marcus, the main commander, also heard the noise and came over. After saluting Roland, he took the transfer order without waiting for Omsk to speak. Puff! Marcus, who had been so calm, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was more than just a mismatch. With such a force, Marcus felt he didn't even need to defend the city walls, and could simply retreat to the Lord's castle. I have to mention the dedication of Marcus and Lance. The originally 2-story Lord's castle has now grown to a full 5 stories thanks to their continuous reinforcement and expansion. With the addition of 4 secondary forts, the Lord's castle is now barely worthy of a king. This time, the orcs are coming in force. Lulong Fortress is the first line of defense. It has no backup, so we can only allocate as many troops as possible. Roland finally explained leisurely. What about River Rapids? Should I trade light infantry for the orcs? Marcus' eyes widened. That's not the case. Don't forget there are still over 20,000 residents in the city. We can mobilize the masses when necessary. Roland waved his hand. If the orcs really came to the city, not to mention the young men, even the women would have to take up kitchen knives and go to the battlefield. Omsk and Marcus exchanged a glance. The casualties would probably. What Omsk didn't mention was that the casualties would likely shock everyone. After all, untrained civilians, driven by fervent passion. No one knew how devastating the fight would be. It's better than the fall of the city and fortress. Besides, they might not even make it here. Roland shook his head. Besides, the orcs wouldn't necessarily reach the city of Swiftwater. After all, to reach Swiftwater, they first have to besiege Lulong Fortress, and then break through the mobile harassment of the various knights of the Kingdom of Lagran. Only after both Dragon Knights were held hostage could they reach Swiftwater. Sigh. Omsk sighed. I do my best to arrange the city defenses. Marcus's fighting spirit ignited. For a city defense officer, having civilians involved in the battle was nothing less than a disgrace. Relax, maybe those bastards won't even show up. I leave them defenses on both wings, and they won't be able to get past them. A bunch of filthy bastards trying to bypass Lulong Fortress? Roland snorted disdainfully. Did they really think this war fortress, stained black and purple with orc blood, was a joke? Omsk had a bad feeling. After all, Roland's flag was too outrageous. Omsk's eyes showed a hint of worry. If the orcs really got around, it would be time for the knights to fight them to the death. But Omsk quickly shook his head. Even if they didn't bypass Lulong, they still have to fight to the death. After all, according to King Roland's previous command strategy, the knights would definitely be the first troops to engage the orcs. These tough and capable knights would definitely wear down the orcs' manpower and energy along the way. Omsk smiled instantly at the thought. Ha ha. It's Marcus's turn to have a headache. He doesn't have to worry about how to deploy hundreds of troops. He can just lead his troops out and kill them. City defenses are nothing to him. Chapter 527. Remember, I'm telling you to go on a patrol. Not to charge headfirst into a crowd. Roland warned anxiously. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'm not a fool. Omsk patted his breastplate. Be smart, take them down when you get a chance. Just circle around their perimeter, and try to lure them towards Lulong. Don't attack their main force before the decisive battle. Roland warned anxiously. Understood, Your Highness. Omsk shook his head, and picked up the lance held by the attendant. He felt like Roland was chanting like Tang Sanzing, making his head buzz. But Omsk still understood the ways of the world. His Highness's word was his, but on the ever-changing battlefield, wasn't it his decision how to command? Okay, let's go! Remember to bring the letter to Renault. Roland kept giving Omsk instructions, like an old mother sending her wandering child away. All right. Omsk nodded succinctly, then galloped off without waiting for Roland to speak. The knights followed him out of River Rapids, followed by a group of soldiers on duty. They would be stationed at Lulong Fortress to replace the Crusaders. Your Highness, are you still reading? Stop. You've been reading all morning. Come and eat. Nyx's mouth twitched, and she had no choice but to personally fetch Roland. I always felt a bit uneasy. I don't know why. Roland rubbed his brow. Was he not getting enough rest? Shaking his head, Roland decided to let it go. Wasn't his wife's loving breakfast more important? Roar! Two ancient giant rhinoceroses, high-level magical beasts, exhaled a thick white mist from their nostrils. Their limbs, thicker than ogres, struggled forward. Iron chains as thick as an adult's thigh wrapped around their bodies. They struggled to drag a massive battering ram. Surrounding them were a group of giant, burly ogres, assisting the ram's advance. Pitch-black clouds loomed overhead, allowing them to march even during the day. If Roland were here, he would definitely scream. After all, this thing was the Hammer of Grand, the historical hammer that broke through the White King's city. What's going on? Why did you bring so many soldiers? Raynor looked at Omsk in confusion. After all, he could understand the old man leading the Ishui Knights, but the fact that he was followed by the Bedanian archers was quite surprising. It's hard to explain. Let's talk inside. Omsk dragged Raynor into Lulong Fortress. As the gates slammed shut, Omsk finally laid it all out. We're ready for battle, and this time the main battle is yours. Your Highness has brought all the best soldiers to you. Here's the list. Send all, but the ones on the list back to River Rapids. Let me see. Raynor casually picked up the list and glanced at it. Huh? Your Highness didn't come with us? Raynor scratched his head and glanced behind him. Omsk narrowed his eyes, and looked at Raynor in confusion. If he doesn't seek refuge, what can those wretches in Riverstorm do? Look at all the rotten fish left here, Raynor said sternly. It was obvious that King Roland was planning to move to another place. Perhaps he wanted to move his palace here, considering the safety of Lulong Fortress. Is there a possibility that he stayed in Riverstorm to defend it? And the royal guard shouldn't be considered rotten fish. Omsk's mouth twitched. He's crazy. Raynor tilted his head, practically writing Roland's insane on his face. I don't know if he's crazy or not, but the situation is certainly not good. There are still undead invading in the north, and the orcs in the south are also restless. I have to lead my troops to harass them. Omsk sighed. Hurry. Be careful. The ringwraiths won't sit idly by. Raynor patted his shoulder. By the way, where are the Dragon Rider and the Griffin Knight? Aren't they coming to support? Renaud thought about it, and found that the Dragon Rider and the Sky Knight were missing. Caslow is still monitoring the undead army's movements in the north. Ajax is engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs in Singri, and the Griffin Knights have to protect His Highness. Omsk shrugged. Otherwise, why would they be so short-handed? All right. Get your supplies and leave quickly. I go notify everyone of the rotation. Raynor shook his head and ignored Omsk. He had his own things to do. Merc. Luke. Raynor shouted. These two were Raynor's only remaining lieutenants since Apophis Brio's departure. What's wrong, General? The two men who had been summoned exchanged bewildered glances. Luke. Go, mobilize the troops according to this list. Raynor handed the list to Luke. Merc. Go count the inventory immediately. We need a large quantity of arrows and boulders. Raynor pointed at Merc. Guards. Command everyone to alert. War is imminent. I don't want our army to be destroyed. Those southern bastards are here to warm us up. Let their blood irrigate every inch of the ground beneath your feet. Long live Lagran. Renaud roared, drawing his sword. A circle of guards immediately dispersed to convey Renaud's orders. Woo woo woo. A long horn blew. Omsk, who had just left Lulong Fortress, heard the horn sound and looked back. He saw the gates, made of a mixture of fine iron and bronze, slamming shut. The windows of the fortress were lowered one by one. The oil linings covering the heavy crossbows and slings were roughly torn off. A group of soldiers anxiously greased the machine guns, and bundles of arrows were carried to the battlements. How beautiful! Omsk's eyes shone with wonder. The war fortress once again radiated its rugged, wild, and violent aesthetic. The sunlight shone on the walls, emitting a dark purple sheen. The brick walls were soaked in the blood of the orcs. Whoosh! A translucent magic shield suddenly rose, flickered for a few seconds, and then vanished. Omsk understood that the fortress's defenders were testing the shield's function. Ha ha ha! Come on! Send more orcs. War is imminent. Comrades. For the kingdom. For His Highness. Let's do what we do best. Fight! Omsk kicked his horse's belly and rushed out. A wisp of dust drifted away. Remember. Return to River Rapids immediately. The defenses there are weak. Seize the moment. The king cannot afford to lose. Raynor warned the soldiers preparing to relieve River Rapids, while commanding them to open the northern gate. Go! Hold the city. Defend the king. Tell His Highness. As long as Raynor lives, Lulong will not be lost. Raynor shouted. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers from Lulong Fortress, a large orc army halted in front of the surging river rapids. Roar! Cut down trees. Build ships. We will conquer the most resilient nation in the north. This time, we will break the backs of the northerners. Roared a hideous orc lord, whipping his orcs. Ah! The demonic dragons under the ringwraiths wailed shrilly, casting a terrifying shadow across the land. Reglin? Here I come! A hoarse, deep voice rang from beneath a pitch-black helmet. Chapter 528. For days passed quickly. The knights, led by Omsk, searched along the swift river, trying to find any orcs who had sneaked across. However, unbeknownst to Omsk, an orc army had already crossed the swift river hundreds of kilometers from Lulong, having already set out from Mordor. As a result, the first battle of the north had begun in a chaotic manner. Renaud stretched leisurely in the morning sun. After a few vigorous stretches, he smiled happily. Dragon God bless you. Yesterday was another peaceful day. I hope today will be the same. It seems His Majesty Omsk and his knights have done a good job. They successfully intercepted the orc army. So far, we haven't seen any scouts from the orc vanguard. Luke Leopold smiled. Hey! General brother, coffee? Tea? Or honey water? Merc Leopold raised a great drink and shook it at the two of them. Coffee with sugar, thank you. Raynor nodded with a smile. Orange juice. Luke Leopold rolled his eyes at his brother, jokingly teasing him. Hey! Last year's frozen oranges. Freshly squeezed juice. Merc Leopold pulled a glass bottle from the bamboo basket he was carrying, as if by magic. The bright orange juice inside seemed to mock Luke Leopold's intelligence. Thank you. Luke Leopold took it with a twitch of his lips. By the way, is the magic communication working well? Any instructions from River Rapids? Raynor asked subconsciously. No, everything's fine. Everyone seems fine. Luke raised his head, preparing to down his ice-cold orange juice. Pa! A crisp sound echoed, and Luke Leopold stood there in a daze, his expensive orange juice already spilling all over the floor from the flying glass bottle. Brother, is your hand cramping? Look how wasteful it is. This is. Then, Merc Leopold was also petrified against the city wall. What kind of comedy are you two performing? Hee. Renaud patted them. What are you looking at? Let me see. Renaud looked at the two stunned men and poked his head between them. Renaud felt his eyes sting after the first glance. He rubbed his eyes and took another closer look. Enemy attack. A shrill roar, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed across half the city wall. The soldiers who heard it all looked up at the southern wall in surprise. Enemy attack. Luke Leopold and Merc Leopold belatedly screamed. Dragon God. As more patrolling soldiers poked their heads out to gaze southwest, they saw a thick cloud of war drifting across the distant horizon. This was a sign of a massive orc attack. After all, sunlight weakens their fighting power, and the war clouds created by dark magic would obscure the sun. Like a surging black wave, the overwhelming black orcs occupied the southern horizon. I'm going to kill Omsk. This is his percent plus. How did he manage to remain unmoved when the enemy was at his gates? Why? Why didn't I realize it until the orcs were almost at my door? Where is the knights? Even if they were all dead, there wouldn't be even one left alive to deliver the messenger. Renaud's mouth lashed out at Omsk like a torrent of water. What he didn't know was that Omsk was still scouting the south for possible orc crossing points, completely unaware that a group of Mordor orcs had slipped through the cracks. Well, to be more precise, they had swaggered in. Prepare for battle. Sound the alarm. The orcs are coming. Raynor roared. Wake up all soldiers. Gear up for battle. Luke Leopold sprinted across the city walls. Gear up. Fight! Fight! The king is behind us. The road ahead is clear. Defend the kingdom. Defend our home. Men of Raglan. Hold the fortress. Luke Leopold's voice echoed throughout the fortress. Quick! Report to Riverstorm. Orcs are at the gates. The knights and Lord Omsk are missing. Renaud gritted his teeth and complained to Omsk. He hadn't expected him to stop the orcs, but at least he should have warned them if anything happened. Without a word, the orcs appeared right under his nose. Who could stand that? Yes. A Bedanian archer quickly obeyed. Oh no, General. The communication array has collapsed from years of disrepair. The soldier who had just left returned moments later. After a moment's silence, Renaud punched and kicked the parapet in front of him like a madman, not caring even though his hands were covered in blood. Where's the defensive magic circle? Renaud suddenly remembered something and grabbed the soldier and roared. The switch is working fine. The soldier said weakly. Huh? Renaud let go of the soldier's hand and breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no one paid attention to the communication array before. After all, there was nothing to communicate between the two places. Military orders were also delivered through the Dragon Knights. However, the defensive shield was carefully inspected by Renaud and Yunfeng. Now the repaired shield has finally come into play. After all, the shield could not be activated when the orcs came here for the first time. But now, although the original mythical defense magic circle can only exert the effect of an epic defense magic circle at most, it is still enough. Can you tell how many there are? Luke asked his brother beside him. Over 10,000. I estimate 20. Merc said somewhat pessimistically. No more, no less. Luke glanced briefly and agreed with Merc's assessment. That's not right. Where did all these soldiers come from in Dol Guldur? Are their orc clans all pigs? So fertile? Merc gritted his teeth, feeling a sense of reality shattering. These aren't orcs from Dol Guldur. Ha ha. They really think highly of me. Raynor shook his head with a wry smile, pointing to the orc's filthy, indistinguishable banner. This is the banner of an orc clan from Mordor. We've been targeted by the Demon Lord. Raynor scoffed, turning and descending the battlements. Luke and Merc exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise and shock. Boys, make sure you stock up on arrows. You won't have anyone to supply you with arrows when the fighting starts. Raynor shuttled through the arrow towers, instructing the Bedanian archers on each floor. Aside from the 8 meteoric dragon towers, the remaining 100 heavy crossbow towers throughout the Lulum fortress each housed 8 Bedanian archers. These heavy crossbow towers, arranged in rows and varying heights throughout the fortress, were equipped with trebuchets, heavy crossbows, and fuel injectors. With sufficient manpower, these towers were practically operational. As for the 8 meteoric dragon towers in the center, they housed all of the El Nino Rangers. These Rangers were already skilled in dragon slaying, and with the meteoric dragon towers, their joy was doubled. Order the infantry to the troop caves. Leave ample reserves. We must prepare for a protracted battle, Luke commanded. The tower's defenders are divided into 2 groups. Rotate them in shifts. This way, while we lose half our firepower, at least we have the resources to hold them for a prolonged battle. This has truly shocked me all year. Even as he was busy giving orders, Renault couldn't help but grumble. This absurd situation would bring even the Emperor to tears. The battle map has been posted to the group chat. If you're confused about the specific battle positions, you can refer to the map in the group chat. Chapter 529. Roar! I smell fear. They're hiding in the city. The Orc Lord swung his mace. They hide behind the walls. They fear us. They only tremble at the prospect of war. Prepare to attack. Kill them all. A hoarse voice rang out. Wielding a rotten spear, clad in black, battered armor, a chilling aura of decay emanated from him. Renault, perched atop the city walls, was already laughing in anger. Oh, dragon god! Look what I found. A wild ringwraith. Crunchy, chicken-like, the unmistakable ringwraith presence and momentum made Renault grit his teeth. Tens of thousands of orcs plus 1 ringwraith? Renault said the situation couldn't get any worse. Oh! The enchanting aura of fear. Howl. Tremble. No man can kill us. Ha ha. We are fear. We are death. A demonic dragon soared into the sky, its rotten knight atop its back letting out a piercing roar. Oh! Dragon god, I was wrong. A situation worse than facing just 1 ringwraith has emerged. Facing 2 ringwraiths. Raynor's eyelids twitched. Ha ha ha. Fear. Tremble. Death will. The ringwraith soaring through the sky unleashed its terrifying voice, attempting to shake the soldier's resolve. I am your father! The 4 El Nino Rangers turned the capstan, and a stream of light shot out, suddenly plunging into the skyward, soaring with unbridled abandon. Bang! The demon dragon's ugly carcass suddenly shattered. Clearly, the ringwraith was caught off guard. Perhaps it had no idea what a true war fortress was. Even gods would listen to its words after firing at full force. At this moment, the ringwraith gracefully free falls from hundreds of meters in the sky. With a loud thud, he crashes into the ground. Roar! A shrill roar echoes, followed by a resounding boom. The ground around him suddenly crumbles and explodes, leaving a crater nearly 100 meters in diameter. Crack! A hand suddenly thrusts out amid the rustling sound of metal, and then a ringwraith, shrouded in a thick aura of death, appears before everyone's eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity! That blow from the falling dragon tower didn't kill him. Which ringwraith is this? Which ring? Raynor sighs with regret, his expression as if he's missed out on 5 million. Good fellow. Half his body is shattered. And still not satisfied, Luke stares at the figure. Half of his shoulder armor has vanished, and wisps of death coil around the left side of his body, struggling to mend its shape. The ground beneath his feet turns a grayish hue, the grass rapidly withers and dies, and wisps of death surge toward him from all around. The 8th ringwraith, Acorn, the 8th death ring. The bearer of decay. Raynor said solemnly, his eyes narrowed. The 8th ringwraith has appeared. Alas! Raynor sighed. The worst had finally happened. Who are you then? Raynor muttered to himself, gripping the paladin's sword tightly, and tilting his head, as he gazed at the decayed, spear-wielding ringwraith. Acorn, you're too impatient. A pale bony hand pinned Acorn as he attempted to charge the fortress. The slender, pale bony hand, even with its iron gauntlet, looked incredibly fragile, but Acorn, pinned down by it, didn't see it that way. What a shame! If only all the ringwraiths were as clueless as this idiot. Raynor lamented, gazing at the pinned Acorn. After all, 2 falling dragon towers were already aimed at him. If he let him come and activated his shield, he would be frozen in time the moment it stopped him, and that would be his death. What? Why not shoot him now? The orc army was already within the attack radius of the fortress's Dragonfall Tower. The main reason for not attacking was that Raynor wanted to keep some cards in reserve, and secondly, attacking ordinary orc troops wasn't cost-effective. The most crucial point was that the Dragonfall Tower's specialized armor-piercing magic arrows were in limited supply and expensive. Decay. The final destination of all things. The ringwraith swung chains made of death energy, bound Acorn, and dragged him back. Raynor shuddered, finally recognizing the figure below him. The seventh ring, Adonif. Wielder of the Ring of Decay. The Spear of Eternal Decay. I recognize that thing, Merc Leopold exclaimed. Now, Raynor, Luke, and Merc were truly Garen's whispering silence and breaking defense. Seventh and eighth had already arrived, so how could ninth be far behind? You have to remember that the 9 rings, Uvesa, possesses spatial attributes. The Void Ring combined with spatial ringwraiths would be a real headache. But no problem. We have all the weapons and armor today. We have plenty of food and fodder. What's the harm in letting 3 of them do this? Raynor rested his hands on his hips, surveying the mountains and rivers. It looked as if Raynor had nearly pulled off a Middle-earth expedition. After all, the initially operational war fortress already possessed the strength to withstand anything in this land. The previously weakest spatial defenses were no longer a weakness after the shield array was repaired. Tell my brothers to be careful. Keep an eye on the shield-triggered areas. Watch out for that 6th ring of the 9 rings, Raynor warned. Normally, the ringwraiths would be automatically kept out by the epic shield, but if 6th ring of the 9 was left alone, they might be able to get through. That would be a lot of fun. After all, no one in the entire fortress could stop them head-on. Although that outlier, the 9 rings, constantly raved about chivalry, Renaud said it was best to just listen to what the ringwraith said. Forget it, it's easy to be seduced. Do I need an explanation from Atunef? Acorn said angrily, gazing at the skeleton-like Atunef. If you want to take another hit from that heavy crossbow, feel free to do so. However, you don't have another dragon to block it for you. Atonify's melancholy voice echoed faintly, like a melancholic night. Sitting on Nightmare, Atonify held the Spear of Eternal Decay and silently gazed at the Lulong fortress. This once legendary weapon in his hand was now corroded by the power of decay. Calling it a divine Tethys blade was an overstatement. However, no one would want to be stabbed by it, as the immense power of decay contained within would reduce anyone struck to ash. You? Acorn's crimson soul fire pulsated violently, but very. He quickly chose to remain calm. After all, avoiding the attack of the falling dragon tower wasn't cowardice, it was true to his heart. Acorn took a few imperceptible steps away from Atunifer. This madman who wielded the power of corruption often veered between lucidity and madness. It was said that this was a split personality caused by his time as a human hero resisting the encroaching power of the ring. Ultimately, however, even the holy hero couldn't stop the encroaching power of Sauron's ring. This once holy hero of the kingdom of Arnor ultimately became a pawn of the very man he hated most. However, sometimes he would regain lucidity, transforming into a melancholic knight, quietly gazing into the distance. However, compared to him, Alvartha, the 9th ring, is at the other extreme. He still maintains his own will and spirit, and is an outlier who often does things that are in line with the character of a knight. It can be said that the 9th ring has only appeared before humans a few times in history. As the last ringwraith born, his whereabouts are also very mysterious. In the original novel, he only appeared in the final battle to kill Frodo, and later fell in the Battle of the Black Gate. In total, he appeared twice. Even the supporting orcs had more scenes than him. Chapter 530. Let the soldiers advance, the Orc Lord advised. All right. We have enough men to surround this fortress, but I suggest we attack from all sides. Atunef cast a melancholy glance at Lulong Fortress. Those towers have incredible destructive power. They can even bring down demonic dragons with a single blow. The cost of activating them must be enormous. If you rush in like you did in the past, I'm afraid the thing will fall on your heads. Atunef's voice was gentle and soft, giving off the impression of a heroic knight. Of course, if you ignored his rotten, awful body. I will crush them. How dare those bastards harm me? Acorn's sword shone faintly. Attack! Worms! Charge! You rubbish! Do not retreat. Forward! Tear apart the humans in that city. Kill! The Orc Lord roared, slamming his mace to the ground. Then, everyone squinted their eyes as they beheld the most magnificent battlefield scene they had ever witnessed. Orcs surged forward like a black torrent. In the distance, massive trebuchets were being erected. Raynor's face darkened as he gazed at the fresh wood stubble on the trebuchets. If I'm still alive after this battle, remind me to chop down all the trees within 100 miles. Raynor's face twitched. It was obvious that the orcs had crafted this thing overnight, felling trees from the surrounding area. Oh! Dragon God! Merc Leopold exclaimed in shock. What the hell happened? Holy crap! Raynor, in shock, blurted out the catchphrases he and Roland had learned. Boom! Stones rained down outside the city walls. Fortunately, the Lulong fortress's shields remained intact, repelling the boulder's attack. The rectangular shields then quietly dissipated, becoming transparent. Thank God. Thank you, our ancestors, for installing a magical shield on the war fortress. Our ancestors are so wise. Luke Leopold was already shouting "Long live the gods," expressing gratitude for their ancestors' protection. Boom! 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 The scene that followed silenced everyone. The relentless rain of stones made everyone frown. The shield, which had previously flickered, was now permanent within the fortress. Ripples of magic appeared across the shield, but the sturdy, epic-level shield was not something these things could easily break. What are our men doing? Fighting back. Renault's eyes twitched as he watched the incoming black tide. He had misjudged the soldiers. The scene had completely shaken them, witnessing the true nature of the War of the Ring for the first time. Woo-woo-woo. The fortress's war horn blew, its resounding blast inspiring the soldiers' fighting spirit and morale. Boom boom boom. The orcs also pounded their war drums. Amid the deafening roar, many orcs were shrouded in blood and energy, clearly imbued with blessed states or abilities. Keep your eyes on those glowing targets. Those are high-ranking orcs. Shoot them. Merc Leopold shouted as he ran from the city wall. They split up. They're going to siege the city. Damn it! Luke Leopold's pupil shrank. Oh no! They're going to siege us. Our defense will be split. Damn it! We don't have enough command personnel. Renault pounded the wall with a fist. Luke! Leave the west wall to you. Merc! Keep an eye on the east wall. I handle the south. Raynor ordered quickly. What about the south wall? Let one of the leaders look after it. Raynor hesitated. I handle the south wall. A voice called out from behind Raynor, and the three turned and looked in shock. Lord? You? Huh? Lord Lafitte Anthony, shouldn't you be in River Rapids? Raynor's eyes were filled with surprise. I stayed here a few days ago while the troops were being mobilized, but you were busy so much I didn't bother you. I've been helping with inventory for several days. I was planning to leave these days, but, as you can see, we're blocked by orcs. Lafitte Anthony's face was filled with gloom. Had he been so invisible for so long? You should have returned to River Rapids with the scouts to report. Raynor frowned. The unexplained death of a noble from the Dragon Rider family here was a serious matter. After all, there weren't many nobles in the kingdom anymore. Don't worry, the Antonine family is full of loyal warriors. Even if I die here, Ajax won't say anything. Lafitte Antonine waved his hand. He could see Renault's concerns. After all, this war wasn't his. Lafitte Antonine hadn't been assigned to Lulong Fortress, and the mission of defending Lulong had nothing to do with him. If he died here without the king's order, the Antonine family would have the right to hold Renault accountable. Okay, the south is up to you. Protect yourselves, Renault said without further ado. Defending the city was paramount. They're coming! A scout shouted. Shoot! The heavy crossbows in the arrow towers suddenly unleashed their deadly arrows. Roar! Shields raised. The leading orc officer roared as the sky suddenly darkened. This orc force from Mordor was truly formidable, imbued with martial virtue. The 100% armor rate spoke for itself. Bang! 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 The crackling sound of arrows hitting shields echoed like firecrackers, the powerful impact causing the orc's shield-holding hands to go numb. Swish! A 3 or 4 meter long bloody path suddenly appeared in the orc formation. Heavy crossbows, mingled with a hail of arrows, began to harvest the orcs' lives. However, the gap was quickly closed by the orcs behind them. Their massive feet trampled over the bodies, and soon the orcs' corpses melted into the earth. Bang! Another stone slammed into the shield. Looking at the swaying shield, Renault's face turned green. Looking at the dozens of trebuchets standing outside, his face darkened again. If it weren't for the falling dragon tower. You have taken them all, Renault said angrily. Where are our trebuchets? Fight back, Renault roared. The 100-arrow towers were topped with trebuchets, but compared to the incredibly inaccurate trebuchets, the soldiers preferred the various heavy crossbows built into the towers. Whoosh, whoosh! With a whistling sound, Smoothly polished stones flew out of Lulong Fortress. Ah! The orcs under one of the trebuchets were frantically loading it. The next second. Bang! The falling stone instantly returned it to its original state. Its round shape allowed for greater inertia, sending it tumbling outwards. A sudden howl of ghosts and wolves erupted in the direction of the orcs. The dozen or so stones inflicted at least hundreds of casualties on the orcs. Chapter 531. Kill! The orcs surged forward like a tide, their massive ladder towers, pushed by ogres, moving towards Lulong Fortress. Shoot! Shoot those ogres! Keep the siege towers away! The captains commanded their soldiers to unleash their firepower on the siege towers. Although the entire Lulong Fortress was over 150 meters high, that was only the height of the inner city. The outer walls were only 50 meters high. Those massive siege towers could easily send the orcs to the outer walls. Shoot! Lafitte Anthony commanded his soldiers to fire at the siege towers below. The sight of the towers carrying so many soldiers made Lafitte Anthony's brow furrow. Ding-ling-dang. A series of metallic clangs echoed as the iron coverings of the orc siege towers blocked the crossbow fire. Can the falling dragon tower attack those things? Lafitte Anthony turned to look at the messenger. The archers were stationed in the arrow towers, while the walls were filled with flood infantry and city guards. Even with nearly 3,000 soldiers deployed into the fortress, the force still seemed sparse. It was clear that the 2,700-plus soldiers were merely maintaining the fortress's most basic operations. The general has orders. The falling dragon tower must not attack recklessly. We have limited arrows and cannot waste them on these orcs. The messenger frowned at Lafitte Anthony. Brah! Really? Lafitte Anthony's eyes were filled with anger as he gazed at the mountain-like siege tower. Whoosh! A whistling sound echoed. Lafitte Anthony saw only a flash of shadow, and in the next second, the impenetrable siege tower was missing its upper half. The fortress's arrow towers catapults, ready to unleash their fury once again. Well done! Lafitte Anthony waved his arms excitedly. Clearly, the powerful kinetic energy of the stones was no match for those crossbow bolts. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant streaks of light crisscrossed the sky. Like sharks scenting blood, the heavy crossbows, once so effective, hurled themselves at the siege tower, which had lost its upper half. A flurry of arrows ricocheted through the cramped chamber, the shattered iron sheets responsible for their deaths. Soon, the entire siege tower was reduced to a sieve by the tower's commanding heights. Ouch! With a shrill cry, the last ogre pushing the tower was successfully shot dead by the arrow tower. The nearly useless tower quickly came to a halt, its dark purple blood flowing through the cracks in its rough timbers, quickly forming a pool of blood. Shoot! Lafitte Anthony roared ecstatically. The orcs' offensive has been contained, but we're not doing well either. We consumed a significant amount of magic crystals, and our shields only protect the city, not the surrounding area. This means the orcs will soon be close to our walls. Raynor said anxiously. Roar! The orcs' shrill war cries made Raynor even more uneasy, and the ringwraiths in action made him even more worried. After all, as long as the ringwraiths didn't take action, those falling dragon towers couldn't be moved. They were the only weapons in the entire Lulong Fortress capable of damaging a level 6 enemy. Remember the rotation. Tell the soldiers when to rest. We need a protracted battle. Raynor instructed the messenger. He could imagine the soldiers in the arrow towers tirelessly firing their arrows. The fierce battle would be a challenge for both humans and orcs. Damn it! The orcs almost reached the moat. Luke Leopold said to Raynor with lingering fear. As the orcs retreated, several leaders spontaneously sought out Renault for a meeting. The orcs beneath the city had retreated like a tide, leaving behind only a pile of dead and wounded corpses and a wrecked siege tower. 20 or so wooden towers, slightly shorter than the city walls, lay scattered across the ground in various shapes. They all shared a common thread, a large number of orc corpses. The impenetrable siege towers Lafitte Antonius had encountered proved to be entirely accidental. Not every siege tower was constructed of thick iron. Many orcs, skewered like candied haws, expressed strong opinions about their defensive capabilities. However, the most outrageous thing was that some of the siege towers' iron coverings would peel away under attack, revealing the wooden trolleys within. At this point, the heavy crossbows of the Bedanian archers would converge, and in an instant, the thin-skinned, thick-filled siege towers began to splash and scatter. However, Renault claimed to have seen even more outrageous things, like a siege tower that collapsed while being moved, and then crushed the giant ogre pushing the cart behind it. Tell the soldiers to take some time to rest. Tell the soldiers in the kitchen to prepare hot soup for everyone. Renault commanded, grabbing a messenger. Soon, the aroma filled the air from the city walls. Bowls of thick soup made from smoked dried meat were served to everyone, and sticks of hard, dry bread were shared. This dry bread needed to be cut with a knife, and then soaked in soup to soften it. This was Roland's sudden inspiration, creating a Middle-earth version of dry food based on compressed biscuits. Mixed with grains and nutmeg, the bread was incredibly hard, but absolutely filling and nutritious. After quickly finishing their meal, everyone immediately went to bed with their armor, leaving only a few surveillance troops behind. The others took advantage of the daylight to sleep a little longer. After all, darkness was the orcs' best defense, and they couldn't afford to rest like they did now. The moat has been partially filled in, Renault whispered to the other three. The moat outside Lulong Fortress was built later by them. The 10-meter-wide moat surrounding the city was indeed a formidable barrier for heavy equipment, but the orcs, who had reached the edge of the moat today, had already filled in a small portion. Renault looked down and saw that a third of the moat had been filled in by the orcs with sand, wood, and even orc corpses. In 2 days at most, we might be in close combat. Tell the soldiers, I want everyone to be prepared, Renault said bitterly. The shield can't be activated indefinitely. Our current magic crystal reserves are only enough to hold off the siege engines. The orcs who have reached the city walls are no longer able to use the shield to stop them. Renault delivered another piece of bad news. Originally, everyone could hide behind the shield and attack the orcs trapped on the city walls, but now, the soldiers can only learn how to drive them back down. I have some here. Should be enough to last 3 days, Lafitte Anthony suddenly said, pulling out a bag of magic crystals, which jingled. Why are you looking at me? As a direct descendant of the Anthony family, how could you be short of magic crystals? Lafitte Anthony scratched his head and smiled. Chapter 532. Thank you very much. I will report your contribution to His Highness after the battle. Renault wasted no time, and immediately ordered his soldiers to deliver the magic crystals to the control array in the main fortress, where the sole mage in the entire Lulong Fortress was diligently maintaining the shields. Although ordinary people can add magic crystals to control defensive arrays, ordinary soldiers or others can only control shields on and off. Mages, however, can perform more detailed operations with their powerful mental perception. For example, they can activate the shields in a specific area, or thicken or weaken the shields in certain areas. Mages control defensive arrays that are more energy efficient than those controlled by non-casters. Even more powerful, they can directly transfer mana to maintain emergency shield operation, which can be life-saving in critical moments. Let's survive first. Lafitte Anthony smiled. Renault pursed his lips, his desire to kill Omsk growing stronger. After all, there was still no sign of the Knights of Omsk, and this uncertainty about their fate made Renault even more anxious. We already sent our light cavalry back to River Rapids to report. We leave the rest to fate. Luke Leopold sighed. As soon as the orcs attacked, Lulong Fortress dispatched its sole light cavalry squad to River Rapids to report. After all, with the collapse of the communication array, Lulong had lost communication with River Rapids. Half a day had passed, and the light cavalry had already arrived at River Rapids. In fact, Roland was currently receiving these warriors. These light cavalry had fled from the North City, just as the orcs were about to lay siege. Fortunately, they were not intercepted by the orc-wolf cavalry along the way, and they returned safely. What? Orcs surrounded Lulong? Roland exclaimed in shock. The communication was fine yesterday, so why was it so? Lulong Fortress's communication array has collapsed. The orc army is at the gates, and there are ring wraiths. The light cavalryman reported. Wait! Quiet! Let me sort this out. Roland extended a hand, pausing softly to address the cavalryman. The orcs suddenly surrounded the city? You spotted the ring wraiths. And then Lulong Fortress's communication array just happened to collapse. Most importantly, the knights are nowhere to be found. Roland sorted out their main points. How many orcs are there? Roland asked instinctively. At least 20,000. The light cavalrymen exchanged ideas and came up with one person. Does this even need further discussion? Roland was stunned. 20,000? Looks like we're out of luck. Yun Feng, who had initially planned to struggle, immediately gave up the idea of providing support. What should we do? Roland panicked. After all, his most trusted knights and their leading hero were missing, leaving him worried about what might have happened to the team. Like the nobles of the Lagrang Empire, who couldn't fight without the knights, Roland felt the same way. He knew he would die without the knights. After all, the Lagrang Empire's war strategy revolved around the knights. Hold on. Now we can only hope for reinforcements. After all, We don't have the manpower to help them. We can only rely on General Renault himself. Yun Feng shook his head, dismissing the idea of reinforcements. Reinforcements? The dwarves and elves are lucky enough not to ask for our support. Roland had anticipated that the elves and dwarves could hold their own against the undead army, but River Rapids was not without reinforcements. Hundreds of miles away, a massive army was marching silently, its golden dragon flag of Raglan fluttering in the wind. Their green linen armor, the occasional silver plate armor visible beneath, their half-length broad shields, and their 3-meter-long steel spears all betrayed their identity. 1,000-man Raglan guards brazenly appeared on the Raglan plains. Along the way, whether wandering wargs or stray orcs, they instinctively circumvented this silent army. No wild beast or demon dared to pause before them. Forward! The Emperor calls, bellowed the city guard officers. With the rustling of armor, the army vanished into the overgrown weeds. This army was the reward Roland received for his quest after becoming King Xian of Qi. Because of the war, the system had deployed this unit far away, imagining it as coming from the distant eastern mountains. Roland had complained about this for a long time. If only he had these soldiers, he could sleep more peacefully. Oh right. We can't leave Delvin Town and Tup County behind. Have them relocate their people to Swiftstream. Roland suddenly had an idea. After all, Lulong had become the front line, and the perimeter of Swiftstream was no longer safe. Of course, there was no safe place in the entire northern border. I sent someone to notify them. Yun Feng nodded. By the way, remember to tell Verve, he understands priorities. Roland warned. He feared resistance from the centaurs, so he asked Verve to persuade them rather than himself. But Roland's concerns were clearly overblown. Upon learning that Lulong Fortress was under siege, and that River Rapids had been equated with a deserted city, Balder, the centaur lord of Tupet, acted with complete sincerity. Without a second thought, he relocated his people, not even using Roland's second plan. All in all, the migration went smoothly. Before dark, the people of Delvin Town and Tupet had already arrived, their bags and bags packed, heading towards River Rapids. What happened? As the lights came on, Vannerweg was already standing before Roland. He had originally looked at Roland with confusion, but now he felt completely lost. I feel isolated from the world. I don't know. The knights are missing. Roland's face darkened. What? Now it was Vannerweg's turn to look downcast. Damn, what's the difference between this River Rapids and an undefended city? But then he thought, 2 dragon knights and a group of level 6 garrisons. Even with fewer soldiers, what's the point? They're already overranked from the start. How will you respond? Caslo is in the north. Ajax is supporting Sinjeri in the Dark Forest. Right now, you and Yifeng are the only level 6 warriors in the city capable of fighting. Roland told Vannerweg another piece of bad news. Of course, there's actually another person at level 6, Old Manadile. However, he's already reached his limit, and can no longer handle combat missions. Perhaps his next battle will be his last. Is it too late for me to escape now? Furway frowned, his resentment palpable. He thought he found a strong backer, only to find himself forced to work as a farmhand. It's too late. Get ready. Get your people and men to join the patrol. Roland rubbed his brow in a headache. The knight's disappearance had a profound impact on him. Chapter 533. Shoot! Don't save your arrows. Renault roared, longsword in hand, constantly moving between the arrow towers to boost morale. Duo. A Bedanian archer pressed his shoulders against the stock of his crossbow. With the trigger, a box of 5 fine iron crossbow bolts shot out. Puff! Puff! With the sound of 2 sharp arrows piercing flesh, an orc collapsed, clutching his abdomen. He twitched a few times before falling motionless. Another unfortunate creature was shot through the thigh, purple-black blood gushing out like a fountain. With a painful wail, he fell to the ground and struggled desperately to retreat. The heavily armored orc supervising the battle noticed his unique figure, picked up the iron bud, and approached with a grim smile. As the iron bud was raised high, a shadow fell over his head, and the wounded orc let out a mournful wail. Puff! But before the overseers could execute it, a heavy crossbow bolt from Lulong Fortress roared in. As it stared in terror, it pierced the elite orc holding the iron bone flower aloft, then pierced 2 more before stopping. Thump! The orc overseer's knees buckled as he collapsed before the wounded soldier, a bowl-sized hole in his chest visible through the silhouette of someone behind him. Ah! Terrified by the brutal scene, the wounded soldier retreated desperately. Puff, puff, puff. Several arrows suddenly pierced its head and torso, and it fell to the ground without a sound. More orcs followed suit, their purple-black blood staining the ground outside Lulung Fortress. A winding stream of blood even stained the moat a purplish-black hue. "We repelled the orcs." A city guard ran over and excitedly said to Renault. "Remember, soldier, this is only temporary," Renault emphasized. The orcs, like a tide, had only retreated temporarily. They wouldn't abandon this fortress yet. "Stay alert. Attack immediately if the orcs are within range," Renault urged. "General, why don't you take a break? You've been busy all day." As the sun set and darkness fell, torches were already lit on Lulung Fortress, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the surrounding wasteland. "Well, I take a nap. Wake me up if anything happens." Renault didn't refuse. After all, keeping watch was more important, and without good physical strength, keeping watch was impossible. "Sir Lafitte Anthony, the orcs have retreated," the soldier said to Lafitte Anthony. "Yes, I saw it. Our killing efficiency is impressive." Lafitte Anthony nodded solemnly in agreement. 300 or 400 bodies beneath the city walls was their daily achievement. It was not a small number, but compared to the vast north wall of the fortress, this efficiency was quite impressive. "The orcs are fainting. They're consuming and testing our firepower." Lafitte Anthony shook his head. This was an open conspiracy that was impossible to counter. They had no choice but to accept the attack. Lafitte Anthony had no good solution for the war between the two sides. Neither side was able to break the balance of the battlefield. Because of the existence of the fortress shield, most of the orc siege equipment was useless, and the fortress's attack was accurate and powerful. After several waves of exchange with the fortress, the orc siege equipment refused to enter the range of the fortress's defense facilities, except for the poor siege tower vehicle. In addition, the ringwraiths were afraid of the attack of the falling dragon tower, and the fortress was sparsely staffed and had a wide defense area, resulting in a touching attack density. It can only be said that the two sides were getting further and further apart in the process of competing for the worst, and now both sides are waiting for the change in the war fortress variable. "I'm waiting for reinforcements," Raynor muttered to himself, gazing at the horizon. "The fortress's magic crystals will eventually run out." Atunave gave a hoarse chuckle as he gazed at Acorn. For them, the death of orcs, consumables, was no big deal. Whoosh! Stones whistled over the ringwraiths' heads. The faith marksmanship made the already questionable orc-made marksmanship even more accurate. Both sides even remarked that if the fortress's defenders perished under the attack of the catapults, they must have been frightened to death. After all, even targets as large as the fortress's shields could float into the sky. "Fight back! Fight back!" a junior officer roared in anger. After all, when had the Raglan men ever endured such humiliation? Just taking a beating without fighting back? That's not the Raglan style. So what are we waiting for? Our trebuchets will be more convenient for striking them from above. Catapults. Halt the attack. General Renault's messenger promptly stopped them. After all, not only had Lafitte Antoine noticed the signs of this stalemate, but Renault was no fool either. How could the orcs' cunning plan to wear them down be successful? They thought they could use those little morsels to trick us into throwing stones? Dream on. With this, the Lulung Fortress's trebuchets halted their attack, a rare occurrence. This left the already trembling orcs bewildered. After all, the terrifying trebuchets blazed a trail of blood, and the polished stones made them roll more smoothly, making the Lulung Fortress's trebuchets even more formidable. Kill! But how could the orcs, whose brains were no bigger than an apricot kernel, ponder the deeper meaning? They swarmed towards Lulung Fortress from all directions, brandishing their weapons. They were quickly shot down by the soldiers in the Lulung Fortress's arrow towers. The remaining orcs quickly retreated, as if frightened. After a few rounds of this, the orcs finally stopped. Although it was getting dark, the orcs' strength had reached its limit, and the retreating orcs quickly began to set up camp around Lulung Fortress. The generals on the city wall, eager to attack, glanced at the soldiers behind them, and gave up their original plan with a wry smile. After all, Raglan was no match for others. But thinking of the ringwraiths squatting outside, and the short-legged infantry behind them, the generals decided to follow their conscience. "Tell the soldiers to rotate rest and meals, and keep an eye on the enemy at night," Raynor instructed. Every 10 minutes or so, the arrow towers on the 4 city walls would aimlessly fire a few long, grease-coated arrows into the vast wilderness. Pursuing range over accuracy, these Badanian archers tilted their crossbows at a 45-degree angle and unleashed their flaming bolts. The grease mixed with kerosene ignited a small clump of dry grass. Thus, these bolts became Lulung Fortress's sole warning device against Orcish movements. At this moment, Omsk, who had been wandering for several days, suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He pulled out his illumination crystal and looked at the map, realizing he had traveled too far. After some thought, he decided to rush back to the kingdom at full speed. After all, as the kingdom's sole mobile force, their mission was heavy. Unbeknownst to Omsk, a group of people were already eagerly awaiting him. Among them, Reno, who missed him the most, was practically digging up his ancestral grave. Chapter 534. Let's go! Let's go back. Maybe the orcs haven't arrived yet. Omsk gazed at the roaring river. Gee! The knights turned their horses and galloped north. Your Majesty, it's getting dark. Should we set up camp and rest? A knight asked. Let's hurry on, and find a suitable camping spot along the way. Omsk turned and looked around. The weather was still cold, and without a sheltered spot to rest, it would be easy to get sick. This is a great place, Your Majesty. These rocks and trees block the wind, and this low point is a good place for us to rest. Indeed, it's a great spot. Slow down. We camp here tonight. Omsk nodded in approval of the campsite. All right. Great. Finally, we can rest. The knights chatted merrily. They dismounted, removed their armor, and scraped off the horse's sweat. At night, even a Warcraft warhorse could catch a cold and become ill if the sweat wasn't scraped cleanly. Come on, some of you, light the bonfires. Omsk smiled and commanded the reckless men. Under the night sky, a group of sincere knights laughed joyfully, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Crackle. The knights piled the dead branches and firewood they had gathered along the way into several bonfires and lit them. The red flames warmed everyone's hearts, but also awakened everyone's deep fatigue. Soon, everyone except a few knights on guard fell into a deep sleep. The knights on guard glanced at the flickering flames, tightened their blankets around themselves, and resumed their vigil. The night was utterly silent, but soon a few faint lights flickered, then quickly faded, and a fishy smell wafted through the air. Sniff. A vigilant knight sniffed hard, detecting a faint, fishy odor in the air. Something's wrong. Wake everyone. The knight called to his companions. Knight Lagran's execution was impeccable. In just a dozen seconds, all the knights were awakened. Omsk was the first to squeeze through, dragging his exhausted body. What happened? Omsk's face was serious. There's a strange smell in the air. I think we'd better be careful. The knight who noticed the problem stepped forward. Omsk said nothing, but closed his eyes and sniffed. Indeed, there was a faint odor. It looks like we have guests. Mount up and prepare to entertain them. Omsk's mouth curled into a sinister grin. Swish, swish. Under the cover of night, a group of wolf riders quietly descended from all directions, surrounding the Lagrang Knights' camp. Unfortunately, the alert Omsk had already detected their presence with his psychic power from thousands of meters away. One or two would have been fine, but the psychic vibrations emitted by a group of living creatures were like a firecracker to a level 6 professional. If they hadn't been spotted, they would have been doomed. Just as the Orc Wolf Riders were furtively preparing to attack the Lagrang Knights, Omsk suddenly appeared with light. No, a group of knights burst forth from the flames. The Orc Wolf Riders were instantly terrified. The Lagrang Knights seemed to have rushed down from a moral high ground, a dazzling light behind them. Their armor, weapons, and shields reflected the light crazily, illuminating the darkness with streams of battle energy of various colors. The once dim wilderness was now as bright as day. Kill! A simple sweep of the Omsk's lance shattered dozens of orcs' bones and tendons. Nerves still alive twitched weakly, their muscles twitching weakly. Bone fragments protruded through their skin, their brains splattered all over the ground. The wargs, overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, urinated and spitted, becoming weaklings. The knights behind them were not to be outdone. Fire, water, ice. All kinds of fighting spirit and skills were unleashed, and the Orc Wolf Riders fell like grass. Kill them! No retreat. Although the battle was hopeless, the Orc Wolf Riders' leader still issued a futile, desperate order. The Orc soldiers were truly paralyzed. Even though they were shaking violently with fear, they still charged towards the knights. Bad luck. Omsk was already irritated by the interruption of his sleep, his morning grumpiness still lingering, and yet these bastards not only refused to surrender, but actually dared to attack me? Swish. A streak of sword light shot past like a crescent moon, and the orcs were beheaded before they could react. Crack. Omsk casually chopped down a few orphan wargs, then glanced up at the battle scene around him. It was a horrific orc massacre. The most elite orc leader, along with several professional wolf riders, charged at the knights, but was also easily dispatched by a few knights. Soon, the dim wilderness was littered with Lagrang Knights, torches wielding, hacking away at the fleeing orcs. These reckless bastards. Blow the horns. Rally the soldiers. Omsk, completely oblivious to his own actions, described the knights he led as reckless and murderous. A short horn blast caused the knights to halt their horses and gather in the direction of the call. Have you caught the tongue? Omsk suddenly realized. Had he been too ruthless in his killing and forgotten to leave any alive? Here they are, here they are, a knight said hastily, and the other knights beside him quickly stepped aside to let him approach. Oh! Omsk looked down and was instantly amused. 3 unfortunate creatures, bound by ropes, had been dragged towards them. The drag had left them covered in blood and groaning in pain. Wow! Omsk dismounted and approached the 3 orcs. Tell me, who are you? What clan or tribe are you from? Omsk kicked them with interest. Paw! A captive orc glared at Omsk with a defiant look and spat at him. Omsk quickly dodged, dodging for the first time against a hero who hadn't even evaded a hail of arrows, forbidden spells, or even combat prowess. Swish! Without a word, Omsk chopped off the orc's head with his sword, flicking the black blood from the blade as he moved on to the next orc. You? Omsk pressed his sword against its heart. The ring wraiths will tear it apart. Ugh! Before he could finish his words, the tip of his sword pierced its chest. Irrelevant answer. Omsk shook his head regretfully. I gave you a chance, but you were useless. Swish. This time, Omsk didn't waste any words. Instead, he sliced off the remaining orc's ear with his sword. Ugh! Now it was just one ear. Tell me, who are you? Our army has bypassed you. Your city trembles beneath our feet. Ha ha ha. The orc, now reduced to a mere stick, laughed heartily. Puff! The orc's voice, having been split in two, abruptly stopped. Shut up. Omsk was in a state of panic. He had just learned important news from the captive. A large orc army had narrowly escaped them a few days earlier. The thought terrified Omsk. Chapter 535. Bad news. Looks like we can't rest. Omsk frowned. Hurry! The situation has changed. The enemy has bypassed us and attacked our territory. Omsk shouted. Mount! Mount! Return to our land. Omsk's voice echoed in the darkness, and the soldiers urged their horses to gallop north. Shoot! Shoot those ogres. Keep the siege towers away from the city walls. Lafitte Antoine shouted, firing from a crossbow. Catapults, attack the orc gathering point. Use kerosene. Lafitte Antonia said immediately after watching the orcs attempt to form a shield formation. It seemed that the fortress's trebuchets had stopped attacking, making the orcs forget the fear they once held over them. Whoosh! Bang! A can of oil with a flaming fuel was thrown out. The flaming fuel exploded with a bang upon contact with the sparks. A torrent of fire swept up. Ah! Ouch! The orcs' shrill screams echoed throughout the battlefield. A group of orcs, possessed by the fire god, stumbled across the battlefield, scaring the others to take cover. Bang! Crack! An orc, inflamed by kerosene, slammed headfirst into a siege tower, and was instantly crushed beneath the wheels twitching. But luckily it was freed. Unfortunately it brought kerosene onto the siege equipment, and the burning kerosene ignited fresh wood chips, and thick smoke mixed with flames billowed out. Tragically, the flames from bottom to top blocked the possibility of the orcs to escape, and soon the tower cart became a large-scale stake. The shrill wails made the defenders of Lulung Fortress frown. Dragon God. Dragon Flame is only this good. Lafitte Anthony formed a canopy with his hands and marveled. Dragon Flame only had this effect, but this thing was much easier to use than Dragon Flame. Watch out for those siege towers. They're too close. Trebuchets, attack. Lafitte Anthony ordered the trebuchets to begin attacking the approaching siege towers. Puff! A burst of flames exploded, and the entire siege tower was engulfed in flames. Oh! Dragon God. Damn it! They're covered in iron. The kerosene won't penetrate. The soldiers roared in panic. The siege tower, now like a flaming hill, charged madly. The flames didn't stop it for a moment, and it continued to advance steadily, propelled by the trolls. Load the rocks. They're covered in dirt. Lafitte Anthony quickly understood the situation. The mud-covered siege tower in front of him couldn't be ignited by the kerosene at all. The falling kerosene was quickly extinguished by the orcs with sand. After all, they had already seen the tragic state of a tower. Bang! A stone bullet flew out, and the siege tower, which had been struggling to resist the kerosene, suddenly collapsed like a dog. A gaping hole several men wide appeared in its back, and a huge skylight was opened at the back, breaking the pillars inside. The entire siege tower began to creak and shake. The most fatal thing, was that the kerosene was carried into the siege tower by the stone bullet. Soon, thick smoke billowed from the tower. As everyone looked on in horror, the shaky half of the tower smashed into another tower from the side. Awesome. Lafitte Anthony was stunned. This time, the orcs had done a great job. It wasn't over yet. After hitting another tower cart, the top of that cart wobbled and flipped off the cart, smashing a shield cart below. Shield carts, used to protect soldiers reaching the siege equipment beneath the city walls. Attack the shield carts. Shoot the shield carts with your heavy crossbows. Luke Leopold was also shouting at the top of his lungs. He had just discovered, in panic, that hidden beneath the shield carts were sandbags the orcs had used to fill the moat. How could this be possible? The moat of Lulong Fortress would have to be filled with dead bodies. Or never fill it. Thinking of filling the moat with sandbags? Dream on. If the moat is filled, won't your siege equipment be continuously delivered? Soon, the orcs were driven back in vain by the targeted attack of the heavy crossbows. The shield carts were mowed down like sieves, and beneath the shield carts, like sieves, were the remains of the orcs. Beware the enemy. Renaud watched the orcs retreat like a tide, feeling not joy but weakness. In that brief moment, the soldiers of Lulong Fortress. The physical drain on the troops was staggering. Although there were no casualties, Renaud could clearly sense a decrease in the soldiers' accuracy. Rest everyone. Let the Rangers take over the defensive watch. Renaud's messenger relayed this order, a deliberate one. After all, the other soldiers' energy needed to fight the orcs, while the meteoric tower, manned by El Nino's Rangers, was rarely used. Since they wouldn't be of much use during the day, why not let them take on the night watch? That way, the main force could rest a bit more. Ranger El Nino gladly accepted this outcome. For them, anything was worthwhile as long as they could kill the enemy, defend the kingdom, and be loyal to the king. It just so happened that they had spent so much time aiming during the day that they were practically bored. The meteoric crossbow was aimed repeatedly at the orcs outside, but Renaud kept telling them not to attack, and the Rangers were reluctant to do so either. After all, every use of that magic arrow was a waste. This magic arrow was different from the mass-produced black arrows of the dwarves. It required more technology, and was more difficult to produce. "They're coming," whispered Ranger El Nino, who was on night watch. "What? The enemy is coming? Sound the alarm." Another ranger turned and prepared to run. "Don't worry. It's not a large army. It's a small group of orcs. They are trying to fill our moat?" Ranger El Nino looked at the orcs throwing dirt bags into the moat, a little confused. "Shoot! Kill them! The moat cannot be filled." Another ranger quickly reacted, wielding his dragon-bone longbow and unleashing a burst of fire. In a flash of afterimages, at least 10 orcs fell in a pool of blood. "Die, you bastards!" Following the previous soldier's battle spirit skills, this ranger immediately unleashed his ultimate. A single person unleashed a torrential downpour. Soon, dozens of orcs fell asleep, leaving the Lagrang brute to sigh. Youth is the best thing, falling asleep right away. After a wave of slaughter, the Rangers didn't forget their business. They immediately sent someone to notify Reno, who had just gone to bed. Renaud wasn't annoyed when he was dragged out of bed. He simply listened to the guard's report in detail, and nodded in praise. "Well done. Be careful and shoot any orcs that try to smuggle you in while you can." Renaud wasn't surprised by the orcs' little tricks. If they didn't do anything, would they still be orcs? The orc officer whose operation had failed had collapsed at the feet of the orc lord, purplish-black blood gushing freely. A corn and a tuna glanced at the corpse with disdain. They had anticipated the cannon fodder's failure. After all, it was just cannon fodder, so it didn't matter if some of it was wasted. Chapter 536. Bang! The door was kicked open. Roland stared in shock at the hideous, blood-stained Vervet. "This is going to be fun." Vervet grabbed a nearby water cup and gulped it down, not caring whose it belonged to. "What's going on?" Roland was shocked by Vervet's appearance. How could he be in such a state after going out so early in the morning? Bang! Before Roland could ask further, the door to the council chamber was smashed open again. This time, it was Knight Commander Ladian who rushed in. "We need support. Recall the Dragon Riders." "Your Highness!" Ladian gasped, his eyes gleaming coldly. Roland blinked, momentarily stunned. "The orcs are at the gates. Those bastards' vanguard is less than 50 miles away." Vervet rubbed his chest, grimacing. He had just been accidentally injured by the orcs during their siege. It wasn't fatal, but it was definitely bruised. "Huh?" Roland was stunned by the news. He hadn't imagined that with Lulong Fortress defending them to the south, the orcs could still bypass them. Were the orcs not afraid of being stabbed by the Lulong Fortress's defenders? Or was it Lulong Fortress? Roland shook his head to dismiss the terrifying thought. If Lulong Fortress were truly breached, Roland would probably commit suicide. After all, the majority of his wealth was in Lulong, and those soldiers were the foundation of the kingdom. Furthermore, the knights were also holding them back in the south. The thought of the knights darkened Roland's face. Ever since he learned of the siege of Lulong Fortress, he had become extremely sensitive to the knights' movements. If he hadn't seen the troop formations still visible on the system dashboard, he would have truly believed them dead. Huh? Roland opened the system panel, invisible to others, and breathed a sigh of relief. The knights were still alive on the panel. Yes, that was right. But their exact location, only Omsk knew. How many people are here? Roland then remembered to ask Van Erwee and Ladian about the enemy. The situation isn't good. At least tens of thousands. Ladian shook his head. He hadn't engaged the orcs, but had simply conducted a reconnaissance with some light cavalry before decisively retreating. What? Ladian, a level 4 knight, was cowardly. Is that cowardly? That's following your heart. A large number of orcs would be enough to overwhelm a lone high-ranking knight. Besides, only Soren knew if there were any other big treasures among them. Lagram was a bit reckless, but he was no tiger. Thinking of this, Ladian immediately looked up at Van Erwee. At this moment, he had already silently acknowledged Van Erwee's status as a true man. After all, this guy was really going for it. Not only did the orc-hating prairie elf king personally attack, but he also pulled off an unparalleled act of slaying with his army. He chopped a 4th-level orc lord into firewood with his manicotti, the kind that actually caught fire. Tens of thousands of people. How did you do that? Roland hesitated for a moment, then saw the beleaguered Verby, and shook his head helplessly. If I hadn't sensed the presence of the ringwraiths, I could have held off those orcs for a while, Verby said somewhat unconvincedly. He had already slain at least 100 orcs just then. If the ringwraiths' presence hadn't scared him away, he could have fought on for a while longer. The ringwraiths are here? Roland's mouth twitched. What good would that fortress do to me? The orc army is at the gate, and even the ringwraiths are approaching. Anyway, I can't imagine anyone else emitting that decaying, chilling aura. Verby shrugged. He was quite familiar with the ringwraiths. It wasn't their first encounter, after all. Notify everyone to gather for a meeting. Roland waved his hand feebly. The orcs have reached Riverstorm. What should we do now? Roland pounded the table, looking at the crowd. Fight those bastards. Old Man later began pounding the table. Hey, calm down, later, Lance said, face-palming. I do my best to arrange the city's defenses, but don't expect too much. After all, we only have so many soldiers. Marcus said cautiously after a moment's deliberation. I suggest mobilizing civilians to defend the city. We can't rely solely on soldiers at this moment. If you wish, I can burn again. Adile sighed. He had nothing left to offer this country, only his frail old life. That's not necessary. Roland grinned, his expression a farewell of life and death. While tens of thousands of orcs were a significant force, they were not an unstoppable force. Notify the other kingdoms as soon as possible. Lulong Fortress has been bypassed, and the orcs are at the gates. We need dragon riders. We can't contact Ajax in the Dark Forest, but Knight Caslo in the north is still available, Yunfeng said calmly. For him, there was no need to panic. After all, there were 3 level 6 warriors in the city. There was always a dragon rider outside who could provide support. Plus, there were tens of thousands of young and strong men in the city. Hee hee. Would the orcs fight with their heads? It would only matter how many casualties there were, but it was obvious that Roland didn't want civilians to exchange their lives with the orcs. So, although there was some difficulty, it was not too difficult. Can they scale a 10-meter-high wall? Nyx finally interrupted after listening for a long time. Of course. A simple ladder will do, Queen, Marcus explained. Well, I regret not building a moat, Roland said with a wry smile. If only they had dug a real moat, they wouldn't be so vulnerable. At least the orcs wouldn't have easily gotten to them. Steam Speed once had a simple moat, but after the kingdom was pacified, Roland had it filled in. It was actually just a water-filled trench. Then let's do this. Give the men weapons. Let the young and strong help defend the city. Roland finally decided. While crowding out was a good idea, he didn't like it. The combat effectiveness of professional soldiers was clearly not comparable to that of ordinary farmers. However, the current shortage of troops left Roland with no other options, and he could only do this to ensure the safety of Steam Speed. Yunfeng, watch out for Verway. He can attack others at will. Your target is the ringwraiths, Roland warned. Don't worry. The ringwraiths won't stand a chance in joining the battle, Yunfeng said solemnly. A 2-on-1 attack was still manageable for them. Well, my lords Adile and Rattle, take care of yourselves and protect the civilians. Roland didn't assign any tasks to the two old men. After all, their combined experience was 100 to 80 times greater than Roland's. It would be better to let them do what they wanted. By the way, is the defensive magic circle at River Rapids working? Roland turned to look at Nyx. Nyx was in charge of that, while Yunfeng and the others were in charge of the construction. We only have time to set up an intermediate magic shield. It's fine to block stray arrows, but the catapults are a real threat. Nyx looked at her lover apologetically, her eyes evasive, feeling guilty for disappointing him. It's okay, it's already pretty good. Roland didn't blame them. After all, River Rapids wasn't Lulong Fortress, it needed reconstruction, not repairs. Today is February 1st. The orcs picked a perfect time to bury us, Roland said harshly, gazing southeastward. His clenched fists betrayed the murderous intent that permeated his mind. Chapter 537. Boom! 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 The orcs' measured footsteps echoed throughout the city of River Rapids. The orcs arrayed outside the city pressed towards River Rapids in a black mass. Are they attacking now? Roland gazed at the high sun with a hint of surprise. Are these orcs animals? They just arrived and hadn't even rested? Lavian, lead the cavalry out of the city. Marcus suddenly turned and shouted to Knight Commander Lavian standing behind him. Take all the knights and cavalry. Go through the north gate, Marcus added. Order the Griffin Knights to take to the air and meet the enemy. Send out scouts to inform King Whitewing of our situation. King Balder, please lead your capable tribesmen to follow Knight Commander Lavian. I need you to stay outside the city of Rapids. We need a powerful force strong enough to break through. Soldiers, climb the walls. Prepare the defense. Marcus, brandishing his long sword, commanded the men methodically from the top of the city walls. Roland silently stepped aside, choosing to watch Marcus's performance. Roland believed in the principle of professionals doing their jobs. After all, when it came to defending a city, no one could match the defensive skills of Marcus, the Iron Wall. Lavian, pay attention to the direction of the battle. You are our last hope. Use your commanding abilities. I believe you will intervene at the most opportune moment, Marcus said, pressing Lavian's shoulder. Protect the two princes. Lavian nodded without further comment. Take good care of my people, thank you. Balder bowed to the men, then lifted the massive centaur grip and galloped off. Prepare for defense. Watch out for the orcs. Marcus frowned as he looked at the orcs arrayed outside the city. They have no intention of laying siege. Roland narrowed his eyes. But we can't abandon the city and flee, can we? Marcus twisted his neck and gave an awkward smile. Concentration of forces is relative. Our forces are concentrated, and so are the orcs. Marcus sighed. They're coming. Marcus sighed. In the sky, the rocks hurled by the trolls' trebuchets were whistling sharply. Stop them. Rattle raised his staff, and several nearby boulders floated in the air, as if weightless. The remaining boulders were also blocked by the shield, though the cost was that the originally translucent shield became even more sparse. Roar! The orc roared fiercely, and rushed forward with fangs and claws bared. Shoot! 2 of the 4-corner arrow towers were already operational. The only ranger squad in Riverstorm was stationed there, armed with 10 crossbows, unleashing a relentless barrage. Heavy crossbows and repeating crossbows rained down upon the orcs, but due to a shortage of manpower, their efficiency was extremely low, and the Lordaeron rangers operating the repeating crossbows even had to reload their own arrows. Dispatch armed civilians to help them, Marcus said immediately upon learning of their predicament. Tell them. Steady the tempo. Use 2-stage fire. Don't leave any gaps. Marcus shouted to the messenger. No. The civilian errand boy. Bang. A huge rock escaped Rattle's hold, shattering the shield and falling to the ground before everyone's horrified gaze. Fortunately, it only destroyed an unoccupied house. Griffin Knights. Shoot down those troll hurlers. Marcus gritted his teeth. If he had let those catapults rain down, the city would surely suffer heavy casualties. Go! Verway leaped onto the saddle of a griffin rider. Cry! The griffins let out a long cry and soared into the clouds, carrying their riders. Are you nervous? Verway asked the air knight in front of him teasingly, turning to see it was Holland. This is the first time I've seen anything like this since becoming an air knight. No one told me this would happen when I became one. Holland roared, venting his fury. After all, who could have imagined that his first battle, A battle he dreamed of making a name for himself would involve braving tens of thousands of orcs? Hold on. Verway growled, casually drawing his long arrow and firing it. The arrow accurately pierced a troll that had just finished loading its trebuchet. Watch out, you bastards. Don't let them slaughter us. After several ogres collapsed in a pool of blood, the belatedly aware orc lieutenant finally reacted. The orc army's leader was hacked to pieces by Verve in the first moments of the battle. This caused great disarray in the orc formation, with each tribe shouting for their own. Puff, puff, puff. A barrage of arrows blazed down. Several griffin knights unleashed their fury in the sky, but were quickly forced high into the air by the orcs' weak arrows. TSK. Verve, sitting behind Holland, frowned. He watched the griffin knights fleeing in all directions, driven about by arrows and polearms, and shook his head. It seemed they had to rely on themselves. Holland, fly me over. Verve tapped Holland's shoulder armor. Huh? Holland didn't say anything. After all, the wind would blow. He simply pulled the reins, and the griffin immediately understood and turned around and flew back. Dang! A long arrow rained down from the sky, but it missed its target. Praise nature. Nature's power. I told you to block it. Humiliated by the ogre's iron shield blocking the arrow, Verve unleashed a skill without any moral integrity, a dimensionality reduction attack. Boom! The long arrow, infused with the elemental battle chi of fire, plummeted from the sky like a swift, piercing the ogre, who held up his shield in vain to block it. Boom! The arrow, energized by the power of nature, exploded in the ogre's chest. Flames swirled, scattering fragments of flesh and blood. The faint aroma of barbecue wafted in the air. They're coming! Soldiers, get ready. Marcus, observing the latter scrambling up the wall, quickly moved forward, shield raised, and prepared to meet the ascending orcs. Boom! A gust of earth and rock swirled, and before the horrified gaze of the crowd, the siege towers instantly reduced to fragments and parts, returning to their factory settings. They'd be hurting for a long time, right? Yun Feng sneered, leaning on his staff. Only he understood what had just happened. This harmless old man seemed nonchalantly standing beside Roland, as if he were reading to the prince. But in reality, his faintly glowing staff, his right hand clasped behind his back, and the magical ripples activated beneath his robes all indicated that Later had just dealt those orcs a brutal blow. As expected, all the warriors in La Grande were reckless, and the spellcasters were all old six. Yun Feng only needed a cursory glance to tell that this kind-looking old man had just slaughtered at least 1,000 men, and even more impressively destroyed all the siege equipment. Haha, it was just a surprise attack. Otherwise, that rat hiding in the shadows would have stopped me. Later was also amused when Old Six succeeded. He had just cast a few spells, but the ringwraiths hiding in the shadows had destroyed the magic transmission nodes, interrupting his area of effect attacks. The simmering old man had finally gotten his revenge. Chapter 538. Damn it! A deep voice sighed in the void before fading away. Later's silent spell had successfully caught the orcs off guard. The powerful war magic Savage Thorns instantly wiped out the entire orc population, sending the remaining panicked orcs tumbling and scrambling to escape. Really 6. As expected, the fate of all things is 6. Roland was stunned by Later. Could the kind-looking Later actually have such a side? My lord, the orc warlord whispered, turning his head to gaze into the void beside him. A black-cloaked undead lord, wearing a twisted crown of thorns and wielding a blade of the dead, slowly appeared before the crowd, riding a demonic dragon. He seemed to have emerged from the void, silently appearing beside the orc warlord. TSK. He gently unsheathed the blade of the dead. The once kingly sword had become obscure and sinister under the erosion of time and darkness. Chaotic dark energy, mingled with flecks of silver light, entwined the blade. Stop the attack, he whispered. Haha, old friend. Uvesa, the Void Lord. The 9 rings are here. I should have known it was him. Vanderway spat. TSK, TSK, TSK. A new look? This looks quite impressive. Roland rubbed his chin in amazement. After all, compared to riding a nightmare, the demon dragon suited Uvesa's temperament much better. Let's go hold him back. Yufeng and Vanderway exchanged a glance, both taking to the air and preparing to engage Uvesa. As the 9th ringwraith, Uvesa's strength was among the highest among the ringwraiths. It would take at least 2 level 6s to defeat him, not to mention Yunfeng, a level 6 who wasn't a primary combat class. Just as Yunfeng and Caslo leaped into the air, Uvesa sneered and vanished into thin air, leaving only his mocking laughter. This nearly made Yunfeng and Vanderway spit out blood, nearly suffering internal injuries. The feeling, like punching a pile of cotton, only intensified their determination to kill Uvasa. Rest and rotate. Marcus glared at the orc army with hatred, then decided to call off the attack. He decisively replaced the soldiers, and pushed the newly armed civilians onto the city walls. This isn't good. Why not leave some soldiers behind? Roland suddenly felt insecure, as he watched the massive garrison rely solely on militiamen. The stark contrast made him regret concentrating all his troops in the fortress. The soldiers need to be deployed in the fiercest battles. Those elite troops shouldn't be wasted here, Marcus explained. Under the current circumstances, letting the soldiers expend their energy on guard would be a crime. You decide on the arrangements. Roland shook his head, choosing to delegate authority. After all, the current situation was no longer within his power to control. We're outnumbered. Marcus was secretly alarmed. The city's soldiers were pitifully few. The ordinary soldiers were supported by the remnants of the Crusaders, and the 200 light infantry, now re-equipped as heavy infantry. Besides the 200 royal guards, the professional soldiers consisted of only 50 Lordaeron rangers and 149 grassland elf rangers. These people guarding the vast city of River Rapids were simply. They wouldn't even make a splash on the city walls. The only consolation was that River Rapids still had a mobile force capable of changing the tide of battle. This included 15 Cross Bohemia Knights led by Knight Captain Ravian, 100 heavy cavalry, and a mobile force of over 300 centaurs commanded by Balder. In a sense, their combat effectiveness was comparable to that of the Holy Glory Knights. After all, the centaurs' life and glory skills worked on similar principles. It was like Roland suddenly had 300 weakened knights, a combination of human and cavalry. For Marcus, the battle was still viable. He trusted Ravian's combat prowess. He believed he would penetrate the enemy lines at the perfect time. After a few quick sweeps, Yun Feng and Van Erway descended one after another. After all, flying in the sky consumed a significant amount of magical energy. Catching Chung Xian, who was playing hide-and-seek with them, was like searching for a needle in a haystack. So, they changed their strategy, retreating to River Rapids and engaging in a strategic deterrent with the ring race. With this, the strongest fighters on both sides left the stage, leaving only the competition. The whole process was rotten. The most cunning thing was that the ring race quietly interfered with the Griffin Knight's hunt for the trolls. If it weren't for Yun Feng and Van Erway's quick reaction, Roland's already limited air knight force would have been reduced to a drain. Mother Earth, bless me, later muttered, leaning on his staff, quietly chanting obscure magic spells. Then, with a flick of his staff, a siege tower nearby was instantly pierced by spikes. The ever-growing spike shattered everything that stood in its way. Hoo! After unleashing this spell, later rubbed his chest and gasped. Damn! My magic power is gone again! Later complained, then pulled out a magic crystal from a low-level beast and began absorbing it. In just a few minutes, the crystal was completely absorbed by Later. They're coming again! Marcus's face darkened. These orcs were truly restless. After only a few minutes' rest, were they so eager to die? Marcus couldn't help but wonder. Soldiers, scale the walls! Don't forget our honor. We will defend the king to the death. People, it's time to defend our homeland. Roland roared, drawing his Dragon Slayer sword. For his highness. Everyone shouted in unison. For the kingdom. Roland roared. For home. Everyone shouted, their morale reaching a peak at that moment. Later. Shield. Roland's voice interrupted Later, who was still recharging his mana. Later opened his eyes, and was so frightened he almost dropped his staff from the top of the wall. A massive green fireball flew towards him. Necromancer? Dragon God. I will kill this who blasphemed the elemental god. Later drew his staff without a word and engaged the mage hidden in the orc army in a mid-air duel. Various magical skills collided with the shields of both sides, creating a chaotic scene. Ivy! Lead the priests to rescue the wounded. Marcus shouted anxiously. At this moment, the orcs below the city had already begun to hurl arrows at the top of the wall. Fortunately, River Rapids had no shortage of equipment. The plate armor and shields that were originally destined for sail south were urgently taken out to arm the young and strong men. Shields raised. Commanded the soldiers intermingled with the militia, now acting as junior officers. Those orcs are coming. Your Highness. Please retreat to the castle. Marcus anxiously glanced at Roland, still perched on the ground, and immediately prepared to drag him up. Enraged, Roland swung his Dragon Slayer sword with lightning speed, slicing the skull of the newly emerged orc off its head. It fell silently down the ladder. That's the good of being young, just lying down and sleeping, Roland declared, stabbing another orc who had climbed up to his feet with his sword. Roland was having a great time dealing with those young and sleeping orcs, but Marcus was having a hard time. After all, the king, the heart of the nation, was fighting on the front lines. He wanted to persuade them, but he didn't know how. Kill! For the king! Marcus glanced at King Roland, gritted his teeth, and roared as he joined the fray. However, the situation was still improving. The orcs were stabbed down by the Lagrangians crouching behind the battlements before even their heads could show. With both sides' high-end combat capabilities tied down, the entire battlefield became a harmonious battle of weakness. The armed civilians were already so weak that people covered their faces in shame, and the orcs' combat power was even more shockingly weak. The two sides even engaged in a tug-of-war over a simple ladder. Chapter 539. However, Roland and his group's joyful whack-a-mole game didn't last long, as Roland's laughter soon faded. Fuck it! Stop it! Stop it! Shoot! Shoot! Roland's heartbreaking roar startled even Yun Feng and Van Erway, who were facing off against the ringwraiths. Everyone looked in the direction Roland pointed. Well, great. Stop that beast. Kill it. Don't let that get close. The crowd was instantly enraged. Was it a moral decline? Or the annihilation of humanity? Could it have caused everyone to enter spirit mode? No, no, no. None of that. It was just a giant ogre with a battering ram on its head, hunched over and charging towards them. Or more accurately, the city wall beneath their feet. Oh! Damn it! Yun Feng and Van Erway, unable to react, were instantly petrified. Later waved his staff angrily, even taking a moment to try to intervene while landing against the necromancer. Oh! Roland said dazedly. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a ground-shaking sensation erupted beneath his feet, and the entire city of Swift Stream trembled. Thank you, old man. I hope your magic-patterned bricks aren't shoddy. Roland suddenly turned to face Rattle, who was still casting a spell, and flashed a smile uglier than tears. Dragon God. I actually survived. Thanks to the city walls. Did that crash himself to death? The shaking soon subsided, and the ogre lay motionless on the ground, his brains apparently shattered. However, the walls of Swift Stream weren't in any better shape either. The 5-meter-thick structure was riddled with cracks, and broken bricks flew far and wide. The horrific crater left by the impact was incredibly conspicuous, and the cracks spreading all around told of the wall's recent life-or-death crisis. Earth resurrects. Later swung his staff, and a stream of earth-yellow magic spread outward, visibly shallowing the cracks. However, that was the limit. Later could no longer do anything but continue to fight the opposing spellcaster. The wall has been repaired somewhat. It should still hold, Marcus said, taking a look. I hope so. Kill all those bastards. An enraged Roland vented his anger on the orcs behind him. Is this the capital of the kingdom of Lagran? A faint exclamation echoed from the deserted space. I don't know, sir, the orc leader replied respectfully. Yes. This banner with a gold rim and golden tassels is their royal standard, Uvesa said, gazing at the banner flying over Fort Rapids. Uvesa was also surprised. As a detachment infiltrating the north to harass and sabotage, they had stumbled upon the city of Raglan, a city they feared was theirs. And sadly, it seemed they were under strength. Uvesa glanced at his own army with a hint of helplessness, sighing fuck. His original target wasn't this city. His goal was Lonely Mountain. He was supposed to harass Lonely Mountain and help the northern undead army break free. Now, having failed to backstab the northern defenses, he had found himself trapped, being held tightly by river rapids. If Roland knew, he definitely thanked that idiot Uvesa. You're going to backstab the dwarves, but can't you look at the road? What? Are all Middle-earth people directionally challenged? They all maxed out their Lost Ways skills? Who, in their right mind, could lead 1,000 men to the king's feet? At this point, although neither side was communicating, they were both incredibly awkward. Both offense and defense were inefficient, like squeezing toothpaste. Two different races, simultaneously in the same place and at the same time, were caught in the awkward predicament of being short of manpower. Roland, the enemy is at the gates, and I lack soldiers to defend them. Uvesa, the enemy chieftain is right before my eyes, and I lack cannon fodder to siege the city. Both sides held each other back, each unable to do anything. The cannon fodder orcs' attacks were simply ignored by the professionals and soldiers. Even the militia couldn't penetrate the defenses. After all, the orcs' crude arrows were incredibly lethal, and the militia were heavily armored. The situation at River Rapids wasn't ideal either. While their defenses were full, their combat effectiveness was woefully inadequate. At that moment, Roland no longer believed that archers were melee cannon fodder. Those Crusader archers were stocky and broad-shouldered, appearing far more sturdy and robust than their lancers and shield men. First of all, anyone capable of unleashing such ferocious bows was no ordinary man. The militiamen's hunting bow's word, and Roland's eyes twitched wildly. The rain of arrows flew past the orcs like a human figure, making a certain irritable king want to crush his militiamen. Later. Can you spare some time and give those bastards down there a good thrashing? Roland turned his gaze to Later. Dream on, your highness. My enemy is a lich. Later roared, not even turning back, continuing his spellcasting and engaging the opposing spellcaster. Roland chose to mute his microphone and turn off his phone. Necromancers and liches were two different species, and the lich was already requiring Later's full attention. Roland looked at Yifeng and Verway again, only to find that the two piercing kings were still calmly standing on the city wall, confronting the ringwraiths. Your highness, why don't you take a break? Marcus, leaning against the wall, idly weighed a fist-sized pebble in his hand, peered outward for a few moments, then climbed to his feet and hurled a powerful blow down the wall. Plop! An orc, known for his sleep, fell from the ladder. Puff! Roland, sitting behind the wall, heard a rustling sound behind him and raised his dragon slayer sword, stabbing it in the back of the head. Heh! An orc, whose head had barely emerged, was stabbed by the sword, blood splattering, the purple-black blood staining the masonry of the wall. Hoo! Die! Lance, who had hurried over, raised his spear and stabbed a ladder, instantly impaling several orcs. Smash! Roland mechanically swung his arm, and the dragon slayer's sword easily cut through the stone bricks of the wall. Hoo! Roland took a breath and swung the dragon slayer's sword a few more times. After scaring the orcs away, he sat down in a state of disgrace among the corpses. I can't cut anymore. Roland, after waving his arms for a long time, felt that he needed amputation. He could no longer feel his right hand. Break. Blow. Roland stood up weakly, trying to convey the message to everyone. Bang. Roland stumbled and tripped over a corpse on the ground. He looked closely. Fuck. Bad luck. Roland shook the almost coagulated orc blood from his hand, and an inexplicable feeling of nausea overwhelmed him. Collect the battle situation. Roland waved his hand, his voice hoarse. The clash of weaklings had left everyone exhausted. Both Roland and Uvesa were waiting for a breakthrough. Now River Rapids has become a bloodbath. Marcus complained to Roland as he distributed food and water. Roland was puzzled. Today's battle was beautiful, but our casualties are not optimistic. Marcus pouted. It's ironic they can't penetrate our armor. It's our own arrows that can. Marcus smiled awkwardly, and Roland suddenly felt a chill. It seemed like they had borrowed several waves of arrows from the enemy today. Over 1,000 soldiers have been wounded in the limbs today, and the actual casualties are less than a handful. I already replaced them, Marcus explained to Roland. Chapter 540. Kill! Followed by a roar. A barrage of crossbow bolts pierced the rain, piercing the distance. Soon, the sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed, and a shrill scream shook everyone's heart. Those bastards are attacking. Rain is good for us. Kill them! Renault roared, his voice already hoarse. 3rd age 2944, Spring. February 3rd. Lulong Fortress, having withstood the orcs' attacks for days, still stood firm. Even more miraculous, it had suffered no damage at all, but by then, Renault no longer had the energy to curse. Waves of orcs' assaults were crumbling the Lulong Fortress's shields. The most dangerous moment came when the ringwraiths quietly attacked the shields. The shields had become almost transparent, nearly disappearing, and the ringwraiths were on the verge of bursting in and slaughtering everyone. However, the mage controlling the magic circle at the center of the fortress was diligent in his duty, and immediately repaired the shields. The sudden surge of magical energy ripped through the ringwraiths' figures, exposing them. Ring of Decay. The moment Acorn's presence was revealed, the nearest falling dragon tower unleashed a magical armor-piercing dragon-hunting arrow without a word. The magic crystal on the magic armor-piercing dragon-hunting arrow instantly activated, and magic power spread along the engraved patterns on the arrow, illuminating each magic pattern as it flew. Ah! A terrifying scream echoed. The ring spirit sensed the destructive aura. The arrow, powerful enough to slay a dragon, barely missed him. The terrifying blast and residual force grazed his shoulder, and wisps of black air spread. It seems Omsk is indeed dead, Renault said angrily. As the vanguard, the rear had been nearly devastated. They hadn't even seen a single trace of him in days. This made Renaud, who had always believed in the kingdom's knights, begin to feel uneasy. Our king is in trouble, Olaf whispered to Apophis Brio, handing him the envelope. Apophis Brio raised his brow and began to examine it. Olaf, having just returned, happened to encounter the Griffin rider delivering the letter, so he took it with him. TSK. The north is bustling, Apophis Brio exclaimed. Judging by this battle report, the north is in full swing. Bursting is an adjective. It's truly in full swing. The Southern Star Elves, led by 2 dragon riders and the Elf King, once again crushed Dol Gulder's offensive in the Dark Forest, and the two sides entered a period of confrontation. While the vanguard of the northern undead army was not entirely annihilated, the endless sea of undead continued its advance southward. Fortunately, the dwarves and woodland elves managed to halt their advance, and Thranduil even personally intervened, slaying several liches to add to the fun. Although he failed to shatter many of the phylacteries, the battered liches remained ineffective for a long time. Thorin, along with Dane and a group of dwarves, personally resisted the undead horde. At the northern foot of the Grey Mountains, the undead were firmly held, and those who attempted to circumvent the dwarven army were taught a lesson by the dragon rider Caslo. Unfortunately, Caslo was currently entangled by the ringwraiths. Due to the attack on River Storm, Caslo attempted to rush back to provide assistance, but unexpectedly collided with the 4th ring of Scourge, a Morithor, which was intended to be the 6th ring. The outcome was obvious. After Caslo dispatched the Death Knights surrounding a Morithor, the chase ensued, each unable to escape. Then came the Southern Clan. The great King of Kings, King Roland, personally led his army to besiege River Glide. The tragic General Renaud fought alone in Lulong Fortress, and the top thug Onsk was nowhere to be found. What should we do, Your Highness? Olaf looked up anxiously at Apophis Brio. Thanks to the royal caravan's mutual assistance, their journey was incredibly fast. They sailed along the forest river to its end, then traveled south by land to the ferry of Kar Rock. With the help of the Bjorn, they held the old pass. It was a journey of day and night, but their efficiency was truly remarkable. Your Highness, please allow me to bid you farewell. His Highness Roland is still waiting for us. The caravan leader, Ruel, approached Apophis Brio and told him his request. A reasonable request. Do you need my help? Apophis Brio said instinctively, but then regretted it. What a fool. I'm glad I didn't even beg them for help. That's not necessary. We don't need anything at the moment. Ruel shook his head and gave a wry smile, clearly realizing that Apophis Brio couldn't provide him with the help he needed. Well, have a safe journey. Apophis Brio nodded and could only offer his blessing. Wait, Your Highness. Olaf reached out to stop Ruel as he was about to leave. Huh? What's wrong, Your Highness? What's the matter? Ruel looked at Olaf puzzledly. I don't think you need to rush back. After all, River Rapids is currently under attack by a large orc army and your manpower. Olaf twirled his thumbs around, seeming to hesitate. 10 mercenary knights, 50 mercenary guards, and 200 servants in the caravan aren't enough to change the tide of battle. Olaf tried to persuade Ruel. However, he didn't realize the awful lot of people currently guarding River Speed. These people could actually change the entire battlefield. At least they could make Roland's defense less arduous. The addition of 60 professionals and 200 elite infantry, caravan servants in armor are elite infantry, after all, they are the caravan's most basic thugs, would be enough to shore up Roland's wall defenses. Compared to the current poor defenses, the only reason River Speed hasn't been breached is that the ringwraiths were contained and the orcs' performance was abysmal. But where else can we get reinforcements? Ruel shook his head, his long dark green hair neatly tied up. His otherwise smooth face now had a ferocious expression on it. Knight! What's the situation? Ruel found the Griffin Knight, who had delivered the message. He had been sent by Roland to inform the Lion Duke, Apophis Brio, that he should stay put in the Misty Mountains. The kingdom couldn't support him anymore. The king was in danger, so he had to keep his head down. The situation is dire. The knights are missing, Lulong Fortress is under siege, and a small group of orcs has reached River Rapids. And the kingdom has no support. The Griffin Knight blushed as he spoke, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. We rushed back to help. Please tell His Majesty to hold on. Ruel nodded. It seemed he was the only reinforcement now. Okay, be careful on your way. I report back to His Majesty. Chapter 541. Damn it! Block those rocks. Roland said grimly from the top of the wall, gazing down at the ogre catapults below. However, Yufeng and Vanderway showed no intention of attacking. They were still channeling their mental energy to guard against the ringwraiths. Later. Shoot those ogres. Roland raised the aegis of Ilir to block the flying debris and moved toward Later. Your Highness, be careful. Several close royal guards surrounded Roland dutifully, their eyes filled with vigilance and fatigue. Bang! A flash of golden light passed, and one guard's face paled slightly before silently retreating to the side. Another guard stepped forward. Roland gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with helplessness and anger. It was clear that a guard's guard skill had just been activated. This meant he had encountered a potentially fatal attack. I can't do it. Later took the time to say to Roland. Roland's mouth twitched. He glanced at the lich still locked in a tug-of-war with Later Void, remaining silent. The magical battle between the two sides had reached a fever pitch. A rich earth element permeated the city walls, while the lich, not to be outdone, blanketed the wilderness outside with dark elements. My farmland! Roland's eyes and mouth twitched simultaneously. The darkness-infested land still needed to be cleansed, another expense. Shoot! Roland could only order the trolls to be killed. Of course, except for the Lordaeron Rangers who could use their abilities to reach the trolls 1,000 meters away, everyone else in the city who could attack them was entangled. Your Highness! Those guys are armored. We can't penetrate them. The Lordaeron Rangers were also in a difficult position. After all, failing to penetrate their defenses was embarrassing. While their magical arrows, imbued with abilities, were incredibly lethal, those massive trolls clad in heavy iron armor were truly formidable. For the first time, the Lordaeron Rangers, renowned for their swiftness and agility, experienced the bitter fruit of being unable to penetrate their defenses. Their light arrows, aside from piercing the trolls' tiny eyes, were like tickling itch after itch. Roland hadn't yet realized that the giant trolls that had been giving him such a headache were like grandchildren in Lulung Fortress. Anyone could train them. From the crossbows of the Bedanian archers to the dragon-boned bows of the El Nino Rangers, even the trebuchets, the trolls were no different from targets in front of Lulung Fortress. The defenders even praised their size and ease of aim. We can't let them throw them. Verve, kill them! Roland couldn't help himself. Verve's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and with a flash of brilliance, he drew his longbow. The next second, an arrow brimming with battle energy shot out, instantly shattering a giant troll that was loading rocks. Vanderway continued to prepare his bow, but then he slowly paused, instead gazing warily at a point outside the city. He's coming! Yunfeng whispered, then vanished in a flash. It's up to you, King Roland. Defend the city. Vanderway's eyes were filled with solemnity, and with a tap of his toes, he vanished into the sky. Roland stared blankly at the spot where the two men had vanished. Boom! A terrifying shockwave of war energy and magic descended from the sky. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Whether they were the Lagrangians in the city or the orcs outside, they all raised their heads and gazed upwards. They are going to tear the sky apart? Roland stared blankly at the sky, which was constantly filled with loud noises and terrifying fluctuations. His hands and feet felt cold. Plop! Soon, the first loser appeared. Vanderway, clutching the flaming holy sword Manicotti in one hand, stumbled out of the void. He took only 2 steps before collapsing on one knee. Vanderway! Roland rushed forward and embraced him, then directed a surge of holy light toward him. The power of the divine power over a nurse was amazing. Unsportsmanlike. Vanderway stared at Roland for a few seconds, then turned his head away and grumbled awkwardly. When Yunfeng was the first to cut through the void to intercept the 9 rings Uvesa, who was hiding in a spatial rift, Vanderway followed closely behind. However, compared to Yunfeng's soul, spiritual, attributes and Uvesa's spatial attributes, Vanderway's fire element suffered greatly in the void. After just a few rounds, he was nearly crushed to pieces by the spatial turbulence caused by Uvesa. However, Yunfeng noticed Vanderway's abnormality and quickly kicked him out of the void. Even then, Vanderway was caught and beaten by Uvesa, nearly to death. If it weren't for the protection of the elf holy sword Manicotti and his status as a 6th-level professional, he would have died in the void long ago. Attribute suppression. The severely injured Vanderway said with difficulty, clutching Roland's hand. Apparently, 2 hours of pretense followed by 5 minutes of fighting had been too much of a blow for Vanderway. He knew there was a gap between him and those veteran 6th-tier beings, but he had never imagined it was so vast. In the void, he couldn't even last more than a few rounds with Uvesa. Roland immediately understood what was going on. After all, normal attributes would be negatively impacted in this special battlefield. Add in an enemy with matching attributes, and it would be surprising if he wasn't completely defeated. Where's Yifeng? Roland asked as he infused him with divine power. Logically, since Vannerway was crippled, Yifeng should have retreated. He's still fighting Uvesa. Vannerway showed a look of longing. Who could have imagined that a sage, unskilled in combat, could evenly match Uvesa, the 9 rings of nothingness? Vannerway suddenly felt as if his life had been wasted. 6. Roland was also shocked. Surely the boss was right beside him. Vannerway, whom he relied on, was crippled, and then Yunfeng, who had been treated as a support, stepped up and took over? Absurd. Is he okay? Roland was silent for a few seconds before asking Yunfeng, who had just appeared. Let's call it a draw. He's no match for my mental power, and I can't handle his spatial attacks. We're evenly matched. The only thing I'm afraid of is that Lord Verve almost perished. Yunfeng looked at Verve with lingering fear. How dare a fire stalker like you venture into the void to fight a space-based ringwraith? You're lucky to be back alive. Otherwise, I have been swept away by the spatial turbulence. As long as you're alive. Roland shook his head, unconcerned. Just being back alive is good. Verve is now like a Middle-earth college student, fragile but hard to kill. This Middle-earth crunchy shark. Verve is a sure thing. Retreat. Rest for the day. Uvesa, returning, said nothing more but immediately ordered the orc general to withdraw. Hiss! Uvesa shrieked. Yunfeng's attack wasn't just a tickle. The massive mental impact would have made even the ringwraith squirm. Uvesa spread his hands, revealing a fist-sized hole in his abdomen, from which wisps of black air hissed. Damned wise man. Uvesa's soul fire danced. Chapter 542. Uvesa still feared Yunfeng's spiritual power. Aside from the 2 powers of divine and evil, the only force capable of shaking space was spiritual, soul, power, with both upper and lower limits. After all, it had a high upper limit and a low lower limit, with no such thing as a strength range. A 6th level sage might not possess the ultimate command over the battlefield, but in a one-on-one duel, he was incredibly oppressive. Just ask a ringwraith whose soul fire was nearly shattered by the blow. However, Yunfeng wasn't as unfazed as Roland appeared. In fact, compared to Verve's melee attacks, the duel between Yunfeng and Uvesa reached the soul level, which made things more interesting, as the defenses of a soul duel were much lower than those of the flesh. Hence, the result of their recent collision was that both of them were now gushing blood. The difference was that because the ringwraiths were originally in a state between soul and body, the damage to their souls was reflected on the surface of Uvesa's body. And the incurable wounds were a manifestation of the damage to their souls. Although Yunfeng's soul was wounded, his outward appearance showed no sign of it. He remained calm, maintaining a composed demeanor. Only after their gazes met across 1,000 meters did a hint of fear appear in their eyes. Uvesa feared Yunfeng's terrifying mental power, which could even affect the void. Yunfeng feared Uvesa's ability to harm his own soul. The 6th-rank warriors on both sides withdrew shortly after entering the battle, and the entire battle returned to its starting point. Vannerway lay down from the city wall, while Yunfeng and Uvesa continued their confrontation, attempting to kill each other with their eyes. Roland leaned against the wall and slid down to the ground, his eyes filled with fatigue and exhaustion. Those who had broken through were useless, and now they could only continue the stalemate with the orcs. He couldn't let old Adal sacrifice his youth for the kingdom. Huh? Why are the orcs retreating? They're halfway through a fight, neither wanting to fight nor retreat. Roland looked puzzled at the orc army lingering just outside the attack range. After all, the orcs had just finally reached the top of the city, and the militia had painstakingly confined them to a small area. He hadn't expected the orcs to give up this advantage. They look like they want to wear us down. Marcus pondered for a long moment before finally saying, Huh? Are they stupid? Roland exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't this guy understand the principle of speed in war? Who gave you the courage to waste time in a stalemate in someone else's capital? Maybe this ringwraith has chivalry. Marcus stammered, finally making a random remark. What chivalry? Do you believe I'm Qin Shi Huang, or do you believe the ringwraiths possess chivalry? Roland wanted to ask back. Now he finally understood how Mordor lost the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. Was it those stupid ringwraiths slacking off that finally snapped Gondor out of its wits and sent reinforcements? Could these brain-dead ringwraiths really think they had no reinforcements? No way, no way. Who would understand? They still had a cavalry unit wandering around outside. And an army of 1,000 professional warriors, nowhere to be found. Forget it, let's adapt. Roland was glad the orcs weren't attacking the city. After all, Wasting time was no big deal. He still had the system to buy food. River Rapids had plenty of food and water anyway. It would just be a matter of waiting. If Ladian and Balder caught the opportunity, the orcs would be in big trouble. Or if the dwarves and elves were free, they would suffer even more. Going deep into the enemy territory alone would risk annihilation. February 10th, 2944 of the Third Age. Are these orcs crazy? Are the Nine Rings idiots? Roland stood on the city wall, bewildered. The orcs had been staying outside for a week. They almost eaten all the grass around. Oh, and it's worth mentioning that the magical plantations and chicken farms outside the city had been completely destroyed by the orcs. Fortunately, the inventory and snowing chickens had been moved to River Rapids, so they could be put back into use after the battle. Are they really living right outside my door? Roland blinked at the orc camp, which was occupied with fishing and rat hunting. Why don't you just come and fight me? Can't you see the huge river rapids? If you don't want to fight, why don't you just leave? There's no sign of orcs in any of the three directions. You're just surrounding them all on your own. What? Did Sauron treat you so poorly that you brought your men to defect? Uvace's divine manipulation had made Roland think. No. I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are these bastards waiting for? The Griffin riders scouted the route, and saw no further troops. The fighting is still raging at Lulung Fortress. And you're just a small group camping and traveling outside River Rapids? Does he know that a detachment has already circled behind them? Roland's mouth twitched. Radian, who had been a little apprehensive, had already led his men around the orc army. I'm afraid they don't know. They don't know our reinforcements are coming, do they? Marcus covered his face with a wry smile. The caravan had rushed back day and night, and had now reached the city of Losenial on the other side. The White Winged King had gathered a force of 500 infantry and 200 cavalry, preparing to force a crossing of the Rapid River to aid the Rapid City. We still have 1,400 combat units outside the city. We have a fight. Marcus calculated silently before reporting a number to Roland. Not bad, that should be enough. It's time to drive these rubbish out of my city. Roland narrowed his eyes, as he gazed at the orc camp in the distance. We need a proper strategy. We can defeat the enemy with fewer troops. If we act recklessly, our chances of success are slim. Marcus nodded. No rush. Rule and the others need rest. It would be a crime to throw them into battle right away after all the hard work. Roland frowned. As they should? Marcus nodded. After all, a king who cares for his subjects is always more beloved by his soldiers, isn't he? We have to launch a surprise attack. Yun Feng, his face pale, approached, leaning on his staff. It was obvious that the aftereffects of that day's battle hadn't healed yet. The trauma of the soul was always difficult to recover from. Are you okay? Roland asked with concern. He known Yun Feng was seriously injured the day he got home. After all, his wife, Nyx, was also a third-level water mage, perfect at casting spells both in bed and out, so she had more say than Roland on the matter. The moment she saw Yun Feng's body, she noticed he looked hollow, as if his body had been drained. Only after asking Roland that night did she understand the whole story. The couple pondered the matter in bed for a while, ultimately concluding that Yun Feng was seriously injured. Of course, the discussion was somewhat complicated. After all, Roland, furious, still needed Nyx's water magic to calm him. It's okay, he's not dead. The most urgent thing is to find a way to disrupt the orcs' formation. There's no other way except to attack. Yun Feng shook his head. After all, their numerical and quality disadvantages didn't give them much room for maneuver. Chapter 543. While Yun Feng and his group were still figuring out how to deliver a lightning strike to Uvace's group of rogues, Omsk and his group's horses were already sending sparks flying, after discovering with horror that the orc army had successfully bypassed them. Or rather, they had successfully bypassed the orc army. These Lagrang reckless men had been rushing back with all their might. However, Omsk, the clever one, quickly realized that rushing back now seemed futile. I guess Lu. Dragon Fortress had been engaged in a long battle with the orcs. Omsk, figuring that a frontal battle was unlikely, decided to focus on his duties. So, he led the knights in clearing out stray orcs along the way. Not to mention the number of stragglers. They even cut down several wolf cavalry sentries. There shouldn't be any more orcs behind them. We have to head to the main battlefield. Omsk whispered to the knights, slowly throwing the orc corpses slung from their lances. Now, there were no enemy troops behind them, and only the main orc force lay ahead. The stray orcs and the wolf cavalry that had gathered them were crushed into the ground by the knights. Surely the vegetation here will thrive this year. For the kingdom! The Lagran Vanguard Knights roared excitedly, clutching their lances. Depart? For the kingdom! Lulong Fortress is calling. Onsk waved his arms, his black and white battle aura gleaming brightly. Damn it! What are those orcs up to now? Renault sat breathlessly on the cold city wall, his head tilted back, gazing helplessly at the sun high in the sky. Has the king not replied yet? Lafitte Anthony approached, gazing expectantly at the crowd. The kingdom's griffin knights haven't arrived in ages. Renault lay lazily on the ground, motionless, his breathing the only proof of his life. Nothing's wrong. Luke and Merc exchanged glances. The Lulong Four exchanged glances, each with a grimace, and everyone fell silent. Don't tell the soldiers. Stay calm. The king's condition is better than we thought. Those level 6s aren't just for show. Renault shook his head, signaling the others not to frighten themselves. Now, only the glory of Raglan was sustaining their desperate resistance against the orc horde. The moat has been filled. Lafitte Anthony leaned forward to take a look, then quickly pulled it back. It was filled this morning. Renault gasped. I think the orcs have reached the South City? Luke Leopold frowned at Raynor. There were still many orc remains on the ground, and not far away, an orc's head was still dripping, which seemed oddly endearing for a moment. It's just the first outer wall. Raynor glanced at him calmly before falling silent. How are the east and west walls? Lafitte Anthony looked at the two brothers. The orcs aren't putting much pressure on them. They basically retreat after a few charges. Merc Leopold explained the situation on his side. The orcs are basically fainting. Luke Leopold also shook his head. The orcs in the north have also gone quiet. They haven't launched an attack today. Lafitte Anthony chuckled self-deprecatingly. This was certainly not a good thing. When the orcs acted like this, it meant they were tightening their fists, gathering strength, and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Lulong. In reality, at this moment, Akorn and Atunef were already in the orc army formation not far from Lulong Fortress, gazing at the Raglan dragon banner fluttering in the wind above. Are you sure there aren't any 6th level warriors? Akorn asked impatiently. He couldn't wait to tear off the heads of the humans in the fortress. How dare those lowly bastards shoot the noble Lord Akorn? Of course, those humans are exhausted, both physically and mentally. If there were 6th level warriors, they would have come forward long ago. Atunef thought his analysis was clever, and of course, his analysis was correct. So we take them down today? Akorn smiled cruelly. God knows how cruelty could be seen on a skull's face. No, no, no. We need to wear down their morale today. Tomorrow this great fortress will fall. Atunef gazed calmly at Lulong Fortress, the soul fire in his hollow eye socket slowly pulsing. Order all soldiers to attack the city without stopping. I don't need them to scale the walls, but we must keep those humans under pressure. They can't rest today. Atunef said coldly. As you command, sir? The orc leader bowed his head and left. Woo woo woo. With the blast of the orc's leaky horn, the area around Lulong Fortress seemed to come alive, and all the orcs sprang into action. Damn it! All-out attack. Return to your zones. As long as we're in the city. Renault leaped to his feet, grabbed his sword, and roared as he reached the edge of the wall. Remember, don't fight head-on. If things get out of hand, retreat to the center. Renault warned them before they left. If everyone died, then defending the fortress would be pointless, so staying alive was the key priority now. Lulong Fortress lived up to its name as a war fortress. Its walls were not interconnected. The outermost 50-meter-high outer wall was divided into 20 sections. Each of the 4 walls, east, west, south, and north, was divided into 5 sections by watchtowers. When 2 adjacent watchtowers lowered their gates, the middle section was physically isolated. This provided the advantage that even if one section of the wall was breached, the damage would not spread to the entire outer wall. Lulong Fortress had 3 such lines of defense. Each section required the lives of the orcs to fill. Clearly, the situation Lulong Fortress faced this time was much better than the previous one. The surge in the number of soldiers gave the defenders greater maneuverability. Puff, puff, puff. A stream of brilliant light flashed by. These were arrows and crossbow bolts imbued with various abilities. Those who had fought the orcs for so long knew that they must immediately crush their fighting power and offensive. Warfare was primarily a test of morale and perseverance. A powerful prelude attack could effectively disrupt the orcs' layout. These rubbish are useless. Akorn's soul fire trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at the dead and wounded orcs, demonstrating the orcs' suffocating strength. Bear with you, they're just cannon fodder. Their fate is of no concern to us. Atunef coldly twisted his neck, his dry bones crackling. To the ring wraiths, no matter how many orcs died, they were more resilient than weeds. All I care about now is whether they can complete their mission. I long to tear those humans' heads off, Acorn said hoarsely, watching the flickering fortress shields. Yes, you will get what you want. Just wait patiently for tomorrow. Atunave gazed at the sky shrouded by dark clouds of war. On the horizon, a group bearing the dragon banner of Raglan quietly appeared southeast of the orc army. Atop the blood-red dragon banner, a golden holy dragon fluttered in the wind. Chapter 544. At the northern foot of the Grey Mountains. Your Majesty, you seem anxious? Thranduil approached gracefully. My kingdom is being invaded. My king is in danger at any moment. Caslo glanced at Thranduil. It seems you elves and dwarves are talking without worry. Your capital isn't under siege. Don't worry, I know King Roland. He be fine. Thorin immediately transformed into Roland. After all, in Thorin's eyes, Roland was a true man. This man always stepped forward during major events in the north, and with immense magical powers, he always managed to single-handedly resolve dangers. So Thorin had great confidence in Roland. Caslo's mouth twitched. Okay, that's even more confident than I am. I have thought Roland was your king. Even a dragon rider like me wouldn't have known for a second. Your Majesty, someone wants to see you. An elf walked into the tent, patting his chest and saying to Caslo. Then the elf lifted the curtain for the visitor. Your Majesty? Holland? Is His Highness all right? Caslo asked, his brows raised in delight. Of course, Riverstorm is safe, but the situation at Lulung Fortress is far from ideal. Our knights can't approach there. The ringwraiths have sealed off the airspace. Huolin shook his head. Are you here on a new mission this time? Caslo was incredibly clever. He immediately guessed Huolin's intention. After all, when Riverstorm was attacked, Roland didn't send anyone to find him. Instead, after he was held captive by the ringwraiths, he allowed him to stay and assist the coalition forces. Sending someone directly to find him, this time must mean something big is going on. Yes, Your Majesty. The king will not tolerate the presence of orcs in his territory. That would be a blasphemy against the late emperor and the dragon god. Huolin gave a knight salute. I understand. I attack in dragon rider form. I won't return until the orcs are defeated. Caslo nodded. While charging the orc army alone was risky, he was still a minister who would die if the king insulted him. The king's orders must be obeyed. Your Majesty, you misunderstood? Holland was at a loss for words. He must have misunderstood Roland. Roland valued his dragon riders so much. How could he let them go for nothing? Charging the orc army alone. Roland must have been mad at the ogres for such a decision. Reinforcements from Lothner and Lion Castle have arrived. Your Highness wants to clear the obstacles at the gate and resume production. Farming can't be delayed any longer. Holland said solemnly. I understand. Caslo nodded. I apologize, Your Highness Thorin, Your Highness Thranduil. I can't stay here to help you. Caslo turned and said goodbye to the coalition leaders. Take care. Give my regards to Your Highness Roland. Thranduil nodded. Please bring the dwarf's blessing to King Roland. Thorin bowed respectfully. I will. Caslo smiled. Leaving the tent and looking at Horin leading the griffin, Caslo flicked his dragon flute and summoned his mount, Kaldor. By this time, Kaldor's cyan scales were already covered with fine scratches, and a crisscrossing scars covered his body. The dragon, who had always fought on the front lines, now possessed a fiercer and more brutal aura. Horin frowned. He had always imagined the storm dragon as noble and elegant, not the ferocious, thug-like dragon he was now. It was easy to imagine how much the battle with the undead had changed this dragon. Those undead. Horin couldn't help but ask. A bunch of scum who desecrate corpses and souls. The situation in the north isn't much better than in the south. Caslo seemed to see the surprise in Huolin's eyes. The noble dragon knights are nothing more than pawns in the war. It's just that the stakes are higher. Caslo shook his head. When all-out war breaks out, everyone needs to serve, even noble 6th level professionals and dragon knights. When the stakes are high, nothing is unsacrificable. Those undead can't kill the dragon knight, but they can taint me. Caslo's voice was hollow, and Huolin instantly felt a chill. Caslo, amused by Huolin's defensive look, couldn't help but laugh. He knew Huolin had probably misunderstood. The taint he was talking about wasn't assimilation, but the undead's negative energy would entangle him with their attacks, inflicting a negative buff. Want to infect me? Forget those trashy undead. Even Dracolics, bone dragons, and corpse dragons can't do it. Dragon knights and dragons, who have reached the pinnacle of life, will not be assimilated or desecrated by these lower-level creatures. Of course, that might change after his death. Let's go! His Highness should still be waiting for us. Caslow didn't explain anything, nor did he bother to. Revenge. A hunched figure coughed violently several times before slamming the clay pot to the ground, roaring tremblingly. My sweetheart. They all deserve to die. All deserve to die. I impaled them like pigs on a wooden rack. Captain, your choice is wise. The master sent me to bring you a gift. I hope you like it. Hee. A creepy laugh emanated from the tent. Very well, the warriors of the tribe will depart immediately. The hunched figure shuddered and said coldly, a battle flag painted with ferocious teeth behind him. Well, His Majesty Caslow is gone. Bard shrugged. The war has returned to square one. Thranduil sighed. Although they knew Caslow wouldn't stay long, everyone still missed him terribly when he finally left. After all, you feel safer with a dragon flying in the sky. The Dragonhawk Knight's deterrent power is too low. Thorin rubbed his brow in pain, his face wrinkled like a muggle's. When the first Dragonhawk was pulled from the sky by the abomination, the entire Northern Alliance knew the Dwarven Dragonhawk riders were unreliable. After all, aerial fire support that could crash at any moment was unnecessary. If it weren't for the cleverness of the other Dragonhawk riders, Middle-earth's already limited Dragonhawk force would have been decimated. The knight on that Dragonhawk's back would have died a heroic death. Just imagine what it must have been like to see a pumpkin fall from the sky. Don't count on the Dragonhawks. Those guys are naturally nemesis to the abomination. Bard facepalmed. He was the one who had called for support from the Dragonhawk riders. He had watched with his own eyes as the massive abomination swung their chains and yanked the poor child from the sky. After this incident, the Alliance knew the undead army had anti-aircraft firepower, and all the Dragonhawk riders spontaneously avoided the undead army, only attacking isolated groups. The Dragon Eagle's thick skin is fine, but the dwarves on its back can't stand it. Those abominations can only restrict the Dragon Eagle's movements. The enraged Dragon Eagle can still kill them one by one with its breath. But the fleshy ones on its back can't stand it. If they fall, they're gone. Even if they don't die from the fall, they will be overwhelmed by the undead army. Dwarves are not Dragon Eagles that can just flap their wings and fly away. Chapter 545. It seems we need to take the initiative. Thorin put down his glass heavily and looked at everyone present with a serious expression. My brother, is this too risky? Dane asked thoughtfully. On the contrary, we need to take the initiative. Thranduil, for once, sided with Thorin. Word of the loss of the Dragon Rider's deterrent would quickly reach the necromancers. The disappearance of such a large dragon rider would undoubtedly have an impact. The undead were merely dead, not blinded. We need to warn them. Even with the dragon rider gone, this isn't a place they can leave unchecked. Our best option is to strike them hard before they react. Thranduil shook his head. While he understood the disadvantages of engaging the undead head-on, to reassure the necromancers, who dominated the undead army, they needed to step out of their comfort zone and deliver a brutal blow in the open air. The usually conservative Thranduil also understood the need for a preemptive strike. After all, the undead army feared a dragon rider capable of unleashing a forbidden spell at their face, not a bunch of straw and squash. What should we do? Bard and Dane exchanged glances. Since the two bosses had decided to brutally assault the undead, they, as underlings, naturally wouldn't refuse. Greetings, His Majesty the White-Winged King. Ruel bowed respectfully. Regardless of the power of King Aquavia, the Lord of Losenial, his legal standing was high. He was a king after all, so due respect and courtesy were required. No need for formalities, Lord Ruel. We're comrades now. We need to work together to defeat the enemy later. White-Wing waved his hand, signaling Ruel to avoid further formalities. Your army is mighty, Ruel explained. White-Wing's men were native northern warriors. Thanks to the likes of Roland Thorin fighting on the front lines, White-Wing could retreat and quietly prosper. Over the past year, he had sent many scouts to gather the scattered human settlements in the north. Seeing that a human kingdom had offered to take them in, those precarious humans fled without a word. As a result, the current population of Losenial City is roughly 10,000. Mainly, Roland was unwilling to readily accept refugees from outside the system, so the indigenous civilians were left to the benefit of the other human kingdoms, Aquavia and Riverdale. White-Wing directly led 500 infantry and 200 cavalry into the battle this time. Although there were no professionals present, this force alone was invaluable in the current north. The professionals in Lothner were protecting the city, while the orcs were still playing hide-and-seek with the Star Elves in the dark forest. Lothner was located on the west bank of the Swift River, vulnerable to an orc attack at any moment. Roland's envy was palpable. Lothner was virtually immune to the risk of being backstabbed by orcs. It was the heart of the entire North's defenses. His Majesty Caslow is about to return. It's time for a full-scale counterattack. A Griffin Knight landed beside Rule, and spoke eagerly. They must have been feeling frustrated recently. Without a large number of Griffin Knights, their position was awkward. These growing Griffins couldn't provide much support to their Knights, which had led to the Griffin Knights being relegated to a running role since the war began. Alright. Let's prepare to cross the river now. White Wing nodded. The foolish orcs didn't even post sentries, and even if they did, it would be pointless. After all, the river rapids is so long, who knows where Roland's reinforcements will come from. Alright. I lead you forward when the time comes. Knight Captain Lavian is mopping up. The Griffin Knight nodded. In fact, the mixed cavalry unit led by Lavian had successfully circled behind the orcs. They were blocking the battlefield, clearing out orc scouts along the way, striving to cut off contact between this small force and the main orc army besieging Fort Lulung. However, it was clear that this group of intelligent Raglan ruffians had successfully encountered the stupid orcs and the ringwraiths, who treated them as non-humans. Lavian led the heavy cavalry, knights, and centaurs in a battle of wits and courage in the open air between River Rapids and Fort Lulung. Lavian and Ba. Del was so exhausted he was hurting himself. It turns out I was the clown. Uvesa, at the foot of the River Rapids, was still smugly believing he had successfully contained the capital and main force of the Kingdom of Raglan. He leisurely dispatched a few orcs for exploratory attacks each day, as if it were just a routine greeting. However, both sides misjudged each other's intentions, and by chance, a vast net was quietly drawn. The ringwraiths never completely conquered Raglan. After all, the Dragon Knight's intimidating power was still real. Uvesa's detachment was truly intended to divert Raglan's forces southward from supporting Lulung Fortress. The ringwraiths sought to transform Lulung Fortress into the next Dol Guldur. However, they never anticipated that the entire army they sought to contain had been within Lulung Fortress the entire time, with even the knights, whom they feared so much, standing behind them. Effectively, they were besieging a lonely place. The city of River Rapids was filled with rotten wretch. If Uvesa had known this and launched a relentless attack, River Rapids would certainly have fallen, but the civilians would have suffered heavy casualties. They might even have taken Oldadile away. However, there were no ifs. Suddenly, Roland's command ignited the first all-out war in the north. The entire north was engulfed in flames. From forests to rivers, mountains to basins, cities to wilderness, the coalition forces fought against the orc and undead hordes in every location. A desperate struggle unfolded, the length of the battlefront staggering. From the Grey Mountains in the north, to Dol Guldur in the south, to the Raglan Plains in the east, to the Misty Mountains in the west. The men of King's Landing couldn't resist joining in the fun, and later engaged in a battle in the Misty Mountains. The situation across the north was as complex as that of the War of the Last Alliance. Forward! Soldiers of the kingdom! Our allies need us! Forward! The White-Winged King encouraged morale. This time, as the commander-in-chief, he personally led the army to support River Rapid, a gesture of respect to Roland. Cross the river quickly. Abandon unnecessary baggage. Rule ordered after glancing at the caravan's wagons and other miscellaneous items. They were significantly slowing down the crossing. Moreover, the entire River Rapid relied solely on River Rapid's 5 remaining galleons. Ferrying them all across would require considerable effort. Prepare to board. Quick! Speed! Maple Leaf Purple commanded the Aquavia Kingdom soldiers to board. The originally small galleon was quickly packed to the brim. P.S. The picture of the situation has been posted to the group chat. I'm speechless. My mom accidentally ruptured the tendon, nerves, and blood vessels in her right foot. My dad broke his right pinky toe while taking care of her. I bruised my patella while buying food. A family of 3 can't even make it together. Chapter 546. Lord Lavian, it seems we've been worrying too much. Baron Balder looked at Lavian with a grimace. After all, after being fooled for so long, he only fooled himself. No one would be happy. I really overestimated the intelligence of these orcs. Lavian's eye twitched. This was a counterintuitive suppression of their intelligence. The Griffin Knight is coming. Lavian looked up at the sky. So the battle begins now? Lavian asked, gazing at the Griffin Knight. Yes, to be precise, our war has never ended. The Griffin Knight shook his head and gave a wry smile. Then let us fight. The men of Raglan are not afraid. The knights of the Principality of Nyx are not afraid of death. Fight! For the Queen! For our homeland! Lavian roared, lance raised. Roland, fine, fine, you just won't fight for the king, right? Fight! 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 The Raglan cavalry and knights roared, their muskets raised. This spirit quickly infected the centaurs. Although centaurs were somewhat xenophobic, their fearless and brave spirit was admired by them, and soon centaurs were among the frenzied crowd. Charge! Good lads of Raglan. I lead you to kick the Nazgul's ass. Ladian winked at the crowd with a bright smile. Fight! Brave centaurs. Our benefactor is under siege by orcs. Let us relieve River Rapids and drive out those scoundrels. For our home. For our people. Glory to the centaurs. Baldur roared. Although he had surrendered to King Roland out of necessity, he had proven to be kind to them, providing them with food, shelter, and land. Most importantly, he offered them the shade of a tree. Compared to the precarious existence in the far north, King Roland's rule was undoubtedly a paradise. A stable life, free from the constant pressure of wandering by the water, was something the Tupa tribe had previously undreamed of. And now someone is trying to disrupt the centaur's peaceful existence, so why not just take action? A natural-born ranger is messing with you? Do you know what a heavily armored archer is? Do you understand the value of a swift shot? Have you ever met the sons of the steppes? Baldur, I'm a nimble dog of the steppes. You can't catch me. The murderous cavalry brought tears to the eyes of the Griffin Knight, who had come to report. As expected of a nation founded on knighthood, Raglan. Even with the main knights annihilated, they still managed to muster a cavalry force capable of changing the tide of war. Omsk, I heard some thought we were dead? Let's get ready for battle. Ravian and Baldur exchanged glances and nodded. Third Era, year 2944, February 13th. Clear. Good for killing. Your Excellencies, the armies of King Whitewing and Lord Rul are already in place. Holland personally came to Ravian and the others. Where's His Majesty Caslow? He holds the key to victory or defeat. Ravian frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, they were facing an army of tens of thousands of orcs. Even more worrying was the presence of a troublesome ringwraith among them. Your Majesty has already set out. Holland glanced at the sky, his lips curled. How should we coordinate? Baldur asked the crucial question. They had no communication with King Whitewing and Caslow, relying entirely on the Griffin Knights to relay messages. You understand for yourself in a moment. His Highness's command won't disappoint you. Huolin smiled, leaving the audience in suspense. Thank God. Dragon God. The spirits of the kings. I actually trusted the command and coordination of Roland, a complete novice in warfare. Ravian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but grumble. In his opinion, if other generals' command could be considered an art of war, then Roland's was abysmal. Don't say that. King Roland has done well. Baldur shrugged, excusing Roland. After all, being an emperor on horseback was a dream, not a necessity. A king should just do his job. War was the concern of his subordinates. In Baldur's opinion, Roland's inability to command a major war was perfectly acceptable. Lavian's expression was awkward. For Lavian, gifted with a complete set of memories by the system, in the kingdom of Raglan, the king could do anything and not do anything, even eat anything without leaving any residue. But the one thing he couldn't say no to was war. In a nation where the spirit of chivalry and war is ingrained in the soul, it's a miracle that a king who doesn't understand war could inherit the throne. The status of meritorious nobles in Raglan is high. War is celebrated and praised. Otherwise, how could he be called a reckless man? Perhaps he needs to grow up. Lavian pouted. As a vassal loyal to Grand Duke Nix, he had dedicated his life to Nix, so he sincerely disdained Roland, a king with neither literary nor military skills. He hoped the Grand Duke would marry someone who could provide him with a greater sense of security, not a naive king. Lavian had always looked down on Roland, as he was a typical knight and court noble. He saw Roland as absurd, like a fallen noble suddenly inheriting his ancestral title and fiefdom, devoid of any heritage or foundation. And Nix's desire to marry him was nothing less than an insult to a retainer of a long-established duke. After all, Lavian's loyalty had always been to Nix, and that was unwavering. Therefore, in his mind, Lord Nix was above all others in terms of status. Next came Nix's offspring, and finally, his descendants. Roland, a third-class citizen. Everyone else pledged allegiance to Roland, including Grand Duke King's Landing and Grand Duke Nix. However, in an era where my vassal's vassal wasn't my vassal, and my vassal's vassal wasn't my vassal, Lavian could completely ignore Roland. After all, he had no direct relationship with Roland. Huolin quietly stepped away after hearing this. He didn't want to get involved in a heated debate over King Roland. He was loyal to Roland. The entire city of Rapids knew how stubborn this man, the only one in the kingdom who dared to challenge Roland, was. Did you hear something? Ladian suddenly pursed his lips. Balder immediately stood up, tightening his grip on the centaur. Oh! Dragon God. My kings. I know the signal to attack. Ladian murmured. What? Balder was confused. Attack! Whitewing raised his brow, drew his sword, and issued the attack command. For the kingdom! Rul roared, brandishing his shield and sword as he charged behind Whitewing. General attack begins. March forward. Kill those bastards. Charge. Receiving the attack signal, everyone charged towards the orc camp several miles away. In the sky, a turquoise beam of light, like a ray of annihilation, rushed towards the orc camp. With a roaring sound, the turquoise light illuminated the entire sky, turning it a brilliant blue. Chapter 547. The dragoons are coming. Charge. Radiant immediately called out to his soldiers. He finally understood why Horan said he understand the signal for a general attack. Holy crap! How could a general not understand a dragoon charging down from the sky? Centaurs! Charge! Balder's fighting spirit surged, and the centaurs activated their innate abilities. One fate. This was the same group damage-absorbing ability as the knights. Because of this ability, the centaurs were able to thrive in the far north. King Whitewing's Cardan cavalry also spurred their horses into action. Whitewing and Rul exchanged a glance, then slowed their pace. The integrated infantry formed a square formation and began pressing towards the orcs. Heavy and powerful were their hallmarks. Compared to the speed of the infantry, they emphasized coordinated combat and teamwork. Their shields and lances, when deployed in formation, were as lethal as charging cavalry, of course. Let's not compare them to knights, they were useless. Furthermore, compared to the terrifying pressure of the overwhelming force of the knights or cavalry, the infantry's measured and heavy steps were even more awe-inspiring. After all, the mental torture of dying and waiting for death is different. Baron! Is this really okay? A royal guard looked at Lance, who was donning his armor, and glanced worriedly at the city wall. There, the great King Roland was watching the battlefield ahead. Lance's head twitched. Who am I supposed to ask? Wasn't the attack His Highness's order? It's like I'm just dragging you around with me. That's not something to be said, it's just like playing match 3. Yes, King Roland, who loves his people like his own children, snapped up his idea and sent his guards into battle. Lance, a warrior by training, was best suited to lead the troops, so Roland bestowed upon him this honorable assignment. Roland felt the battlefield was lacking infantry capable of decisive action. Ordinary infantry couldn't quickly cut through the orc formations, but the guards were different. These royal guards were the finest soldiers in Middle-earth. Lacking the decisive weapon of the knights, Roland could only tearfully summon his own broke knights, a horseless and bankrupt version, to serve as the backbone. Be careful to protect yourself. Kill the orcs quickly. Don't get entangled with them. Kill them through. Kill them again. Leave the slaughter to the White-Winged King and the Ruhr Alliance. Understand? Lance, donning his ironclad full-face helmet, shouted. Understood. The guards and the cans muffled their voices. Time flashed back to the moment of Caslo's sudden attack. Boom! A massive dragon force roared down, and an obscure dragon language magic quietly took shape at the impact. Rip! A sudden, twisting tornado of wind-based dragon power twisted its body and emerged from the ground. In just a few blinks, its killing range expanded by hundreds of meters. Nearly 1,000 orcs were ripped to pieces by the wind blades in that short time. Among the entire dragon language magic, only 2 gray-black magic shields remained standing. Huh? Still quite stubborn. Caslo exclaimed in surprise. After all, there weren't many creatures capable of withstanding Dao Qingyan flame tornado magic, whose power was second only to that of a forbidden spell. Don't ask why he didn't use forbidden spells. The Dragon Knight's forbidden spells have a long casting time, so if you're not careful, they might actually cast a spell on himself instead of the spell itself. That's why Caslo chose the fast-casting and highly concealed dragon language spell. Something's wrong. Caslo shook his head, pulling up the dragon saddle and preparing to go down and finish him off. Those are 2 liches. Cardo had no intention of watching his knight suffer a brain failure. If he didn't play this right, he could really get himself killed. So bad? Liches, ringwraiths, and orcs? Caslo's mouth twitched. Roland had maxed out the bust this time, right? Did he complete the 3-piece dark set in one go? Stop kidding. I saw 3 lines of soldiers. Cardo diligently provided Caslo with information. Let me see. Caslo immediately shared his view with Cardo. Soon, Caslo spotted the slowly crawling Lady and Balder's group below, along with the squirming forces of Lance and Whitewing. Excellent, cooperate with them. Let's take down these bastards. Caslo excitedly raised his dragon lance. Watch out for the ring race. My knights. Uvesa is no less powerful than Angmar. Underestimating it will cost you blood. Cardo warned Caslo, hoping he wouldn't underestimate the enemy. If he ended up popping champagne mid-game, it would be a real bummer. Don't worry. Caslo nodded emphatically. After all, Uvesa, the sixth best space-based warrior, still needed more attention. X2. My magic has been exiled. Carter said solemnly, his speed increasing by another 2 points, leaving a shadow in the air. Uvesa has taken action? Caslo stared wide-eyed at the spot where the dragon language magic had just been released. The power of space was too abnormal. Even pseudo-forbidden spells could be exiled to the void? Are you kidding me? Wind Dragon Rider. Uvesa, now hidden in the spatial rift, whispered solemnly. He had never expected the trapped dragon rider to appear here. But Uvesa quickly shook his head. Counting on the other ring wraiths to hold the dragon rider back was unrealistic. The initiative lay in the dragon rider's hands. Whether to fight or flee was entirely up to the dragon rider. It took so long for the dragon rider to return to support, which was a real shame. TSK. Riding a dragon is so great? Uvesa's hoarse, low voice drifted through the air. He was speechless. The dragon rider was. It's different. Starting with a pseudo-forbidden spell, how can you call a dragon rider awesome? I'm telling you, don't scream. Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you're a dragon rider? Ahem. Dragon riders are truly untouchable. Uvesa ultimately chose to lie low. After all, dragon riders can be truly shameless when they act rogue, and spatial abilities can't banish all abilities. You know, some dragon-based abilities are guaranteed to hit. Uvesa understood his current situation. He was here to buy time, as long as he could. Orcs? Aren't they material? We have them in abundance. What does their fate have to do with me, the ringwraith? Uvesa, realizing his situation, turned into a turtle, huddled motionlessly in a spatial rift, feigning death. Caslo was at a loss. How could he punish this by if he didn't jump out? He was only feigning death, not actually dead. Caslo wasn't so reckless as to ignore the ringwraiths and just go about his business, scooping up chips. Kill! Soon, Ravian and Baldur's forces were the first to engage the orcs. However, Baldur's actions stunned the orcs and their allied human cavalry. Centaurs. Children of the steppes. Charge. Baldur grinned, his large, shiny teeth looking eerie and terrifying to the orcs. Chapter 548. Centaur's Meteor Shower. The centaur roared, raising its 2.5-meter longbow to the sky in a full moon shape. Then, a frenzy of arrows imbued with wood elemental battle energy erupted. In just 5 seconds, the centaur unleashed tens of thousands of armor-piercing heavy arrows. While this might seem wasteful, it was a vital remedy for the current situation. Puff! Squeak! Ah! My leg! My leg! An orc cried feebly, clutching his leg, pinned to the ground by 2 barbed arrows. Ah! Help me! A hedgehog, with 7 or 8 arrows piercing its chest and abdomen, weakly stretched out its hands, stained with blood, trying to grab a passing orc. It coughed up blood foam. Although it wasn't dead yet, its lungs and internal organs ripped apart by the armor-piercing arrows made living like torture. The passing orcs quickly crushed its outstretched hand into the dirt. Before it could pull its hand free to continue struggling, several heavy arrows rained down from the sky, relieving its agony. The orcs were clearly shaken by this sudden attack. How could these southern orcs have ever witnessed the centaur's signature skill, the centaur meteor shower? Furthermore, those skills that once employed wooden arrows were now wielded with armor-piercing arrows forged from fine steel. With the centaur's abilities, even ogres could be annihilated with a single strike. Most of those terrifying trebuchet ogres were slain by this sudden hail of arrows. Deter. Baldur ordered decisively after taking a look at the orc situation. Ladian said nothing, simply following behind the centaurs with the heavy cavalry. Compared to the centaurs, who shared the same abilities, Ladian was incredibly vulnerable compared to the knights behind them. Ladian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, declaring his contribution to Middle-earth's warming climate, as he realized with astonishment that the recent hail of arrows had brought down at least 2,000 orcs. And that was just the death toll. The wounded were countless. Along with Ladian and Baldur, the first to arrive at the battlefield were 200 Cardan light cavalry led by Maple Leaf Purple. Though lightly armored, these cavalrymen were far more skilled with bows and horsemanship than the Lagran cavalry. These light cavalry recruited by the steppe nomads were sometimes no less capable than knights. For example, During harassment raids, the knights could only charge in and force their way through. But the Cardan light cavalry were different. These light cavalry, clad in chain mail, kindly sponsored by the dwarves, simply drew their bows and hurled their weapons. The orcs were now ruthless. What a sight! Just as the centaurs' rainstorm had ended, another group of trolls arrived to harass them. While their arrows weren't as effective as the centaurs, after experiencing a full-blown meteor shower, the orcs said everything seemed dull now. Accustomed to seeing life and death, they were still like a swarm of flies buzzing around, causing a headache. The orcs then dispatched a small, elite force to drive off the Cardan light cavalry. As several squads of wolf cavalry roared out, Lord Maple Leaf Purple was already laughing on his horse. When the wolf cavalry finally reached the rear of the Cardan light cavalry, they saw the animals raise a 1.2-meter-long pistol. You unsportsmanlike bastards! These were the last thoughts of the orc-wolf cavalry before their death. TSK, TSK, TSK! The Cardan light cavalry exclaimed in amazement. White Wing, having suffered losses in battle against the orcs, was no fool. To counter the wolf riders and the orcs throwing axes, White Wing had specially upgraded the light cavalry's javelins. The tapered spearheads, thick as a forearm and an arm's length long, offered greater range and devastating damage, and the spiral blood grooves ensured that any orc struck would sleep soundly. Angelimir, the 20th Prince of Dol Amroth, his reign lasted 45 years. Angelimir died in 2977 of the Third Age at the age of 111, was currently contemplating a major event, the rise of a human kingdom in the north. However, Gondor was currently in turmoil, and Angelimir did not expect the current regent, Turgon, to achieve much. After all, a mediocre regent was already overwhelmed with internal affairs, let alone those beyond Gondor. What do you think, Adlahil? Angelimir watched his 27-year-old son drum his fingers on the table, his eyes filled with consideration. This was his heir, the 21st Prince of Amroth. Of course, you might not know his name, but you certainly knew who his son was. The 22nd Prince of Amroth, Imrahil. The one who didn't even have a minor role in the film, but was incredibly powerful in the book. The 22nd Prince of Amroth of Gondor. Master of the Swan Knights. The rightful Lord of Amphoras. The Grand Master of the War of the Ring. The Savior of the Heroes. The Protector of the Western World. Your King Imrahil, infinitely arrogant. I think we can make peace with him. After all, he's demonstrated his goodwill and ability. We can't just say nothing. Besides, the world is in chaos now. House Amroth needs friends of sufficient strength. Adlahil frowned, thinking for a moment. That's not enough. We traveled thousands of miles just to befriend them? Angelimir smiled. An old man who had lived for most of his life was certainly shrewd, especially since he was a great lord. Adrishil frowned upon hearing this. His father was actually dissatisfied with what he said? He must have missed something. I see. His eyes suddenly lit up. You hope they will become our aid in the future? Just like the kingdom of Rohan is today. Adrishil immediately realized. Well, clever boy. This home will be yours sooner or later. You need to make the best choice to bring it far. Angelimir smiled and patted his son's shoulder. I don't understand. How can they help us? Besides, isn't our ally Gondor a good one? Adrishil was puzzled. Alas, the situation is precarious. I'm doing this for the future. Angelimir sighed softly. The relationship between Gondor and Rohan was growing increasingly strained, with orc infiltration evident in both nations. Countless villages had been destroyed, and the people were displaced. He needed to find a new path forward for the kingdom or his family. A hidden, powerful ally might just be able to give them a helping hand in the end. Adrishil said nothing, merely nodded silently. After all, the kingdom's future was indeed uncertain. Chapter 549. Plop. After the Cardan light cavalry annihilated the orcs' few wolf cavalry, these unbridled horses were left with no one to restrain them. They would rely on projectiles to suppress the orc formation. Then, a group of cavalry quickly charged the orc shield formation, using inertia and the speed of their horses to launch deadly javelins. A chill ran down my spine, and my heart soared. I want Zizzalong jelly. The orcs, who had been happily rewarded with strings of candied haws, were weeping without tears. Because the centaurs had returned. Although the centaurs' meteor shower was on cooldown, and the centaurs couldn't transform into miniature motors to charge the orcs, the relentless rain of arrows was unstoppable. Like an eraser, they wiped out a small area at a time. Death isn't the worst thing, the worst is waiting for death even though you know it's coming. It's not that the orcs hadn't tried to fight back, but they tried, but they didn't die at the grave. Ah! Who understands? Are those heavily armored centaurs really not those Tenkan knights? Stout and tough. And most importantly, agile. Like the nimblest dogs of the steppes. Impossible to catch. Those are just minor injuries, painful, but not instantly fatal. But when the orcs looked up, oh no! Damn! Here come the dragon riders. While to the orcs, there's no difference between a dragon rider and a dragon rider. Some are already sweating profusely. Right, brother Uvesa. Caslo was filled with high spirits. He was about to unleash the wrath he endured in the Grey Mountains. At that thought, the man and the dragon merged their minds, and a surge of euphoria washed over them. Swoosh! A flash of black light passed between the man and the dragon, but the dragon's eyes were so sharp. Kaldor, unfazed, altered his trajectory, and flew around the side of the orc army. Ladian. Balder. King Whitewing. Arguel. Damn it! Black arrows. Those dwarves are such bastards. Lances I twitched as he sped along with the royal guards. Who could possibly withstand this? Dodge! Caslo scowled. He felt like cursing. How many black arrows had the dwarves shed? Wasn't there one for every man in Middle-earth? But Caslo was wrong about blaming the dwarves. These black arrows were brought by the ringwraiths specifically to serve the dragon riders. After all, wouldn't it be foolish to use them? Destroy those bastards. Black arrows shouldn't exist in this world. Kardir roared angrily, twisting his body and circling towards the orcs carrying the crossbow below. The black arrow's only drawback is that it requires a crossbow to fire. So, if those heavy crossbows were destroyed, the orcs' black arrows would be useless. But both Caslo and Cardo had forgotten one thing. Old Six was quietly watching from within the spatial rift. When he saw the first black arrow miss, he knew his target had arrived. Below, the orc loaded another black arrow and, without even aiming, fired it directly at Caslo. Cardo didn't dodge either. With his dragon vision, he could tell that this hastily fired arrow wouldn't even touch his hair, so he subconsciously turned aside, giving the black arrow the minimum respect. Ah! The shrill dragon roar sent tremors through everyone's heart. Under their horrified gaze, the invincible dragon plummeted from the sky like a stone, its fiery blood splattering across the sky. What happened? Lance cried out in shock. Ah! Even Roland, watching the battle from the city walls, dropped his jaw in shock. Through the shared vision of the golden dragon Dos, Roland could still clearly see what had just happened. The stray black arrow had suddenly appeared in the path of Caslo's dragon. Damn it! We forgot to tell Caslo that this was Uvesa, the Nine Rings. Yun Feng said with some regret after realizing it belatedly. As for how the ringwraiths had done it, isn't that simple? A 2-8 portal with fixed coordinates. It allowed the black arrow to appear directly beneath Kardir's swooping form. Boom! The dragon's majestic body plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground. The good news, those orcs using black arrows were crushed to death by Kaldor, who descended from the sky. The bad news, Kaldor was seriously injured. The black arrow lodged deep in his chest, and blood flowed with every breath the dragon took. Damn it! Caslo threw off his saddle, and launched into a standard dragon rider's foot-to-foot stance. A surge of Cyan wind power surged, and Caslo easily found Uvesa, who had just exposed his feet. Die! Ah! Uvesa screamed miserably, falling to his knees in agony. A gray-black current surged from his waist. Caslo's blow had clearly nearly taken Uvesa. Are you alright, Kaldor? Caslo blocked with his great sword while slashing down the orcs, who tried to surround him. Oh no! The ringwraiths are gone. Caslo's face darkened. Encountering a ringwraith playing hide-and-seek can really drive one crazy. He just glanced away, and the damned ringwraith had vanished without a trace. Hurry! My friend. We have to get out of here. Now! Come on! Caslo encouraged Kardir while holding back the orcs. The orcs had cunningly dispersed, leaving Caslo with nowhere to display his martial arts skills. He also had to guard against the ever-present level 6 enemy, so he tried to conserve his fighting spirit. Go! My knight. The huge dragon's eyes were bloodshot, clearly showing that Cardo was seriously injured. However, he still struggled to carry Caslo up into the sky. What? Dos? You're going out on a killing spree? Are you crazy? Roland exclaimed. Dos's eyes were bloodshot. Though his fur hadn't fully grown, that didn't hinder his bloodline's awakening. Unaged dragon royals, even cubs, were not to be disrespected. After all, of all dragons, only the golden dragons had 100% assurance of being blessed by their ancestors. This act of borrowing power, allowed the already sparse golden dragons to thrive. While Roland was trying to calm Dos, the orcs roared in triumph. After all, they believed they had defeated the North's greatest power. The still struggling dragon was proof of their achievement, but their dreams were soon shattered. The resilient Kaldor, carrying Caslo, soared into the sky, away from this heartbreaking battlefield. Those with black arrows. Can't afford to play? If you can, don't use black arrows, let's have a duel. This time it was Uvasa's turn to be stunned. He had been hiding in a gap in space. Watching the black arrow, he had set strike Kardar's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The splatter of dragon blood and scales told everyone that the dragon was practically dead. How could he still be flying while spewing blood? Luckily, Caslo, who was examining the dragon on its back, informed Roland that Kardar's injuries weren't that serious. The black arrow had perfectly avoided all organs, only to become lodged in his ribs. 9 rings. Uvasa can't kill him alone. We need to find an opportunity. Caslo scowled. Something was indeed wrong with the 6th ring, 9 rings. To kill the spatial ringwraith, humanity would need at least 4 or 5 6th level warriors. Find a way to deal with those bastards wielding black arrows. Caslo growled as he flew over the crowd. Psychologically traumatized, Caslo and Kardar found a safe place and began tending to Kardar's wounds. After all, the 9 rings power of nothingness is still enough to make everyone wary. And the black arrow combo's skill combined with the power of nothingness is simply going to kill the dragon rider. Chapter 550. The black arrow piercing his chest caused Kardo to bleed profusely. The excruciating pain was unbearable even for a giant dragon, but Caslo gritted his teeth and pulled the arrow out. Ah! The dragon roared in agony, and a cloud of dragon blood splattered with Caslo's movements. Perhaps in the future, this land soaked in dragon blood will grow dragon blood grass. Are you feeling better? Caslo looked at his dragon with distress. The muscles at the wound where the black arrow had been pulled out actually began to wriggle, tangling together, and slowly healing. Only the flesh uncovered by the scales, and the surrounding bloodstains proved his injury. Much better. Kardo spread his wings and turned his head to examine his wing membrane. Fortunately, the membrane was intact, otherwise it would have been disfigured. He would be scorned whenever he met a dragon's sister. That's good. Time to deal with that bastard. Caslo narrowed his eyes, murderous intent etched in them. Everyone dreams of slaying a dragon, but dragon riders don't. Dare you touch my mount? I skin you. Caslo was furious beyond measure at this moment. He was on the verge of becoming a loser, a dragon rider who lost his mount. After all, no dragon rider had ever packed with another dragon after their mount fell. Dragons are proud creatures, their pride forbidding them from sharing a rider with another dragon. So, once a dragon rider's mount dies, the dragon rider is essentially useless. It's time to settle the score. Kardo's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. After all, he had nearly died at the hands of orcs. The thought of those lowly creatures nearly killing the noble Lord Kardo with their black arrows. Kardo's heart surged with rage, nearly turning him into a fire dragon. Ask Kardo what he most wanted to do right now, and his answer would be this. Smash those lousy orcs, then smash every dwarf in sight. It goes without saying that the dwarves dug a huge hole for all the dragons of Middle-earth. Of course, the dwarves produced a lot of black arrows during the war between humans and dragons. And quite a few of them were lost. Most of them ended up in the hands of a certain idiot. I'm talking about you, Lord Sauron, which made the dragons of Order much more miserable. Dragon riders were plentiful back then, so why are they extinct in Middle-earth now? The answer, of course, is the dwarven black arrows. Dragon scales that were once helpless can be shattered with a single blow, and the mighty dragons are now shattered by the black arrows. Conquered. Thus ended the human-dragon war. After the war, dragons began to enter the public eye. Those noble dragons were undoubtedly the knight's best companions. It was at this time that the Dragon Rider contract was created, marking the first time that humans and dragons became friends. The days that followed were a long, chaotic war. Under Sauron's instigation, the Dragon Riders became cannon fodder on the front lines. When the last elven dragon warrior fell, when the last dwarf dragon rider fell, when the last human dragon rider sacrificed his life, there were no more dragons on the continent. All dragons, with the exception of a few wild dragons and subbloods, had fled to the isolated Dragon Island. It's hard to judge the quality of Black Arrow, but it's definitely a Dragon Rider version of Widowmaker. Most of the black arrows that flow out are used by so-called warriors to slay dragons, so a large portion of them are destroyed. After all, any dragon that encounters this thing will stop and give it a few twists. Dragon Rider. How disgusting. Uvasa fanned his hands, stirring up a few wisps of chilling wind, the soul fire in his eyes pulsating faster and faster. After all, The risk of attacking a dragon rider is definitely not small. Right now, the dragons don't ask about the situation of their kin who have come to Middle-earth, but if you did that to a dragon, I'm sure the grass on your entire family's grave would be the same height. Uvesa, deeply disgusted by Caslo's team, had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. After all, Dragon's resilience was incredibly strong. Expecting those black arrows to hit Carter again by sheer luck was a dream. Uvesa knew with his feet that the two would be wary of his spatial abilities. After all, they had nearly torn the team apart. Even the dumbest person would know to be on guard. Destroy those crossbows! Radian roared at the top of his lungs. As a qualified military officer, he certainly understood what needed to be done. The dragoons couldn't be held back. They had to find a way to free the dragoon general, and the solution was simple. Just get rid of those damn black arrows. Even a god would groan before the dragoon general. Whoosh! The cross-Bohemia knights brandished their flails, inflicting heavy casualties on the orcs wherever they passed. Corpses piled together, only a few bearing wounds. The rest had their heads hammered into their necks. And then, there were the pitiful orcs with half their faces missing. Where did the rest go? The waving flails provided the answer. Compared to the brutal fighting of the cross-Bohemia knights, the centaurs were far more efficient. What did rows of fallen heavy centaur lances look like? Just look at the orc candied haws on them. The centaurs charged into the enemy ranks, clearing a path through the orcs like a knife. Die! Radian slashed down an orc wielding a black arrow, lunging at him. He was speechless. Had he been beaten silly? Did he think he was a dragon? Didn't I, the knight commander, have any respect for myself? Complete the mission quickly. We're retreating, Radian roared. After all, heavy cavalry had limited protection. If a few of them died, that stingy King Roland would hold a grudge against him forever. Better to be safe. Go! Caslo patted Cardo's back, swooping down diagonally with his dragon lance in hand. Bang! A sharp metallic clash echoed as the spear, bearing the force of a dragon's swooping blow, was unexpectedly blocked. Yo! It's out! Caslo smiled at a glance. It was like searching for something, now effortlessly found. It was none other than Uvesa, the Nine-Ring. Dang! Uvesa's dead blade swept aside Caslo's lance, and he rolled out of range. The next second, a shadow of the spear, and its tail whip swept past Uvesa's spot. Uvesa's gaze narrowed. A dragon rider with extensive combat experience was no easy task. At this moment, he was completely focused, his soul fire pulsing violently in his eyes, clearly unsettled. You have no escape. Punish your sin. Soul chains, constructed from mental power, swung out from the void, aiming straight for Uvesa. It was Yunfeng who had made the move. He had unknowingly reached the edge of the battlefield. Punish your sin. Caslo and Cardo exchanged glances, their immense dragon power frantically compressing. Clearly, the two reckless men were in sync. Judging by the sound, it was a single target forbidden spell. Void Slash. Uvesa gritted his teeth and swung the blade of the dead around him. Space creased like a crumpled plastic bag. It was space collapsing and restoring its dimensions. Not good. Lavian, retreat. Yunfeng's eyes widened as he stared at the cavalry unit in the path of the spatial collapse. Retreat. Lavian let out a woman's scream. As a fourth-level professional, he knew something. Although he had never possessed the power of spatial force, one of the most mysterious of forces, he knew that it was truly terrifying. High fever. The entire family of three fell ill. Chapter 551. Waves of space rippled rapidly toward the advancing cavalry, crushing every orc in their path, their remains ripped apart by the force of space. Get out of here! Baldur's pupils shrank, and he was practically cursing. How could a mere fourth-level centaur like him and his people withstand a fifth-level spatial skill? Retreat! Unlike the centaur's orderly retreat, the heavy cavalry fled in all directions. After all, they were not knights, and did not possess the centaur's divine skills. Go! Radian quickly turned his horse, following the heavy cavalry's lead. 15 cross-Bohemia knights also galloped, following their leader's lead. The seemingly slow surge of space was actually a blink of an eye. A wave of space, crumpled like scrap paper, caught up with the slowest orc at a visible speed. Ah! The shrill scream died in its throat before it could even be uttered, leaving only a pile of mangled remains in its place. This is the fundamental way the power of space kills its enemies. It distorts spatial anchors and dimensions to influence the state of reality. If struck by it, your internal organs might be rubbed into your brain, your arms into your stomach, through the higher dimensions. Therefore, in addition to its extreme sharpness, the power of space also possesses a terrifying ability to twist. Silence is the attack mode of the Great Spatial Rift. As the wave of spatial distortion sweeps through the area, it becomes instantly silent. All living things within it are reduced to a heap of lifeless flesh. The ripple-like Great Spatial Rift indeed achieved Yuvasa's goal. Yunfeng, who had been staring intently at him, no longer cared about him. Only Caslo continued to wield his Dragon Knight, unleashing a 100-meter-long spear to attack him. Already suffering from a soul injury, Yuvasa was now struggling to dodge Caslo's attacks. Don't forget, the extreme sharpness wasn't just about space. It also had wind. The 100-meter-long turquoise spearhead sliced through space with incredible force, revealing a pitch-black spatial rift. But Caslo didn't care. As for Cardo? Would a dragon fear such a spatial gap? This was a tough situation for Yuvasa, hiding in the spatial rift. After all, the terrifying wind blast was nearly blinding him. Furthermore, the airtight space, ravaged by the blow, made dodging even more difficult. After all, the spatial rifts permeated the surrounding space like a death trap. They treated objects both inside and outside equally. Anything struck from the outside would be torn apart, and anything struck from the inside would be shattered. This was why most spatial skills required spatial anchor coordinates. Without them, you could be swept into the turbulent space and become part of the traversal army. Spirit Barrier. A vast mental force emanated from his body, like a pot lid, firmly enveloping the fleeing cavalry. Using his powerful mental power to distort the spatial fluctuations that passed through him, Yunfeng desperately attempted to save the lagging soldiers within range. The first-level universal mage skill, Spirit Barrier, had the effect of a forbidden spell in the hands of the 6th-level sage Yunfeng. His powerful mental force desperately resisted the slashing force of space. Suddenly, Yunfeng's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, his shaky mental barrier shattered before everyone's horrified eyes. Yunfeng, having fought Yuvasa in a battle, was wounded, but the power of the spatial slash, weakened by his mental barrier, was much less than before. The previously twisted and wrinkled spatial ripples had now smoothed out considerably. Defend? Baldur's fury was flaming. He desperately mobilized his battle chi, his hooves whirling so fast that sparks practically flew. Puff! As the brutal spatial force swept through, the centaurs who had used their life-sharing skills gushed blood, their flesh ripping apart. Though the bloody mess was horrific, at least their lives were safe. A sea of wounds was the best solution. Ah! The cross-Bohemia knights screamed in agony. The knights, who had activated all their defenses and status abilities, were covered in blood. The mighty knights' plate armor, and their horses' armor shattered inch by inch. The low-level magical beast, the swift horse beneath his crotch, wailed as countless bloody wounds pierced its body. No! Ravian roared, defending with all his might. Only he, thanks to his 4th-level strength and the battle chi he used to withstand the remaining force, remained unscathed. He watched with his own eyes as the knights and their mounts fell to the ground. Even as the rage in his chest burned fiercely, those bloody men, like beggars, rose to their feet, limping onto their battered steeds. Clearly, they had withstood the onslaught. Then, his hands and feet went cold, his head spinning, and he fell from his horse. At that moment, the heavy cavalry, who had retreated first in front of him, had silently been killed, their bodies scattered across the ground, their bodies and their horses ripped apart by Yuvasa's spatial rift. This heavy cavalry unit, which had long fought alongside Roland on countless battlefields, was instantly expelled from the kingdom's military ranks today. The only thing that killed them was the residual power of the clash between the 6th-level professionals. Crack! Roland gritted his teeth. He was also a dragon knight, possessing the same super-range vision. He saw clearly how his cavalrymen perished. In the blink of an eye, he didn't even have time to cast defensive spell scrolls. After all, the spatial rift spread was incredibly fast, sweeping across the entire area in mere seconds. Kill him, Dose! Roland, impulsively grabbing the golden dragon from his chest, prepared to leap from the wall. Your Highness! Marcus pounced and grabbed Roland's legs. Let go! Roland's voice was incredibly cold, devoid of any warmth. The 9th Ringwraith is dead today, he said. Even the dragon god wouldn't help. Calm down, my lord. Adil's hand pinned Roland to the spot, unable to move an inch. Are you going to defy my will, knight? Roland stared coldly at Adil. The old man's eyes were devoid of emotion, as flat as an abyss. Leave it to Caslo and Yunfeng. The battlefield is already chaotic enough. You shouldn't be adding to the chaos. No one wants to be worried about their lord in the middle of a fight. Adil practically wrote on his face that Roland was a burden. That makes sense. Marcus, still lying on the ground, clinging to Roland's legs tightly, raised his head and agreed. Roland paused. By this time, an enraged Lance had already led the royal guards into the orc column, and the orcs, already flustered by the backstab, were about to be broken. Chapter 552. Actually, it wasn't just the Lagran people who were furious at this moment. Even Uvesa felt a moment of daze. His plan was to exchange some ordinary human soldiers with this human kingdom. When Uvesa saw the pile of broken heavy cavalry corpses, he felt a sudden rush of sweat from his life. It wasn't that he regretted killing those human cavalrymen, but he was simply frightened by the fleeting presence of a giant dragon in the distant city. Even if he had 8 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to wantonly slaughter soldiers in front of the 2 dragon riders of this kingdom. Uvesa had misunderstood. The real dragon riders were still in the dark forest, providing friendly assistance to the Star Elves. It was Roland, a mediocre dragon rider, who was there. Doss, you're cursing again? Come on! I beg you to come! According to the customary opening rules of Middle-earth, king versus king, general versus general. When high-ranking warriors clash, attacking ordinary soldiers or lower-ranking warriors is tantamount to provocation and contempt, and will be considered a fight to the death. As long as you can't annihilate the other side in one fell swoop, the feud is sealed. Although the Ringwraiths and the Alliance are inherently at war, Uvesa's concern isn't about the future, but about the present. Ha! Uvesa growled, successfully attracting Caslo's attention. Calmly and focused, Caslo and his dragon took off again, adjusting their stances and preparing to confront Uvesa in a righteous duel between warriors. Swish! Space flashed. Before Caslo, Yunfeng, and the others stared in awe, Uvesa fled. Yes, the Uvesa, so arrogant just moments ago, quietly left, just as quietly as he had arrived, causing only a ripple in the air. Damn it! There's another 6th Order. And a dragon rider. Uvesa congratulated himself on his cleverness as he darted through space. In his imagination, he identified the mediocre dragon rider King Roland and the now-defunct hero Adile as fresh recruits for the battlefield. How could this be any worse? The Ringwraiths were a bit crazy, but they weren't stupid. What Ringwraith with a problem would go head-to-head with 2 dragon riders and 3 6th Orders? When Caslo appeared, Uvesa was ready to flee at any moment. But when he sensed the new dragon's aura and the pressure of the 6th Order, he lost his nerve. Thinking he'd be lost if he didn't run, Uvesa vanished without a word. Uvesa, escape, escape. Roland, Caslo, and the others, After a brief lull, the battlefield erupted in commotion once more. The enraged royal guards quickly displayed the might of the continent's top heavy infantry. Swinging spears, laced with war energy and flames, pierced through several orcs like candied haws. Heavy shields slammed down, smashing the orcs' brains apart. Brains and blood splattered all over the royal guards, but the unscrupulous royal guards simply stepped over the orcs' corpses and continued to pursue the leaderless orcs. When their spears were hit by the half-breasted. After the orcs' bones became stuck, the furious guards casually released their muskets and casually drew their long swords, continuing to pursue the orcs. The ease of using the long swords even increased their killing efficiency. Kill! The White-Winged King charged forward alongside Rul. The infantry, forming a battle formation, pounded the fleeing orcs, leaving many falling to their knees as they attempted to break through their defenses. These Akka infantry, armed with shortbows, could also serve as archers when necessary. The fleeing orcs were shot down by archers, those charging forward were killed by the combined efforts of the infantry, and those who escaped were pursued and cut down by the mercenary knights of the caravan. Without the protection of the Ringwraiths and the territory of the high-ranking orcs, the orcs' combat efficiency and morale were appallingly low. Uvesa's spatial/instantly wiped out the high-ranking orcs of the army. Hunter those orcs. Don't let them escape. The White-Winged King, having successfully blocked the entrance to the orc camp, immediately ordered the Cardan light cavalry to pursue the fleeing orcs. Of course, those orcs couldn't get far. After all, with nothing, they couldn't survive more than a few nights in the north. Soon, the orc camp was ablaze. The coalition forces, setting fires everywhere, tried to force out the orcs hiding within. Of course, cremation was also an option. Roland's eyes twitched as he rode on horseback. Alas! Roland sighed helplessly. The man was gone. What could his disciples do? The fact was already established, and the kingdom of Lagrang had no way of performing large-scale resurrection magic. They could only watch these brave men of Lagrang die. Your Highness. Ladian, now awake, looked at Roland with a face full of guilt. After all, this was the army he had led, And he was responsible for the sacrifices of these soldiers. Forget it, everyone did their best. War is always mortal. Roland chuckled self-deprecatingly, his face etched with pain. He had been too arrogant after all. The long absence of wars, with large-scale casualties, had made him subconsciously forget that his soldiers weren't made of steel. They were flesh and blood, and could bleed, get injured, and even die. The second fully organized army destroyed. Roland's heart bled. If the Flood infantrymen who had fought against the current at the Battle of Lonely Mountain were unable to do so, then today's situation could have been completely avoided. If he had simply ridden Doss into battle, those cavalrymen wouldn't have had to march deep into the enemy camp and die with the orcs. If he had let Rattle and Verway attack the orcs together, find Uvesa. Whoever kills him will be made a marquis. Roland narrowed his eyes with murderous intent, his tone so cold that even Yunfeng, who had been following him for a long time, was startled. Okay. Yunfeng, his face pale, nodded. Although this was just an empty promise Roland used to vent his anger and resentment, after all, not only could you not kill that Uvesa right now, you couldn't even catch him. Even if someone lucked out and killed him, you still have to seal it away, right? Would you just give a marquis a desert with no towns or people and take it away? So, even though he knew Roland was just talking nonsense, Yunfeng still agreed and promised to issue a bounty for that Uvesa as soon as he got back, if for no other reason than to appease his king. Well, Uvesa's escaped, but these bastards can't get away. Roland nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with Yunfeng's approach this time. Send someone out to retrieve the warrior's remains. Roland's tone darkened again after glancing at the bodies of the heavy cavalrymen. It's already been arranged. Yunfeng nodded. Before accompanying Roland, he had already arranged for the young and strong men to clean up the battlefield. Yunfeng didn't want another plague to break out because of the corpses. These orcs can't escape. The Cardin cavalry will be the final nightmare of their tragic lives. White Wing rode up to Roland's side and whispered, "Greetings, King White Wing. May you be well. Thank you for coming to support us." Roland patted his chest in greeting. "Greetings, King Roland. May you be well." "You're welcome. It's the duty of an ally." White Wing shook his head. "After all, we won. Didn't we?" Seeing the somewhat subdued atmosphere, White Wing quickly put on a smile to lighten the mood. "Yes, a bitter victory." Roland sighed. Chapter 553. People must ultimately look forward. Despite immense sadness, life must go on. Trying to mask his sorrow with a smile, Roland returned to Riverstorm City after thanking and bidding farewell to the White Wing Queen who had come to his aid. As the damage reports came in, Roland could no longer smile. First, regarding the troops, the heavy cavalry were all killed, and the Cross-Bohemia Knights were also wounded. The Centaurs likely had no desire to fight again after this battle. If it weren't for their shared fate, the Centaurs would likely have been wiped out by now. However, what truly shook Roland's heart was the nearly 1,000 civilians who had been urgently armed in the city killed, with countless more injured. Then, there was the structural damage. Dozens of houses were destroyed, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. Sections of the city walls also needed repair. After seeing the list of figures Nyx handed him, Roland clutched his chest in agony, nearly spitting out blood. "Roland, are you okay?" Nyx quickly supported the dizzy Roland. She looked at him with some concern, fearing something had happened to him. "It's okay, just a fatal injury." Roland waved his hand and forced a smile. "Nyx, something seems amiss." Finally, Roland masked his sadness with a smile. Life had to go on, River Rapids needed to be rebuilt, and the people needed a wise and capable king to lead them to continue their survival, not a king with a mournful face. "Let's bury our warriors first. We go and see them off together," Roland said gently, caressing Nyx's head. "Okay." Nyx pecked at rice with unwavering obedience. "Alas, this is the only way." Yunfeng shrugged helplessly at Roland. After all, the cavalrymen's bodies were so badly mangled that the collectors had trouble sewing them up, so they could only place the pieces into coffins and bury them hastily. "The war is so hectic, let's keep it simple," Roland said with a touch of sadness, his mind returning to the Swiftstream infantrymen buried at Raven Ridge. "Okay." Yunfeng nodded. Now that the king had spoken, he could proceed with arranging the burial of the fallen cavalrymen. Roland and Nyx, dressed in plain clothes, held bouquets of white wildflowers gathered by their attendants, and gently placed them in front of the cavalrymen's graves. Nyx hugged Roland's arm tightly, her eyes red. Seeing the woman who seemed to want to melt Roland's arm into her chest, Roland suddenly felt a pang of pain. He couldn't imagine what would happen to his wife if something happened to him. Promise me you won't put yourself in danger, okay? After the funeral, Nix held Roland's arm and looked at him seriously. It's no wonder Nix said that. After all, being king in Middle-earth has always been a high-risk job. Compared to Earth's aloof carnivores, who only shout come on, Middle-earth's kings and lords prefer to be fully armed and shout at their minions, hack him. Ahem, the difference is obvious. Therefore, the casualty rate of kings in Middle-earth's history has always been touching. Compared to Earth's blood-sucking slugs, Middle-earth's kings and lords are more worthy of the saying that those who wear the crown must bear its weight. The saying that the emperor guards the country's gates, and the king dies for the country is no exaggeration in Middle-earth. Okay, I promise. Roland caressed Nix's nose lovingly, the anger and irritation in his eyes inexplicably vanishing. After sending Nix away, Roland got busy again. He found Hualin, and his first words were, "Haven't we found my damn knights, and that damned Omsk yet?" Hualin opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Forget it, don't make things difficult for them. Yunfeng held his forehead, looking at Roland with a pained expression. With us fighting all around, how can the Griffin Knights have time to find them? Yunfeng frowned. The aerial knights were either communicating with Lulong Fortress or keeping an eye on any orc movements around River Rapids. Roland wished he could split his griffin into 4. Roland was truly at a loss. A group of people had simply vanished, leaving no trace of their bodies. Let's have the freed-up Griffin Knights go look for them now, Roland said helplessly, holding his forehead. Caslow, you help look too. Roland turned to Caslow, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. What do you want to say? Roland looked at Caslow, noticing he seemed to have something to say. Is Ajax still in the Mirkwood? Caslow asked tentatively. Roland glanced at Caslow meaningfully. TSK, my lover is missing his wife? Alright, go see him at the Star Elves in the Mirkwood. Roland waved his hand. Since all the orcs, who had invaded River Rapids, except for Uvesa, had been left outside the city, this year's autumn harvest was sure to be a bountiful harvest. Yunfeng opened his mouth. Alright, go. Roland waved at Caslow, watching him soar excitedly into the sky. Then he turned to look at Yunfeng. What's going on? What were you about to say? Roland tilted his head. The battle for Lulong Fortress is still going on. Does Lord Caslow need to go there? Yunfeng also tilted his head to remind him. Puff. Roland's vision darkened instantly. Shit! Damn it! He forgot about Lulong. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness is vomiting blood. Marcus's anxious voice reached his ears. No, did you have to? At worst, we could have just sent the Griffin Knights to catch up. Why is he vomiting blood? Yunfeng looked at Roland lying on the bed, with a gloomy expression, thinking to himself, this king is really petty. Roland rolled his eyes. Is that why I vomited blood? I was just so angry. Everything was fine, but then I suddenly remembered that the border was still on fire, and the smoke from the beacon tower was almost reaching the Lord's castle. Roland, ahem, I've been battling the Uvesa for so long I've forgotten there was even a place like Lulong Fortress back home. What's the situation now? I'm talking about Lulong. Roland asked. It's still tense. Some of the orcs from Dordog have bypassed the Star Elves and crossed the river. They're almost joining forces. So I was thinking about sending Caslow to intercept them. Yunfeng pounded his head in a headache. We should be dealing with it. There shouldn't be any high-level combatants in Lulong, right? Roland asked, narrowing his eyes and thinking for a moment. If you consider Knight Commander Renault count, then there's another one. Yunfeng shrugged and told a cold joke. Ha ha. Damn it. Uvesa might reunite with those 2 bastards there. 3 ringwraiths. Roland was a bit worried. Have the Griffin Knight informed Caslow to garrison Lulong Fortress after meeting Ajax. We can't be without top-tier fighters, otherwise the 3 ringwraiths will definitely take a desperate gamble. Roland knew the ringwraith scoundrels all too well. Okay, as you wish. Get some rest, Your Highness. Yunfeng nodded and left. Wait, Roland said. What's wrong, Your Highness? Yunfeng turned around, puzzled. Please close the door, and ask Nix to accompany me, thank you. Roland said. Okay. Yunfeng's mouth twitched, but he still responded. Outside Lulong Fortress, a tense atmosphere began to spread, and a large number of orcs appeared in the defender's sight. Chapter 554. Those guys seem to be attacking again. A soldier said. Stay alert. Are there any unusual movements from the orcs in other directions? Raynor turned to ask the messenger behind him. The orcs in other directions are gathering here. I led my men around through the passage. Merc Leopold suddenly appeared and patted Raynor on the shoulder. Nonsense! What if this is a decoy? Raynor was panicking. He would draw his troops without authorization, and he could be beheaded in battle. I left the flag and withdrew the infantry. They shouldn't be able to detect me for a while. Mark Leopold shook his head. Take the soldiers back quickly. We're already short-handed. Raynor shook his head. I'm afraid that won't be necessary. I think this isn't a ringwraith conspiracy, but rather they're preparing for a sudden attack. Before Raynor finished speaking, Luke Leopold and Lafitte Antoine appeared behind him. The orcs outside our 2 defense zones are also converging towards you. They probably can't wait any longer. Lafitte Anthony and Luke Leopold exchanged a glance. TSK? Renault sighed softly. This time, he didn't urge them to return. Instead, he turned and carefully observed the orcs gathering below. Boundless. Renault shook his head. It looks like a general attack is indeed underway. Lafitte Anthony pointed solemnly at the giant ogres carrying catapults. It's worth noting that during this period of mutual testing, the orcs had never sent these giant ogres out as cannon fodder. The gathering of nearly 100 giant ogres this time was a rare sight in Middle-earth's wars. Wolf Riders. Luke Leopold pointed, and everyone looked in his direction. 1,000 meters of gray-yellow wolf riders rolled in like an earth dragon. How many troops had they gathered? Abandoning the Black Gate? Is Mordor no longer defended? This scene silenced the previously confident Raynor. After all, this freaking power ratio wasn't simply a matter of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Do we still have hope? Mark Leopold asked, a little heartbroken, as he watched the growing orc army. For specific footage, please refer to the Battle of the Pelennor Fields, Siege of White King City. What are you afraid of? The day Lulong City falls. That's when we be loyal. Raynor drew his sword and said calmly. A true paladin must possess the quality of remaining calm in the face of life and death. Leave the answer to time, the holy light will guide us forward. That makes sense. For the Empire. Lafitte Anthony nodded solemnly. I'm a member of the Anthony family. Although not a dragon rider, the blood of a dragon rider flows through my veins. Fear? Terrified? The blood of the dragon rider family is always boiling. What are you afraid of? We should have died outside Lulong Fortress long ago. Mark Leopold and Luke Leopold hugged each other's shoulders and laughed heartily. Fight! Fight! For our homeland! Kill those bastards! Even the torrent infantry and other soldiers on the city wall shouted in anger. Years later, the details of this battle have long been forgotten, only a lone army standing at the pinnacle of faith, mocking the ringwraith's incompetence. All infantry, shields raised. Guard the battlements. Don't let the orcs climb up. Raynor commanded calmly. Send a group of the flood troopers to operate the trebuchets. Those are one of the few powerful weapons we can use at will. Raynor continued. Be careful with them. We're almost out of treasury. Luke Leopold observed. Get someone who knows how to operate them. Restock their ammunition. Raynor flung out a space bracelet without saying anything. Did he really think the war fortress was free? If it weren't for the limited storage space for the trebuchets on the arrow towers, he'd have crushed the towers with treasury. After witnessing Raynor's generosity, everyone's initial concern subsided. After all, sufficient armaments allow the fortress to unleash its full firepower. The boost to morale from a fortress imbued with martial virtue is unimaginable. By the way, the garrisons on the other 3 arrow towers, which lack attack angles, can be withdrawn. They're a good option for both reserve and firepower reinforcement. Lafitte Anthony said to Raynor. That makes sense. Leave the sentries on guard, and everyone else retreat to the south wall. Raynor readily agreed to Lafitte Antoine's suggestion. The entire fortress began intense preparations for battle, a tense atmosphere slowly emerging as the battle approached. Overall, however, Lulong Fortress had the upper hand. To capture this human fortress, the ringwraiths habitually gathered their forces into a fist, ready to smash through its shell in one fell swoop. However, they miscalculated this time. Lulong Fortress, built for war, was specifically designed to deal with orcs. Furthermore, they weren't laying siege, but rather attacking from a single direction. This allowed the previously dispersed forces within the fortress to converge directly, a testament to the ringwraiths' maneuverability. The ringwraiths hoped to crush the defenders' confidence with their brutal attacks, forcing the human defenders to abandon the city and flee. They also didn't want to engage in street fighting with the humans, especially not within the fortress. Roar! The orcs roared in unison, drawing the attention of everyone in the fortress. They're coming! Everyone prepare! Shields! Shields! Maintain the lowest shield intensity. Just block the siege engines. Send the infantry up. Raynor had already thought of a countermeasure in a flash. After all, fully activating the shield to directly block the orcs would increase the cost of magic crystals, while simply blocking the flying stone spells and the like would consume much less. After all, a fully activated shield acted like a ward. If the orcs attacked the shield en masse, the cost would be horrific. Raynor, not being wealthy, naturally wouldn't give such a reckless order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The orcs, still following their usual pattern, led the way, roaring first, then throwing stones, and finally, a swarm of miscellaneous soldiers charging forward, nothing new. Swish swish swish. Without needing any orders from Renaud and his men, the archers on the arrow towers instinctively began to counterattack. Due to the orcs' overwhelming force, the crossbows on the towers abandoned their accuracy and opened fire. Instantly, several parts of the orcs' charging arrows were dented. Lafitte Antoine took a look and exclaimed, "TSK, TSK, TSK, TSK." Such a miserable sight. Each orc, like a candied hawes, was still struggling mightily. Move the catapults. Don't let those bastards attack with impunity. Renaud glanced at the giant ogre, ignoring the wobbling volleys of stones. Crack. Soon, the fortress's catapults responded, their millstone-sized stones grinding a path of blood and flesh. Keep going. Well done. That's it. Everyone waved their arms excitedly. Those things are almost at the moat. Renaud checked the distance. How many lives are they prepared to fill at this time? The soldiers nudged the moat, jokingly making bets. It turned out the orcs were determined to fill it with countless lives. Soon, hundreds of orc corpses were tumbling to the edge of the moat. Splash. Splash. The sound of bodies falling struck everyone's heart. These bastards are crazy. Renaud shook his head, a look of gloom on his face. Chapter 555. Defend. Renaud fired a rocket, its bright flame instantly directing the archers' attacks. Shoot. The soldiers in the arrow tower immediately followed Renaud's firing position, and began unleashing a hail of arrows. Some archers activated their skills, their sharp arrows, fueled by their fighting spirit, piercing several before stopping. Others split open into a hail of arrows. In an instant, the orcs' attacking formation was shattered. The orc vanguard, suffering heavy casualties, did not pause, lowering their heads and continuing to surge towards the Lulung fortress. Shoot them. Renaud shouted to the archers on standby behind him. The remaining archers on the other three walls took their positions, using the parapets and battlements for cover to unleash their fire. Bang! A huge rock shattered above their heads, quickly sliding down the shield and over the fortress. Don't be afraid. Soldiers, hold your posts. The king is calling. Renaud passionately encouraged morale. After all, judging by the current situation, the orcs could easily push down the city walls on the first day. In fact, it was even more dramatic than Renaud had imagined. In just a few hours, the orcs had filled in one side of the moat, and then they had erected ladders of all sizes. Under the fierce storm and rain of arrows from the Lulung fortress, only a few of the ladders could successfully push to the edge of the city wall. The majority of the ladders were blocked halfway. The area of about 1 kilometer from the south wall of the Lulung fortress had become a bloody mess, and the ground had turned purple. A large number of orcs died here. According to Raynor's estimate, there were at least 8,000 if not 10,000. However, Raynor had obviously underestimated the determination of the ringwraiths. This team had assembled at least 50,000 orcs of various types. Those who had previously been there were just wandering cannon fodder. The real 20,000 elite Mordor orcs were still behind and had not been deployed. Their mission was to serve as a fresh force and directly break through the exhausted defenders' defenses. Meanwhile, Renaud and his men were still suffering from the cannon fodder. Go! Boil water. Boil water. Stop those orcs from climbing the wall. Renaud raised his brow. Swish, swish, swish. The first ladder that reached up was met with concentrated fire from the enraged Bedanian archers on the wall. A group of orcs clinging to it were shot like hedgehogs. Some of these arrows were laced with warflame arrows. The highly penetrating warflame pierced through several orcs' bodies before sinking into the ground and slowly dissipating. Those bastards are coming. A Dorwinian heavy-armored swordsman muttered in a deep voice, his eyes gleaming with determination and hatred beneath his barrel helmet. Ha! He drew his sword and slashed. A streak of warflame slashed down. It split the ladder in two. Kawa! That's a 50-meter-high wall. Bang! With a series of pleasant sounds, the screams of ghosts and wolves instantly weakened and gradually faded. Those unfortunate souls had merged with the corpses below, joining the ranks of fertilizer. Sounds good? Sounds good, that's a good start. They fell without a sound. TSK, TSK, TSK. The hypocritically compassionate defenders sighed twice before continuing to slaughter the next wave of victims. Thrust. Several flood troopers manned the battlement. Unlike the standard 3-meter lances of the other Lagrang soldiers, their 5-meter chevaux de frise spears were practically inappropriate in this location. A city guard used a battle shield, powerful enough to cover several men, to shield the flood troopers. These flood troopers, holding their chevaux de frise spears upside down, furiously swept the ladders before them. Orcs on the ladders wailed and fell from them. This was just a snapshot of the entire defense. A large number of orcs began to charge the fortress's defenses. The lack of manpower put the outer wall's defenses in jeopardy. General, we need reinforcements. There are too many orcs. The torrent infantry are already starting to suffer wounds. General, we can't hold out. As the orcs surged forward, the disadvantage of being outnumbered became fully apparent. The leaky defenses were making everyone's head spin. General Renault, I think we should consider our retreat. Lafitte Anthony grabbed Renault, who was still fighting. We can hold out for a while. Renault looked at Lafitte Anthony with a resolute gaze. The towering walls gave them the strength to hold out. Although the orcs were numerous, they couldn't surge up the walls en masse to cause a major collapse. They simply kept the defenders busy and had no time to rest. I suggest you take a look at this. The outer wall is doomed. Lafitte Anthony took a deep breath and pointed outside to Renault. Renault glanced over subconsciously, then fell silent. In the distance, a massive war machine slowly approached Lulong Fortress. The moment he saw it, Rainer's heart sank. Grand's hammer? Luke Leopold and Mark Leopold exchanged glances. Damn it! Get the soldiers smart. Open the central city passage. Seal off all other passages. I don't want the orcs escaping through the south city to other areas. Rainer frowned. But now, he had no choice but to seal off the outer city passages, preventing the orcs from entering the fortress through them. After all, besides the 4 main passages, the other hiding places would be a laughingstock for Rainer. Soon, following Rainer's orders, the drawbridges leading to the inner city on the other 3 walls were raised, isolating the outer city. Aside from the single massive drawbridge behind them, the only way to enter the inner city was through the various gates below. However, the various defensive arrays on the gates were beyond their reach. Order the meteoric tower to fire at the Warhammer. Rainer frowned, attempting to struggle, hoping to see if he couldn't use the meteoric tower to crush the Hellwolf head. Whoosh! A magical, armor-piercing arrow, shimmering with light, hurtled straight towards Grand's hammer. As it neared, it was blocked by a black-red lava shield that suddenly emerged from above. Boom! With a violent explosion, the Hellwolf head continued its advance, but the unprotected orc suffered heavy casualties. Whoosh! The second attack from the meteoric tower arrived. It proved that the artifacts left behind by the gods were truly special. The legacy of that old dog, Morgoth, was truly remarkable. Even under the concentrated fire of the meteoric tower, it remained unmoved. Seeing the meteoric tower's attack ineffective, Rainer quickly called a halt to this wasteful behavior. Chapter 556. Tugged forward by 2 mountain rhinoceroses, Grand's hammer was slowly pushed forward by a giant troll. This 30-meter-long heavy battering ram was arguably Middle-earth's foremost can opener. Infused with dark magic, this wolf-headed battering ram garnered immense attention during the War of the Ring. On the battlefield, Grand struck the gates of Minas Tirith 4 times. The first strike was ineffective, so the Witch King of Aumar simultaneously incanted a spell with the next 3 strikes. The combined effects of the battering ram and the spell shattered the gates of the White King city. It's easy to imagine that the gates of the mighty Gondorian capital were shattered, and the Luron fortress was likely in much worse shape than the White King city. The heavily armored mountain rhinoceroses panted as they yanked Grand's hammer. The clanking arrows pierced their bodies, leaving them harmless. Shoot those 2 giant rhinos. Don't let them get any closer. Rainer frowned. Could the meteoric dragon tower, unable to strike the hammer of Grand, also fail to strike the monster pulling the hammer? Bang! Bang! Without a single hurdle, the heads of the 2 giant rhinos exploded, and huge magic crystals tumbled from their skulls. The protective battle chi of these high-level monsters was rendered useless by the meteoric dragon tower. The magic crystal armor-piercing arrows fired from the meteoric dragon crossbow pierced their battle chi shields with almost no resistance. With the 2 war beasts dead, the hammer of Grand slowly came to a halt. Well done. That's it. Don't let that thing get close to us. We can hold out in the outer city for a long time. Lafitte Anthony excitedly pumped his fist. Guess our wish will be dashed. Luke Leopold shrugged helplessly. Everyone looked closely. See? The war beast was dead, But the giant ogres weren't completely wiped out. A group of giant ogres hid beneath and behind Gron's hammer, pushing it forward with all their might. Though not very fast, it was moving. TSK. Everyone prepared to retreat to the central city. Raynor waved his hand dejectedly. The crowd, powerless to stop Gron's approach, was powerless to defend the outer fortress gates. After about half a day, Gron's hammer finally arrived at the foot of Lulong Fortress. Everyone's heart sank as the giant ogre struggled to pull the battering ram. Bang! Gron's flaming wolf head suddenly slammed into the south gate of Lulong Fortress, and layer after layer of dense, magical runes emerged from the gate. Buzz! Like waves, ripples of magic blossomed on the gate's protective magic. After what felt like an eternity, Gron was finally lifted up again, striking the gate a second time. Bang! A few fine cracks appeared on the shield, and other magical runes flickered and disappeared rapidly. Bang! The third impact came, accompanied by the sound of shattering magic shields, and the several layers of magic shields protecting the gate were pierced one after another. If Roland were here, he would definitely curse. This time, the ringwraiths had learned their lesson and activated the magic spell of Gron's hammer right from the start, delivering a critical strike. Bang! Gron's wolf head slammed into the fine steel gate of Lulong Fortress for the fourth time. The terrifying impact combined with the power of black magic made the heavy city gate tremble. Clang! A long metallic collision sounded. While the shield was still struggling to recover, the fifth impact directly tore through the thin shield and crashed into the city gate. The entire city gate suddenly caved in. It can't be held. Lafitte Anthony's eyes were dazed. Order the flood troopers and archers to retreat first. All melee professionals, protect them as they retreat. We're preparing to retreat to the center of the city. Renault's pupils constricted. Damn it! Retreat! Luke Leopold grabbed a furious flood trooper and threw him behind him. Retreat! Stop attacking! Merc Leopold warned every soldier he saw. Everyone silently sheathed their weapons, throwing anything they couldn't carry away down the ramparts to block the orcs' advance. Pots of boiling water, mixed with logs and boulders, were thrown down by the soldiers. The orcs, still struggling to climb, began to wail. The orcs' attack was caught off guard by this sudden surge of human power, and for a moment, it was somewhat contained. Boom! By the sixth blow, the entire gate had begun to warp into form. The magical runes on it began to flicker, and the thin, almost transparent, shield began to shimmer. Boom! The seventh blow. The city gate, which had held out for a full 7 times, exploded open. The 2 steel gates tilted helplessly, then slammed to the ground with a thud. The city is broken. Renault gritted his teeth, took one last look, then turned decisively and stepped onto the drawbridge. Close the passage. Seal off the middle city. Renault gritted his teeth as he watched the orcs below pouring into the city through the broken gate. Fortunately, we already blocked the other passages. Merc Leopold and Luke Leopold exchanged a lingering look. The problem is, our battle line has been stretched too long. Now we have to defend all 4 walls. Lafitte Anthony's face grimaced. The orcs' influx into the outer city had put the entire second-tier fortress within their attack range. Overall, the defense area had increased, not decreased. Then we fight them to the bitter end. Gron's hammer can't penetrate the fortress. They can't break down the gates of the central city. Renault finally managed to smile. Because the fortress's internal passages were narrow, the direct ground passage between the central and outer cities prevented Gron's hammer from reaching them, thus eliminating the orcs' chance to break down the gates. Furthermore, with a shortened defense line, the magic shield's power consumption was further reduced, allowing them to hold out longer. Count the casualties! Renault shouted, gazing at the bustling crowd. The results were very satisfying. Aside from a few unlucky souls wounded by stray arrows, the majority of the soldiers were intact. Even the injured were the bloodthirsty flood infantry. In his excitement, he ventured beyond the shield's range and was wounded in the arm by a stray arrow. All right, take some time to rest. The orcs will need some time to familiarize themselves with the situation. Hurry and eat something to replenish your energy. Raynor instructed everyone. It wasn't that Raynor looked down on the orcs. Even if they were presented with a fortress map, they would still have to carefully navigate their way around. Not to mention the fortress they had just breached, with its automated defense systems and other traps, which would give them plenty of time to play with. This time was perfect for the exhausted defenders to rest, replenish their energy, and strengthen their combat readiness. Chapter 557. Ahem. Your Majesty, is this okay for us? A Lagran Vanguard Knight asked, looking at Omsk, who lay crouched beside him. What's wrong with that? Are you rushing in now to get yourself killed? Omsk said calmly. 2 days ago, Omsk had already led his knights behind the orcs attacking Lulong Fortress. However, the cautious Omsk chose not to charge rashly, because he saw the orcs hidden 20,000 heavily armored elite. Unlike those expendable cannon fodder, these orcs bearing the banners of the Mordor clan were truly elite orcs. Exchanging his own square banner knights, the Order of the 100, for them was a piece of cake. Omsk wasn't stupid enough to trade his knights for this garbage. It was a loss, wasn't it? Then what should we do? The knight next to him had barely finished his words when his eyes widened again. Damn it! Lulong Fortress is breached. Then everyone saw the gate of Lulong Fortress smashed to pieces and collapsed with a crash. Ugh! It's over. Your Majesty, why are we going to help? The knights who had come to scout nearby were nearly crying with anxiety. What's the rush? How could the 3-story Lulong Fortress be so easily breached? The real battle has only just begun. Omsk glanced at them calmly. Just as he knew Reno would definitely not fight the orcs to the death in Lulong Fortress's outer city. They would definitely retreat to the central city as the main battlefield. When Omsk discovered Gron's hammer, he realized that the outer city was absolutely undefendable, and he didn't believe Reno didn't see that. Then when should we go? Wait until these elite orcs advance. Omsk chuckled sinisterly. A large army of orcs in formation is tough to defeat, but how about your mobile force? Such a large army is easy to move, but stopping it is difficult. The knight glanced at the smirking Omsk, and suddenly felt that heroes weren't such righteous figures. Look at them, not to mention martial ethics, they lost all sense of dignity. Attacking them halfway across the river is the best option. Even though there's no river here, it's not much worse. Omsk glanced disdainfully at the restless elite orcs. Cripple them, and the siege of Lulong Fortress will be lifted. It's still unclear whether those 2 ringwraiths dare to enter the attack range of the falling dragon tower. Omsk sneered, his disdain for those people evident in his eyes. Although he couldn't defeat some of the ringwraiths, that didn't stop him from looking down on those bastards who sold their souls. The knight pursed his lips, suddenly realizing that what you said made perfect sense. What could he do if he couldn't refute it? Stop looking and get ready. It's our turn. I bet those people are waiting impatiently. Omsk laughed heartily. He could already imagine the anticipation in his colleagues' eyes. Whether they were eager or not, Renaud didn't know, but his desire to kill Omsk had reached its peak. Of course, there was also Roland, but Roland was too far away to reach him, and could only silently circle around the corner of the rapid city. Finally, we get to kill those bastards. In a desolate forest a dozen miles from Lulong Fortress, the knights hid there, eager to fight. A full 100 2nd-level Lag Rang Vanguard Knights, and 10 1st-level Lag Rang Apprentice Vanguard Knights were holed up there. The knights who joined later were 1st-level apprentices. Hiding here, they were practically going to rot. Okay, I know you all been excited for a while, but calm down. Gather your gear and let's go poke those orcs in the ass. Omsk smiled brightly, but a chill ran down everyone's spines. The 4-legged beasts were still very agile. By the time Omsk and his group of Old Six returned to their attack position, the orcs, who had been stalling for hours, had only advanced less than a mile. Their efficiency is truly impressive. Alright, that's good enough. It's remarkable that the orcs have reached this level of elite strength. Omsk shook his head. Don't expect the orcs to follow orders. There was a reason why it took so long for them to act. What Omsk didn't know was that the orc lord leading this clan was Bloodhammer Ghostfang, chieftain of the Ghostfang tribe. A burly 6th-level orc warrior, already possessing considerable intelligence, he was naturally reluctant to commit his elite soldiers to the most intense battles of the city. Serving Sauron was fine, but not necessarily serving one's own strength, right? Driving out those small tribes and wandering orcs, cannon fodder, and consuming human weapons would be a good idea. After all, the ringwraiths only wanted to capture the fortress. How to do it wasn't important. Naturally, the ringwraiths wouldn't argue with a 6th-rank orc lord over a bunch of cannon fodder. After all, who cares if they're cannon fodder? After sacrificing only a handful of their own overseeing the battle, Bloodhammer Ghostfang, who considered himself clever, watched as Lulong Fortress was breached. However, his clever mind realized that street fighting was far more brutal than a siege, so he remained inactive, driving the cannon fodder to capture the fortress. Now, upon receiving notification from the frontline soldiers, he learned that the outer perimeter of the fortress had been completely captured. What was he waiting for? Time to reap the credit, so the clever orc lord and his elite troops set off at a leisurely pace. The journey was like a picnic. Not only were they still within range of the fortress, but even if they were, there would be no time to deal with them. The arrow towers in the middle city were still pouring down their furious fire on the orcs clinging to the walls. Incidentally, the orcs, emboldened by Grond's hammer, were so confident that they actually attempted to charge down the middle city in one swift move. Even Reno was stunned. After receiving a slap in the face, the orcs discovered to their horror that they had entered some kind of happy paradise, complete with occasional pitfalls, walls that spewed spears, manhole covers that flipped over, boulders that fell from the sky, wooden brooms that swept from left to right, and the thoughtfully placed dragon gate. Most importantly, the key was the friendly human defenders across the 50 to 100 meter drop, feeding them an endless supply of arrows. Aside from a slightly stronger force, there were basically no drawbacks. If they were lucky, they could hum for a while, but if they weren't, they'd just fall asleep. Their main attraction was a youthful appearance. The orc army, still dawdling along, was enjoying a leisurely outing. The two ringwraiths accompanying them were also enjoying their leisure time. The three level 6s gazed gleefully at the blazing fortress, their fall imminent. Little did they know that a group of old six were quietly approaching from behind. Omsk just wanted to wonder, "Little brother, are you sweating profusely?" The iron fist of imperial justice has returned. Chapter 558. "Are you ready?" Omsk said, his voice calm as he donned his visor, yet the chill in his voice sent a chill through the air. "Of course, your majesty. We're ready to kick their asses at any moment." The knights puffed out their chests proudly. "Very well, then let's tear them apart. Show them the might of the Imperial Banner Knights," Omsk said coldly. The Banner, the most basic unit of the Knights Order, consists of 10 teams of 10 knights, a standard unit capable of invoking the glory skill. It is the starting point and foundation of all Knights Orders. Its flexibility and tactical capabilities are recognized by all human lords, and it is also the size of most Knights Orders, so these orders are often referred to as Banner Knights. A newly formed quasi-knightly order would always display a swallowtail banner. Once it reached the standard size of a square banner order of 100, the swallowtail could be cut off, becoming a full-fledged knightly order. The square banner was generally carried by two types of individuals. One was the order's most capable knight, known as the standard bearer, also known as the square banner knight. The other was carried by the Grand Master of the order. These square banners would be hung on their lances, and they would hold them and lead the order's attacks. Charging with the square banner was a natural instinct for every knight. At this moment, Omsk had hung the square banner of the Holy Glory Knights on his lance. It was a red banner embroidered with a golden dragon, its claws bared, its feet stomping on countless swords, spears, and halberds. It was different from the red banner of the Lagran flag. "Start accelerating." Omsk led the knights slowly onto their warhorses. A knightly order that all rode Warcraft horses had the advantage of being able to carry a greater load. That's why they could charge with these heavy armored warriors. The warhorse's speed slowly shifted from a walk to a quick trot, then to a trot, and finally, driven by inertia, it broke into a sprint. Bad news, a slow start. Good news, an even stronger impact. Where's the thunder? The soul fire in Akorn's eyes flickered. After all, the ringwraith's perception was quite sharp. "Your Excellency is overthinking it. Are you afraid?" Bloodhammer Ghostfang was completely bewildered by Akorn's words. At the 6th level, it had completely transcended the realm of cannon fodder. While not being on equal footing with the ringwraiths, it at least didn't have to live at their mercy, so it could lash out whenever it pleased. That's definitely not right. Atonafel, the Lord of Corruption of the 7 Rings, also sensed something was amiss. Bewildered, he stopped the nightmare beneath his crotch and paused. "You?" Bloodhammer Ghostfang was about to say something when his eyes suddenly widened. He hadn't just heard the thunder, he had seen it. "Charge! Charge!" Omsk followed the other knights. "Ride like a wall!" Omsk shouted. All the knights shuddered at Omsk's words. Instead of the usual arrow-piercing formations, Omsk opted for a more aggressive, horizontal attack. Boom boom! The knights, already accelerating to their maximum speed, slowly dispersed, weaving in and out between charges. They kept their horses' heads aligned, then gradually narrowed their distances, knees touching knees. In a matter of seconds, an impenetrable wall was formed. Because there was only one square flag, only one could form a single wall to ensure effective damage. A 1,000-man knight order could form 2 or 3 blocks of wall-like formations. The denser the wall, the greater the damage. Usually, no one would be left standing in an area plowed by 2 or more walls. After all, there are still undead. Let's be more precise. The orcs weren't the only ones frightened by the knight's wall-like attack. The ringwraiths, too, felt the sweat of death. Why? A single banner knightly order isn't enough to be feared. What's terrifying is the fact that within that banner knightly order lies a hero. Heroes plus the knights isn't just a 1+1 math problem, it's a multiplier. Those who haven't stood before a relentless cavalry force naturally don't understand the terrifying pressure it brings. But as luck would have it, the orcs now understand. And not only do they understand, they soon experience it. Form a formation. Form a formation. Spearmen, hold your spears steady. Stand still. Bloodhammer lashed out, whipping the chaotic orcs. In reality, the knights were still at least miles away. There was nothing they could do, mainly because the roar of the charging warhorses was so loud that hiding was impossible. Not to mention the double joy of a tin-can on a tin-can warhorse. From a distance, the sound was indistinguishable from thunder. Whoosh whoosh. The tense atmosphere of the impending battle made the knights, their adrenaline surging wildly, gasp for air. A thick white mist obscured the gaps in their visors, but everyone instinctively raised their shields. Crack, crack. With the sound of metal rubbing against metal, the knights' shields intertwined and overlapped, forming a perfect wall of horseback shields. We are the knights of the Empire. We are the knights of Raglan. Show them the resolve of the remnants of the Empire to defend their homeland. For the Emperor. Omsk roared. For the Emperor. The knights' roars intensified the panicked orcs' anxieties. The two ringwraiths and Bloodhammer quietly pushed to the rear of the orc ranks. They weren't idiots. Who would have nothing better to do than stand up to the charging knights? Wouldn't it be better to let those cannon fodder drain the knights' fighting spirit and stamina? It's their honor to serve their lord and the Dark Lord. Rails. Omsk commanded as he approached. Swish. Sharp, straight lances protruded through the semicircular notch at the shield's junction. The knights locked their lances into the locking mechanisms on their waist armor, and clamped them with their arms. In a flash, in just 10 seconds, the knights had covered thousands of meters and charged headfirst. However, these orcs, worthy of their elite status, had managed to turn the rear guard into the front, urgently forming two shield walls at the knights' attack point. Other orcs behind them, reacting quickly, also began to turn and change their defensive formation. Everything was clearly working in the orcs' favor. Fearless struggle. Omsk snorted. Light and shadow rotate. Break. He single-handedly raised his spear, thrusting it upward with all his might. A slender beam of light whirled out rapidly, and then the two streams of light and shadow, along with the flames of battle energy, entwined and swirled along the beam, plunging into the orc's newly formed shield wall. Silence was as still as death. From the sky, it looked as if an invisible spear had pierced the orc ranks, leaving a terrifying conical gap nearly 100 meters long and dozens of meters wide. The defending orcs were shattered by the merging light and shadow battle energy. Whose blow do you think you received? That was the full-force blow of a hero commanding the might of an entire banner knight order. Even a level 6 knight would have been instantly killed. Kill! Without any resistance, the knights plunged headlong into the orcs' defensive formation, their formation in disarray. Ah! Help! Ouch! My intestines! The merciless iron hooves trampled the orcs wantonly. The knights, stepping over the remains of the corpses, crashed into the still chaotic orcs within. Like an impenetrable steel wall, any living creature standing in their way was impaled on their spears, trampled under their hooves, and toppled over their shields. Never stand in the way of the knight's charge, Omsk declared proudly, ignoring the orcs still wailing in pain and trying to hide to the sides. Because we are the wall of the continent. This domineering whisper foreshadowed the fate of the orc army, powerless to resist the knights' onslaught. Being scattered was their inevitable fate, because their attack formation was perfect, allowing Omsk to lead the knights through the entire battle effortlessly, providing them with supreme service. The only difference was that the orcs couldn't watch the video to revive. Chapter 559. The relentless knights showed no sign of stopping. Their charging horses carried terrifying momentum, their hooves pounding with the sound of bones and muscles crackling. The orcs, huddled together, struggled to even turn and flee. There are too many of them, your majesty. A knight near Omsk growled. At this rate, the knights, held back by the corpses and the orcs, would soon lose their high-speed momentum. All troops. War tramples. Omsk's eyes flashed coldly. Their charge had been too smooth, trapping them deep within the enemy lines. The orcs on all sides could easily entangle them, slowing them down. Knights without speed were no match for a group of defending infantry. Hurry! The knights activated their skills, and their steeds, in tune with their movements, also activated their magical powers. War spirit mixed with magical energy infused the swift horse's limbs. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed, each hoof stroke unleashing a terrifying shockwave. A shimmering blend of battle spirit and beastly magic ripped through the air several meters around the impact point. Roar! The orcs caught in the throes of the war's trampling force were shaken, their internal organs shattered, their flesh shattered, their armor and weapons shattered by the sweeping force. Ah! The enraged orc warriors finally caught up. Fueled by battle spirit, the orc berserkers, brandishing great axes and maces, charged against the current of the crowd toward Omsk and his companions. Useless struggle. Omsk snorted, ignoring these suicidal orcs. How could a large-scale banner knight order be shaken by these insignificant individuals? These berserkers, swimming upstream, were a minority after all. Without a substantial shield wall to stop them, they couldn't even attempt to disrupt the knight's order. Their only effect was to drain their battle spirit. Because the knights activated war trampling, the corpses on the ground would no longer slow them down. Roar! The orc, his body surging with war flames, swung his great axe with all his might at the charging knight. Frenzy! Heavy slash. The massive axe, shimmering with terrifying light, slammed fiercely into the knight's protected chi. Buzz! A flash of light passed, and the knights, linked by the glory skill, pulsated with chi shields. They trembled slightly after the blow, but the attacking orcs were in dire straits. Don't forget, the knight's second basic skill, Mercy, has a knockback effect. Bang! The orcs were sent flying backwards at a speed faster than their attacks. The dazed orc berserkers didn't even have time to recover before the high-speed charging knights raised their massive hooves. Bang! Heads exploded, brains splattering. Orcs directly hit by war trampled were shattered, as if they had been directly hit by Earth's 155mm howitzers. At this moment, each of the charging knights seemed to possess an aura of resistance, pushing the group of orcs forward. Roar! Bloodhammer Ghosthand roared angrily at the retreating knights, only to be met with a death glare from Omsk. The cold gaze through the slit in his helmet made Bloodhammer shudder, and involuntarily step back. Huh? Why should I be afraid of him? He can't come back and kill me. Bloodhammer, realizing this, instantly stood up. What's so great about you being a hero? Could you even turn around and lead the knights? The thought of this made Bloodhammer feel more than capable. He immediately began barking orders at his soldiers to attack. Dare to scare you, Bloodhammer? You're going to die. Kill! After being plowed through by the knights, the surviving orcs stood up again. They couldn't turn back, so they took up their weapons and began chasing the knights. Thus, a hilarious scene unfolded outside Lulung Fortress. The orcs in front desperately dodged and fled, while the knights behind them cut down the orcs like grass, and the surviving orcs at the back, a dense mass, hunted down the knights. The main theme was a vivid yet abstract one. Imperial Knights. The knights are back? Lafitte Antoine, who was organizing the defense on the city wall, suddenly burst into curses. Look what I found. Oh! A wild Imperial Knights? Which little cutie is the leader? Ah! That Omsk. In an instant, Renault went from being moved to his fists hard. He wanted to punch someone. He really wanted to, like a hero wrapped in black and white. Renault wanted to grab Omsk by the collar and ask where the hell this had been. He'd been escorting prostitutes for so long, right? It's bad enough that you disappeared, but you took an entire banner of knights with you? Oh! A deafening cheer echoed through Lulung Fortress, and the orcs, who were still besieging the city suddenly. They were completely baffled, puzzled as to why these humans, whose lives were on the brink of collapse, suddenly went berserk. Then, looking back, they saw, hey! Aren't those our elite soldiers? Why are they so disheveled? Looking more closely, they saw, hey! It turned out to be a group of human knights rushing in to play Mount and Blade. That's alright, knights. Enjoy yourselves, and don't come and attack us. After such a long siege, Lulung Fortress had finally received reinforcements, a massive boost to the morale of the entire fortress's garrison. The soldiers, who had initially felt a bit hopeless, erupted in 200% enthusiasm and drive, at the cost of even greater casualties among the orcs in the outer city. Although Renault wanted to crush Omsk, he still felt strangely friendly at this moment, seeing the dragon flag and the blood-stained square flags on the spear tips. At least the arrival of these people could put some pressure on the orcs. Otherwise, the Lulung Fortress, with its worryingly small number of defenders, would be extremely difficult to defend, as those rabid orcs were determined to tire the defenders to death. Charge! For our brothers! For our comrades! Omsk led the knights and trampled the orcs recklessly, trampling wherever there were many of them. The orc mothers no longer had to worry about leaving them food at night. Lagrang Silencer, trample wherever there were many of them. Whoosh! Clubs several times the thickness of a man whistled towards the knights. The knights covered by the clubs didn't even raise an eyelid, their main expression of disdain. Bang! The battle shield rippled, finally blocking the attack. However, everyone could clearly feel that the battle energy within them had been significantly reduced. War ogre. A knight looked up in horror. It's just a giant ogre, Omsk said, turning his horse slightly and charging towards it. Puff! 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 Clatter! The giant ogre, so arrogant just moments ago, had its abdomen ripped open, its entrails pouring out uncontrollably. It wailed, trying to stuff its organs back into its abdomen, but as the blood spurted out, its strength dwindled, and it finally collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What garbage! Paw! Omsk glanced back with disdain. Just taking one of his attacks and you're done for? This is a joke, isn't it? The knights nearby looked sideways. What the hell are you talking about? A 6th level spear beam from you can't be blocked by anyone? And that nearly 20-meter long spear beam? Are you serious? What could a mere giant ogre do? Puff! With a soft sound, the last orc blocking the way was torn apart, and everyone suddenly understood. They had successfully cut through the ranks of 20,000 elite orcs. Chapter 560. Destroyed. The city's defenders gazed eagerly at the knights parading outside. The knights, having circled once more, were slowly adjusting their course. Their armor and cables were stained with the blood of orcs, and the fragments of broken limbs and internal organs. Purple-black blood slowly trickled down the crevices of their armor, eventually gathering in a stream under the horses' bellies. 3 level 6s. Omsk said calmly, his voice neither hurried nor slow, neither joyful nor sad. Your Majesty, fight as you wish. We follow your lead. The knights calmly gazed at the orc army before them, which was now regrouping. To call them regrouping was an overestimation. With their organization nearly shattered, what could they possibly do? The generals didn't know their soldiers, and the soldiers didn't know their commanders. Even now, the bloody path between them hadn't even healed. Omsk could see through the orc army with a single glance. Clearly, this battered army was no longer a concern for the knights. If it were a human army, they have been wary, but orcs? Never mind. They were already elite if they hadn't collapsed. The knights gazed at the still panicked orcs with indifference, while Omsk's thoughts were already elsewhere. Those orcs weren't a threat, but the 3 level 6 ones among them were a formidable threat. Trampling them was a real risk. Just as Omsk was still considering the pros and cons, a sudden chill settled over him. Now that you're here, stop hiding. Your disgusting evil aura can't be hidden even in another dimension. Omsk complained helplessly, holding his forehead. Haha, I thought I was hiding well. Uvesa smiled, appearing less than 100 meters away from Omsk and the others. He wasn't angry. It was hard to imagine how that ringwraith could smile. 3 ringwraiths. I wonder if the king has a plan for this sort of thing. Lafitte Anthony frowned. He has a... Raynor's face darkened, and he stopped complaining. It seems we can't just settle this peacefully? Omsk chuckled as he looked at the restless orc army. Uvesa. Adonov. Akorn. Is this human a fool? Can we settle this peacefully with them? Bloodhammer scratched his already sparse scalp. His brains were practically thrashing out. And you told me you were still planning to settle this peacefully? Akorn and Adonov gave Bloodhammer a touching look. Here's the real fool, and you're just going to believe what they say, you idiot? In that case... Omsk paused, looking at them. Charge. The next second, the knights once again unleashed their might, straddling the wall and pressing forward against the orc army. I'm convinced you're lying. Bloodhammer spat, willingly making way for the knights. He didn't want to collide with the knights' heroic forces. Even though Omsk remained silent, the ringwraiths and Bloodhammer knew he was up to something. In reality, Omsk possessed a powerful move capable of single-handedly taking out a typical level 6 enemy, but it also had obvious drawbacks. It required the combined might of the entire knights, and required a surprise attack, making its use very demanding. Omsk was now eager for someone to come along and make an example of him. Aside from Uvesa, if any of the other 6-level knights dared stand before him, Omsk would undoubtedly reward them with a generous gift. However, the ringwraiths clearly understood what Omsk was thinking. Perhaps they had suffered at the hands of the Alliance Knights before, so why hadn't anyone come to stop the knights? Fuck. The knights couldn't help but curse. These orcs were truly scoundrels. They didn't even bother to stop their charge. They relied on their cavalry's impassive nature to turn and simply ran in both directions. From above, the knights looked like sharks scurrying into a school of sardines, sending the orcs scattering in all directions. Their killing efficiency was truly impressive. Wall riders are useless. Let's break the formation, Your Majesty. The knights raged. Aside from a few orcs, who couldn't dodge and were torn to pieces, the rest of the orcs fled in both directions. Isn't that a complete waste of battle energy? Well, that idiot Uvesa not only ran all the way from River Rapids, but also hid in a spatial gap, annoying Omsk and the others. Space blades continuously appeared in their path, and from time to time, some were obliterated by the battle energy flames, but the knights' battle energy was also plummeting. Change formation. Arrow formation. Omsk was also furious. Can't you just stand in line and be killed? Why do you have to hide? Kill! The knights suddenly dispersed from their position on the wall, swinging their lances. A variety of battle energy beams crisscrossed, cutting many fleeing orcs into pieces. Charge! Omsk, spearheading the knights, turned a corner and continued to charge towards the orc-heavy area. Run! Come on! Hide! Die! You're the only one who can run, right? Amid the orc screams and howls, the knights finally vented their anger. After quickly slaughtering hundreds of orcs, they returned to their sheep-herding game. Have our knights always been so fierce? Lafitte Anthony gave a dazed expression. Rayner's mouth twitched. Was it possible that if he led this knight order, they might be even more outrageous than Omsk's? Look! Do you know about the various auras of a paladin? Do you know about the 9-ring title Dolu? You're going too far. The enraged Bloodhammer could no longer tolerate it. After all, these were all its possessions. Who would sustain it if you killed them all? Excellent. Bloodhammer attacks. Bloodhammer flies back. It was pulled back by a level 2 knight. The knight who had pulled back Bloodhammer now faced Omsk's death stare. I waited so long for this opportunity, and you pulled it back with a single shot? Sitting on the ground, Bloodhammer Ghost Fong watched the knights retreat, bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a few seconds of confusion, Bloodhammer finally realized he was a level 6 orc high lord, king of a tribe. And he was pulled back by a level 2 knight. Was he really just a level 2? Bloodhammer gazed at his massive hammer, lost in thought. As the most prestigious of Middle-earth, the Knights of the Order stand at the top for a reason. Attacking a single knight is equivalent to attacking the entire order, and vice versa. No one knows whether the power used by a single knight to attack you is their own, or the power of all the knights. After all, the Knights of the Order are the most indebted per capita. What's wrong with borrowing power? If I get angry, I just sacrifice myself. Even Sauron, do you think he'd dare to fight a group of knights who have sacrificed themselves? Sauron, I'm truly impressed by these idiots. The last Alliance war was all about you sticky guys sacrificing yourself to disgust me. Why would I bother fighting the dead? If I can't provoke you, can't I just avoid you? Unfortunately, the moment Bloodhammer approached from behind, the knight instinctively mobilized the entire order's strength and struck Bloodhammer back. This disrupted Omsk's idea of being the idiot and quickly calmed the 8th Ringwraith, Acorn the Blithe Lance. As for the 7th Ringwraith, Atunify, he was still acting as a melancholy handsome man in the distance, and the 9th Ringwraith, Uvesa, was the 6th of the 6th, and at this moment, no one knew where he had shrunk into some space gap to squat. Chapter 561. Clatter. The siege troops, startled by the tragedy behind them, looked in amazement at the elite orcs being wantonly slaughtered by the human knights. The once high-ranking elite were now being hunted and slaughtered like dogs. Even turning back to fight was a luxury. Run! Escape for your lives! The panicked cries of the orcs mingled with the malicious shouts of the Lulong Fortress's defenders. Taking advantage of the background noise, the soldiers roared and set the pace from the high walls. The orcs, unable to distinguish the direction, scattered and began to run. Soon, the orcs rushed out of Lulong Fortress like mercury, as if some monstrous beast was chasing them from behind. Your Majesty, it's time for us to leave. The knight near Omsk sensed the remaining battle chi in his body, and looked at the madly rushing orcs. We can still charge back 2 more times. Omsk thought. We're being attacked from both sides, and no one will be able to leave. The knight wanted to complain. Retreat. Omsk thought for a moment, and then decided decisively. After all, while mowing down enemies was satisfying, he couldn't sacrifice all his knights here. Of course, the great hero of light and shadow didn't know that the kingdom's only heavy cavalry unit had just been completely eliminated. His knights were the only fully formed cavalry unit in all of Legrand. Let's go! Let's enter the city first. Omsk glanced at Lulong Fortress and ultimately decided to head in for a rest. You damn well still came back. Renault punched Omsk's breastplate. He. Don't get excited. Take a deep breath and calm down. Omsk, watching Renault lunge at him, quickly reached out and pushed him away. Where the hell have you been? Raynor gritted his teeth as he regained his balance. I was patrolling along the rapid river, only to discover the orcs had bypassed us. If we hadn't spotted their large march, we'd still be drifting in the wasteland. Omsk shook his head helplessly. Come, come, come! Take a look. Raynor pulled Omsk towards the south gate of Lulong Fortress below, which had been smashed, twisted, and gaping. Ugh, that's tragic. It's a pity about Gron's hammer. We can't destroy it quickly, and we can't take it away. Omsk looked with regret at Gron's hammer being dragged away by a group of orcs. Raynor's eyelids twitched wildly. You almost had your door kicked down, and you still have time to worry about capturing the enemy's spoils? Oh, right. You have to get back to Rapid River. Raynor suddenly remembered something, his face changing dramatically. He grabbed Omsk and dragged him down. What's wrong? Hey, hey, hey! Just talk, don't use force. What are you grabbing? Seeing Reno's face suddenly turn pale, Omsk shielded himself with his hands and asked in confusion. River Rapids is under attack by tens of thousands of orcs led by Uvesa, and they're still at a stalemate. We need you to break the deadlock. Quick! His Highness is waiting for you. No one needs you more than they do, Reno said anxiously. According to the last news from the Griffin Knights, River Rapids and the orcs under Uvesa's command were engaged in a tacit war. The two sides were in a stalemate in River Rapids, and all they needed was a key force to break the deadlock. Omsk blinked, his mind blanking. Now all he could think of was two words. The royal capital. No! Uvesa? Uvesa confronting His Highness in River Rapids? Then who was the sixth man at the door just now? Omsk suddenly realized. Just now, when he was mowing the lawn with the knights, a sixth man had been using his space blade to drain their fighting spirit. I'm not sure, but your Highness must not let anything go wrong. You must depart as soon as possible. Raynor frowned. Then Lulong. Omsk hesitated. As long as there's one Lulong defender alive, the fortress won't fall. Streamwind City needs you more than here, Raynor said firmly. All right. I gather the knights. Take care of yourselves. Omsk nodded to the Lulong Fortress's defenders. Knights. Assemble. We need to rush to Streamwind City's aid. A group of scum have infiltrated our home. Now I demand you join me in slaughtering those uninvited beasts. Omsk drew his lance, preparing to lead the knights out of the fortress through the north gate. A massive shadow broke through the clouds. The behemoth, obscuring the sunlight, spread its wings and swooped down, its cyan scales gleaming. No need. Before Cardo could even land, Caslo flipped off the dragon's back. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty Omsk. His Highness must be delighted to see you alive. Caslo spoke with a sly, hermaphroditic air. Ha ha. Omsk chuckled dryly. Indeed, he'd taken the blame this time. The vanguard had successfully evaded all the enemies. It wasn't just luck, it was real-life magical realism. Then, Omsk opened his mouth, about to ask something. Thanks to Yafone and Lord Vannerway. If it weren't for them, Uvesa would have taken River Rapids long ago. The White Winged King sent troops to help us annihilate the attacking force. But Uvesa escaped. Why is he here? Caslo twisted his neck. Look! He's hiding there. Omsk nodded at the orcs regrouping in the distance. Very well, His Highness has ordered that if you kill him, you become a Marquis. A truly honorable title, Caslo said calmly. Huh? Omsk, Raynor, and the others exclaimed in surprise, clearly confused as to why this thing's head was so valuable, considering it had leapt directly into the rank of high-ranking noble. They all muttered that this thing wouldn't. Ahem. It wasn't a big deal. It just caused over 3,000 casualties among the armed militia and civilians of River Rapids, and incidentally eliminated the entire heavy cavalry centurion. Caslo's voice was calm, but the chill in it penetrated his bones. Wait! Don't be impulsive. There are 4 level 6 warriors over there. Omsk quickly hugged Caslo, fearing he'd launch a sudden charge on Dragon. Caslo, who had been leaning forward, straightened up instantly. A dragon rider could charge, but he couldn't be inert. 4? Where did they come from? Caslo's face turned grim. After all, the ringwraiths were all assigned to their respective roles. There were still many ringwraiths from Dol Guldur in Mirkwood, playing match 3 with his girlfriend and the Star Elves. 1 6th level orc warrior, and the remaining 7, 8, 9, and 3 ringwraiths. Omsk pondered for a moment, roughly gauging the opposing orcs' configuration. That's not bad. It's not the Witch King of Omar himself. We still have a fight. Caslo nodded. Nonsense. I just led the knights into several waves of them, and they were so cowardly they didn't even have the courage to face me. Ons trailed off at Caslo's strange gaze. No. The ringwraiths participated in the battle of the last alliance. I'm thinking few would dare to face a knight's charge led by heroes, right? Caslo's mouth twitched. A single ringwraith of the Banner Knights dared to stop them, and a single heroic ringwraith would also dare to attack. The problem is, if two ringwraiths were put together, they have to be idiots to fight you head-on. Who says not? Those guys saw me coming and ran away faster than rabbits, hiding behind orcs. Omsk spitted at the ringwraiths with disdain. They had no chivalry at all, huh? Alright, let's figure out how to kill them. Caslo shook his head. Without the Black Knights following them, the ringwraiths would definitely not confront the heroes of the martial knights head-on. A war of attrition was inevitable. Otherwise, if they were caught by the heroes, they wouldn't just be beaten up. Heroes with high burst classes could actually kill a level 6 opponent in seconds. They gathered again. Raynor looked at them with a headache. It's useless. A breath of dragon. Caslo sneered disdainfully. Wouldn't it be better to just gather them together and take them down all at once? They have black arrows, Lafitte Anthony said weakly. Excuse me. Caslo's expression froze, and he shut up decisively. Chapter 562. Forward. A hunched man stood atop a chariot. If Roland were here, he would surely recognize him as Captain Darkay of the Steel Teeth Chariot Division. At this moment, his hunched figure stared with bloodshot eyes at the rolling torrent of chariots behind him. With his entire army, he now possessed 2,000 light chariots, with 2 men, 1,000 medium chariots, with 4 men, and 100 heavy chariots, with 10 men, for a total of 9,000 men. Although the number of professionals among the charioteers was small, this mobile force was considered the best in the entire north. Dakiai, persuaded by Mordor's messenger, finally had the opportunity to strike back after the loss of his beloved daughter. A sickly red light flickered in his eyes. Wait a little longer, girl. Father will soon send them down to accompany you. Darkay's face was grim. These Wainriders crossed the Swiftwater River directly north from Dorwinion and then raced westward. Because the emissaries from Mordor had promised the orcs they would tie down the forces of the Kingdom of Raglan in the south, Dark was madly determined to capture the capital of Raglan and exact revenge on all the Raglan people for what Roland had done to his beloved daughter. Commander, this is where the Swiftwater River and the Redwater River meet. A Raglan guard pointed excitedly at the confluence. I prefer to call it Raglan City. The commander clutched a handful of dirt to his chest, his eyes glistening. Your Highness will lead us back here. That's right. We will return. Today we came here, tomorrow we will rebuild it. The soldiers chattered in a flurry, their eyes fixed eagerly on the land before them. They had been rewarded by Roland's system a long time ago, but they had been set to come from the infamous Eastern Mountains. So, after all this climbing, they had only just reached the original site of Lagrang City. It seems we can't go any further today. The commander looked up at the sky. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky since some time ago, suggesting the spring rains were imminent. Damn it! We need to set up camp quickly. The other soldiers raised their heads and began to curse. All right. Hurry up, men. I don't want to sleep in the mud. The commander of the Lagrang City Guards laughed. All right. Just watch, sir. Remember to chop some firewood. If you don't want to freeze to death. The commander scoffed, glancing at the still melting snow. The entire team camped near the Swift River, where water was easily accessible, and there was a chance they might find some game. Bang! Bang! A squad of city guards furiously plowed at the ice with their muskets. Although winter had passed, early spring in the north was still chilly. Ice still covered the Swift and Redwater rivers, and access to water required breaking through the ice. Unlike the Swift infantry, the Lagrang City Guards were not equipped with steel armor-piercing maces. Instead, they were armed with long swords. Therefore, to break through the ice, they had to turn their muskets and use the muskets at the end to plow through the ice. While a bit cumbersome, it was still very efficient. As several holes were broken, the soldiers hurriedly filled their water bladders and iron pots with water and began to boil. Dinner is ready. The cooking soldier poured rice and dried meat into the pot. Eat your leg. The water isn't even boiling. The soldier next to him laughed and kicked him. The water in the pot was still icy, so he couldn't even think about eating it for a while. Hey! It'll be over in a while, won't it? The soldier who had been kicked rubbed his leg and said without hesitation. He was a soldier, not a cook, so he just had to make do with what he had. Oh my God, our squad won't be the first to starve to death, will it? The others pretended to wail. What's going on? So noisy? A head popped out of the tent. Everyone looked closely and saw, wow! It was their centurion. "Hello, sir." The soldiers of the squad, led by their captain, stood up and saluted. "No need for formalities. It's freezing cold. Let's warm ourselves by the fire. Get something hot to eat. This awful weather." The centurion looked at him, gave a few instructions, and then left the tent. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Warm ourselves by the fire." After the commander left, everyone gathered around the campfire again, laughing and joking. "Have the soldiers settled in?" the commander asked, as his men arrived to deliver food. "Of course, Commander. Everyone has set up their tents, and we're cooking and preparing to eat." A personal guard brought over the hot porridge. This unit was commanded by him, the commander, 9 centurions, and 90 sergeants, decapitation officers, a total of 100 officers. Its streamlined structure made it easy to command. Inform all centurions to take turns on night watch. The north is not peaceful at night. We're not in the Empire now. The commander was not to be taken lightly. They had already experienced numerous small-scale skirmishes along the way. While most creatures were sane, there were always a few hungry flat-haired creatures who would challenge the vast army. "Okay." The guards nodded. "This place is a night watch." The first group of night watchmen lamented feebly as they patrolled. "Indeed, the conditions are too rudimentary. We can't even set up a defensive line." One soldier sighed, looking at the empty wilderness. "A defensive line? What a joke. Who in this land could possibly overcome our line? We are the iron wall of the land." One city guard said proudly. "That's right. If those wandering orc bastards dare come, we punch their brains out." The other soldiers cheered. After all, their immense strength was etched into their very souls, and they truly looked down upon these bastards. "I just wonder what those reckless knights of the Holy Glory would think if they heard their words." After all, Ans claimed they were the wall of the continent. All right, stop bragging. Wait until His Highness shows you how to perform." The captain's face turned red as he listened to his men's increasingly outrageous words. If he didn't stop these assassins, they'd start telling stories about how they single-handedly fought against Onmar, like Zhao Zilong of Middle-earth. Ahem. Seeing the overblown boasts, the guards of Raglan City coughed to cover up their embarrassment. After all, boasting in private was fine, but bragging in front of their superiors was a bit of a social bummer. The leading few boasters were practically digging out the entire city of Raglan with their feet. It was so cold last night. The soldiers who went to fetch water this morning shuddered. "It's frozen again. Damn it," a guard complained as he looked at the frozen water outlet. "Forget it. Let's start over." The soldier then picked up his spear and resumed chipping away at the ice. "Huh? Why do I hear the neighing of war horses?" A soldier stopped to listen. The faint sound of galloping horses lingered in the air. "Are you dreaming? There are no Imperial Knights here." "Stop dreaming. Hey! Wake up!" A companion came up and patted his red, icy face. "No! It's war horses." The soldier slapped his companion's hand away, listened carefully, and then raised his brow. "Quickly, inform the commander. There's a large cavalry force on the other side." He dropped his water bag and ran without looking back. "Ah! You're not serious. Are you sick?" The other soldiers saw the soldier suddenly turn and run, and hurriedly chased after him, fearing he was sick from last night's cold and talking nonsense. The third day of discomfort. I still feel uncomfortable. So depressed. Chapter 563. Having just woken up from the warmth of soft jade in the morning, Roland was still reminiscing about Nyx's reward from last night. He then signed in as usual, intending to claim today's share of system garbage. "Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully. Reward: 1 Dragon Knight Squadron of the La Grande Royal Dragon Knights." Great, another piece of garbage. "Huh? Dump. It's gone." Roland, who had been sleepy, now had eyes wider than bells. Even Black Cat Sheriff exclaimed, "Isn't this right? Has the system come alive again?" Roland muttered to himself. After all, it had been ages since he spawned any useful units or anything like that. He hadn't expected his luck to be stored up here. 10 Dragon Knights. Wait. System, where did you deploy them? Roland frowned, as if remembering something. Detection of an impending invasion of your eastern territory. The current defender's combat power is disproportionate to the invaders. Prioritize deployment to the eastern front. The system's mechanical voice echoed. Dongfang? Dongfang. Damn it! My Lagrang guards. Roland pondered for a moment, before suddenly realizing what was going on. Enemies capable of crushing 1,000 Lagrang guards. What the hell was this? What happened, Roland? Nix's arms reached out from under the blankets and wrapped around Roland's waist. It's okay. Roland slowly exhaled. Just let it go. Well done. The situation is back to where it was before the battle. Omsk grinned after cooperating with the Lulong defenders to clear out the remaining orcs in the outer city. Dragon God. Do you want to see the south gate? Renault's face darkened. After all, the breach of Lulong Fortress's south gate was a slap in Renault's face, and it was a loud slap. Well, compared to these, it's truly amazing that you haven't lost any men. Caslo's focus was on the defenders. Although many appeared battered and wounded, at least none of them were flailing their legs or glaring. Ha ha. Just look at how much magic crystal debris has accumulated in the central control array. Raynor's mouth twitched, and he rolled over in pain. It's okay. Magic crystals are easy to come by, but skilled soldiers are priceless. Caslo shook his head. That wasn't how it worked. By the way, what were the losses at River Rapids? Omsk turned away, feeling guilty. After all, he had let the Ringwraith army go, and he wanted to know just how much damage they had inflicted on River Rapids, so he could be prepared for Roland's scolding when he got back. Didn't I tell you? Over 3,000 civilians were killed or wounded, and all the heavy cavalry were killed, Caslo said in a low voice. Anything else? Omsk looked at Caslo with a guilty look. The Centaur soldiers have all suffered heavy casualties. The ordinary caravan guards of RUL's Lagrang caravan have suffered heavy casualties, and they probably need to recruit again. The White-Winged King's cavalry and infantry have also suffered some casualties. Caslo shook his head and told Omsk with regret. War is a life-or-death game. They aren't a knight order, and they don't have magical shields to protect them, so casualties are inevitable. Omsk blinked, as if he had already foreseen Roland chasing him for 2 blocks. Okay, now our key task is to kill those orcs. It would be best if we could spare a few of the Ringwraiths, Renault said with a hint of impatience as he watched the retreating orc army. After all, killing a Ringwraith was something the coalition had long wanted to do, but hadn't been able to do. Ringwraiths are above level 6, below demigods, equivalent to peak level 6. Don't dream. Uvesa ran away when surrounded and attacked by a few of us. Now, let's forget about the whole bunch here. There's no chance of us surrounding and killing them. Caslo bluntly shattered Reno's illusions. The Ringwraiths are in trouble. This 6th order orc? He. Omsk let out a suggestive smile. You're picking on the weak. Omsk showed no sign of restraint despite his heroic image crumbling. That's not very safe. I suggest you all gain some distance first, then slowly move towards that 6th order orc, and finally attack and kill him. Okay, you're all being unsportsmanlike, aren't you? Caslo covered his face, finally realizing that every one of these people was a stickler for rules. They were already planning to pick on the weak before the fight even began. It was a shame they weren't the ones corrupted back then. Otherwise, Morgoth would have tattooed them on his back. It's a good idea, but can you pull it off? Omsk looked at Raynor with a "can you do it?" And it's no wonder he was skeptical. After all, wouldn't a level 4 paladin advancing to level 6 be a dead end in a team fight? Bang! Raynor said nothing as he thrust his weight against the ground. A holy flame of battle swirled around him, rising several meters. Level 5? Omsk narrowed his eyes. A level 5 paladin commander still had the right to speak in a team fight. After all, the opponent was a Ringwraith, giving him an initial counter advantage. Even though the Ringwraiths could still deal critical hits to him, the paladin's resistance was high. Just go and keep Uvesa busy, Caslo thought. After all, Uvesa had already been beaten, and Raynor would be safer fighting a disabled Ringwraith. Alright. Raynor nodded, not trying to be brave. After all, joining the group wasn't necessary. There was no need to fight for the carry. He couldn't hold his own against a Ringwraith at its peak, and even Levi would have said, "Good job, Commander." A large group of cavalry has appeared. What? Let me see. At the side of Lagrang City, the commander of the Lagrang City Guards was gazing at the river through the morning mist, trying to get a clear view. Are there Imperial Knights behind us? A soldier asked. You're dreaming. There are no allies behind us. And the sound of those hooves is too frequent. It doesn't look like Imperial cavalry. The commander remained silent. Even at the peak of the Empire's power, it couldn't muster a knight group with the same footsteps as the enemy. Of course, he misjudged it. Gathering a few 10,000-man knights was actually quite easy. The sound of breaking ice, like the sound of galloping horses, echoed far and wide. Everyone drew their weapons and formed their ranks, ready to attack mid-cross. Not our men. It's a chariot. The commander heard the crunch of chariot wheels on the ice. It's bad. Behind us is the Rune region. It's no longer under the Empire's control. A soldier thought of the surrounding situation. Raise the dragon flag. No matter who it is, they can't stop us from returning home. The commander said calmly, his voice neither joyful nor sad, but incredibly cold, a feeling colder than the rushing river. Sir! We reached the river mouth. A soldier respectfully approached Captain Darky and bowed his head to report. The entire army crosses the river. Darky said indifferently, standing up straight, his slightly hunched body. Sir! There's ice on the river, and we don't know how thick it is. This could be dangerous. Puff! Before he could finish his words, the scout was already impaled on the tip of Daki's spear. Watching the blood trickling down the spear shaft and into his jaws, Daki's bloodthirsty and restless heart suddenly calmed a bit. I say, cross the river! Daki roared at the halting crowd. Forward! Forward! Terrified by the frenzied commander, the charioteers whipped their horses like crazy, and in an instant, a large number of chariots were galloping across the frozen Red River. Chapter 564. Greetings, Imperial Infantry. Perhaps you need us. A voice boomed from the sky. Who are you? The Lagrang city guards raised their guns, their faces alert and vigilant. Boom! Black dots swooped down from the sky like dive bombers. Greetings, brothers. The Lightning Dragon Squadron of the Imperial Royal Dragon Knight salutes you. The leading Dragon Knight patted his chest and bowed slightly. Greetings. Commander of the 1,000-man Lagrang City Guard, Varen Angus, salutes you. The commander of the Lagrang City Guard patted his chest in greeting. Because the Dragon Knights before him wore the standard Lagrang Sky Knight plate armor, he could immediately identify them as his own. What's going on with you? Varen Angus looked at the Wyvern Knight squadron in front of him, puzzled. We're returning to the Empire from the south, and happened to see you here, so we came to check on you. Friendly reminder. A chariot force of 10,000 is rapidly approaching from your east. Perhaps you have something to say? The Wyvern Knight captain shrugged. Looks like they're heading for the remnants of the Empire. Varen Angus confirmed, looking at the Knight captain. Do they have a grudge against the Empire? The Dragon Knights frowned. Who knows? We're also a returning force, and we haven't seen any sign of Imperial forces yet. Varen Angus shook his head. Perhaps only a fight will tell. The Dragon Knight captain waved his hand nonchalantly. That's not good. What if they're not coming for us? Varen Angus hesitated. After all, accidentally harming the middle-level forces would be a diplomatic incident. From what I heard, the Empire seems to have always been hostile to the Tangmen. After all, during their initial expansion. Ahem. I'm getting off topic. I suggest we take action. As expected of someone from the Imperial Air Knights, their tone is unique, and they definitely don't talk too much when it comes to fighting. Let's see. It's always a good idea to be prepared for battle. Varen Angus shook his head, deciding not to initiate the attack. While there were tens of thousands of tankmen, who were they? The Iron Wall of Raglan City. The embodiment of rock solidity. The defenders of Raglan. Okay, we provide you with fire support. Lightning dragons are very effective against clustered targets. The Dragon Knights offer their goodwill. The Air Knights could never overprotect their infantry brethren. After all, these two-legged brethren had the highest casualty rate of all units. Thank you, Varen Angus said. There were some excuses. After all, the combat effectiveness of infantry with Air Knights, and without Air Knights was completely different. Of course, having Dragon Knights was even better, and even better than Dragon Knights were, of course, Dragon Knight generals and Dragon Knight commanders. With the unexpected assistance of a group of flying Dragon Knights, Varen Angus had a much better chance of victory. If it was a medium-strength force, everyone would be fine. But if it was an enemy, haha. Varen Angus could only say that the Lagrangians put away their weapons because they wanted to talk to you nicely, and they took up their weapons because they wanted you to talk to me nicely. Form a line. Let's see what the enemy is made of. Varen Angus commanded, gripping his musket tightly. Under Varen Angus's command, the soldiers formed two rows, forming a simple yet sturdy double shield wall. This would ensure that their formation would not be broken by ordinary cavalry and chariots. What? Knights? Then hurry up and write your will. I don't think there's much hope, considering how aggressive they seem. The Dragon Knight captain continued to mutter. Sir! That's the flag of that kingdom. The scout pointed at the Raglan dragon banner fluttering across the river. Through the mist, he could vaguely see the dragon's claws and fangs bared on the banner fluttering in the wind. Ha ha! Kill them all! Kill them all! For my precious sweetheart, I send them down with me immediately. This is just the first payment. I killed them all. Darko didn't know if he'd been flattered by Mordor's messenger or what, but his mind was a little off. His red eyes, upon seeing the Raglan dragon banner, were as eager as if he'd seen his own father. He didn't think Raglan was so easy to destroy. If Roland was truly this weak, would Mordor even need to bring his minions along? Swish. Following Darko's command, the longbow-wielding archers on the chariots began to fire, a thin hail of arrows showering Varan Angus and his men. Okay. Kill them! They started it. Varan Angus' mouth twitched, and he spread his hands. Ah, a waste of time. The dragon riders soared into the sky. Be careful to avoid crossbows. We're not sure they have black arrows. Those dwarven bastards. As he spoke, the dragon rider captain began to inquire about the health of the dwarf's family. After all, the dwarven black arrows were a real headache for all flying units. The most outrageous thing was that the dwarven kingdoms had been destroyed several times, and a large number of black arrows had flowed into Middle-earth. The greatest loss of black arrows occurred after the fall of Moria. All right. Prepare to strike them. Roger that. Have the dragons use their lightning breath on them. That way we be safe. The dragons mounted by this group of dragon riders are wyverns of the lowest bloodline, far less pure than the quadrupeds that Caslo had originally ridden. These wyverns' forelimbs and wings are fused together, much like Smog's. Therefore, these dragons possess virtually no ability to cast draconic magic. The draconic magic passed down through their bloodlines is their limited magical ability, but they have perfectly inherited the dragon race's powerful physique and breath power. Shield wall. Varan Angus commanded. Upon hearing the command, the Lagran city guards slammed their half-shields into the ground, unleashing their shield wall abilities. Warchi rose, forming a translucent, man-sized shield that blocked them. Then, one by one, the warflame shields began to merge, finally forming a vast shield wall on the riverbank. Because shield wall requires holding a shield to be used, the dual protection of both the physical and warflame shields makes the shield wall even more resilient. Crack! The bottom of the half-shield, smashed into the ground, broke through the ice. Fine cracks spread, gradually moving away towards the ice in the center of the river. Ouch! Varan Angus blinked, already mourning for the brave charioteers who had charged forward. Imagine the beautiful sight of speeding across the cracked ice. It was truly like rushing to the grave. Just as Varan Angus was thinking, the dragon knights in the sky had already launched their attack. Ah! Compared to the giant dragon, the dragon's roar was sharper, but the charioteers below couldn't tell what was in the sky. 10 balls of blue-purple lightning were spit out by the lightning dragon, hurtling straight towards the speeding charioteers. Sizzle! The charioteers directly hit were instantly reduced to charcoal. Then, the spherical breath continued to pierce the chariots and smashed into the ice. Bang! The sudden explosion of breath burst into a brilliant flash of lightning, covering an area more than 10 meters with a hemispherical chain of lightning. The chariots and their horses were all scorched by the lightning. This wave of dragons not only stunned the charioteers, but even the Lagran guards, who were on high alert, were shocked by the killing effect and exclaimed, "This is expert work." Chapter 565. While the dragon's breath was powerful, its efficiency was low. Its deterrent effect outweighed its actual lethality. After all, the wyvern was the last of the pure-blooded dragons, and it lacked the sustained, electric motor-like breath power of other dragons. The brevity and infrequency of its breath made its lethality less potent than some might have anticipated. Of course, in this battle, both the Dragon Knights and the Lagran Guards were merely supporting characters and spectators. The true force was the might of nature. Don't stand on the ice. Varan Angus frowned, signaling everyone to retreat. He didn't want his own men to be plunged into the freezing river. Hopefully those dragon riders can see the battlefield situation. Varan Angus could only pray inwardly that the high-flying, far-sighted dragon riders would discover how these charioteers were courting their own demise. In fact, even as the first wave of attacks unfolded, the dragon riders had already keenly spotted the advantageous terrain on the battlefield. The ice, shattered by the breath, cracked and engulfed the surrounding chariots into the freezing river, instantly dragging the charioteers deeper underwater. Attack the ice. Give the fish a treat today. The dragon rider captain grinned. Watch out for the enemy heavy chariots. I spotted the crossbow. A dragon rider communicated with the others through dragon language, channeled through his battle chi. The obscure dragon language, carried by the battle chi, could be easily picked up by the air riders, who were also dragon riders. This was the dragon riders' most common method of communication and command. With the power of human-mounted unity, they shared hearing and vision with the dragons, making the dragon language as easy to decipher as a beacon. Got it. It's about to attack. Spread out the left wing. Damn it. Dragon, God bless you. That thing just swiped right past me. Black arrow? What else? Haha. Those dwarves are such cuties. Destroy it first. I can't do it. There's no angle to attack the right wing. We're being targeted. It's another crossbow. Not black arrow. I repeat, not black arrow. Doug? Are you okay? Answer me. Thank you. I know it's not. Black arrow. If it were a black arrow, I'd be dead. Damn you bastards. Doug and his dragon are injured. The dragon's right wing is pierced. It's flying smoothly. But Doug's in trouble. Evacuate the airspace. Doug. Get out of there. Damn it. Pull up. Don't get down. Countless heavy crossbows. A dragon knight, using his dragon armor and shield to withstand several heavy crossbow bolts, cried out in pain. The dragon beneath him, however, relied on its scales and armor to withstand the attacks of ordinary heavy crossbows. We're too low. We need altitude. Protect Doug and evacuate. That heavy crossbow is targeting him. Shoot those flying reptiles. Darky fiercely ordered his charioteers to operate their crossbows to blast the dragons flying in the sky. The dragon is injured. Whoever shoots the dragon will be promoted to captain. Darky was also a master of manipulating people, knowing how to give a big stick before giving a sweet reward. After hearing their captain's promise, the charioteers panted and fixed their bloodshot eyes on the dragon riders in the sky. The fear in their hearts was now overwhelmed by greed. If Roland knew about Darky's promise, he would probably spit in his face. Who was he looking down on? Whose dragon rider's head was worth a captain of 1,000? If Roland were to calculate, the least he would give him would be a lord. Upon hearing of Dark's bounty, the light chariots that were about to charge the La Grande Garde circled the ice and returned to fire arrows at the dragon riders, leaving Varan Angus, who had been fighting fiercely, bewildered. Can't these guys see the cracks in the ice? Even this few dozen centimeters of ice can't hold up so many chariots. Compared to the idle infantry, the dragon riders were completely paralyzed. It was like a dragon swimming in shallow water being teased by shrimps, a tiger in plain sight being bullied by dogs. What? Now, these little soldiers armed with bows and arrows dare to challenge the high-ranking dragon knight? No way. Does anyone really think a bow and arrow can bring down a dragon? Ahem. Except for El Nino's rangers. Doug. Everyone's gathered here. You're injured, retreat first. I'm not dead. My armor's pierced. No internal damage. The dragon knight, with a crossbow bolt slung across his chest and abdomen, coughed up blood and, with a grimace, pulled the arrow out of his body. The barb unleashed a puff of blood and shredded flesh. He then tilted his head back, gulped down a bottle of healing potion, and bandaged the wound with a strip of cloth. Attack the ice. Attack at will. They're gathering. The dragon knight captain grinned, nearly laughing himself silly, as he watched the 3 concentric circle formations below him. The heavy tanks in the innermost circle spun in circles, effectively avoiding the dragon knight's lock-on. The medium tanks circled around the heavy tanks, and then the light tanks sped along the outermost. From the air, the 3 constantly rotating concentric circles looked like hedgehogs. Ordinarily, the dragon knights should be completely helpless in this situation, but this was on a frozen river. Who taught them to play like this? Not even 10,000 orcs could outnumber them. Bang! Boom! From time to time, the dragon's lightning breath would descend, blasting a hole in the ice. From time to time, unfortunate chariots would fall into the water, unable to dodge. Having already devised a strategy to annihilate them, the dragon riders no longer worried about inflicting casualties, focusing on breaking the ice. Even more cunningly, they continued to hover above the charioteers' formation, giving the charioteers below the illusion that they could be shot down with just a little effort. But how could they possibly hit a dragon so intent on dodging? Having abandoned low-altitude precision attacks in favor of high-altitude bombardment, the dragon riders' faces were practically wrinkled with laughter. The holes in the ice were plentiful, and cracks were beginning to spread. Many chariots were mired in the icy water. However, the charioteers, driven by their desire for life and death, had no time to care about the lives of their fallen comrades. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's over. Varan Angus shook his head. If they had charged forward, they might have had a glimmer of hope. But why was it a glimmer? Look at the position Varan Angus and his men had occupied. It was the riverbank. He had insidiously broken through the ice. Even if the chariots charged, they would ultimately have to swim. However, Varan Angus's preparations were useless. The charioteers, determined to fight the dragon knights to the death, were already heading for a dead end. Boom! A loud roar caught everyone's attention. Dozens of light chariots simultaneously crushed a section of the already shaky ice and sank together. "Get off the ice!" Darky, suddenly sobered by the chill air, roared, trying to urge his soldiers to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, cracks in the ice rapidly spread, then shattered and flipped, swallowing up the chariots, horses, and crews above. The entire river surface was like a rapidly opening abyss, swallowing up life after life. How could the chariots, struggling to escape, keep up with the speed of the shattering ice? Irregular driving, and the loved ones are in tears. Is the opposing commander a fool? Isn't it basic soldier's knowledge to quickly cross the frozen river? Baron Angus said slowly, looking at the turbulent and churning water. They're finished. No one survived. The dragon knights descended from the sky. Is this brother all right? Baron Angus looked at the recently injured dragon knight, whose abdomen was still bleeding. It's okay, he won't die. The captain took a look and shook his head. The knight's vitality was inherently strong. A mere mortal wound? Not worth mentioning. Chapter 566. Let's go! They're finished. The dragon knight captain shook his head, neither happy nor sad. Although these nearly 10,000 people weren't killed directly by them, they still died indirectly at their hands. They simply hastened the demise of these madmen. Well, I don't know what's happening with the remnants of the Empire now. We haven't encountered any Imperial forces along the way, Baron Angus said worriedly. Don't worry. Since the edict in our hands is summoning us, it means the Empire still has a successor. The Dragon Knight captain produced a golden edict. To make their return more logical, unlike the previous indoctrination of those who appeared directly beside Roland, the system directly used the Imperial edict as a medium. After all, it was the magical item used by the Emperor of the Lagran Empire to summon the garrisons and nobles. Indeed, Baron Angus pulled out his edict and gazed at the sun emblem engraved on it. One of the 8 corners representing the sun's rays was emitting a soft glow. This was the locating array on the edict, allowing the bearer to use it to locate the person who issued it. All troops, retreat, Baron Angus commanded, waving his hand as he gazed at the still roiling Red River. Even if there were any survivors, they would be swept away by the current and ultimately drowned underwater, unable to break through the ice. Ah! With a sharp dragon roar, the dragon knights took to the air and flew forward, helping to scout the way and clear any threats along the way for the infantry. Bang! The solid ice, at the confluence of the Swift Flow River and the Red Water River suddenly shattered under the force of the fighting spirit rising from the water. Then, a hand suddenly emerged from the water. While Waylon and the Dragon Knights were still playing Minesweeper with the charioteers, who had violated the rules, a new round of fighting had begun at Lulung Fortress. For some reason, the Ringwraiths suddenly seemed to feel they had the upper hand again. They ordered their orcs to deploy their chariots and mounts and press forward once more towards Lulung Fortress. What are they doing? Why haven't they retreated? Omsk looked at Kaslo in confusion. Had the intimidating power of a 6th-level hero worn off? Or had Kaslo, a 5th-level dragon rider, lost his command of the battlefield? Omsk couldn't fathom why, after Kaslo's reinforcements, the Ringwraiths, who should have withdrawn while they were ahead, seemed to have gained Liang Jingru's courage and continued preparing for an attack. I don't know. But Kaldor didn't sense any approaching Ringwraiths. Kaslo glanced at Omsk. Even before he finished speaking, Kaslo knew what he was going to ask. Indeed, the only situation that usually made the Ringwraiths continue their stubborn fight was the arrival of reinforcements. These beasts are fighting us? Renaud sneered with a sneer. Without Omsk and the others, he was able to defend the fortress with such force that the orcs suffered. How could he possibly lose the fortress even with the arrival of the Dragon Rider heroes? They must have a conspiracy, but we just haven't noticed it yet. The Ringwraiths wouldn't treat elite orcs as mere cannon fodder, wasting their time. After fighting each other for so long, they should understand the dominance of this fortress. Lafitte Anthony, worthy of his Dragon Rider family, was well informed and quickly established the point, pointing directly to the Ringwraiths' conspiracy. The problem is, I don't understand their confidence. Is Sauron planning to personally attack us? Omsk grinned. That would be a great honor for him. It's not often that a demigod comes to fight in the wild. If he's coming, we can mobilize forces. We have to gather at least all the 5th and 6th tier combatants in the north to stop him. Kaslo was at a loss for words. If there was a dragon rider, it would be easier. At least a dragon rider would be qualified to speak with a demigod. The 6 tiers of other classes could only barely defend themselves by banding together. Impossible. The birth of a demigod would make a huge noise. Cardo flapped his wings, dismissing the speculation that Sauron would personally lead the charge. They're attacking. Even as the others were talking, the orcs began their assault again. But after a few rounds, Raynor was the first to frown, as he noticed the fortress's devastating impact. Attacks that once could kill now couldn't even inflict serious damage. Those powerful arrows, once capable of piercing two at a time, now struggled to even throw at the orcs' shields. Damn it. Shamans! 6th-tier totem shamans, at that. Lafitte Anthony instantly recognized the auras shrouding the orcs. Totem shaman? Isn't that a 6th-tier one? When did it arrive? For the first time, panic flashed in Caslo's eyes. Even the Witch King of Aumar himself wouldn't have frightened Caslo, but the arrival of a totem shaman truly chilled everyone's heart. After all, a 6th-tier ringwraith could at most use their high-end combat power to counterattack the enemy. With the fortress, they could easily hold him back. But a 6th-tier support character sneaking right under their noses would be a real hassle. For example, in this situation, the orcs' combat power has more than doubled. Damn it! Raise your shields. Fight! Raynor gritted his teeth. Damn the goblins. He'd been caught in all sorts of trouble. Even the scare 6th-tier support class had appeared. So how did this thing get past your dragon eyes and into our sight? Omsk looked at the Caslo duo, his disdain evident in his eyes. Impossible. I've been watching. Knight, are you questioning a dragon's judgment? Before Caslo could say anything, Cardo got angry. You can question a dragon's character, but you can't question its credibility. Doesn't that make my dragon blood look unprofessional? Alright, Cardo. Caslo shook his head. He had no time to argue with Omsk. Outside Lulung Fortress, a massive black and red totem pole composed of magical energy slowly rose, sweeping ripples of magical energy in all directions. The orcs caught in the shadows were covered in black and red mist, their skin turning dark, their eyes glowing crimson. Frenzy! Demonic body. Rock. Renault gritted his teeth. No wonder he couldn't defeat these bastards. How could he defeat them with the top-level buffs on him? Huh. Now, outside Lulung Fortress, Bloodhammer was guarding their ghosts. The Fong tribe shaman watched his tribe shaman cast a spell. Kaldor hadn't missed the infiltrating 6th-tier warrior. In fact, this totem shaman had been with the orc army from the start, but he'd been kept as a backup, hoping to catch the humans off guard. Unfortunately, the fortress was shattered by Gron's hammer before he could even begin to unleash his might. Then, as he prepared to cast a powerful spell to breach the fortress, a knightly order nearly stabbed him to death. Finally, just as the knights had entered the fortress, he was about to cast a spell to trap the army, when a dragon knight descended from the sky 3 times. His spell was forcibly interrupted 3 times. He nearly suffered internal injuries. 3 times, a noble 6th-tier support professional was fooled like a monkey. 3 times. Finally, his chance arrived. He'd been brewing this beast god totem for so long, and now it finally unleashed its brilliance. Forbidden Spell. Beast God Totem. Chapter 567. Forbidden Spell. Aldo's dragon eyes narrowed as he gazed at the towering totem pole. Thank you, I can sense the aura of the forbidden spell. Omsk pursed his lips. Even though it wasn't an offensive forbidden spell, its terrifying aura was unmistakable. The unique pressure of that forbidden spell pressed directly towards Lulung Fortress. Do we have any contingency plans for this situation? Lafitte Anthony turned to look at Commander Renault. What do you think? Renault flashed a smile uglier than tears. Then Lafitte Anthony suddenly realized. There was a damn good contingency plan, so let's just go for it. Shoot! All arrow towers, full fire. Renault gave the order with a headache, hoping that this fortress, which had buried countless orcs throughout its history, could still devour these invading orcs as it had in the past. But it was clear that the once powerful arrow towers were no longer able to effectively contain the orcs' attacks. A large number of orcs rushed towards the broken gate, looking for death. Cardo. Caslo's eyes narrowed. How dare they dare to go through the main gate? Who gave these orcs the courage? Had the beast god totem gone berserk? Roar! Azure dragon breath gushed out, shredding every orc it encountered like a bone scraper, sending bone dust and flesh shards flying everywhere. Ah! The enraged storm dragon unleashed its fury wantonly. Azure dragon breath surged from the city gate, sweeping away the vast horde of charging orcs behind. They retreated? Omsk frowned. It was just a feint. Renault shook his head. It was just a probing attack by the orcs. The casualties were less than 1,000, a mere drop for their sheer size. But it also showed the terrifying effect that Forbidden Spell had on the orcs. The next time the ringwraiths strike, I'm sure they'll. Raynor said worriedly, shaking his head. After all, their high-level combat power was outnumbered. Alas! Apophis Brio sighed, gazing eastward. He, the nominal Duke of King's Landing, couldn't even muster a single decent force to support the kingdom when it was invaded by orcs. Apophis Brio was even more troubled by the influx of thousands of subjects, coupled with their lack of food reserves, making it difficult for the people to get enough to eat. Based on current supplies, they were expected to run out of food by summer. Thankfully, Apophis Brio employed another noble specialty, shamelessness. He went to the Bjorn's territory to beg for food, buying and borrowing, and finally resolved the food crisis, though his small coffers were also somewhat depleted. With his subjects, Apophis Brio finally began to resemble a noble. 16 royal knights and 200 fierce warriors were more than enough to secure the old pass. To better care for his subjects, Apophis Brio built a fortress directly beneath the pass. While housing his subjects within the pass was safe at all, it made farming inconvenient. Finally, with no other options, Apophis Brio built a fortress to block off the plains not far from the pass, and enclosed a plot of land for his subjects to live in. Thus, the new Lion territory was born. Thus, Apophis Brio truly became a powerful noble, wielding supreme authority within his fiefdom. However, this came with the obligation to safeguard the lands granted by the king and the subjects within. Should a lord flee his fiefdom, the king had the legal right to reduce his fiefdom title, or even strip him of his noble status. To help the civilians quickly settle down, Apophis Brio gritted his teeth and split the warriors into two groups. 100-man squadron, led by Olaf, was stationed in the newly formed Lion territory. Apophis Brio also thoughtfully dispatched a small squadron of knights to guard against magical beasts and other creatures that ordinary soldiers would struggle to deal with. The people of Lagrang were remarkably adaptable. They completed the framework of Lion territory in just a few days. The wall, constructed from bundled logs, was only about 2 meters high, but it was more than enough to protect against wild animals. Furthermore, this simple wall would provide greater safety for women and children, and would also make patrols much easier for the soldiers. A simple wooden wall filled most of the defensive gaps. But now, Apophis Brio was worried about his patron, Roland, and the increasing number of orcs appearing in his own family. That's right. Apophis Brio now considered the old pass his own. Under heaven, the land belongs to the virtuous. Clearly, the well-armed Julin family possessed more virtue than those beggarly orcs. Faced with the constant appearance of orcs, Apophis Brio, overwhelmed by the constant onslaught, finally steeled himself and dispatched his army to protect the young men as they began backfilling the holes the orcs had dug in the old pass. First, they smoked them with firewood for a few days, then continuously pumped water into them, and finally, filled the holes with mud. Apophis Brio even stopped tilling the land. Actually, the women and children were doing the farming, and brought all the young men in to fill the holes. While it might be hard work for a while, it would benefit future generations for generations to come. Apophis Brio also planned to summon Old Rattle to cast a fortification spell on the land after Roland finished fighting. Perhaps because the passages were blocked, making them suffocating, the orcs remained quiet for a while after Apophis Brio sealed them off. However, smaller groups of orcs continued to gather and attack the old pass. Eventually, Apophis Brio came to understand that while the terrain was difficult, the bare mountains provided a scarcity of food, preventing any powerful orc tribes from settling there. The area must have been occupied by a coalition of smaller tribes, otherwise they wouldn't have been constantly offering him a leg up. Finally, Duke Apophis Bleer, increasingly troubled by the constant attacks of the orcs, built a wooden and stone pass in the valley west of the pass. This now blocked both the upper and lower approaches to the old pass. He set 50 warriors and a squad of knights. Since the Duke of King's Landing had only 16 knights, his knights were organized into squads of 5. There, Apophis Bleer never saw the orcs again in the pass. Finally, Apophis Brio saw that this thing was a good idea. Its defensive effectiveness and controlled area were far superior to those of the old pass. He finally decided to build another pass at the valley exit east of the old pass. He realized that the two passes, combined with the old pass itself and the Lion Castle above it, formed the basis of a fortress. So, with a stroke of his pen, Apophis Brio gave the still unborn fortress a name, King's Landing Fortress. This fortress's mission was to keep out the orcs of the Misty Mountains, protect the Lion territory below it, and facilitate communication between the east and west sides of the Misty Mountains. Born into a family of high nobility, Apophis Brio was naturally knowledgeable and versatile. He quickly planned everything out. All that was left was for construction to proceed step by step. In the future, this human fortress nestled in the misty mountains would surely be a source of resentment for the orcs. Chapter 568. Apophis Brio was still battling the orcs, who kept invading his territory. Back at Lulong Fortress, Omsk and his men were already engaged in a fierce battle with the orcs. Unlike last time, not only were the orcs swarming in full force, but also level 6 warriors were joining the fray. Damn it! Can we finish that shaman? Omsk glared disgustedly at the orc chieftain Bloodhammer, whom he had repelled. Blessed by the totem shaman's totem pole, Bloodhammer, which even Omsk had previously been afraid to confront, now overpowered him. The blood-red hammer swung so hard that Omsk's hand went numb as he tried to block it. The terrifying force nearly knocked Omsk's shield off his hand, but he quickly responded with his long sword. After a burst of battle energy and forced Bloodhammer back, Omsk slowly soared into the sky and engaged Uvesa, who hovered in the sky, in a distant confrontation. We're short on manpower. Return to Omsk. Rainer's voice echoed. With Omsk's attack ineffective, there was no point in staying outside. Kaslo, who had been entangled with the two ringwraiths, soon returned on his dragon. Neither side suffered any losses, save for some expended battle energy and magic. Overall, Rainer's men were still at a disadvantage. After all, Uvesa and the orc shaman hadn't yet made their move. Too tough. Kaslo smiled bitterly, rolling off the dragon's back and shaking his head. Just now, Acorn had been caught off guard by Carter, and even using his wind-crushing claws hadn't seriously damaged him. Remember, that was wind compressed to its limit. The cutting force was comparable to that of a space blade. If we can't take down that 6th level shaman, we'd be in big trouble sooner or later. Rainer frowned. The current stalemate between the two sides was simply that neither side was certain of victory. The ringwraiths might have reinforcements, but Raglan had few who could come to their aid. Just now, during the 6th level clash, Rainer hadn't been idle either. He led the Raglan city guards and Dorwinian heavy swordsmen to block the city gates and engage in a wave of attacks with the orcs, successfully dampening their morale. A group of Raglan warriors, adorned with auras of holiness, inspiration, and punishment, directly blocked the gates and stopped the confident orcs. The man was hacked to the ground, causing the Nazgul and orcs, who had been confident of victory, to turn pale. Their expressions mirrored those of Omsk and his companions upon seeing a 6th level shaman appear. Rainer could only say that the smile wouldn't fade, it would only shift. With the added bonus of the paladin's aura, the infantry had regained the upper hand in combat power, completely negating the orcs' increased advantage. The orcs who had rushed in were once again hammered back by the defenders. After all, a group of ordinary orc soldiers, mixed with some professionals, even with the blessing of totems, had no reason to fight against professional human soldiers. Eugene. When these mobile, Tink and Dorwinian heavy swordsmen finally crawled to the forefront, the bloodiest scene of the battle unfolded. The Dorwinian heavy swordsmen, wielding their great swords, cleaved both men and weapons in two. The visual impact of being cleaved in two was astounding, and the blow to the orcs' morale was unparalleled. The overwhelming, unstoppable pressure of a single blow was enough to shatter the orcs' hearts and livers. The swords, blazing with the mighty flames of battle, were like a reaper on the battlefield. Compared to them, the lethality of the Raglan city guard's spears was like toothpicks. As severed limbs flew through the air, these heartbroken Dorwinian heavy-armored swordsmen mechanically swung their swords forward like emotionless machines. The other soldiers behind them could only help to finish off the orcs still breathing on the ground. Using these tin cans as a fulcrum, they couldn't find a single intact orc within their attack radius. Armor stained with entrails and splattered with blood was the last image of countless orcs' lives. After driving the orcs out of the gate, Renaud didn't give in. Instead, he decisively withdrew his forces back inside, barely waving his hand and shouting, "Come on!" Seeing their pressured attack was ineffective, the ringwraiths didn't continue to send the orcs to their deaths. Instead, they decisively retreated. After all, they didn't dare to press forward. The blow from the meteoric tower was still fresh in their minds. No one wanted to be hit by that thing. Can you guess why it's called the meteoric tower? Unlike the Black Arrow countered dragons, critically impacting only dragons. The meteoric tower didn't rely on restraint, but on damage suppression. The magic crystal armor-piercing arrows were powerful enough to kill even giant dragons, and now, with no idea how many powerful weapons the fortress still had, the ringwraiths wouldn't rush to their deaths. They weren't artifacts that could withstand such attacks on their own. Wait, buy time for reinforcements. Kaslo said worriedly, shaking his head as he gazed at the orc army, which was like a dogskin plaster. Reinforcements? Are you counting on Yufeng or Verwei? It can't be that old Manadile, can it? Omsk frowned. Did you forget someone? Caslo's face darkened. Who? No way. Are all the powerful and renowned figures in the kingdom gathered? Omsk scratched his chin thoughtfully. Let me remind you. Ajax. Caslo's fist stiffened. Oh! Your girlfriend. Yes, yes. Isn't she playing whack-a-mole with those bastards in Dol Guldur in the dark forest? Omsk asked curiously. I went to see her. The Star Elves are already in control of the situation. I asked her to come over and help here. Caslo was speechless. The question is, where is she? Omsk glanced left and right. Doesn't she need to rest? Caslo glanced at Omsk speechlessly. Yo. I'm starting to feel bad now. Brother, I've been living in the open for so many days, and no one cares for me. Ouch. Omsk began to tease sarcastically. Ouch. Suddenly, Omsk screamed and flew sideways, with Renaud still stretching his legs behind him. Huh? Caslo was stunned, putting on a subway-ridden expression. Why did he kick me in the middle of this conversation? How dare you say that? You left me here to be beaten by the orcs, and you're so shameless. Forget about intercepting the orc army. You didn't even give us a warning. Renaud gritted his teeth clenched at the thought of the orc army suddenly appearing before him. How dare someone complain like this? Ahem. We're fighting too. Okay. Omsk said confidently, though his voice sounded a little weak. Fight? Besides the decent backstab, the rest of the battle is just about slashing those stray orcs and slaughtering the wolf scouts, right? Raynor's words pierced Omsk's defenses. Caslo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Judging from the course of the war so far, Omsk and the knights had likely done just that, completely failing to fulfill Roland's intended purpose. Here comes that Rinmore thing. Kardar suddenly exclaimed. What? Caslo looked up at the sky. Boom! A dazzling fireball streaked towards the orcs like a meteor, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Then, a crimson figure burst through the clouds and landed beside Caslo and his dragon. Dragon Rider General Ajax's appearance dealt a powerful blow to the orcs and the ringwraiths. Although the casualties were minor, the ringwraiths' hasty defense left them utterly defeated. You're here? Caslo politely extended his hand to guide Ajax off the dragon's back, earning a few quizzical looks from the others. Just fighting a battle is enough to get you fed a mouthful of dog food? Well, I was delayed a bit on the way, but I guess I'm not too late, am I? Ajax smiled, tucking her messy hair behind her ears. This gesture nearly melted Caslo's heart. Blushing, he followed Ajax silently, like a seasoned bootlicker. Chapter 569. Of course not. Caslo nodded repeatedly. Okay, the time has come. Caslo patted Omsk's shoulder. When? Omsk looked confused. It's time for a counterattack. Caslo narrowed his eyes. Huh? Are couples this brave? Omsk's face twisted. Swish. The two men and two dragons simultaneously turned their gazes to Omsk. Feeling a little guilty, Omsk quickly turned his head away. Are you sure? Renaud ignored the mischievous Omsk and asked Caslo and Ajax with a piercing gaze. Of course. Don't forget, we can cast the great forbidden spell, Caslo said, gazing at the towering totem pole outside. A collision of forbidden spells? Too dangerous. Omsk's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. There's no other way. This is the only way to break the deadlock. I estimate Lulong Fortress can withstand the aftermath of the forbidden spell collision. It's a war fortress, after all, Caslo said firmly. But there's one thing to note. The opposing shaman is a 6th level totem shaman. It has at least one forbidden spell, Renaud reminded him. A 6th level professional capable of casting forbidden spells starts with at least 2 slots. Of course, that's at their peak. It wouldn't be surprising if a veteran 6th level expert had 5 slots. The Beast God Totem is an all-around buffing forbidden spell. This means its cost isn't particularly significant. It's very likely it has 1 or 2 major forbidden spells. We need to be careful, Renaud said solemnly. He was analyzing the situation based on a worst-case scenario. As for why he concluded that a 6th level orc shaman could only possess 2 forbidden spells at most, it was, of course, based on the current battlefield situation. Renaud doubted that if the opponent had more than 3 forbidden spells, they would still be able to resist playing a head-on battle with humans like this. They would have already launched a powerful attack with a large forbidden spell. After all, the cost of most large forbidden spells is equal to the cost of 2 forbidden spells. A professional with the ability to cast 4 forbidden spells would definitely not cast 4, but 2. After all, the cost is double, but the destructive power is more than double. Let's have a large forbidden spell clash. At this moment, Ajax was wrapped in blood-red dragon power, standing tall on the city wall like a proud Valkyrie. Kaslo, let's begin. Ajax said nothing more, but called out softly to Kaslo. Ancient spirits of the wind, obey my command. Ancient spirits of the fire, obey my command. By the gentle breeze, by the rising sun, I hear your whispers. I feel your heat. Feel the swaying of the strong grass. Watch the crumbling of the rocks. The ancient words of the wind sing across the heavens and earth. Behold the blazing flames. See the sparks ignite the prairie. The ancient song of fire carried by the wind. In the name of the storm dragon rider, I command the storm to follow. In the name of the blazing dragon rider, I command the flames to strike. Forbidden spell. Kaslo and Ajax shouted simultaneously. Storm-broken wings. Scorching wings set the fields on fire. The two men unleashed the forbidden dragon spell with markedly greater skill the second time than the first. This time, they had mastered its essence, and the two dragons chanted along. This time, the spell took shape twice as fast as the last. As the two men and dragons chanted the names of the forbidden spells in dragon language, the wind and fire elements gathered in the sky, as if finding a core, madly converging towards the two men, infusing them and their mounts. Then, a forbidden spell array, engraved with endless, obscure inscriptions, coalesced before them. The forbidden spell took shape. This time, experienced, Kaslo and Ajax threw their weapons directly at the orc army outside, as if they were a hot potato. It proved to be much hotter than a potato. The dragon power is beginning to converge and fuse. Renault was stunned by this miraculous sight. Normally, the forbidden spells should take effect immediately after release, but these two spells didn't, and instead began to merge. As the forbidden spells merged, the increasingly terrifying aura finally made Omsk understand why Renault was panicking. After all, in the history of the Empire, it seemed that no war fortress had ever withstood a great forbidden spell. In fact, many war fortresses had withstood great forbidden spells. Otherwise, guess how they were destroyed? It's truly a great forbidden spell. Compared to Omsk, who had faced the impact of a great forbidden spell before, Renault had clearly never witnessed the glory of this couple's great forbidden spell. Feeling the increasingly terrifying aura, everyone's scalps tingled. The soldiers had already retreated into the fortress. Aside from a few high-ranking fighters, no one dared to stand outside, not even the low-ranking guards. It's begun, Omsk muttered, gazing at a familiar scene. The void above the orc sky began to slowly tear apart, then suddenly collapsed, its expansion and tearing reaching its limit. The next second, extreme wind and fire elements roared down from the void, engulfing the spatial rifts. Great forbidden spell. Yenfu space. Buzz. The previously silent orc army suddenly lit up, and a massive hexagram array appeared beneath their feet. The next second, a massive phantom, condensed from magical energy, crawled out from the hexagram array. Ah! The great forbidden spell. The beast god descends. The three men and two dragons simultaneously stared at Renault in shock. Renault had truly guessed it. The other party actually had a great forbidden spell in hand. Ouch! The phantom of the beast god, with its bull's head, deer horns, elephant's body, tiger claws, and ox's tail, stood up and pressed its hands towards the space where Yen Fu was pressing down from the sky. Buzz! Everyone's eyes went white. In that moment, all senses vanished, as if they had been transported out of this world. Boom! A terrifying shockwave descended the next second. Boom! The raised shield of Lulong Fortress collided with the shockwave, followed by a resounding explosion. Crack! Everyone's faces changed. As the shield shattered, a powerful wind pressure tore through it. Rip! The flying Lagrang dragon flag above the fortress vanished in an instant. Aside from the magical war flag on the main fortress, which still fluttered in the wind, all other ordinary flags were instantly torn to shreds. Crack! Crack! The arrow towers throughout the fortress creaked under the weight, as if ready to break at any moment. However, after a brief sway, they managed to withstand the aftermath of the great forbidden spell's impact. Boom! The Yenfu dimension hadn't yet ended. As the first wave of attacks was neutralized, a second wave of energy followed. Ong! The beast god's phantom, now much thinner, roared like a dragon's roar. The beast god's arrival won't last much longer, Omsk exclaimed joyfully. Many parts of the beast god's phantom had dissipated and turned transparent under the first wave of attacks, a sign that the forbidden spell was about to run out of power and collapse. The Yenfu dimension is almost gone. Renault's mouth twitched. The beast god's phantom, its strength nearly exhausted, suddenly grasped the totem pole formed by the forbidden beast god totem, and swung it violently, smashing it towards the Yenfu space in the sky. Whoosh! A transparent shield once again enveloped the fortress. Apparently, the mages at the Central Control Magic Circle had quickly reactivated the fortress's shield system. After all, even if the shield was shattered, the magic circle that generated it was fine. It could just be restarted. Bang! A second later, with the collision of the great forbidden spells, a sharp explosion followed, and the fortress's shield vanished once again. However, this time, while the aftermath destroyed the fortress's shield, it failed to destabilize the fortress's structures. Not even the catapults on the arrow towers were damaged. Is it over? Renaud, with lingering fear, raised his head from behind the battlements and peeked outside. He saw that the forbidden cloud in the sky and the towering beast god phantom had vanished without a trace. At the same time, the totem pole that had so irritated them for so long had vanished without a trace. Chapter 570. Is it over? Roland asked, looking at Carlos and Ajax, who had arrived together. Yes, it's over, but it's also just beginning. Casso nodded and shook his head. Roland sighed and shrugged. When the great forbidden spells collision ended, the orc army was in chaos. The bodies of orcs and ogres piled one on top of the other. The heavily wounded orcs were completely shattered. Within the Yenfu dimension, even the beast god's arrival couldn't completely protect them. The remaining spatial force was like a sharp sword, shattering every orc it encountered. The extremely compressed wind also cut through it wantonly, and flames swept the earth. If the beast god's phantom hadn't finally lifted the totem pole, and used its combined strength to shatter the Yenfu dimension, few orcs would have walked out of this land alive. That's right. Yenfu's space was shattered. The great forbidden spell, which had some remaining attack potential, was forcibly dispelled and defeated by the beast god, who descended and absorbed its power. What are the casualties at Lulong Fortress? Roland asked daringly. After all, the casualties at Gilia City were staggering. No casualties, but many will need to recuperate for a long time. Omsk appeared from behind. Huh? The great hero is back? Roland folded his arms, and looked at Omsk with a half-smile. Haha, your highness, you're too kind. Omsk smiled. He knew his own business. He was the one who had slacked off the most in this war. If he hadn't realized something was amiss and rushed back, Lulong Fortress would probably still be wandering downstream of Gilia River now that it had been breached. Bang! Unexpectedly, Roland slammed the table and roared. Is this what you did as a vanguard? Letting the main force of the orcs go intercept the small fry? Oh! By the way, we didn't even clean up the small fry. We even cleaned out some wolf cavalry units these past few days. Surprise, surprise. Omsk lowered his head and smiled, looking incredibly ridiculous. You're such a surprise. Roland gritted his teeth. God knows how furious Roland and Rainer must have felt when the orc army suddenly appeared right in front of them. They wanted to skin Omsk alive. Look, it's a fight anyway. We can't stop them anyway. Even if we take precautions, we still have to fight them head-on. Didn't we even successfully backstab them this time? Omsk counseled Roland. Ha! Roland spat with a dark face. He hadn't expected that even the hero Omsk would have such a low self-esteem. He used to be so honest, but now he's become shameless. Get lost. All right. Omsk, as if granted amnesty, immediately fled, disappearing from Roland's sight in less than 2 seconds. Thank you both for your hard work this time. As I said, after this battle is over, I will definitely hold a grand wedding for you. After scolding Omsk, Roland turned his attention to the MVPs. The couple had been fighting from morning till night, from start to finish. They were the hard-working models of the first total war in the north. Thank you, your highness. Casso immediately bowed and touched his chest in a smooth gesture of thanks. He was clearly a veteran two-faced turtle. As for why not Boiling Sheep? That's because Casso at least got the lick. How could you, Boiling Sheep, who promotes Pleasant Goat, compare yourself to Two-Faced Turtle? Ajax nodded subtly. Though she didn't say anything, her willingness was evident. After all, the Dragon Riders were the perfect match for the Dragon Riders. Besides, the Casso were handsome and well-spoken. What could a young woman in love not want? Riding a dragon was incredibly cool, wasn't it? By the way, how's Eolvia? Roland glanced at Ajax, who had been interacting with the ringwraiths there. It's going okay. Ever since the orcs were ambushed by the Star Elves at night, they haven't left Dol Guldur Fortress. All that's left is a high-level battle between the ringwraiths and Eolvia. Ajax tilted her head in thought. The orc army had originally set out from Dol Guldur, but Eolvia, Peter Grow, and 1,000 third-level intermediate rangers were forced to fight in the Dark Forest. This time, the orcs learned once, and for all what it meant to be a child of the star goddess, a beloved of nature, and a dog of the forest. Arrows rained down from all directions, making it difficult for the orcs to move forward. The ringwraiths tried to attack, but were stopped by Iovia and Peter Grow. When they clashed with the star dragon, which had lost its barrier and was firing at full force, Ladilias, Cerner, Kamol, and the others were nearly crippled. Truly, if a dragon doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a flying lizard? Imagine. What happened to the orcs in the darkness of the night, with the ringwraiths unable to intervene, was unbelievable. Their already arduous march came to an abrupt halt with Ajax's arrival. As the massive dragon body and scorching aura of Reynolds overwhelmed them, the ringwraiths, without a word, led their entire army into Dol Guldur. The orcs in Dol Guldur then began to slack off, refusing to emerge. The ringwraiths, however, were quite active, engaging in several clashes, each time destroying a significant amount of vegetation. Eventually, both sides grew tired of fighting and simply abandoned the fray, freeing Ajax to support the Lulung fortress. Generally speaking, the ringwraiths of Dol Guldur were a threat to the ringwraiths of Mordor. If they hadn't been so reckless, the Mordor orc army wouldn't have been hit by the great forbidden spell. The situation is much better now. The crisis on both fronts has been resolved. In summary, this time we fought the orcs to a draw. We didn't gain any advantage, nor did we suffer any loss. Roland smiled. Although the annihilation reward was probably out of the question, to have achieved this level of success despite being at such a significant disadvantage was already quite good. System calculation of mission rewards. Roland told the system, figuring the battle was almost complete. Ding! Mission rewards changed. You simultaneously defeated the orc armies of Dol Guldur and Mordor in the south. Congratulations on receiving one Tier 3 mage squad from the Royal Mages of Lagran. Roland's eyes lit up. He preferred 10 Tier 3 mages to 500 Bedanian archers. But before he could get over his excitement, new news arrived. Your soldiers successfully annihilated the Steelfang war charioteers on the Swift River. Congratulations on receiving 100 Dorwinian heavy swordsmen. Huh? Roland was taken aback by this seemingly inexplicable battlefield. When had there been a battlefield in the east? A fourth battlefield had suddenly appeared out of nowhere? And a complete annihilation? How? Just by talking? What's wrong, Your Highness? Caslow and Ajax stared at Roland's sudden scream, stunned, thinking he had a fit. It's okay. I be quiet. You guys go down first. Roland waved the two away, then recalled carefully. It seemed like he had 1,000-man Raglan City Guards reward on the way, and then he signed in, and got a small team of Dragon Knights, and then the system released it. Okay. Case solved. These two had inexplicably done Roland a big job. The specific results would be known after they returned to the base. However, the sudden acquisition of the scarcest spellcasting unit was enough to make Roland excited for a long time. Compared to them, this team of Dorwinian heavy swordsmen was just a bonus. After all, how could a 10 can be as pleasing to the eye as a noble wizard? Chapter 571. 6. 5 wind and fire tier 3 mages each. Roland's face turned green. No wonder the system was so generous to give him a team of 3rd tier mages. It turned out they were just the most common wind and fire mages. But the good thing is, they're members of the Lagran Royal Mage Corps. To be more precise, they're the Lagran Royal Forbidden Spell Corps. The minimum requirement for a Mage Corps is level 3, and each team can work together to cast a forbidden spell, hence the name Forbidden Spell Corps. No way, does anyone really think that the forbidden spells of the Raglan Empire in the Lord of the Rings games rely solely on 5th or 6th tier mages? Back in the Lord of the Rings universe, Raglan engaged in a forbidden spell war with the forces of darkness. Hundreds, even thousands, of forbidden spells were cast one after another, forcing even a 6th tier professional to exercise extreme caution in this battlefield. Numerous spellcasters on both sides were instantly wiped out, while a large number of spellcasters were also replenished. The final outcome was the annihilation of the entire Raglan Royal Mage Corps, leading to the destruction of the Floodgate Fortress. Following this battle, the southern gate of Raglan City was completely broken open by the Mordor army. A large number of orcs crossed the river and surrounded Floodgate, ultimately triggering the Battle of Raglan, the twilight of the Empire. System, check the territory panel. Roland clicked on the system's territory panel. It had been a long time since he had reviewed his overall situation. Since the last time he saw it, the kingdom's soldiers had been sacrificed and increased, and now Roland had no idea how many soldiers he had left. Territory, 1. Floodgate, area, 1 kilometer radius. Buildings, 1 ordinary lord's castle, 900 ordinary townhouses, intermediate magic rune walls, stone well, blacksmith shop, barracks, archer's temple, advanced arrow tower, knight's temple, warrior's temple, inactive, tavern. Generals, Caslo, level 5, Renault, level 5, Rattle, level 4, Yunfeng, level 6, Omsk, level 6, Lavian, level 4, Holland, level 2, Luke Leopold, Merc Leopold, Ajax Anthony, level 5, Lafitte Anthony, level 3, Varon Angus, level 3. Vassal, Apophis Brio, level 3. Special Personnel, Ivy, level 3, Grand Duke Nix, level 2, Nina Bon, level 2, Rule, level 2. City Defense Officer, Marcus, level 4, Administrator, Lance, level 2, Troopers, 4,663. Holy Glory Knights, 110 level 2 Raglan Empire Vanguard Knights. Raglan City Guard, 1,100, level 2, Bodnia Archers, 1,000, level 2, Dewinian Heavy Swordsmen, 200, level 2, El Nino Rangers, 100, level 2, Lordaeron Rangers, 50 level 2 Rangers. Raglan Royal Guard, 200, level 3, Speedstream Legion, 1,500 Speedstream Infantrymen. Levy Light Infantry, 200 Light Infantrymen. Clerics, 8 level 2 Priests. Mages, 1 level 2 Fire Mage. La Grand Royal Forbidden Spellcaster Squad, 5 level 3 Fire Mages, 5 level 3 Air Mages. Crusaders, 100. Crusaders Archers, 300. Crusaders Heavy Shields, 20. Crusaders Cross Bohemia Knights, 15, level 2, Duchy Light Cavalry, 26. Gladiator, 10 level 2 Warriors. Griffin Knights, 4, level 2, Wyvern Knights, 10, level 2, population, 29,672, trainable civilians, 8,723, comment, the Lonely King led the remaining people back to their homeland and built this towering walled city. The city's growing population has given it a more vibrant atmosphere. Everything is moving in a positive direction. The city's military is strong, with a large pool of qualified soldiers. The city is fully capable of defending itself even against a large-scale attack. This city has its own subsidiary territory and looks prosperous. Note, there is a gap in soldier training and a lack of professional awakening training capabilities. Abilities. 1. As the only city in the Kingdom of Raglan in Middle-earth, it attracts the remnants of Raglan. The system will direct a group of wandering Raglan civilians to this location daily. The Lord is expected to properly accommodate them. 2. Recruitment of local civilians is permitted for the training of flood infantry. 3. As the administrative center of the Kingdom of Raglan, the people of Raglan receive a faith bonus while in the city. Note, this city has recently experienced war, and its residents are still grieving the loss of their loved ones. 2. Tupit Territory, Village Buildings, Well Wall, Lord's Hall, 20 houses. Lord Baron Balder. Subjects, 349. Review. One of the few remaining centaurs in Middle-earth, they are loyal to King Roland of Raglan out of gratitude for his kindness. Note, while these centaurs are capable, their small population makes them ineffective in large-scale battles. Note, this territory has been temporarily abandoned due to the war. 3. Lulong Fortress. Area, 1 kilometer in radius. Architecture, 8 dragon-killing towers, 100 heavy crossbow towers, super magic rune walls, war inscriptions. Comment, this is the last remaining proof of the Empire. Beneath the towering Lulong Fortress lie the remains of orcs, the bones of black knights piled high. Evil spirits swear their vengeance here, darkness rests here. The dark walls are stained with the blood of the Dark Alliance, and the entire fortress rests on a mountain of corpses. Note, this battle-hardened fortress is now riddled with holes, and in need of repair. Fortunately, the powerful kingdom soldiers repelled the formidable enemy. 4. Delvin Town. Area, 500 meters in radius. Architecture, wooden and stone walls, basic arrow towers, ordinary houses, a well, a tavern. Population, 1,463, 465 civilians can be trained. Comment, this agricultural town is brimming with life and vitality. The budding commerce is reviving here, and the neighboring Tupid territory can provide valuable support. Note, this town is temporarily abandoned due to war. 5. Julin Family Fiefdom, Julin Lion Territory. Julin Knights, 16, 1 level 3, 15 level 2, Fighting Warriors, Common Soldiers 200. Population, 1,109. Evaluation: a qualified pioneer noble. After building a castle, he also constructed a simple pass. The security of the territory has been initially controlled, and the kingdom's control over this land is gradually increasing. Overall assessment: a thriving kingdom. Despite the precarious environment, the resilient people of Raglan still stubbornly defend this ancient land, and their king continues to protect what remains. This war-torn kingdom once again demonstrates its strength. Suggestion: the kingdom urgently needs a large amount of land and population to revive. The Easterlings in the east occupy Dorwingen, and the Orcs in the south occupy Dol Guldur. The ruins of Raglan City still await the king's recovery. Yes. Roland covered his eyes. However, the number of recruits was decreasing, not increasing. It's conceivable how many young and strong men were killed in this battle. The kingdom's regular army suffered little loss, and even gained thousands of men, but the conscripted militia. It could be said that Roland's months of accumulating population was wasted in this battle. Fortunately, the addition of professional soldiers comforted Roland, but then he thought of his heavy cavalry. Roland almost wanted to die. Cavalry was difficult to train. Although Roland had a large number of warhorses waiting to be retrieved in the system space, the problem was that he had no cavalry. Looking at the tens of thousands of warhorses in the space, Roland wondered if he could let RUL go into the horse business next time. Expand the army. Expand the army. Dad is going to engage in war. Roland was so furious that he even wanted to counterattack the demon. Dol Guldur. Chapter 572. Roland now fully understood that earning the reward for defeating the enemy was already a challenge, and he hadn't even considered the reward for total annihilation. Going up to them now would be like asking the ringwraiths, "Hey, I'm here to pay you a huge price to die." Completely annihilating the northern undead army wouldn't be easy either. After all, the undead army was massive, and the fact that the coalition was able to hold it off was a blessing from the spirits of their ancestors. But I guess the dwarves and elves can still defeat the undead. After all, Roland himself had pinned the orcs to the ground and beaten them. Those mindless skeletons are definitely easier to deal with than orcs. Generally speaking, the war in Raglan is basically over, but the war in Raglan has only just begun. Roland is now desperately in need of expanding his territory and power. The main quest hasn't made any progress yet, and for this reason, Roland is ready to abandon his previous plan of not recruiting ordinary soldiers. This war has clearly been a wake-up call for Roland. Without enough satellite cities and territories to hold him back, the enemy can easily appear before his very eyes, so territorial expansion is imperative. TSK. How come White Wing is having it so easy this time? Roland thought, feeling a sense of injustice. White Wing is right here, yet these idiots are picking on him. Ringwraith, is it possible that the rapid river is frozen, putting us closer to you? You want to expand your army? Wait, Your Highness, please forgive me for my offense. Yun Feng apologized and reached out to place a hand on Roland's head. No fever? Yun Feng asked, bewildered. I'm not kidding. Roland's head was practically drooping. Why are you thinking of expanding your army out of the blue? Your Highness, our current strength is more than sufficient, Yun Feng said, arguing. The problem is, it's going to be short of space. Roland shrugged. You're planning to expand. Yun Feng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Roland to actually expand his territory. Was this the last straw? Is that a problem? Don't forget, I'm also a Lagrang. Lagrang people have an insatiable need for land. Roland scowled as he tried to find an excuse. After all, building a satellite city to protect himself out of fear of death was a rather embarrassing excuse. No problem. You're finally back to normal. Before Yun Feng could say anything, Omsk, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, jumped up. I told you. How could the king of Raglan not crave land? I was right. Your Highness, tell me. Where should we attack? Omsk said eagerly. Previously, Roland had held back from expanding territory due to his family's limited resources, so everyone assumed Roland wasn't particularly interested. Now, it seems it's not that he lacks a desire, but rather that he's willing but unable to. But that's a good thing. It seems this battle with the orcs has invigorated King Roland. He's finally following the path of the Raglan kings. Omsk felt the joy of watching his own cabbages grow. If Roland knew they were thinking this way, he'd probably burst into tears. What do you mean by invigorated? That's nearly frightening him out of his wits. Right next to him were Vannerway and Yun Feng, two level 6 warriors, who couldn't handle anything. Vannerway was a bit of an issue, but he was the chieftain of the Grassland Elves, the future Grassland Elf king. He only listened to you, because he thought it was better to be with you, Raglan. That didn't mean you could use him to death. Therefore, whenever Roland needed Ver to join a battle, he was extremely cautious. After all, he wasn't under his command. So do you have a plan? Seeing Roland's words were final, Yun Feng stopped questioning and began to inquire about Roland's military expansion plans. No! Roland spread his hands and kicked his feet, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. After all, I'm king now. Wouldn't it be too much of a shame to do everything myself? Yun Feng and Omsk exchanged glances, both choking on Roland's words. I suggest we gather everyone to discuss this. Yun Feng finally offered with mature composure. All right. Roland nodded immediately. He had no specific rules, so let's discuss it. Roland didn't like to have a say, after all. He wasn't an expert in this area. Roland had no other strengths, but he was self-aware. Renault is still at Lulong Fortress, handling follow-up work. Let's discuss this again in 2 days. Omsk said to the two. Greetings, Your Majesty. It's a pleasure to meet you. Renault patted his chest and bowed, calling him Your Majesty. Roland had completely lost himself in his own thoughts, but Roland quickly came to his senses. The title of Emperor sounded nice, but you can't be unworthy of the position. Given Lagran's current power, if he went out and called himself Emperor Lagran, he would be ridiculed by all of Middle-earth. Hello, Renault, my loyal and brave knight. I wish you a successful breakthrough. Roland stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder as an encouragement. I heard you're planning to expand your army? Renault frowned, looking at Roland questioningly. Of course. What's your objection, my knight? Roland asked curiously. It's not good for ordinary people to go to the battlefield. I remember you always been against recruiting ordinary soldiers, right? Renault asked puzzledly. Things are different now. I plan to expand my territory, and the existing army is insufficient to support my plans, so I can only recruit the Swiftstream infantry. Roland said somewhat helplessly. Those are our brothers and sisters, beloved relatives and friends of Lagran. Renault's eyes widened. I'm sorry, I don't want to drag ordinary people into war, but time is of the essence. Our manpower is already stretched thin. Roland shook his head and gave a wry smile. Your Majesty, I'm not mistaken. I meant to ask for more troops. Lulong Fortress is short on men, Renault said sternly. Roland felt like he was seeing the Middle-earth version of the Giving Money Monk. No, this was the Giving Money Monk. Your Highness, I don't want more. 1,000, just 1,000. Renault gestured. Omsk's face flushed. Could this idiot really be a paladin? Why did he feel like he was shopping on the street? He quickly stepped forward to pull Renault away. 800. Just 800. Renault, dragged along by Omsk, gestured to Roland. At least 500. Your Majesty, no fewer. If you do, we won't be able to hold on next time. The voice of Renault, who was being dragged away, still faintly echoed in the air. Everyone glanced at each other, then at Roland, and the atmosphere instantly fell into silence and awkwardness. Ahem. Why are you all standing there? Come in. The door to the council hall opened, and Nyx emerged, waving at everyone, seemingly freeing them. Nyx had seen Omsk dragging Renault in first, and after a while, no one else showed up, so she went out to check. She saw Roland playing a game of stare-downs with his ministers, so she could only speak up and greet them. Everyone felt relieved after hearing Nyx's cry, and they took off running. Even old Adela, who usually walked with a shaky, slow pace, ran joyfully into the meeting hall, thanking Nyx. Looking at the crowd, who seemed to be handing out free eggs in the meeting hall, Roland's mouth twitched. Renault's act had made him look like a shady boss. Rubbing his face, Roland adjusted his expression and entered the meeting hall. All right, everyone, speak freely. Roland gave a brief overview, clapping his hands and lying flat on his back. As a king, you can't compete with your subjects for work, you have to give them a chance to show their talents. Everyone, if you're lazy, just say it. I say at least 5 legions. Omsk grinned. Puff. As soon as Omsk finished speaking, Yun Feng, holding the parchment scroll, spat out a mouthful of water before Roland could react. Do you know the current population of River Rapids? How many are of suitable age? Yun Feng's eye twitched. 15,000 shouldn't be too many, right? I think River Rapids is already packed. Omsk boasted, leaning back in his chair. After all, asking a reckless man to think is too much of a stretch, even if he's already reached the pinnacle of his profession. Roland, great. What a great idea. That's even better than what I thought. Chapter 573. The kingdom currently has fewer than 9,000 eligible soldiers. Yun Feng nudged Omsk and whispered. Then recruit 7,500. Just enough to form 3 legions. Omsk shouted bluntly. Pa! Yun Feng slapped himself in the eye. He shouldn't have said that to him. Roland, my fists are hard, so hard, I want to hit someone. Ahem, your majesty, can you tell me what our goal is? Renaud stared at Roland solemnly. Only by knowing Roland's goal could he calculate the approximate number of troops needed. Return to the old capital, Roland said word by word. Are you serious? Renaud narrowed his eyes. Of course, I don't want anyone to be able to attack me at any time. So why not let the capital take the front lines? Roland narrowed his eyes. Lagrang City was originally a frontline city. It, along with East Emperor Fortress and Swift Flow Fortress, formed a horn-shaped formation on the three banks where the Swift Flow River and the Redwater River meet. East Emperor Fortress and Swift Flow Fortress protected Lagrang City, while Lagrang City served as a logistics base to support the two fortresses. This trinity of defense was truly unstoppable. The Battle of Lagrang City was initiated by the collapse of Swift Flow Fortress, otherwise, the coalition of dark forces would have had no hope of reaching the city. That would require a massive force. Renaud's eyes flashed with a serious expression. I understand. That's why we're not in a rush now. To connect the territories, we need roads first. We can build roads and establish gathering points as we go, all the way to Lagrang City. Roland said to the crowd. If that's the case, then it's acceptable. But how do we ensure the safety of the gathering point? We won't rely on the flood infantry to garrison there, will we? Omsk was serious for once. We have reinforcements on the way, 1,000-man Lagrang Guard, Roland said. Are you planning to have the Lagrang Guard garrison the towns? Adderley was somewhat shocked by Roland's wealth. What kind of family? He was actually sending professionals to garrison the towns? What? 100 Lagrang Guards to each gathering point. That way, we can control 11 towns simultaneously. Roland extended his hand and clenched it, as if grasping the entire world. If that is your wish, I will obey. Adderley nodded. Your Highness, I think 1,500 is a good number. It will complement the Swift Stream Infantry Regiment at Lulong Fortress. That way, we can free up some professionals. Yun Feng pondered. Not enough. Renaud shook his head solemnly. Don't forget that there's still Swift Stream City to garrison. Renaud stamped his foot, signaling everyone to pay attention to the Swift Stream City beneath their feet. Yun Feng frowned. Speedstream City doesn't need to maintain such a large force, right? Omsk scratched his head. But Lulong does. Where are the troops from Lulong being drawn? Renaud asked. Okay, you win, sir. Omsk snapped. So what's your opinion? Roland, fearing Renaud would throw in a figure of 7,500, could only grit his teeth and look at him. For 1,500. 2 Rapids legions. 1 for Lulong Fortress, 1 for Speedstream City. Renaud said. Isn't that too much? This basically takes away most of the young and strong. Roland was a little worried. Although he shouted the slogan of expanding the army loudly, his warmongering was just empty talk. He wanted to expand the army, but he didn't intend to do so recklessly. Yes, but these are necessities. Instead of letting untrained civilians serve as cannon fodder in the next war, why not recruit enough soldiers now? Renaud gave Roland an example. After all, the young and strong men killed and wounded this time were enough for Roland to raise a flood infantry corps. Does anyone have any opinions? Rayner's words convinced Roland. The civilian casualties this time truly stung Roland's heart, because he was once an ordinary civilian. On Blue Star, whenever the country was in trouble, the powerful and wealthy always fled to safety first. The so-called patriotism was all about the children of poor families bearing the brunt of the bloodshed. When the common people defended peace with their own hands, the powerful would once again appear and ride on their shoulders, and the cycle would repeat. Without exception. In every country. In the Game of Thrones, civilians are merely pawns. I refuse to sacrifice them because I come from among them. I am the Raglan Emperor. I fight for the people. Roland Raglan. From the glory of Lagrange Reborn. Everyone shook their heads. While they worried about the potential social unrest and waste of farmland caused by the mass withdrawal of young and strong men, Roland didn't want to resort to conscripting militiamen to fight the enemy. Warfare was the duty of professional soldiers who had left their jobs. That's it. Recruiting begins after the spring plowing. The pay will be the same. And Yun Feng. Keep prices down. I don't want to see a loaf of bread cost 500,000 gold coins. Roland warned. A large number of young and strong men leaving their jobs would undoubtedly impact society, and the price of food and other commodities would undoubtedly rise. Roland knew what would happen if a loaf of bread cost 500,000 gold coins. Although his people were loyal, there was no guarantee that failed knights, failed soldiers, and so on would emerge. Huh? Yunfeng's face jerked forward, a question mark expression on his face. A loaf of bread for 500,000 gold coins? How is that even possible? If that happened, I chop off my own dick and drink with it. Omsk looked at Roland with disdain, clearly thinking he was exaggerating. Roland looked at Omsk with pity. Luckily, this was Middle-earth, and the powerful Slayer wasn't on the same plane as him, otherwise he would have become the first 6th rank eunuch today. Alright, that's it. Do you have anything else to add? If not, we adjourn. Roland clapped his hands, ready to end the high-level meeting. Did we forget something? Nix asked pointedly. Forgot what? Nothing. Yunfeng and Roland exchanged a glance. Is it possible that the dwarves and elves are still fighting the undead army? Nix frowned. Allies are meant to be betrayed, right, my dear husband? To be honest, Roland had no intention of intervening in the Northern War. After all, since the founding of the Kingdom of Raglan here, he had been engaged in both major and minor battles. Especially the war with the dwarves. He was like a babysitter. Although it was for system tasks and his own interests, Roland was almost tired of fighting for others all day long. The Queen is right. We truly cannot sit idly by. Although we fulfilled our allies' obligations early on, and Caslo has been assisting them for a long time, we are now free. It is only right and proper for us to help drive out the invaders. This is a king's oath and a knight's promise. Adal said sincerely, gazing into Roland's eyes. I understand. Thank you for your teaching. Roland nodded. Some things must be observed. Agreements between kings are more reliable than laws. It is precisely because of the king's observance that oaths are binding and sacred. Adal patted Roland's arm and spoke earnestly. Caslo, Ajax, I'm sorry to trouble you two again. Roland apologized. Due to the Dragon Knight's mobility, these two always have the most missions. It's all right, Your Highness. Fighting for the Sacred Covenant is our duty and responsibility. Ajax patted his chest in greeting, then departed with a swift and decisive demeanor. Don't forget the wedding. My wedding? Caslo gestured silently to Roland, his mouth open, then quickly caught up to Ajax. Yunfeng and Roland exchanged glances, then turned their heads away for a few seconds. Ha ha ha. The two burst into laughter amid the others' astonishment. Roland was laughing at Caslo's constant preoccupation with Ajax's body, his impatience. Yunfeng, on the other hand, was laughing at King Roland's clever tricks, how he had tricked Caslo, the innocent child, into willingly and heartlessly letting himself be sold out by Roland. The two men, each with their own agenda, laughed for a moment, then said goodbye with a smile and left. But as they turned around, Roland habitually spat at Yunfeng behind his back, calling him a fox, while Yunfeng quietly wiped his right hand, which had just shaken Roland's hand. Chapter 574. Shoot! Shoot these bastards to death. Don't be stingy with your arrows. And check if the communication array has been repaired. It always fails at the crucial moment. Apophis Bleer stood atop a simple wooden and stone pass, commanding his warriors to fire crossbows at the orcs below. Ouch! An orc who had just climbed up was struck by a spear, sending him tumbling down the 3-meter-high pass with a wail. We must build up the High West Pass after this. Orcs are getting in too easily. Olaf said to Apophis Bleer as he drew his one-handed sword and stabbed an orc who was trying to climb up. I wholeheartedly agree. Apophis Bleer lashed out with his spear, instantly slicing dozens of orcs with his stream of war energy. Can anyone tell me where these things came from? Apophis Bleer was baffled. They're everywhere. They're everywhere, Olaf said as he slew the orcs. Your Highness, the kingdom is aware of our situation, but unfortunately, the dragon riders have been held back by the northern undead. We're on our own. A breathless soldier ran over to Apophis Brio with the bad news. Dragon God. Apophis Brio muttered. But the kingdom will send all its griffin riders, and the soon-to-return dragon riders to assist us, along with a large supply of military equipment. The soldier continued, taking a breath. Go away. Don't gasp next time you talk. Apophis Brio kicked the soldier away. Is this a distraction? Thank goodness. The king hasn't given up on us. Olaf praised Roland. The king won't abandon any of his loyal subjects. For the kingdom. For the revival of King's Landing. Fight! Apophis Brio roared. At the same time, the soldiers, having received news of the kingdom's reinforcements, were also greatly encouraged, and the frequency of their attacks increased. It's over. Olaf threw down his spear, and sat down on the pile of corpses. All around him were grinning warriors, and piles of orc corpses. How many times has this happened? Apophis Brio sat down, and panted unceremoniously. Ha ha. Who cares? They're constantly attacking, and we're constantly fighting. If you hadn't come, we'd probably have won this time. Olaf sneered. How are the brothers doing? Apophis Brio expressed concern. After all, these people were his few remaining assets, and Roland wouldn't provide any more supplies if he depleted them. Who do they think they are? They think they can kill us. Olaf and the other warriors exchanged a smile, then burst into laughter. Clearly, the heavily armed iron cans were no match for the poorly equipped orcs of the Misty Mountains. These warriors, who could tear through a regular orc army without a scratch, certainly weren't to be killed by these rubbish. As for injuries? No problem. Just lie down for a couple of days, and you'd be a raglan brood again. Let the brothers rest. Apophis Bleer nodded. Your Highness! Bring some reinforcements. Olaf said weakly. Ha ha. Reinforcements? This time, Grand Knight Turton and I are all the support we need. Apophis Bleer grinned. Did you know that every soldier in Lion Castle has been dispatched? Now, aside from the cooks and servants, there's not a single extra soldier. Apophis Brio's mouth twitched. Then we're still fighting. Olaf's facial muscles twitched, finally forcing a smile uglier than tears. Don't worry. 100-man squadron of warriors is still in training, and we have extra troops soon. Apophis Brio patted Olaf's shoulder. Your Highness, you're crazy. This is draining the pond to catch fish. Olaf thought Apophis Brio was aggressively recruiting young and strong men from the civilian population. After all, the Lion territory only had a little over 100 men of suitable age. Not really. We're seeing refugees joining our territory every day, so I think it's time to start recruiting some soldiers, Apophis Brio explained. Ever since his territory got back on track, and the entire Lion territory appeared on Roland's dashboard, the Raglan faction's native refugee recruitment feature had taken effect. So, a few refugees joined his territory every day. While not many, the steady flow of them would be enough for Apophis Brio to expand his army. That's good, Olaf nodded. Unknowingly, the two de facto lords of the Raglan kingdom were both aggressively expanding their armies and preparing for war. Apophis Brio was focused on defending his territory, while Roland was seeking to make those lands his own. As the weather warmed up, more and more orcs were roaming around Apophis Brio's territory, and they often attacked the West Pass. Most of them were wandering orcs with dozens of people, but there were also small groups of elite orcs with some orc cannon fodder to attack the city. Overall, it seemed that the war between the two sides was not like a fortress attack and defense battle, and compared with the scale of Roland's side, it was more appropriate to describe it as a village fight. Apophis Brio's knights performed a remarkable feat. These iron cans, like pillars of support, were enough to deter many isolated orcs, and even prevented the attacking orcs from advancing. Using them as a fulcrum, Olaf was able to repel the orcs time and again. However, today's situation was far more dire. Several groups of wandering orcs defeated at the Western Pass had united, and the orcs' attack, numbering nearly 1,000, nearly overwhelmed them. If it weren't for the arrival of 2 third-level knights, who used their skills to mow them down, they would have been crushed to death by now. Even so, everyone was still covered in bruises. After all, the blows from the orcs' clubs were painful, and many of the warriors stood up with bruises and swelling. These orcs are truly annoying. Olaf was overcome with a headache. Since they were nestled in the mountains with no water source, a moat was out of the question. They could only detect orc attacks with their naked eyes. A moat would have made their defenses much stronger, preventing the orcs from simply scaling the city with their numbers. Since they couldn't dig deep, they could only dig higher. Be patient. They'd be in trouble when the Kingdom Sky Knights arrive. Apophis Brio patted Olaf on the shoulder, encouraging him. When the Sky Knights arrive, I definitely cut down all these obstructing trees. Olaf thought to himself. The valley, dozens of meters from the pass, was lined with towering trees, not only limiting their range but also providing cover and hiding space for the orcs. Your Highness, please accept our loyalty. It's wonderful to see the Lagrang royal family appear in this land again. May your reign prosper. The Dragon Knights saluted, their hearts clearly filled with satisfaction with Roland and the kingdom as it stood. Greetings, Your Highness. Varen Angus, commander of the 1,000-man Raglan Guard, and all the other Raglan Guards, pledge allegiance to you. Varen Angus knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his hand on his chest. Stand tall. You are all citizens of the Empire. The kingdom is not our end. The Empire will eventually be revived. And you are the backbone of that revival. Roland patted them in praise. After all this time, Roland could now offer such polite words. Now I have a mission for you, Roland said, gazing at the Dragon Knights. As you wish, wherever your blades point, we will ride. The Dragon Knights bowed their heads. The kingdom's 2 Dragon Knights are tied up on the northern front, but the kingdom's western territories, the territory of the king's lion family, are facing an orc invasion. I hope you can bring the Griffin Knights to support them, or at least help them get through a period of safety. Roland pointed to the map. There's actually an heir to the king's family? The Dragon Knights narrowed their eyes. Well, so no matter what, the Junlin family cannot be destroyed. The current head of the Junlin family, Apophis Brio, must also be alive. Roland looked at them solemnly. Chapter 575. The situation is not good with Apophis Brio. We need to be more cautious. Perhaps we need to send him troops. Roland patted Nyx's head and explained to her lovingly. Is the situation very bad? Nyx asked, her eyes twinkling. Not bad, but definitely not great. Roland shook his head. You say it's bad? Both sides are just weaklings fighting each other. Compared to the eastern battlefield, it's like a competition of the weakest. A few knights can hold the line, and 2 third-level knights can turn the tide of battle. If you say it's not bad, then Apophis Brio's brains are almost blown out. His soldiers are even more stretched than Roland's. Those who know him as a duke, while those who don't think he's some fallen baron. His troops are even inferior to those of a regular border baron. I hope the King's Landing family can stay safe. After all, they are your most loyal defender. Nyx frowned, looking quite adorable. Don't worry. Even with the knight support, he can't defeat this fiefdom, so he's better off giving it up. Roland smiled and shook his head. It seems our enemies are the 4th ring of darkness, Amorathor, and the 6th ring of decay, Halramus. Thranduil said, gazing at the dark mass of undead before him. That's right. All the other ring wraiths except the Witch King of Ammar have appeared. They can only face these 2. Bard swung his long sword in a flowery display. The situation is not favorable for us. The Dwarven Forge fire can only be used once. Next time they are prepared, it won't be as effective as last time. Thorin shook his head with some regret. A vast expanse of black scorched earth on the withered wasteland still emanated a gentle heat. Bone dust flew across the air on the wind, and the hordes of undead, completely consumed by the flames, drifted away. Thank goodness you're back. Thorin looked at Caslo and Ajax with lingering fear. You're truly ruthless. Ajax's mouth twitched. The scorched earth before him was clearly the result of the dwarves using magical tools to draw out the fire from the Lonely Mountain's core furnace. The fire, which required Dragon's flame to ignite, was incredibly powerful. The dwarves' swift release was no less powerful than the full force of a fire dragon's breath. There's nothing we can do. Lord Caslo has left, and none of us can cast the forbidden spell to stop the scourge. Bard shrugged. The scourge, a persistent, massive forbidden spell, was the most repulsive of all, ranking alongside area of effect curses as the most disgusting of Middle-earth's 10,000 years. Clearly, relying solely on human effort without the power of forbidden spells would be difficult to stop the undead plague. Without Caslo to hold them back, the Northern Alliance clearly lacked anyone capable of casting forbidden spells. While the elves were skilled in spellcasting, Thranduil clearly lacked any wizards capable of doing so. Otherwise, Thranduil would have already used forbidden spells to blast Azog during the Battle of 5 Armies. Thank goodness you're back, and you brought reinforcements. Bard, clearly in the mood for swordplay, was in high spirits. With 2 dragon riders by his side, he could even breathe more easily. Ajax and Caslo exchanged a look of confusion. I feel like you have won even if we hadn't come, Caslo said, gazing at the dwindling undead army. After all, how many could escape the overwhelming fire of the dwarven furnace? Isn't it because I'm afraid of a second scourge? Bard smiled. The conditions for casting the scourge are still very demanding. At least, they won't be allowed to do it again here. Without corpses and souls to desecrate, where can they summon the undead? Caslo shrugged. This wave of scourge had at least consumed most of the Norse corpse reserves. The bodies in the northern wastes, and the orc corpses in the Gumbalder fortress had all been pulled up. Clearly, the ringwraiths had failed to achieve their goal, and instead wasted their cannon fodder. Roland had fought tooth and nail to hold the southern front, the most likely breakthrough point. This battle in the north not only cost the coalition some manpower, but they hadn't even captured a single strategic point. It was unbearable. The undead are retreating. Thranduil's calm eyes reflected the slowly retreating figures of the undead. It seems the ringwraiths have admitted defeat. Bard smiled. The south was nearly annihilated. Aren't we just running away, and waiting for everyone to surround and smack them? Caslo said arrogantly. In reality, this was just a pretense. Forget about a counterattack northward. Even if the orcs orchestrated another forbidden spell, it was doubtful they could escape Lulong Fortress. Furthermore, the soldiers' mental and physical strength were at their breaking point, so a counterattack would be a stretch. Thank goodness they ran fast. Bard looked disdainfully at the slowly retreating undead. The dwarves can still smash their heads in. Thorin was unyielding. Everyone's good at making threats. It doesn't cost anything anyway. Humph. Thranduil gazed at the horizon, and the dark clouds of war drifting away. He snorted coldly, his words silent. Clearly, beneath a short, nasal sound lay a wealth of vocabulary and meaning. This snort was exquisite, underscoring the elves' disdain for the ringwraiths and their mockery of the undead army's vulnerability. Ajax held his forehead and shook his head. These people are so good at pretending, so convincing. King Bard, who shouted run, wouldn't you like to see your soldiers in such a state of disarray? And the dwarf king, who shouted break their heads, see if any dwarf is still intact? And that elf king who snorted coldly. Are you sure your ranger can still draw his bow? Ajax looked at the rangers, their arms still trembling, with a strange look in his eyes. Then, there were the exhausted dwarves, and the pitiful human soldiers, who were already few in number. You suffered so much. If you had really gone up there, the ringwraiths would have laughed themselves silly. If it weren't for the sudden presence of the two dragon riders, primarily the pressure of the dragons, the ringwraiths might have tried to charge the coalition lines a few more times to try and put up a fight. Let's stay 2 more days, make sure those creatures are truly gone. I don't want them creeping up to the foot of Lonely Mountain while I sleep. Thorin shook his hair. Agreed. Bard, of modest means, immediately raised his hand in agreement. At least the dwarves could retreat to the Lonely Mountain, but Dale would be doomed. All right, Thranduil nodded. The Woodland Kingdom wasn't afraid of those creatures returning, but Thranduil knew the principle of the lips and teeth being cold. How could he stand by and watch the ringwraiths rip off all his allies? Then wait 2 days. Caslow and Ajax exchanged a glance and nodded. They didn't realize, at this point, that the Duke of King's Landing, Apophis Brio, was already embroiled in a battle with the rogue orcs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sit still. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Northern Undead Army. Reward: 500 Raglan City Guards. Side quest: 2 front war completed. The system's voice suddenly boomed beside Roland's ears, and then the rewards were distributed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looks like the battle in the north is over too. Roland shook his head. He had expected to receive none of the annihilation rewards. Once he understood the annihilation mechanics, he knew he had no chance of getting them. First, annihilate all high-level combat forces or generals, achieving a troop annihilation rate of over 70%. Even that high-level combat force alone would be a dead end for Roland. If I could just wipe out those ringwraiths, would I even need that reward? Chapter 576. Roland now had a much more ample force at his disposal. The Lagrang City Guard alone numbered a full 1,600 men, arguably the largest of his armies, and they were all Tier 2 warriors. They had both quality and quantity. Putting these 1,600 men in the mountains alone, Roland was confident he could withstand an attack by tens of thousands of ordinary elite orcs, or even defeat them. But Roland soon recalled his order to expand his territory. The thought of the mighty Lagrang City Guard being forced to disband, just after assembling, made his face twist. Pain. So painful. Roland, I plan to have the people migrate during the spring plowing season. There's no town between Swiftstream City and Lulong Fortress, which is bad for connectivity within the kingdom. Nyx said softly, twirling her clothes around her neck. Of course. You're the queen and the ruler of this country. You can make your own arrangements. Roland said fondly, ruffling Nyx's hair. The so-called harem meddling in politics doesn't exist in Lagran. Under the system of 2 kings and 2 emperors, it's perfectly normal for the queen to hold state power. Okay, then I have Yunfeng make the arrangements. Nyx shook her head happily, tossing her long hair as she bounded away, leaving Roland, who couldn't help but feel a groan for Yunfeng. A natural-born ox and horse. Roland couldn't help but admire him. Yunfeng hadn't conducted his alchemical experiments in a long time. The so-called pursuit of knowledge and truth had become a joke in the kingdom of Lagran. Roland had practically made even the wisest moron shrewd by Roland, and now they were a couple again. How tragic. The damaged city buildings need repairing, and the city walls need your excellency Rattle's help. Yunfeng approached Roland with a scowl. Apparently, Nyx had already contacted him, and with the added workload, His Majesty Yunfeng vented his anger on King Roland. His tone was definitely not good. Yes. Roland casually signed the document, stamped it with his coat of arms, and handed it to Yunfeng. Yun Feng took it and turned away, clearly unwilling to stay any longer, probably unwilling to meet a king who exploited his labor. By the way, Your Majesty Yun Feng, remember what happened with that girl Nix. Migration is urgent. Don't forget. Roland's voice came from behind Yun Feng, and Yun Feng stumbled and almost fell to the ground. After seeing off the first cowherd, Yun Feng, the second cowherd, Lance, hurried in. Your Highness. Lance gasped. Tell me, how's the situation? Have the pensions and compensation been paid? Roland frowned. He could joke with Yun Feng, but not with Lance. After all, they were discussing compensation for the militiamen killed or injured in the battle. Yes, they paid, but do we have enough supplies? A flood of money flowing into the market will impact the market and cause significant price fluctuations. Lance said solemnly. Don't worry, I take care of the supplies. As long as the pensions are paid, that's all. I don't want the heroes who shed blood for our country to shed tears again. Roland knew the ugliness of human nature. There were scumbags everywhere who profited from national disasters and laid claim to martyrs' pensions. Don't worry, the situation you're worried about won't happen. All the money will be distributed through me. Lance bowed. Then I'm relieved. Those orphan families will need more attention. We won't be selecting them for this migration. Let them stay in River Rapids and provide them with the best possible care, Roland said. Okay, I carefully examine them. Lance nodded. Anything else? Lance asked. No, you can go about your business. Just remember my reminders. Roland waved his hand, signaling Lance to leave. Oh, it's a headache. Post-war recovery is the real hassle. Roland was a bit amused. Who would believe that after the war, they'd be busier than during it? There were so many things to deal with, and the key was that people's livelihoods were a pressing matter. Roland didn't want to follow the example of some governments that ignored people's livelihoods and implemented a one-size-fits-all approach, ultimately ruining their reputation. He also hoped that Roland, a sage within himself and a king without a king, still valued his reputation. At least, that was the case back home. Compared to some shameless people on Blue Star, Roland felt he couldn't make the same outrageous remarks as some of the exiled experts. There are so many troubles, and this is just the beginning, Omsk suddenly said, appearing out of nowhere. Oh! Omsk, you're the real hero, Roland suddenly said, pointing at Omsk's chest. Omsk, why don't you sound nice? My great gorilla hero, tell me, what brings you to my humble abode? Roland asked nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Nothing, just came to take a look and hand over the knights. Omsk smiled sheepishly. It's all right, you lead the charge. Who can compare to you, a natural-born commander? You successfully circumvented all enemy forces. Roland gave him a thumbs up. Omsk covered his face, utterly embarrassed. It was over. A lifelong black mark, a permanent failure in his military career. All right, what's there to hand over? Just tear up the transfer order yourself. Roland shook his head. Such a trivial matter required so much formality. The proper procedures still need to be followed. Omsk smiled. Rules are rules, and everyone was very cautious about things like military power. All right, let's not hand over anymore. I have a mission for you. Take the knights to escort the migrating civilians. I plan to build a city between River Rapids and Lulong Fortress. This city will serve as a hub connecting the two regions. This will expand our influence and benefit the kingdom's rule, Roland said to Omsk. Huh? Omsk, who was just about to celebrate being able to slack off, suddenly lost his temper. This guy is even more capitalist than a capitalist, working non-stop without even a break. Caslow, I heard someone was talking about taking a break. Work hard. If there's trouble again this time, I give you special permission to storm the Black Gate of Mordor alone, Roland said half-jokingly and half-seriously. Hiss. Omsk gasped. If you want your life, just say so. And you call it a solo attack on the Black Gate of Mordor? Why don't you just let me assassinate Sauron? All right, rest now. Time is running out. Spring plowing and migration are about to begin, and the people can't afford to delay, Roland said seriously. Okay, I have the knights take good care of them. Omsk nodded. Well, I go with you then, Roland added. Goodness. The sudden attack stung Omsk's back. Why would the king personally go there and command the entire knights? Isn't the king the commander? After all this fuss, I'm just following orders. Thank you. Apophis Brio was riding high. Under the powerful firepower of the Dragon Knights, not only did he give the orcs a sweet sleep, he also took the opportunity to clear the trees around the pass. Clearing away those obstructions not only gave them visibility, but also provided them with high-quality building materials, perfect for increasing the height and thickness of the pass. This would ensure that the next orc attack would be much easier to handle. Chapter 577. Your Highness, you are so polite. The Sky Knight saluted Apophis Brio humbly. If you have nothing else to do here, I'm going to lead the team back, Holland said to Apophis Brio. Of course. It's safe here now. Thank you for your help, Apophis Brio said happily, as he looked at the pass being reinforced and raised. Apophis Brio, having clearly breathed a sigh of relief, was very satisfied. After all, he had learned that the Northern War had ended on both sides. The large number of orcs returning to the Misty Mountains would undoubtedly impact his territory, so he needed to strengthen his defenses to resist orc attacks. You're welcome. This is what every citizen of Lagran does. Helping each other is a traditional virtue. Holland waved his hand, indicating that Apophis Brio was being polite. All right, then I won't keep you here. Be careful on your way back, Apophis Brio said politely. After all, if the pressure hadn't been too great, he wouldn't have wanted these knights to support him. It wasn't that he had any second thoughts, but those dragons and griffins were such voracious eaters. After just a few days here, they nearly eaten up all the meat Apophis Brio's family had. After all, griffins and dragons, unlike horses, are carnivores. You can't feed them grass, can you? At this moment, Apophis Brio, the Lion Duke of King's Landing, didn't know that Roland and his men's war was over, but his own war had just begun. The battle for the north wasn't over yet. Are you crazy, or am I? Yun Feng waved his hand, dismissing Roland's approaching advances like a fly, without even looking up. Roland was clearly one of those shameless people. After all, people from modern society have long since forgotten what face means. The office workers at the bottom of society have long since mastered the art of changing faces like flipping the pages of a book. Even the traditional Chinese art of face switching couldn't compare to theirs. Think of a way. I know you're the best, Yufeng. Roland was now flattering Yufeng, the kind of sweetheart when he needed her, and Madame Nyo when he wasn't. If you're bored, you can go find the queen and do something adult-friendly. Don't bother me while I'm working. I'm working for Lagran, not just for the royal family or you. Yufeng, overwhelmed by Roland's annoyance, refused outright. Although he claimed it wasn't for Roland, Yufeng truly cared deeply about the royal family. He had already made up his mind to raise Roland's son himself. He couldn't let that Roland corrupt him. Don't be so formal. I'm the legitimate Lagran king. If the king is still alive, Lagran will still be here. That means I'm the incarnation of Lagran, Roland said flatteringly. O ancestors of Lagran, may the dragon gods descend and strike him down. Yun Feng was moved by Roland's shamelessness. Any Lagran emperor could say such things, but how could a king like you have the nerve to say them? Your Highness, only the Lagran emperor will ever represent Lagran. The king is not qualified. If Roland ever rightfully raises the banner of the empire, then he will truly be the incarnation of Lagran. The Lagran emperor is the empire. Forget it. Those griffins are not something we can touch right now, Yun Feng said speechlessly. He had just finished fighting the orcs, and now he was coveting the bodies of the wild griffins in the Grey Mountains. His main character was greed, wasn't he? No way. 2 dragon riders can't handle 10 dragon riders, 5 griffin riders, and 2 dragons combined. Roland scratched his head, puzzled. If Roland had initially been apprehensive about the 18 adult griffins, he didn't dare to move. Now, with 10 more dragon riders, he felt more prepared. Although their knights were only tier 2, their wyverns were a real threat. Plus, the griffin riders were well trained, so they wouldn't have any trouble supporting them. With a few tier SIXS, that guy Verve would have wanted to take on the griffins for a long time. And they currently had 4 dragons. 4. Storm Dragon Kaldor, Blazing Fire Dragon Renwar, Golden Holy Dragon Dos, and Elf Dragon Smuff. Okay, although Roland admitted that the last elf dragon was just there to make up the numbers, it was still a dragon after all. While a young dragon's combat power wasn't strong, an elf dragon's combat power wasn't measured by age. Those peculiar dragons, who constantly borrowed from the elements, had far stronger childhoods than other dragons. After all, he's been bombarded with dragon language magic since childhood. First, the dragon riders are in poor condition after days of battle. Second, the dragon riders aren't strong enough to overwhelm those griffins. Third, even if we griffin riders were to join the ranks, we'd be in the way. Fourth, is your dragon stable? Fifth, are you sure that elven dragon can still fight? Yun Feng's well-reasoned rebuttal stunned Roland. Of course, if you're not afraid of losing a few dragon riders, or griffin riders, you can fight them. Catching a few alive depends on luck, Yun Feng added. Capturing their movements without a powerful magical barrier to limit them is a pipe dream, Yun Feng said, murderously. Roland opened his mouth to say something. Forget the elven dragon. That little creature played a vital role in the defense of River Rapids, and even sustained damage to its essence in the duel with those liches. Who do you think intercepted all that dark magic? Not a single black spell landed inside River Rapids the entire battle. Wasn't it all us spellcasters who desperately tried to stop it? Yun Feng immediately anticipated Roland's prediction. During the Battle of River Rapids, Yun Feng served as the main carry, facing off against Uvesa. The main damage dealt was Old Man Rattle, and the only other damage dealt was Lance's girlfriend, Nina Bon, a second-tier mage with spellcasting abilities. Nyx was originally a third-tier water mage, but the question was, who would dare put her on the front lines? So, the heavy responsibility of defending against dark magic fell to the delicate elven dragon, and as a result, it was nearly drained by nature's darling. The Smurfs still haven't recovered. Listen to my advice, Your Highness. Go make a child and play with it. Stop hanging around all day. Creating a child will not only help you pass the time, but it will also prevent you from committing suicide and leaving the country without a successor. That way, I won't have to watch over you all the time. You're having fun, and I'm at ease letting go, Yun Feng said earnestly. He clearly wanted to train Roland's alt account. His main account was probably useless at the moment. Since he couldn't rely on a single tree, Yun Feng decided to invest in Roland's child. Roland said, feeling offended. If you want to expand your territory, pay close attention to the spring plowing and prepare to train the flood infantry. Don't be so reckless. That's a herd of giant griffins, not a bunch of dogs. Yun Feng said, if you have a big appetite, you need to have strong fists too. Otherwise, you end up stuffing yourself to death. Alright. We talk about it when the sage appears. Roland shook his head somewhat disappointedly and turned away. Huh? Finally got rid of him. Sage? Sage is a cabbage? In Rattle's situation, there is no hope for him to reach the sage within 10 years. He may stop at level 5 in his lifetime. Yun Feng muttered to himself and couldn't help but sigh. Compared with the rich talents of the combat professionals in the kingdom, the team of spellcasters is bleak. The only 6th level spellcaster is actually a wise man who is not good at fighting. The real combat spellcasters are only level 4. The number of spellcasters is pitifully small. To say that there is a gap between the old and the new is an insult to the word. Chapter 578. Did you know? His Majesty the King has issued a reclamation order. Ah! What's a reclamation order? A resident asked, confused. You don't understand, do you? A reclamation order is the king's order calling on everyone to reclaim land and build new towns. The two, clearly said by Roland, began to spit out a grand vision. TSK, what's the point? We're already content with farming. Why go so far away from the big city? It was clear that the people of Lagrang, accustomed to stability, wouldn't buy this. That's right, Delvin was almost captured this time. I just don't want to go somewhere without security. Seeing his deception was about to fail, Tu was getting anxious. If the king's plan went wrong, he would be in big trouble. Don't worry, His Majesty said. I tell you something in secret. Tu whetted everyone's appetite, but he didn't try to lower his voice. This time, 100 Lagrang city guards will be stationed in each town. And those who contribute to the development may be granted a title. Become a noble. To drop the bombshell. What? Noble? Really? My dragon god. Don't lie to me. Shoo. Keep your voice down. Tu couldn't hide his smile, his lips harder than AK. It seemed he had perfectly completed the mission entrusted to him by the king. In less than a day, the entire city of Rapid City knew about this. Even Yun Feng came over to ask Roland if it was true. Roland was speechless. He just wanted to be your slave and work peacefully. I give you a royal title from now on. Don't be so shameless. You're generous, Your Highness. Omsk gave Roland a thumbs up, praising his skill. It's just a noble title, not a hereditary one. Roland shrugged and pursed his lips. An ordinary noble title isn't worth much. What's valuable is the inheritance and fiefdom that comes with it. A noble with only a title only commands respect from the common people, but a noble with fiefdoms commands respect from the aristocratic community. If you're a truly powerful noble, you earn the friendship of many nobles. In other words, a truly powerful hereditary lord is definitely more assertive than a hereditary court earl with only a title and property. Court marquises are typically close ministers to the emperor. For example, Yun Feng would start out as a court marquis. This kind of court noble, able to coexist with the emperor day and night, is far more powerful than the average truly powerful noble. Because besides hereditary and non-hereditary nobility can also be divided into three categories: truly powerful, truly fiefdom, and truly court. A truly powerful noble is a landed noble who holds absolute power within their fiefdom. Not even the king can directly command the subjects within their fiefdom. This is the highest level of nobility, such as the former families of Nix and Apophis Brio. The other type is the fiefdom nobles. As the name suggests, these nobles possess fiefdoms, but they did not fully control the fiefdoms themselves. They shared control with the state over everything within their fiefdoms, and their power was less than that of the powerful nobles. Finally, there were the court nobles. Without fiefdoms, they relied entirely on imperial gifts and salaries for survival. While court nobles generally possessed their own estates, they were not starving, despite lacking military power. Non-hereditary nobles were far more miserable. Their descendants could not inherit the title, and aside from their connections and property, they left little to benefit future generations. If they had private armies, this was a less severe situation, as they could at least leave behind loyal followers. "You're so mean!" Yuan Feng's teeth ached. You know, the mayors or city lords of towns directly under the empire were mostly non-hereditary nobles, ranging from knights to barons. Clearly, the nobility Roland was referring to was the position of city lord. "Why have so many nobles when the country is so large?" Roland said helplessly. He wouldn't raise a bunch of rats. Besides, Legrand, with so much work to do, needed cohesion right now, not to distribute the people to the nobles as subjects. Roland was very cautious about the status of hereditary nobility. Aside from those who had made outstanding contributions to the founding of the country, anyone else dreaming of the honor of a hereditary nobility, even a hereditary baronship, was incredibly valuable. Border barons and earls were the most sought-after titles. After all, guarding the borders required troops to maintain national security, so these border nobles had formidable military forces. With their might, they naturally gained authority. Now the whole city is buzzing with news of nobility appointments. "Are you satisfied now?" Yun Feng shrugged. He thought, everyone in Rapid City, young and old, is eager to venture out and explore. Life or death isn't important, the key is whether or not they can earn the title of nobility. Admissions will be based on family selection. Roland knocked on the table. Using 500 households as the standard, begin organizing the first group of pioneers, Roland ordered. Roland had carefully considered this calculation. 500 households would roughly translate to around 2,000 people, more than enough for a town. The initial number of pioneers couldn't be too many or too few, otherwise the town would be overwhelmed and the population structure would be unhealthy. "Okay, I make arrangements." Lance nodded. Yun Feng, clearly too busy to attend to these screenings, had no choice but to let Baron Lance handle the task. "Okay, make sure to register carefully. Have the Legrand guards prepare with them." Roland nodded. "Everything," Roland added. Clearly Roland, after a year in Rapid City, was restless. Planning to personally lead the expedition, Roland clearly needed to make preparations. Then he saw Yun Feng, his eyes rolling dead. As the logistics manager, he was clearly about to start working for Roland again. "Are you deciding to leave now?" Caslow looked at the fully prepared Roland in disbelief. "Of course. A king must be personally accompanying him on his first expedition. Otherwise, how would I know the actual situation?" Roland said matter-of-factly. Familiarizing one's territory was a king's duty. "Didn't you forget anything?" Caslow shook his head helplessly. "No. The war's over? Is there anything else you need to remember?" Roland spread his hands. "What about my wedding with Ajax?" Caslow roared in a low voice, his eyes wide. Roland had promised him something grand and rosy, but now the reality was nothing. Who could stand that? Roland was stunned, then a sweat crept up his back. "You didn't forget, did you?" Caslow scrutinized Roland's expression. Although Roland wanted to pretend to explain, he immediately shut up after seeing Caslow's clear eyes, and acquiesced to the fact that he had forgotten. "I've been busy with the pioneering order these past few days. I really forgot. I'm sorry, I make it up to you when I get back." Roland bowed apologetically. "Ah, never mind." Caslow waved his hand. The king was about to leave, so his wedding was definitely off the table. Furthermore, their pioneering schedule was based on the spring plowing season, and Roland obviously couldn't change it at will. After all, if he delayed, he wouldn't be able to grow crops that year. So Caslow could only suppress his anxiety. "Bring Ajax along this time, so she can get acquainted with our land." Roland offered a favor. Ahem, actually, That wedding isn't that urgent. Caslow laughed. By the way, tell her you, and she will protect me throughout the entire process, so you two have to be with me every day. Roland continued. As for my wedding, you must have your own considerations. It's really just a ritual. Just take care of it when you have time. Upon hearing this, Caslow's bottom line immediately became more flexible than a ringwraith, practically patting his chest and making a promise. Yunfeng, remember, Caslow still has a wedding to go. Roland said to Yunfeng. Oh, Yunfeng said weakly. If it weren't for your ability to make promises, he might not be able to finish the work he had on hand even after Roland returned from the expedition. Caslow's wedding would have been postponed for who knows when. Chapter 579. The knights are ready. Your Highness. Oms pounded his chest respectfully. Where are the common people? Roland asked, only to see a sea of civilians, laden with bags and belongings, following behind the knights. Many ox carts and horse-drawn carriages also gathered, clearly representing some of the wealthier commoners. Why are there light infantry among them? Roland took one look at the light infantry, whose equipment varied widely. Some wore leather armor, others mail, and their weapons ranged from short swords to long spears. They looked even more shabby than the soldiers of the Valley State, which irritated Roland. After all, the kingdom he ruled might not be fabulously wealthy, but at least it could afford decent equipment. Yunfeng. Roland instinctively began to search for his horses and cattle. Ahem, Your Highness, those are pioneering adventurers. Oms coughed and whispered to Roland. Roland was stunned. He hadn't expected the kingdom to have such a group of adventurers so soon. Exploration is always accompanied by bloodshed and untold wealth. Many will fight tooth and nail for the title. Civilians in the city, who have the ability, resources, and ambition are all willing to risk their lives for a better future. Omsk said calmly, looking at Roland. After all, this is a path to advancement, and the easiest one at that. That wilderness has never been developed. It's going to kill people, Roland said meaningfully. After all, those heading to Lulong Fortress are the military, and the military was originally formed to fight danger. So, while those messes aren't dangerous to the military, they're clearly not friendly to the civilians who will be settling there. For adventurers, death has always been their companion. Omsk smiled. I hope their group has legal constraints and protection, Roland nodded. You're worrying too much. The Adventurers Guild was established long ago. Omsk smiled and casually held up an emblem. It featured a round shield with a cross sword and staff. It was clearly an adventurer's emblem, and judging by the gold texture and 10 stars, it was clearly of high rank. 10-star adventurers. Roland's mouth twitched. That kind of thing was much rarer than a 6-tier professional. After all, a 10-star adventurer had to accept and succeed in countless commissions to reach 10 stars, and 10-star missions were generally quite difficult. Wait! Where are you from? And how did you get to 10 stars? Roland finally realized. There was no way the Adventurers Guild had any missions for Omsk to reach 10 stars. Ahem, is it possible that this guild was founded by those two old men, Rattle and Adile? I just put a name on it. Omsk glanced at Roland, looking surprised. A secret operation. Roland's mouth twitched. Registering and getting a maxed out account? Who could stand that? It can't be helped. One of them holds the title of guild president, the other the vice president. They just have to keep me going. Otherwise, they can't issue those high-level missions. Omsk shrugged helplessly. Roland finally understood. This was mainly for the purpose of issuing high-level quests in the future, right? Otherwise, without high-level adventurers leading the way, low-level adventurers wouldn't be able to take on some quests. After all this time, you're just a tool. Is it fun? Make one for me. Roland suddenly got playful. Are you going to have Queen Nyx kill me? Omsk glanced at Roland with disdain. Even if you, a bronchitis kid, dared to join the Adventurers Guild, those two old men and Adile wouldn't dare accept you. What if you really went out to take quests for fun? Would they accept you or reject you? Not really? Roland shook his head. Not really? Adventurers are on the edge of life. Leading the expedition yourself would be enough to make Nyx weep, let alone running off with a bunch of adventurers. Are you planning to lead the kingdom's army on a quest? Omsk scoffed at Roland's words. A king as an adventurer? Don't be ridiculous. Who knows how the other kingdoms would laugh at Lagran? People who didn't know would think your Adventurers Guild couldn't recruit enough people, and was using the king to make up the numbers. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm speechless. Roland was dumbfounded. Forget about it. Let it unfold. The Empire's revival will take time. In the future, the temples will once again stand tall within its borders, and various guilds will spring up like mushrooms after rain. The Adventurers Guild will be just one of them, Omsk said softly, as if he had already envisioned the glorious era. But before that, we should consider how to arrange a gathering place. Omsk interrupted Roland's reverie. Let's get everyone going first. We research along the way. Roland gave Omsk a look, and Omsk immediately understood and began organizing the team to set off. After all, even with the elderly and children, it would take quite a while to get moving. What do you mean? Have you figured out anything? Omsk glanced at the affectionate Caslo and Ajax, then turned his gaze to Roland. Don't worry, I'm still thinking. Roland waved his hand impatiently. I'm considering building this city on the riverbank. After all, we need an inland port city. We definitely need to utilize the shipping on the Swift River in the future. Roland pondered. Swift River City was clearly not a port city. Located some distance from the Swift River, it was destined to have only a port, not a port city. Its role had always been to be the fulcrum of the Northern Territories, the seat of the Northern Governor. Roland had arranged for the future seat of Renaud to be Swift River City. The current Lulong Fortress was merely a temporary stopgap. It's something you could consider. After all, Swift River City is a major city. A waterway hub can't possibly be located there. Omsk nodded understandingly. I suggest you consider this place. Omsk pointed to a spot on horseback. Here? Roland was puzzled. Yes, this is the most suitable place. Don't forget, the entire Dark Forest is no longer entirely our territory. Omsk suddenly said with a hint of meaning. Roland understood this. After all, in the game's history, the entire Rovanian region was part of the Empire, but now the White-Winged Kingdom of Akovia appeared on the edge of the Dark Forest. Although we're allies, for our own benefit, necessary containment is still necessary. If you don't want a massive nation to grow around you, restriction is the best option. Omsk whispered meaningfully to Roland. If it were a dwarven or elven kingdom, Omsk wouldn't have reacted so strongly. After all, the pitiful populations of dwarves and elves would remain small even if they were allowed to develop blindly for 1,000 years. Their desire for land isn't as urgent. But humans are different. Who knows how many people will be born in a few generations? Population growth will inevitably be accompanied by territorial expansion, and eventually a great power will rise nearby. The thought of Omsk makes his scalp tingle. The most terrifying thing is that that country has no connection to Lagran. First, there's no blood connection, and second, no legal basis for governance. It's a disaster. The northern border might be filled with daily human warfare. So it's best to limit their territory to the area south of the Forest River, north of the Mirkwood Mountains, east of the Magic River, and west of the Swift River. Omsk drew a circle on the map. It's not that I'm judging others with my own petty mind, but the problem is that we don't know what the future will hold. Will the two countries have disputes and wars over territory? That's why the port city in this location is so important. It can directly support the front lines, even if we really go to war. Omsk made the worst-case scenario. This location is the bridgehead to contain the Kingdom of Akia. After all, if they want to expand, they can only go south and east. Wherever the Rapid City is pressed in the east, it will be an insurmountable barrier. And this port city in the south can also allow the army to appear at their border at any time. Chapter 580. So where is he located? Roland asked. The former Palanport. Omsk said seriously. Where? Roland thought for a moment, and knew what place Omsk was referring to. It was once one of the most prosperous inland ports in the game, located on the east bank of the Swift River. Across from it was a tributary of the Swift River in the Mirkwood Mountains. When the Great Greenwood was ruled by the Lagran Empire, it served as a busy transit point for shipping and trade, serving as a trading window for the noble fiefdoms within the Great Greenwood. Yes, Palanport is perfect for your needs. And it connects to the water systems of the entire original empire. Omsk stopped there. As a wise king, Roland surely didn't need his subordinates to explain too much. He knew the importance of a well-established port city that could continuously deploy his power to all corners of the country. Okay, our first expansion point will be there. Roland nodded. Then let's get ready to set off. Omsk nodded, then gathered his soldiers and told the people to follow. Now, Your Highness, please speak. Seeing that the departure was imminent, Omsk used his battle chi to amplify his voice so that all those preparing to explore could hear him. Your Highness. Everyone knelt devoutly on one knee and pledged their loyalty to Roland. Although this king could be unreliable at times, he never failed to deliver in crucial moments. At least the people under his rule lived and worked in peace and contentment. You are all the foundation of the kingdom, the seeds of the future empire's revival. Today we leave the city of Rapids and return to the land that once belonged to us. Barren fields. Raised cities. Do not worry, do not grieve. We will rebuild it brick by brick, just as our ancestors, who had nothing, did. I swear in the name of King Lagrin, I will not hesitate to bestow titles upon those who have rendered meritorious service. Roland's passionate speech, coupled with the enticing promise of a generous reward, had everyone's eyes reddened. That was the possibility of becoming a noble lord. How many people do we have? Roland whispered to the absent-minded Yunfeng beside him. Alas, I selected 500 families, but the civilians weren't happy. They thought sending women and children was a waste of quota and dangerous, so I ended up gathering 2,000 strong young men. Yunfeng shrugged. My dragon god. 6,500 young men off duty? Roland's eyes twitched, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. 2/3 of the labor force gone. If I hadn't stopped them, there wouldn't have been many left. Besides, there wouldn't have been any need to keep them. Yunfeng sighed. After the spring plowing is over, I organize the remaining laborers to begin road construction. The Imperial Highway will be rebuilt under my watch. Yunfeng's eyes flashed with ambition to go down in history. The road he intended to build would run along the Swift River all the way to the inner sea of Rune. This route would connect all the core cities and territories of the Empire, and, along with the Swift River, would be known as the Empire's main waterway. Roland began to ache. He understood the principle of building roads before becoming wealthy, but he simply wanted to connect his current territories and cities. Yunfeng, however, was prepared to do it all in one go. Why that look? It's not going to be built all at once. Build it in sections. Start with the road from Swift River City to Lulong Fortress. Yunfeng glared at Roland with disdain, clearly disdaining his intelligence. Roland, I am the Emperor of Gotham. Your Highness, everyone is ready. Omsk interrupted their discussion and nodded at Roland. Let's go! We can't delay the spring plowing. Roland nodded. After all, these pioneers were going to open up new farmland and build towns. If they missed the spring plowing, they would have nothing to eat next year. How are the guard arrangements? Roland asked. The knights and a century of Lagrange guards will accompany us. Omsk said. Ah? So stingy? Roland looked surprised. He had thought that protecting civilians would require at least 500 Lagrange guards, even though only 100 would be stationed there permanently. Don't you know how expensive food and clothing are? Before Omsk could say anything, Yunfeng exploded. Are you going to fill the hole left by the army's deployment? Food and clothing cost money, of course. We just fought a major battle, and the treasury is already so empty, it could be used to run away. Yunfeng was furious. He felt just like Zhu Gaoqi looking at Zhu Di, one side desperately trying to save money, while the other side wasted it without a care. Ahem, 100 is 100. That's fine. Roland rubbed his nose, considering his wallet. Never mind, it won't be a big deal anyway. After all, the knights are accompanying us. In fact, the knights are the biggest expense of this expedition. The feed for these warhorses isn't cheaper than human food. Even ordinary people don't eat as well as the warhorses. These low-level warhorses need eggs and beans to maintain their strength and nutrition. Eating dry grass will definitely make them lose weight. This is why supporting the knights requires so much money and resources. Amidst the cheers of their families, the expedition team left Rapid City. Unlike the last time when the subjects recruited by Apophis Brio departed, this time the scene was incredibly lively. Everyone hoped that their fathers, husbands, or sons would earn a title. I will lead the knights forward to clear the way, Omsk said, as he looked at the slowly advancing infantry behind him. Those young and strong men pulling large and small bags were moving at a snail's pace without the burden of women and children. You can imagine how bad the road conditions were. It's truly a miracle those soldiers made it to Lulong Fortress in such a short time. Roland, who had previously thought nothing of it, compared his speed to that of ordinary people. Oh my goodness! Did his soldiers always fly to Lulong Fortress? How could they catch up so quickly in such conditions? Roland, who hadn't ridden into battle in a long time, felt as if his muscles had been revived. Even riding a horse seemed a bit unfamiliar. He swayed with curiosity as the horse's back swayed, while Doss in his arms grumbled in dissatisfaction. It's been a long time since I've been out. Roland sighed. After all, it had been a long time since he led an army into battle. As his position and power grew, he gradually faded from the center of the battlefield. Roland waved his lance awkwardly, realizing that the battlefield was getting farther and farther away. What's wrong, Your Highness? Looking at the somewhat sentimental Roland, Casso rode closer. After all, he was Roland's #1 lackey, His loyalty was undeniable. It's nothing. I just remember how time flies. Roland smiled as he gazed at the melting ice and snow. Yes, time flies. We've risen again. Caslow smiled as he watched the marching crowd. This battle had heralded the might of Raglan throughout Middle-earth. Everyone would hear of the kingdom of Raglan's fame. This rising kingdom had crushed the orc army head-on. It had thwarted the Ringwraith's offensive. Thinking back to the awkward moment of its unknown arrival, to its current fame as the renowned leader of the North, Caslow had witnessed the kingdom's development firsthand. Where are we going, Your Highness? Caslow glanced at Roland. Ha ha ha, we're going to Palembang, the former northern trade hub. Roland smiled and raised his whip. Palembang? Caslow smiled knowingly. It seemed the site of Palembang had been chosen for this new expansion.